Year 1990, Feng County, Nan Province, Qing Shan Village. Raindrops drummed fiercely on the roof tiles, accompanied by thunder rumbling through the sky. Two streaks of lightning tore across the heavens like they wanted to split it open. August weather was as fickle as a child's mood, bright and clear in the morning, pouring rain by noon, bringing some relief to the stifling heat. In the main house of the Qiao family, 10 people gathered in the main hall. "Qiao Wei, you know how things are at home," said Father Qiao, puffing gloomily on his tobacco pipe. "With your grandfather sick for these past few years, we've barely scraped by farming alone. Your eldest and second brothers should have married long ago, but we haven't been able to raise enough dowry money. The Zhao and Zhou families have asked several times already if we can't come up with the money this year. They'll marry their daughters off to someone else. Do you really want your brothers to end up bachelors? And there's your third sister's dowry to think about, plus school fees for Min, Zhi, Li, and Fei. We've borrowed from everyone we could, and no one dares to lend more, because we never pay back what we borrow. If we don't sell the jade, we won't be able to afford next year's tuition." Sitting quietly in the corner, Qiao Wei calmly took a sip of water from his clay bowl. The mountain spring water was sweet and refreshing, flowing down his throat and reminding him he was truly alive again. Listening to his father's endless complaints, Qiao Wei thought bitterly how his parents could still act so helpless despite having so many kids. Couldn't afford marriages or education. Then why have so many children? It was always made out to be his problem, as if he was the only one responsible for fixing everything. What nerve! And not having money? That wasn't his fault. In his previous life, had worked in the government system. In 5 more years, he would have retired with a pension of 7 or 8,000 yuan, living comfortably. But he didn't live long enough to enjoy it. Just after turning 55, he died saving someone from being hit by a car. Because he did that good deed, heaven gave him another chance, a rebirth, to correct his regrets. Though honestly, he didn't feel like he had any real regrets before. Being given a second life and 30 years younger was something anyone would be happy about. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. "Don't be too honest. Honest people get taken advantage of." He once asked his grandfather if even family shouldn't be taken advantage of. His grandfather had replied solemnly, "Stupid kid, even with family, don't always let yourself suffer. Those with conscience will remember your kindness, but those without will just call you a fool behind your back." Unfortunately, he hadn't listened then. He treated his family with sincerity, thinking it was okay to take a few losses here and there. After all, they were family. Why keep score? In the end, he became the foolish one they all looked down on. All his life in the system, he remained just a low-level clerk, mediocre, powerless, and broke. Even his parents, who tilled the land all their lives, saw him as a second-class citizen, dragging down the whole family. They moved to the city with their successful children, rarely seeing him, barely answering his calls, only giving him a few lazy words before hanging up, like talking to him would make them go deaf. Now that he'd been reborn, he wanted to live differently. No more sacrificing himself for others. Thinking of his late grandfather, Qiao Wei felt a lump in his throat. He came back too late to see the person who loved him most in this world. "Your 2 pigs are barely over 100 gene, so they won't fetch a good price," Mother Qiao added, her voice full of emotion. "We sold all the chickens and ducks we could. If we weren't desperate, we wouldn't ask you to sell the jade Grandpa left you. Qiao Wei, we know you're the most considerate." Qiao Wei mentally scoffed. Sorry, the considerate Qiao Wei is dead now. Seeing him stay silent for so long, the eldest brother, Qiao Jian, sighed dramatically. "Old 5, 6, and 7 are doing well in school. The teachers say they're sure to get into college. And old 8, surely we can't let him end up like me, second brother and third brother, only finishing elementary school. Qiao Wei, your older brothers and sisters' weddings can wait. We can delay our own affairs. But their studies mustn't be delayed. Don't worry, I promise I'll treat you well in the future." Except for the youngest, Fei, all the siblings chimed in with agreement, one even went as far as saying their future children would worship Qiao Wei like an ancestor. Qiao Wei had spent half his life enduring scolding, lectures, and disdain. He knew the hypocrisy of every face around him. In his last life, these people had drained all his love and compassion dry. Now, watching their fake performances, he could only laugh inwardly. Speaking of academic success, his brother Qiao Min had repeated the entrance exam 3 times and still couldn't get into junior college. George and Qiao Li didn't even pass high school. He had been the only one among his siblings with real potential. If it hadn't been for diarrhea, so severe it nearly collapsed him during the college entrance exam, he would have gotten into at least a local university. But his parents ignored that. They kept feeding him the same line: too poor to afford higher education. You need to work and support the family. When the teacher came to encourage him to retake the exam, his parents refused, citing financial hardship. He gave up on college under the pressure of their tears. Looking back, missing out on university was perhaps his only regret. Though he didn't have miraculous luck, he had help from kind-hearted people. His life wasn't extraordinary, but it was stable and no worries about food or shelter. Soon after high school, he got a job in forestry, a secure government post. He was the first in the village to escape rural life. What was the point of going to college anyway? Just to get a good job? Well, he had that job. Already, what more could he want? But now, given a second chance, should he try to fix that missed opportunity? Qiao Wei thought for a moment, then decided yes. He had graduated less than 2 months ago, but in truth, it had been 37 years since he last opened a textbook. It would take effort to relearn everything. But so what? He had the jade his grandfather left him. Even if he failed once, twice, or 3 times, shed, keep trying until he passed. This time, life itself was a bonus. He had no grand ambitions, just wanted to live peacefully, content with what he had. Besides, with the knowledge he gained over decades, if he couldn't even support himself, maybe he should just die again right now. Fourth brother, just sell it already. Well, all remember your kindness. Cooed Qiao Wei, the 7th sibling, still in middle school, shaking his arm playfully. Qiao Wei didn't even spare her a glance, this little sister he had doted on since childhood. In the corner, Qiao Fei munched on roasted soybeans. Fourth brother, you're being selfish. We're family, you can't just think about yourself. Looking at Qiao Fei, boy who had drowned at 12 in his previous life, Qiao Wei felt deep emotion. Too many kids meant scarce resources, constant conflict, and competition. Yet among the 7 siblings, he was the only one constantly targeted. Why? Because he was easygoing and gullible. Even his parents acted the same, never thinking of him when good things came around, but always calling on him when they needed something done. Thinking back, he truly had been a failure, probably broken beyond repair by them in his past life. Even now, being called selfish and criticized felt neither sadness nor anger. Under 9 pairs of expectant eyes, Qiao Wei pulled out the jade pendant from under his shirt. It was the size of a baby's palm. He held it in his hands, turning it over slowly. He exhaled slowly and said, Grandpa begged me on his deathbed, even if we starve to death, we must never sell it. Mom, Dad, are we really starving yet? Chapter 2. Words more melodious than song. As soon as the words fell, it was no surprise to behold the expressions of shock, disappointment, and a hint of resentment etched upon the faces of his family. A sense of exhilaration surged within Qiao Wei. His father, unable to believe his ears, stared in disbelief at his son, who had always heeded his words, now daring to defy him. In the past, if he said east, Qiao Wei would never venture west. Yet today, despite the family's fervent pleas, their words fell flat, unable to sway him. The coldness in his father's eyes, devoid of emotion, was unsettling to the point of fear. Qiao's mother, equally astonished, gazed at her son as if he were a stranger. Fixing her gaze upon him, Qiao Wei met her stare with indifference. Was it the size of his eyes that bewildered her? Disappointed, she released his hand and covered her mouth, sobbing softly, It is our lack of capability. Your father and I. In his heart, Qiao Wei silently agreed. Indeed, they possessed little ability, having devoted all their cunning to maneuver against him. Had they channeled even a fraction of that ingenuity towards enhancing the family's income, they might not find themselves in such dire straits. Qiao Mo and Qiao Li regarded Qiao Wei with eyes full of resentment, clinging to their mother as the 3 of them wept together, enveloped in a tempest of sorrow. The eldest, Qiao Jian, the 2nd, Qiao Kong, the 5th, Qiao Min, and the 6th, Qiao Zhi, looked upon Qiao Wei with the gaze reserved for a perennial villain. Qiao Wei met their stares with unflinching calmness. He held no moral obligation. He wondered who would dare to bind him with the chains of ethics. Qiao Fei, munching on soybeans with a crunch, scoffed. See? I told you he is heartless, yet you refused to believe me. Qiao Fei was not the scholarly type. Nor did he wish to be. He cared only for the prospect of good food. If jade could be sold for a meal, then so be it. If not, he would receive naught but a single sugar cube. He would rather resort to theft than waste breath on foolish negotiations, disregarding Qiao Fei's words as mere nonsense. Qiao Wei continued with unwavering resolve. Grandfather said we must rely on our own hands and minds to escape misfortune, rather than covet the trifles in others' possession. We shall not grow wealthy this way. The elder brothers can work in the city, earn a living, and find brides. They must be willing to toil. For relying on parents into their 20s is unbecoming. As for the dowry for our 3rd sister, the bride can take it all. For adding a couple of quilts costs little. Regarding the education expenses of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th siblings, the mountains are rich with resources. Foraging for mushrooms and medicinal herbs can easily cover tuition if one is diligent. With a serious countenance, Qiao Wei spoke with conviction. It was merely a moralistic lecture from a high pedestal, yet he acted as if he were oblivious to it. His words rendered the family speechless. They had invoked the memory of the late grandfather, leaving them with little recourse. Silence fell like a heavy shroud over the room, and dissatisfaction with the deceased Qiao grandfather grew palpable. Grandfather Qiao had 3 sons and 1 daughter, with Qiao father being the eldest. He had not bestowed jade pendants upon his 3 children or even upon the eloquent and astute eldest grandson, Qiao Jian, but instead gave it to the simple and unremarkable Qiao Wei. Not only did Qiao father and uncles harbor grievances, but Qiao Jian's discontent was even more pronounced. The Qiao family had once been affluent, yet their ancestors squandered the family fortune before relocating to Qing Shan Village, ultimately becoming proud peasants. Even the canniest of rabbits have their lairs, and the Qiao family refused to believe that their grandfather possessed no valuable possessions. The old man left them nothing upon his passing, which surely meant he had entrusted it all to Qiao Wei. Not long after the old gentleman had passed the 7-day mourning period, the members of the Qiao family could no longer contain themselves. They sought to acquire the jade pendant, believing that once this initial step was taken, the remainder would follow suit effortlessly. If he hesitated, the 2nd and 3rd branches of the family would undoubtedly approach Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei, a simple and honest soul, was an easy target for those seeking favors, rather than allow others to benefit at his expense. One would think it prudent to assist one's own kin. Yet, to their astonishment, he declined their requests. The conversation ended on a sour note, leaving the Qiao family rife with grievances, each member scheming in their hearts. Qiao's mother, particularly unwilling to surrender hope, gazed at Qiao Wei with tear-filled eyes. But he turned a blind eye, straightening his back as he exited the main room and returned to the quarters he shared with his grandfather. The Qiao residence was a modest brick house, with Qiao's parents occupying one room, Qiao Wei and his grandfather another, the 2 sisters sharing a third, and the 5 brothers another. There was a communal sitting room and a kitchen, with a pig pen situated behind the kitchen. The house had been constructed by Qiao's grandfather a decade prior. As a herbal doctor, he had treated villagers far and wide, accepting payment in cash from the affluent and in kind from those less fortunate, amassing a modest fortune during an era of limited medical resources. The old man was equitable, allocating equal amounts of money to his 3 sons for house construction, while his youngest daughter, who had married into the county seat, was not provided with a house as he did not wish to burden her in her old age, though her dowry was not slighted. Having expended nearly all his savings to build the house, he suffered a fall while foraging for herbs in the mountains 5 years ago, resulting in paralysis. Since then, he had been confined to bed, unable to continue his practice. With no income and a dependence on medicine, he could no longer support his 3 sons. The impact was negligible on the 2nd and 3rd branches, but the 1st branch, burdened with numerous children, found life increasingly challenging. Those capable of earning devised ways to generate more income, while those less fortunate only contemplated how to extract money from the elderly. For 5 years, Qiao Wei had been the primary caregiver for his grandfather, while others merely offered empty words of sympathy. They spoke sweetly, yet could scarcely muster the effort to feed him more than a couple of times, let alone assist in other ways. Despite his school obligations and agricultural duties, Qiao Wei exerted every effort to care for his grandfather, ensuring he never developed bedsores. The old man said nothing, yet he possessed an internal compass. No filial child exists where illness lingers, he thought. Had it not been for the diligent and uncomplaining care of his grandson, he would not have survived for long. Thus, even in the face of hardship and the lamentations of Qiao's parents regarding their financial woes, the hidden treasures amassed over decades remained untouched. These belonged to Qiao Wei, and no one else dared to covet them. From the time he entered junior high, Qiao Wei was aware of the location of the treasures his grandfather had entrusted to him, yet the old gentleman had forbidden him from speaking of them. Thus, he remained a silent guardian of this secret, resolutely keeping it hidden from prying relatives who attempted to extract information about the old man's possessions. As Qiao Wei secured the window and drew the curtains, he sat on the bed, cradling a photograph of his grandfather. In the dim light, the image of the old man smiled affectionately at him. A smile, the first since his rebirth, graced Qiao Wei's face as he solemnly declared, "Grandfather, this time I will surely heed your words." He placed the frame atop the cabinet, where behind the door lay a small iron shovel for deterring thieves. He seized the shovel and burrowed beneath the wooden bed, crouching against the wall at the head of the bed. Carefully, He removed a pile of leftover red bricks from construction and gradually excavated the soil beneath them. After laboring for over half an hour, he unearthed a pickled vegetable jar sealed with wax. Indeed, the speculations of Father Qiao and others were correct. The old gentleman possessed something of value. Within the jar, alongside gold and silver, the most precious items were an array of glass-like imperial green jade ornaments. The jade pendant gifted to him by his grandfather, made of Hittian black jade, was of commendable quality, yet it paled in comparison to these jade treasures. In his previous life, he had been foolish. When his father lamented their financial difficulties and urged him to sell the jade pendant to alleviate their immediate plight, he acquiesced. After all, material possessions are inanimate, while the living endure. He could not bear to witness his parents' sleepless nights and worry. Moreover, the jade pendant was not genuinely a family heirloom. Over a decade prior, when his grandfather treated a patient, the family, unable to afford the medical fees, had exchanged the jade pendant as payment. Somehow, it had transformed into a family relic in their mouths. He remained unaware of how much the pendant had ultimately fetched. Not long after, Qiao Jian was severely injured by a bull, and his parents lamented that the money from the jade pendant was insufficient to cover the surgical expenses. He could not stand guard over a trove of riches while watching his own brother suffer from a lack of funds for treatment. He withdrew a few silver dollars, which confirmed to the Qiao family that he possessed something of worth. Chapter 3. Advancing inch by inch while Qiao Jian was still hospitalized. The main house of the Qiao family seemed to have descended into a pit of misfortune, one illness after another afflicting its members. Qiao Wei could not have imagined that this was merely his trusted relatives testing the extent of his possessions, feigning illness intentionally. Reflecting on this, Qiao Wei could not suppress his frustration. In total, there were merely 20 silver dollars. Once sold, they could only yield gold bullion. By the end of September, Qiao Fei drowned in the reservoir. His demise appeared to have entombed the family's misfortunes, as their health remarkably improved from that day forth. In early October, he began working in the forestry department, stationed atop the mountains of neighboring towns, only able to return home once a month. Upon his return after a month, he discovered the jar had vanished. His mother wept, lamenting that they had been robbed. Most of their grain was gone, and both pigs had disappeared. The entire family mourned for him more than they had for his grandfather's burial, demanding every last cent of his not yet warm wages. It was not until over 20 years later, when Father Qiao returned to the village to host a grand birthday celebration, that Qiao Jian, inebriated, mocked him and inadvertently revealed the grievances he had harbored for decades, allowing him to realize the family's machinations against him. The jar had been unearthed by his father, and Qiao Jian and his 6 siblings had indeed prospered from that jar of gold and jade. His parents attributed Qiao Fei's untimely death to him, believing that had he shared his wealth, Qiao Fei would not have perished in search of sustenance. They harbored resentment towards him, wishing he would remain in the impoverished mountain hollow for all eternity. Qiao Wei recalled that moment when he heard Qiao Jian's words as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Such were the relatives he had always cherished. He remembered his childhood, when his parents treated him similarly to his siblings, not overly well, yet not poorly either. He was neither the favored child nor entirely neglected. He was unsure when it had begun, but he had found himself excluded from their affections, despite residing under the same roof and sharing meals from the same pot. This household appears to be divided into 2 factions, he and his grandfather on one side, and his parents alongside Qiao Jian on the other, while his grandfather was alive. These individuals exhibited some restraint. However, once he departed, their inhibitions vanished entirely. In terms of filial piety, he is not inferior to Qiao Jian and his companions. Indeed, in many respects, he surpasses them. Yet, his parents fail to recognize his merits, opting instead to demand from him, should he fall short of their expectations. The entire family unites to cast moral judgment upon him. Why do his parents treat him in such a manner? After years of contemplation, he has come to understand this in his middle age. His misfortune lies in his inability to sweeten his words to win their favor. He merely toils in silence, consistently yielding and compromising. People tend to take advantage of those who retreat. The more one withdraws, the more pressure is applied, ultimately leaving one with no options for retreat. In his previous life, his wife, Lu Haixia, harbored disdain for him for 3 decades, subjecting him to insults and cold indifference, yet she refused to divorce him, binding them together until his death. The thought of enduring another round of ceaseless vitriol and a frigid marital existence drives him to prefer a life of solitude. Having grown weary of ingratiating himself to the likes of Qiao Jian and his son, Qiao Yi, his heart has long since turned to ice. In this lifetime, he desires no connection with Lu Haixia nor wishes to bear the burden of an ungrateful son. The mere thought of a future devoid of that mother and son brings him immense relief. The bonds of paternal love, maternal affection, marital devotion, and sibling camaraderie are all relics of his past life, of which he has no desire to cling to. His parents, in their 40s and in the prime of life, do not require his support. When the time comes for them to age, he will not shy away from his obligations. He will contribute an amount equal to what his other siblings provide, but no more. Qiao Wei has unearthed treasures from the brine of a pickled vegetable jar. Inside, there are 20 yuan coins, 25 gold bars weighing approximately 300 grams each, a pair of bracelets, 2 necklaces, and several rings, all composed of glass-like imperial green jade. Regardless of the era, this constitutes a substantial fortune. As the saying goes, there are no thieves without a day of reckoning. His family plots against him. While uncles lurk with greedy eyes, it is only a matter of time before these treasures are unearthed from their hiding place. In contrast to other reincarnators who would seize this wealth to ride the wave of reform and achieve prosperity, Qiao Wei harbors little interest in commerce and does not intend to pursue a stable government position. His temperament is ill-suited for a political career. Nor does he possess the acumen for successful business ventures. He is merely capable of earning modest sums. Character shapes destiny, and rebirth cannot alter fate or wisdom. Even with a head start and foresight of the future's trajectory, he cannot ascend to the pinnacle of any industry. He considers using these assets to acquire several properties, allowing him to live freely in the future. He is eager to observe whether his beloved parents and siblings can thrive without him, whether they can maintain their lofty positions and preach condescension as they did in his previous life. For this reason alone, he is disinclined to leave his hometown prematurely. Presently, jade does not command high prices. However, in 2 or 3 decades, the value of these jades in his possession could multiply exponentially, outpacing even the rise in real estate prices. Unable to safeguard these treasures at home yet reluctant to part with them, he must devise alternative strategies. If there is anyone worthy of trust in these times, it would be Xie Qing, who was sent to Qing Shan Village in the 1970s. The gold and silver can be put to use, while the jewelry can remain with the old man for the time being. At this moment, the expressions of Qiao's father and mother in the east room were devoid of sorrow. Qiao's father, a heavy smoker, filled the room with a haze of smoke. Qiao's mother, being somewhat impatient and temperamental, could not contain her anxiety when her husband remained silent for too long. What is wrong with Wei? He seems to have changed into a different person overnight. What should we do about his father? You must have some idea. Qiao's father, ever shrewd, replied, "This situation stems from a Jian's impatience. Let us wait a couple of months until everything falls into place. Let us not pressure Wei for now. He shares a close bond with his father, who has just departed, and he will certainly fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to him. During this time, let us treat him kindly. He will reciprocate, even without prompting." Qiao's father understood his son well. Although Wei had always been close to the old man, he had not inherited his astuteness. Instead, he was simple-hearted and easily appeased. After a moment of silence, Qiao's mother sighed. Logically, we should not tamper with the items given by his father. But this child is too honest. If he gives them to us, he will inevitably want them returned. If his uncles deceive him, we will truly lose everything. We are merely looking out for his best interests. Why is this child so oblivious? Qiao's mother spoke with a veneer of righteousness, pausing before continuing. Do you think his father has spoken to him, causing Wei to distance himself from us? Qiao's father furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. No. Jian and the others have been vigilant. The second and third uncles have had no opportunity to speak with him privately. Trust me, just treat Wei well. Unable to conceive a better solution, Qiao's mother nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 4. Even dogs are more interesting than him. Qiao Jian lowered his voice and inquired of his 4 younger brothers, "Have you upset the 4th brother?" Qiao Fei shook his head. No, with his temperament, it's impossible to provoke a quarrel. Even a stray dog on the street is more engaging than he is. He has no interest in conversing with Wei, who is as stubborn as an old ox. Qiao Kong, Qiao Zhi, and Xiao Min all shook their heads in unison. What a puzzling situation. Has Wei taken leave of his senses? After pondering for a while, Qiao Jian decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. 2nd and 5th brothers, let us do extra work in the fields. 6th and 8th brothers, once the rain stops, check the river to see if you can catch any fish. In any case, We must do our utmost to treat the fourth brother well until he hands over the items. Understood? Qiao's father and Qiao Jian, both of whom were shrewd, seemed to think alike. Qiao Min remarked, what if the fourth brother decides to repeat a year of schooling? He ought to be the first in this family to attend university, while Wei, the foolish one, does not deserve it. Qiao Jian, exasperated by his brother's lack of understanding, retorted, how can you still be in high school and not grasp this? If he repeats a year, isn't that better? He can't afford to repeat without relinquishing the items. He doesn't care who in this family goes to university. The grandfather has always favored him. All he desires is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. Qiao Kong scratched his head and said, I believe that if our parents agree to let the fourth brother repeat a year, he could certainly earn the tuition. Although Wei struggled with words and lacked charm, his honesty and willingness to toil meant that someone would surely hire him. As long as the old man was alive, he had responsibilities to uphold. But once the old man was gone, he would have no such burdens, and finding work would not prove difficult. Qiao Jian decisively stated, let us set aside those matters for now. Our primary objective is to soothe his heart and secure what we need. Qiao Zhi, perplexed, inquired, brother, how can you be so certain that fourth brother possesses other valuable items apart from that piece of jade? Qiao Jian narrowed his eyes and replied, that is of no concern to you. Simply trust me, and I assure you will not suffer any losses. How could he be so sure? When he was merely 6 years old, his grandmother was still alive, and he had sneaked into her room to indulge in some treats. Just as he crept inside, the elderly couple entered, and fearing reprimand, he concealed himself beneath the bed, inadvertently eavesdropping on their conversation. The grandmother mentioned dividing their possessions among the 3 sons, stating that the youngest daughter had already received her share and needed nothing further. The grandfather suggested postponing the distribution until they were unable to manage it themselves. At that tender age, he was somewhat oblivious, but he kept this information to himself and later learned from his parents that the Qiao family had once been affluent, owning vast tracts of land and numerous servants. Gradually, he began to comprehend the meaning of the elderly couple's words. The grandfather undoubtedly possessed valuable items, yet he seemed to favor the unremarkable Qiao Wei over him, despite Qiao Jian's efforts to win his affection, which were met with indifference. When the old man finally passed away, he did not reveal anything. It was evident that he had bequeathed all his treasures to Qiao Wei. This left Qiao Jian feeling resentful. Traditionally, the wealth of prominent families is passed down to the eldest son. His father was the eldest, and he, in turn, was his father's firstborn. He believed that at least a significant portion should rightfully belong to him. The grandfather's favoritism was egregious, having left nothing for his 3 sons or other grandchildren. Initially, he had no intention of informing his parents. Why should he share what he could claim for himself? Qiao Wei stubbornly refused to divulge any information, leaving Qiao Jian with no choice but to confide in his parents. A portion was better than nothing at all. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Fei and Qiao Min learned of this, and soon the entire family was aware. However, this turned out to be advantageous, as their father would not favor him alone. Having a common goal united them all. Sisters Qiao Mo and Qiao Li were equally concerned that their rightful shares might fall into others' hands, and quietly strategized within the confines of their home. Qiao Wei retrieved the items from the jar, replaced the empty jar in its original position, and carefully restored the earth and bricks. He unearthed his identification card and a canvas duffel bag, wrapping gold bars and silver coins in clothing before placing them in the bag alongside some books, which he secured within a wooden cabinet. The heavy rain continued unabated. Qiao Wei donned a raincoat made of palm leaves and a conical hat, securing the jewelry close to his person before opening the door. Upon hearing a commotion, the doors of the 3 rooms swung open simultaneously. Several heads emerged to observe him, their keen eyes scanning him like radar. Upon seeing his empty hands and pockets, they nonchalantly turned their gaze elsewhere. Qiao Wei smirked inwardly, betraying none of his thoughts outwardly. It was not the time to provoke them. He addressed his parents, saying, Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out for a moment. Where are you going in such heavy rain? Qiao Mother asked anxiously. Without pausing to lock the door, he replied, I'm fetching water for Grandpa Xie. Wait until the rain subsides. There's no rush, she responded, her discontent evident in her tone. Working for others brings no benefit. That energy would be better spent gathering pig feed to fatten our own pigs. The rain had lessened, and I needed to head to the cornfield to clear the weeds. I will return shortly, Zhou Wei replied, making his way towards the foot of the eastern mountain, empty-handed. All right, come back soon, was the response. Upon hearing his words, Zhou's parents relaxed, secretly relieved. Xiao Fei, accompany him and lend a hand, Zhou Jian suggested. Still somewhat uneasy. However, Xiao Fei was reluctant. Old Xie scolds anyone he catches, and when he's in a foul mood, he even resorts to violence. I would only go if I were starving. You should go instead. Zhou Jian shot him a glare. Forget it, big brother. Fourth brother goes daily to fetch water and do chores for old Xie. There's nothing worthwhile in following him, Zhou Min remarked. Xie Yicheng, an outsider, had a temperament more rancorous than that of a cesspool stones. Only Zhou Wei, the fool, was unafraid of his reprimands, toiling away to fetch water, chop firewood, and wash clothes for him. The other individuals who had been sent down long ago had departed, leaving only Xie Yicheng, who over the years had received no visitors. A destitute, disabled old man with no kin, it remained a mystery to Zhou Wei what he saw in him. Nowadays, rural homes lacked walls and gates. A few rooms opened out onto a small drying area for grains, with pathways leading to the fields on either side or in front. Zhou Wei trudged along the bluestone path through the pouring rain, the sounds of livestock occasionally echoing in the village, and his spirits were surprisingly high. Born in a small mountain village, he found joy in the hardships of rural life. The verdant hills and clear waters, the mountains greeting him at his doorstep, offered a lush panorama. Whenever he felt downcast, a walk in the mountains, listening to the birds, could disperse even the heaviest of worries carried by the gentle mountain breeze. Xie Yicheng resided at the eastern end of the village, in a 3-room earthen structure built after his rehabilitation. The elderly man, 65 years old, was reclusive and preferred solitude, keeping 2 fierce dogs that even the village ruffians avoided. His leg had been broken during chaotic times, and without timely treatment, it had left him disabled, along with a host of various ailments, painful yet not fatal. Transportation in Qing Shan Village was inconvenient. Reaching the county town required walking, and the medical conditions were far from those of the capital. In his youth, Zhou Wei had often pondered why the old man chose not to return to the capital for a life of comfort. Eventually, upon discovering the circumstances that led the old man to this village thousands of miles away, he came to understand. The greatest sorrow is a heart that has died. When the heart is dead, it matters little where one resides. Merely existing is sufficient. Standing before the firmly shut wooden door, Zhou Wei called out, "Grandpa Xie." With a creak, the frail Xie Yicheng leaned on his cane, trembling as he stood behind the door, his expression stern as he regarded him. His tone unfriendly. "Aren't you coming in?" It had been over 30 years since Zhou Wei had last seen the old man, and at that moment, he felt his throat tighten and his nose sting with emotion. 2 black dogs dashed out from the house, affectionately whining and wagging their tails, circling around Zhou Wei's feet. Chapter 5. The life of an old yellow cow. The old man often wore a stern expression, appearing fierce. Zhou Wei understood that this was merely the old man's self-protection after enduring the trials of life. He gently patted the heads of the 2 dogs, composed himself, and smiled at Xie Yicheng. "Grandpa Xie, stop dawdling. Either come in or get lost." Xie Yicheng thought of this simpleton who had given up on further studies, resigning himself to a life as a farmer in this small mountain village, and it made him unwilling to show kindness. As the old man seemed ready to close the door, Zhou Wei quickly stepped under the eaves, unfastening his hat and raincoat to hang them on a bamboo pole, ensuring the house wouldn't get wet. Qiao Wei extended his hand to assist him, using his foot to close the door, effectively blocking Qiao Jian's distant gaze. Frustrated, Qiao Jian ground his teeth but dared not approach, for old Xie's dog was truly fierce and could bite. With a sense of reluctant defeat, he spat on the ground and turned to head home. "You brat, with such heavy rain, aren't you hoping to scrounge a meal from the old man? Is the Qiao family so impoverished that they can't even afford to eat?" Xie Yicheng looked skeptically at his gaunt frame. Listening to his implied concern warmed Qiao Wei's heart. In this world, only Xie Yicheng would scold him with disdain while secretly offering help. His reprimands were unlike others. They bore no malice, merely a frustration at Qiao Wei's lack of ambition. With a good-natured smile, Qiao Wei replied, "I have known you for 15 years. When have I ever eaten even a grain of rice from your family?" Xie Yicheng snorted, not inviting Qiao Wei to sit, and took a seat to sip his tea. Qiao Wei placed the cloth bag he had tucked under his arm onto the table and sat down opposite him, lowering his voice. "Grandfather Xie, I wish to store some things here." He was unafraid that the old man would covet his meager belongings. In his previous life, the old man had bequeathed all his wealth to him before passing, over 50,000 in savings, along with a courtyard of over 1,200 square meters in the second ring of the capital. In 1995, that sum was a fortune for many. and the courtyard had been valued at over 3 million. It was then he realized that the seemingly miserly old man was, in fact, quite affluent. Even his job had come through the old man's connections, a favor he had never sought throughout his life. He only discovered this when he handled the property transfer after the old man's death. Fools may have their fortunes. He had merely felt pity for the old man and wished to assist him in small ways, never anticipating such great rewards in return. The old man was his benefactor. Had he not secured that job, he might have been coerced by his heartless parents to work in a coal mine, with his survival uncertain. If these items were to catch the old man's eye, he would gladly present them. In his previous life, with the love of his grandfather and the discreet assistance from grandfather Xie, he had led a remarkably smooth life, free from the tumult and tribulations that often beset others. The only regret was enduring scorn from his parents, siblings, and wife for much of his life. Xie Yicheng lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the simple-minded Qiao Wei, saying nothing as he directly accepted the items. Qiao Wei took the initiative to say, "Grandfather Xie, I wish to repeat a year." Xie Yicheng replied with a hint of surprise, "Have you come to a decision?" Qiao Wei beamed with a foolish grin. "Yes. I want to go to university." Rarely, Xie Yicheng regarded him with a gentler demeanor. "It's not easy for a blockhead to find enlightenment. I thought you would remain foolish for a lifetime." Qiao Wei felt a wave of embarrassment at his words. In his previous life, had he not indeed been foolish for an entire lifetime? Reflecting on it, the scorn he had received was largely self-inflicted. Had he been a stronger, more resolute person, he would not have lived in such a state of ineptitude. After chatting for a while, Qiao Wei, as usual, helped him wash the clothes he had changed out of. He tidied up the kitchen, arranged the firewood neatly, and checked the rice jar, which contained enough rice to last 2 to 3 months, with oil and salt in ample supply. In the corner, a bamboo basket held some potatoes and sweet potatoes. In the earlier years of his life, the elderly gentleman enjoyed a life of comfort, yet in his middle age, he endured considerable hardships. His teeth were nearly all gone, and he could only consume soft, mushy foods, often subsisting on watery rice porridge, leading a rather simplistic diet. As the rain subsided, the clouds parted, revealing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. Qiao Wei, carrying a wooden bucket, made his way to the well beneath the grand banyan tree at the village's western edge to fetch water. "Ah Wei, fetching water," greeted the villagers warmly as he passed by. Qiao Wei was not particularly talkative, but he was well regarded in the village for his willingness to assist anyone in need. After multiple trips, he finally filled the large water tank. Xie Yicheng, noticing him drenched in sweat, handed him an enamel cup and remarked with a hint of disdain, "You truly lead a life akin to that of an old workhorse." This honest lad stirred a sense of pity in Xie Yicheng. He lamented that Qiao Wei's parents were blind to the virtues of having such a dutiful son. Qiao Wei gulped down the water and flashed a bright smile, showcasing his youthful teeth. "Grandfather Xie, I shall be heading to the county tomorrow. I will ask Hong Bing to help you with the water for a few days. With the roads slippery from the rain, it would be best if you stayed indoors." Xie Yicheng grunted in refusal. "There is no need. I am not incapable of moving." He did not farm or raise livestock, living alone with 2 dogs, and could sustain himself for a week with just 1 basin of water. Qiao Wei, feeling uneasy, offered a few more reminders before departing to find Song Hongbing. Song Hongbing was a lively and shrewd individual, the complete opposite of Qiao Wei's character. It was said that people tend to gravitate towards others of similar disposition. Thus, it puzzled Qiao Wei that they could be such enduring friends in a past life. "No problem, I will come by more often before you return," Song Hongbing readily agreed. Though he was slightly apprehensive about the possibility of the reclusive old man scolding him harshly. "Just tell the old man not to berate me. My pride cannot withstand your reprimands." Qiao Wei sighed. "I have warned him, but I cannot guarantee he won't scold you. After all, I have been fetching water for him for many years and have often faced his ire." He added, "Given his age, it is best to let it go. Just let it flow in one ear and out the other. I will bring you a pack of cigarettes when I return." Upon hearing about the cigarettes, Song Hongbing declared, with an air of righteousness, that enduring some scolding was a small price to pay. "The elder has traversed more paths than I have crossed bridges. His scolding is merely a sign of respect." With that, Qiao Wei returned home. His parents were preparing to head to the fields, having planned to leave but paused upon his arrival, waiting for him to join them. However, Qiao Wei had no intention of working in the fields again unless they were to divide the land and allocate some to him. Upon entering the house, he removed his straw sandals, washed the mud from his feet, and donned the rubber shoes left by the door. Rural life in the early 1990s was not much different from that of the 1980s. Obtaining enough food was not an issue, though the diet was bland, lacking in oil and richness. In a village of 200 to 300 people, one could hardly find two overweight individuals. The Qiao family, burdened with numerous children, lived a frugal existence, only enjoying white rice on festive occasions, while most meals consisted of sweet potato porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables, more sweet potatoes than rice. Fresh vegetables were not a daily luxury, and cornmeal was only consumed during the busy harvest season as a means of alleviating hunger, while the fields were abundant with vegetables. Cooking them required oil, and the three women in the Qiao household were notorious for their culinary ineptitude, rendering even the finest ingredients a waste in their hands. Thus, they often resorted to eating pickles for every meal. Meat was a rarity, often absent for 2 to 3 months at a time. Living in such destitution, where every jingling coin seems to echo the absence of wealth for clothing and shoes, he mends his tattered garments until they can no longer be worn. At home, he wears the straw sandals he has woven himself, only donning rubber shoes when he steps outside. This impoverished existence poses no challenge for Qiao Wei, who returns from a bustling society where food and clothing were never in short supply. Chapter 6. In Qiao Wei, he was raised amidst such poverty. And even when his salary eventually rose to just over 10,000, he remained frugal. A shirt would last him for many years. He would not part with socks until they were utterly worn out, and he used a washcloth until it resembled a loofah. Leftover food was deemed acceptable as long as it had not spoiled, regardless of whether it was from the previous night. In an era of scarcity, even moldy grains were eagerly consumed. What did it matter if food had been left overnight? This became one of the reasons Lu Haixia and her son Qiao Yi looked down upon him. The root of their disdain was not merely his thriftiness. After all, he never imposed upon them the need to eat leftovers or wear clothes for years on end. Their grievances stemmed from his inability to amass wealth. He could not afford to purchase a home in the metropolis like Xiao Jian and others, nor could he hire a housekeeper to manage domestic affairs. He lacked the means to provide them with delicacies from land and sea, or to enable Qiao Yi to study abroad and gain prestige like other cousins. Qiao Wei brushed aside those unpleasant memories, securing gold bars with cloth around his waist, tucking his vest into his trousers, tightening his belt, donning a slightly thicker dark garment, and adding a few books to his bag. Mother and father, I am heading to the county town. I'll return late. What do you need to go to the county for? Xiao Fei inquired. I have a classmate who is repeating a year next year. He wants to buy my notes and books. Since I have no further use for them, selling them will allow me to buy some meat. His family has connections, and he is offering to introduce me to a job. I plan to take a look. Earning a little money would ease our household's burdens. Initially, Qiao's parents were reluctant, as there was still work to be done in the fields. A delay in selling the books seemed inconsequential. However, upon hearing of the job prospect, they no longer opposed his plans. Qiao Fei's interest was piqued by the mention of meat, and he nearly drooled. I'll go with you. Xiaomin hesitated, but ultimately could not muster the courage to ask Qiao Wei to leave the notes behind. Speaking up would only highlight Qiao Wei's superior academic performance, which he could not accept. Qiao Wei did not refuse Qiao Fei's request. Let us go. A few pairs of eyes, hungry like wolves, fixated on the bag he carried. In any scuffle or quarrel, he stood no chance alone against them. Having Qiao Fei accompany him was preferable to being shadowed by the cunning Qiao Jian or Qiao Men. Qiao Fei, resembling a glutton reborn, was consumed by thoughts of food. He would do anything for a morsel to eat. His weakness for food made him easy to manage. Concerned for Qiao Fei's safety, Qiao Jian attempted to follow, but a mere glance from Qiao Father halted him. He scrutinized the shape of the bulging bag and confirmed it contained books. After 18 years of honest living, Qiao Father was confident that Qiao Wei would not abscond with anything. He lacked the audacity. Yet it was precisely this misplaced confidence that allowed Qiao Wei to boldly depart under their very noses. Away, take care of Xiao Fei, Qiao Mother called after him. Understood, Qiao Wei replied without looking back. Qiao Wei walked along the rural path, observing the familiar faces in the fields, greeting each one with a smile. Having spent half of his previous life in the village, he would return on weekends after being reassigned to work in the county, making him well acquainted with everyone here. Those who had long since departed from his memories were now present, some still children, breathing in the scent of rain-soaked earth mixed with grass, fertilizer, and manure. Qiao Wei felt his steps grow lighter. Fourth brother, slow down, Qiao Fei gasped, propping his hand on his waist. Qiao Wei was walking briskly while Qiao Fei, the cherished youngest son of their mother, was accustomed to a life of ease. Initially able to keep pace, he soon faltered after a few kilometers. In his past life, Qiao Wei might have heeded his brother's request, but now he quickened his stride, thinking, if we arrive late, there will be no meat left for sale. More than a decade after the reform and opening up, the rationing system had gradually been abolished. As long as one had money, food and clothing could be purchased freely. And there was no need to seek village introductions to travel. Presently, salaries were modest, and Feng County was a remote area in the south, lacking pillar industries and lagging in economic development. Even dual-income families hesitated to indulge in meat daily. A county might slaughter 4 to 5 pigs each day, and on ordinary days, they might not sell out. Upon hearing about the meat, Xiao Fei's eyes lit up, and his steps quickened as his breath steadied. Fourth brother, how much can these books sell for? 4 yuan, Qiao Wei replied. Xiao Fei frowned. Why only 4 yuan? Pork is 2 yuan a pound, which means I can only buy 2 pounds, not enough for myself. He felt a twinge of disappointment. What do you think you can sell the old books for? If I can sell them for 50 cents at the recycling station, that would be quite fortunate, Qiao Wei stated calmly. After a moment of thought, Qiao Fei accepted this and stopped dwelling on it. After 2 hours of walking, they finally arrived in the county town. Qiao Fei, enticed by the aroma wafting from a roadside restaurant, found himself unable to move, salivating. Their family was impoverished, even though their parents felt for him. They could only afford to give him an egg each day. The mountains were abundant with wild game, yet few could catch even a rabbit, making fish the only option for those craving meat. At his growing age, with an insatiable appetite, he found himself hungry quickly, yearning for food. Fourth brother, do you have any money? I'm starving. Qiao Wei glanced at him and pulled out a single coin, only 50 cents. Xiao Fei's eyes brightened, reaching out eagerly. But Qiao Wei tightened his grip. Xiao Fei's mind raced. Mom and Dad want to know how much you sold them for. Just buy a little less meat, and the money will return to your pocket. Qiao Wei looked troubled. Mom and Dad taught me to be honest and not to lie. I'll tell them. And that should suffice, right? Xiao Fei scoffed, thinking his brother was foolish. If it were him, he would have secretly sold the books and bought something delicious for himself. Disregarding the others, Qiao Wei feigned contemplation, finally nodding as Qiao Fei grew impatient. All right then, there's a noodle shop ahead. I'll buy you a bowl of noodles. Delighted to have something to eat, Xiao Fei forgot the original purpose of monitoring Qiao Wei as he took his seat. A bowl of noodles cost exactly 50 cents, and Qiao Wei handed the money to the owner. You eat. I'll go sell the books and meet you at NES later. Xiao Fei, holding chopsticks, kept his gaze fixed on the pot of boiling noodles, replying, Emichim, you go ahead. Qiao Wei swiftly walked into an alley next to the county committee. In the midst of a narrow alley, Aunt Xiao Yume resided within a modest courtyard, comprising 3 unassuming bungalows. Upon entering, Qiao Wei found Aunt Xiao diligently operating her sewing machine. A skilled artisan can never starve, regardless of the era. Xiao Yume, proficient in garment making, charged modest fees and managed to sustain herself without the need for a storefront, effortlessly earning her livelihood. Help yourself to some water, dear. I'll have a delicious meal ready for you shortly, Aunt Xiao said with a beaming smile. All right, Xiao Wei replied, returning her smile. Chapter 7. The wife of a previous life. Aunt Xiao possessed fair skin, thick brows, and large, expressive eyes, her features striking and vibrant. Yet, a hint of melancholy clouded her countenance, diminishing her beauty slightly. Standing at 1.6 meters, she was considered relatively tall for her time. Her personality was amiable, and among her grandparents' 4 children, she was the most dutiful. Alas, fate was unkind. Less than a year after marrying her husband, he succumbed to illness, leaving no children behind. Following his death, Aunt Xiao chose not to remarry, and tragically, just past her 30th birthday, she fell victim to breast cancer. Years had passed since her husband's demise, and even the deepest affections had faded with time, leaving only memories. The source of Aunt Xiao's sorrow stemmed from her mother-in-law, 2 sisters-in-law, and 3 other female relatives. The elderly matriarch was domineering and unreasonable, looking down upon her daughter-in-law for her rural origins. Despite her son's affection for Aunt Xiao, he could not defy his mother, forcing Aunt Xiao into a position of submission. This burden weighed heavily on Aunt Xiao. After their marriage, her husband, unwilling to let her be mistreated by his mother and sisters-in-law, insisted on separating their households, adding yet another layer to Aunt Xiao's troubles. Less than 6 months into their marriage, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and from the onset of his symptoms to his passing, less than a week elapsed. This hardship too was unfairly placed upon Aunt Xiao. The elderly woman nearly suffocated Aunt Xiao with her demands, blaming her for her husband's demise and incessantly labeling her a harbinger of misfortune, though they did not live on the same street. The matriarch frequently sought to trouble Aunt Qiao. Historically, domestic disputes have been challenging to resolve, and involving the authorities proved futile. Her father, grandfather, and uncles made numerous attempts to intervene, yet their efforts were in vain. The old woman was obstinate and impervious to reason. In a fit of frustration, her uncle had thrown a punch, but before contact could be made, the old woman theatrically collapsed, extorting 100 yuan in the process. Consequently, her father and uncles ceased their visits. In desperation, her grandfather suggested Aunt Qiao return to her parental home, but she was reluctant. Her brothers had all married and started families, and she, as a widow, would rather endure the trials of city life than face the disdain of her sisters-in-law. Relying on her skills, she could at least manage her sustenance. Tolerating her in-laws was a necessary burden. Aunt Qiao was diagnosed with breast cancer at a young age, and Qiao Wei believed her affliction stemmed from the relentless stress inflicted by her in-laws. As he pondered the events of the past, Qiao Wei completed her task and took a seat before Qiao Wei. "Ah Wei, I believe you should consider repeating a year. It would be a shame to abandon your studies when you have such potential. Don't worry about the expenses. I can support you through college," she offered, warmth radiating from her heart. "All right, I will heed your advice, Aunt," Qiao Wei replied, feeling a surge of warmth within. Aunt Qiao had prepared a heartfelt plea for her nephew, yet was taken aback by his swift agreement. With a joyful expression, she exclaimed, "That's the spirit. Your grandfather's greatest wish was for you to leave Qing Shan Village and venture beyond Feng County. He does not desire for you to achieve great wealth or success. It suffices for you to lead a good life." When Qiao Wei was around 4 or 5 years old, her 3 elder brothers began to marry and establish their own households, resulting in a rather strained relationship with her brothers and sisters-in-law. While her father was still alive, she would visit him weekly. After his passing, she would only make the effort during the festive seasons. However, she felt a deep-seated compassion for her dutiful and understanding nephew. Qiao Wei, hoping he could escape from this place and sever ties with a family of parasitic leeches. "Aunt, I have come to you today with a favor to ask." In her previous life, her aunt's family had also been victimized by thieves, but the details of what was lost remained unspoken. It was later revealed that her possessions had been taken by her father, leading her to suspect that the theft was somehow connected to him and Xiao Jian. Qiao Wei was uncertain if his grandfather had left anything for his aunt. If so, it would be wise to hide it in a secure location. "Do not worry about inconveniencing me. Just speak your mind. I will not shirk from any task I can assist with." Qiao Wei produced 20 silver dollars. "Aunt, this was given to me by grandfather. It cannot remain in the house, and I wish to sell it. Do you know anyone who might be interested?" In this era, most families had not yet reached the point of affording the 3 gold items for weddings. Silverware was still affordable and retained a certain elegance, making it quite marketable. The silver items sold outside often lacked purity, prompting many to prefer purchasing silver dollars and paying a small fee to craftsmen for custom silver jewelry. Finding a direct buyer would yield a better price than selling to a silver shop. His only possessions, aside from the jewelry and gold given by his grandfather, amounted to just 50 cents, which he had already used to buy noodles for Qiao Fei. Selling the silver dollars was imperative for him to afford a train ticket. Qiao Wei exhibited no signs of jealousy or envy. Instead, she nodded in agreement. "Selling is a good idea. You give it to me, and I will help you sell it." Being a woman of action, she promptly took the silver dollars and left. Having lived in the county for nearly a decade, she had garnered a network of clients who sought her for tailoring, making the sale of silver dollars quite feasible. Feeling bored, Qiao Wei pulled out a book to read. The humanities were manageable. He recognized the characters and, with some effort, could memorize them. However, the sciences posed a grave challenge. He often doubted whether he had even studied the material in the past, as he had no recollection of it. Staring at the densely packed text, he felt a headache coming on. The path to university was fraught with difficulty. "Is Yume here?" Hearing a familiar voice, Qiao Wei looked up to see a middle-aged woman with a piece of fabric draped over her arm and a young girl beside her. His pupils dilated in shock. What a dreadful stroke of luck. Merely having been reborn, he encountered his former wife, Lu Haixia. The middle-aged woman, Yang Zhi, was his ex-mother-in-law, and the girl beside her, around 17 or 18, was Lu Haixia. Suppressing his irritation, he maintained a neutral expression and replied, "My aunt is gone out. If you are here for her tailoring, please return later." Although his in-laws were pragmatic, they were generally decent towards him. Lu Haixia, however, was another matter entirely. She had relentlessly pursued him for 2 years, and he felt neither affection nor disdain for her. Following the death of his aunt and the passing of the old master Xie, although his parents remained in the village, he felt a profound loneliness and yearned for a home, for someone who understood his feelings. Lacking any true affection for anyone, he hastily married Lu Fengxia, believing her industrious nature would suffice for a life together. After 3 years of relatively harmonious married life with Lu Haixia, the fourth year saw Qiao Jian returning from Shenzhen and Beijing, where he had purchased a house to pick up his parents. From that point onward, Lu Haixia began to incessantly compare him with Qiao Jian and others. He chose not to retaliate against her increasingly harsh words. She would often lament about how her own brothers, sharing the same mother, were thriving while he seemed to be a failure, unable to afford even a modest 2-bedroom apartment without a loan. She conveniently overlooked the fact that she had initially been drawn to him not only for his decent appearance but primarily for the stability of his job. With comparisons in play, she began to belittle his income. Despite relying on him for support, she had no right to berate him. Unable to endure her disdain any longer, he finally expressed his feelings, only to be met with a barrage of physical and verbal assaults from Lu Haixia. She pressured him to quit his job, to plunge into business ventures, and to borrow money for a house and for their son's overseas education, never once considering the potential consequences of failure and his job loss. The year Qiao Wei graduated from high school without being accepted into university. The ancestral courtyard gifted by old Master Xie had appreciated significantly, now a treasure beyond price. Renting it out as a private restaurant yielded substantial annual income. Had Qiao Wei been an academically inclined or morally upright individual, he might have been sent abroad for studies. Alas, he was not. Chapter 8. Misfortune. Without any financial means or the courage to approach his brothers for help, Lu Haixia lamented her misfortune in marrying a man of little capability, claiming that both she and their son were suffering. Her parents-in-law, unable to bear her complaints, offered counsel and reprimands, all to no avail. Ultimately, Lu Haixia secretly contacted Qiao Jian and Xiao Kong. While they verbally agreed to lend her money, they quickly turned to call each other. Qiao Jian, with heartfelt sincerity, lectured him, indicating that borrowing money would be feasible, extending it at bank loan interest rates as a gesture of brotherhood. Xiao Kong, on the other hand, mockingly pointed out that money does not come easily, suggesting that one should only take on debts commensurate with their capabilities, implying that he would never be able to repay such a sum with his meager salary. Lu Haixia's disdain for him was common knowledge throughout the county. And although he contemplated divorce, Lu Haixia, with no financial independence, stubbornly refused to part ways. She frequently sought out his superiors to influence him. In his final moments, a thought flickered through his mind. If he were to die, Lu Haixia's name would still be etched on his gravestone, a most unfortunate fate indeed. Reflecting on his humdrum, subservient life, Qiao Wei wiped his face and exhaled deeply. The most astute decision he ever made was to draft a prenuptial agreement with Lu Haixia before their marriage. And he had it notarized. Perhaps, in some way, he sensed his time was limited, as a month before his passing, he visited Beijing and donated the courtyard and its decades of income to the state, ensuring that even if Lu Haixia and their son pursued legal action, they would stand no chance of winning. This act provided him a measure of satisfaction. Having endured decades of scorn from Lu Haixia, he could not shake the vivid memories of her berating him, her image a deeply ingrained scar on his soul. The stark contrast between that wretched persona and her current shy demeanor was striking. Among all the individuals he wished to avoid in life, Lu Haixia undoubtedly ranked among the top 10. Yang Zhi, upon hearing Qiao Wei's words, chuckled, "You must be Yumei's nephew. My, what a spirited young man you are." Qiao Wei merely nodded with a smile, his gaze unwavering, completely disregarding Lu Haixia, who was stealing glances at him. Damn it. Even if his mind were an ocean, he would never marry Lu Haixia in this lifetime. All right, we shall return later, Yang Zhi remarked, noticing her daughter still fixated on the young man. She grasped her hand and led her outside. At that moment, Qiao Wei stood at a height of 175 centimeters, slender and tall, possessing a handsome and refined appearance, though his attire was quite shabby, with 2 patches on his clothes that clearly marked him as a villager. While Yang Zhi found the young man quite handsome, she knew that good looks alone could not provide sustenance. She certainly did not wish for her daughter to marry into rural life. After the mother and daughter departed, Qiao Wei experienced a sensation akin to surviving a calamity. Women are like tigers, and that was precisely Lu Haixia. In this lifetime, had he not pursued a position at the forestry station, Lu Haixia would have never looked his way. Otherwise, with her relentless determination, she would have proven to be exceedingly bothersome. After a brief absence, Qiao Wei returned with delight, closing the door and handing him the cash, 50 yuan each, totaling 1,000 yuan. This price is quite reasonable. I inquired at the gold shop, where they only offered 30. If we were to buy from them, it would be 60. I sold it to a sister who often commissions me for clothing. Her husband is a cadre with a good economic standing, and her daughter is set to marry in a couple of years, so she bought it all as a dowry. We certainly could not sell it for 60. She only offered 40, but I negotiated it to 50. That is already a generous price. Thank you, dear aunt. Qiao Wei was equally pleased. This 1,000 yuan was ample for travel expenses. It's nothing. Just keep the money safe. I will go prepare dinner. As Qiao Wei headed towards the kitchen, Qiao Wei discreetly followed, whispering, Aunt, I do not wish to sell what grandfather entrusted to me, but you know, if I do not sell it, it is no longer mine. My father and his family do not spare even the smallest jade pendant. They will surely turn their sights on you as well. Wealth must be hidden in a secure place. Qiao Wei offered this kind reminder. Qiao Wei paused her chopping, her expression turning serious. Very well, I will be cautious. You should deposit the money in the bank, and I will keep the passbook here with me. Aunt, I wish to explore the outside world before school starts. While Qiao Wei had grown wary of Qiao Jian and the others, she had underestimated their shamelessness. Escaping the clutches of a pack of hungry wolves is no simple feat. Even a safe could be stolen along with its contents. He was reluctant to directly inquire whether grandfather had given her anything. Fortunately, the entire Qiao family was currently fixated on acquiring what he possessed, and for the time being, they would not target his aunt. Qiao Wei looked surprised. Where are you planning to go? To the provincial capital. I still have some gold bars and wish to sell them there if the price is right. He refrained from stating that he intended to go to the capital, knowing his aunt would surely oppose it. Qiao Wei typically made clothing for customers who provided the fabric and paid her for the labor, at times. She would also create ready-made garments to sell in the local market, requiring 2 trips to the provincial capital each year for supplies. She had initially planned to go next month, but upon hearing her nephew's intentions, she said, I need to procure some supplies. Let us go together. Your assistance would make it easier for me. Shall we set off tomorrow morning? I informed my parents that I had sold some books to purchase meat for our home. Qiao Fei accompanied me, and I intended to buy some meat, after which I would trouble my aunt to send him back. Qiao Wei understood my intent. All right, leave it to me. The agricultural market was just down the alley. Upon Qiao Wei's return with the meat, Qiao Fei, having just finished a bowl of noodles, was now relishing a bowl of sweet egg soup. Qiao Wei had never encountered someone so gluttonous. In a previous life, Qiao Fei had even wagered with others for food, which led to his demise while swimming in the river. Seeing the meat that Qiao Wei was carrying, Qiao Fei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fourth brother, have you bought it? Is there any money left? If there was any left, he could buy some sweets to satisfy his sweet tooth. My aunt was quite stingy. Aside from giving him a couple of coins during the new year, she never bestowed him a single penny. None left, Qiao Wei replied. Qiao Fei shot him a glare, silently cursing Qiao Wei for being a fool. Noticing that Qiao Fei had nearly finished eating, Qiao Wei emerged with a bag of peanuts, smiling as she said, Little Fei, I need to renovate the kitchen. I'll have your fourth brother help me for a couple of days. Please let your parents know. All right, aunt. Qiao Fei glanced at the cloth bag and instantly beamed with joy. Since he wasn't being asked to work, Qiao Wei would have one less person to feed at dinner, allowing him to indulge in a few more slices of meat. Qiao Wei handed Qiao Fei the travel bag he had brought from home, instructing him to take it back. Without any suspicion, Qiao Fei cheerfully set off. It was only after dark when Qiao Fei arrived home, and the 2 kilograms of meat had dwindled to a mere palm-sized piece, while a pound of peanuts had been devoured along the way. Where's your fourth brother? Qiao Jian grew anxious upon seeing him return alone, and is renovating the kitchen. Fourth brother stayed behind to help and will be back the day after tomorrow. Rest assured, I personally witnessed second brother selling the goods. Here, the bag is for you. Qiao Fei impatiently shoved Qiao Wei's empty travel bag at Qiao Jian and retreated to his room to sleep. Given Qiao Wei's simple nature, you would never dare to lie, even with 100 lives at stake. After walking nearly 20 kilometers, he was utterly exhausted and, having eaten his fill, only wished to enjoy a peaceful slumber, hoping no one would disturb him. Chapter 9. Arrival in the capital. Qiao father spoke. All right, no need for alarm. Qiao Wei was acting unusually today. He found it hard to believe that a person who had been honest for 18 years could suddenly change. Qiao Jian had a nagging sense of foreboding that he couldn't quite articulate, leaving him irritable and with no outlet for his frustration. Observing the locked house belonging to Qiao Wei, his expression darkened. Father, with grandfather gone, Akong and I will move into A Wei's house together. The door remained locked throughout the day, which certainly indicated that their belongings were inside. Qiao father nodded. The key is with A Wei. We will move once he returns. With the eldest son keeping watch, he felt reassured. After all, he was the head of the family. And it was his responsibility to manage their possessions and decide how to divide them. Xiao Kong grumbled. We are all family. Why lock the door? Do you consider us thieves? Before the old man had fallen ill, he would always lock the door when coming and going. And Qiao Wei had grown accustomed to this habit. Xiao Kang's words successfully planted seeds of discomfort in the hearts of Qiao father and Xiao mother. Both felt quite unsettled. Were they being treated like thieves? Locking the door was one thing, but not even providing them with a key was an affront. It felt as though their son was a waste of life. Early the next morning, Qiao Wei and Xiao Yumei boarded the bus to the provincial capital. At noon. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, the aunt and nephew visited a gold shop and a pawn shop to inquire about prices. However, the quotes were far from satisfactory, with claims of insufficient purity leading to significant price reductions. Coincidentally, Qiao Wei suggested a trip to the capital, regardless of whether old Master Xie would grant him the Sihiyuan. He thought it best to purchase one while property prices were low. If that proved impossible, acquiring several apartments would suffice for future rental income. Upon hearing Qiao Wei's intention to go to the capital, Xiao Yumei immediately objected, arguing that the distance was too great, even if the prices were slightly higher. The additional earnings would scarcely cover travel expenses. Nevertheless, they had already ventured out, so she reasoned it would be a valuable experience. Who knew when they would next have the opportunity to visit the provincial capital? Unable to persuade him, and feeling uneasy about him traveling alone, she chastised Qiao Wei and, after a moment's contemplation, gritted her teeth and declared, I will accompany you, lest you be sold off and left to pay for it. Wonderful. It's a perfect chance for my aunt to experience the big city and escape her in-laws in Feng County for a fresh start. In the early 1990s, purchasing plane tickets required a letter of introduction from one's workplace, and despite Qiao Wei's willingness to spend, he was unable to acquire a ticket. They remained vigilant throughout their 2-day train journey, with fortune favoring them as pickpockets did not target him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yumei was not as fortunate. While Qiao Wei stepped away to use the restroom, she was robbed of over 80 yuan, equivalent to half a month's wages, provoking her to curse the thief and their entire lineage. Fortunately, the money she had hidden in 2 other places remained intact. After 2 days and nights on the train, the pair arrived in the capital. Although Beijing was not yet fully bustling, it left Xiao Yumei in awe, more splendid and lively than on television. After all, it was the capital and would only grow more beautiful and prosperous. And, to speak candidly, Qiao Wei lowered his voice intentionally. I have come to Beijing to purchase a house. Xiao Yumei's eyes widened, stammering, buy a house. Yes. Could 2 gold bars buy a home? She was well aware of the gold prices in the county, selling for 70 or 80 yuan per gram, with 2 gold bars weighing 16 taels each. It was indeed conceivable. Contemplating the character of her brothers and sisters-in-law, she hesitated before saying, You have completed high school and can see further than I can. If you have considered it thoroughly, then buy it. I shall not hinder you. Thinking her nephew would settle for a modest 2-bedroom apartment, she was taken aback when he opted for something grander, purchasing a substantial courtyard residence with 18 gold bars. This estate lay beneath the imperial city, in close proximity to the Forbidden City and universities, spanning over 700 square meters. Though the house was somewhat aged, the owner had recently renovated the roof, ensuring no leaks for the coming years. The owner assisted them in verifying the purity and weight of the gold bars, calculating based on 70 yuan per gram, thereby avoiding the inconvenience of exchanging for cash. The older generation held a deep-seated belief in the value of gold, informed by life experience that it serves as hard currency, more secure and stable than paper money. The large gold fish from the Republic era weighed 125 grams, meaning the 18 gold bars were worth approximately 394,000 yuan at current prices. With the remaining 7 gold bars, they, through the owner's introduction, purchased a 300 square meter courtyard residence. Proceeding swiftly, they completed all formalities that very day, changing the locks. With the property deed in hand, Qiao Wei felt a weight lift from his chest. Carrying 7 or 8 kilograms of gold felt akin to being burdened with explosives as he remained wary of potential thieves. The sudden purchase of a house worth hundreds of thousands by her nephew, akin to buying cabbage, left Xiao Yumei astounded. The house remained vacant. and not renting it out felt like a waste. Such old properties quickly lost their allure. Qiao Wei felt a pang of sorrow. Qiao Wei, nodding in agreement, said, "Time is pressing, and it won't be easy to rent it out immediately. Aunt, I need to repeat a year. I cannot stay in Feng County. It would be better for you to come to the capital. You can help watch over the house, and the city is thriving. With your skills, making a living won't be difficult. I aim to get into a university in the capital next year, and then we can settle there." Despite a twinge of guilt, Qiao Wei knew that with his current capabilities, gaining admission to a university within a year was likely a dream. Nevertheless, one must dare to dream. Qiao Wei had little interaction with her brother and sister-in-law. They led their own lives without entanglements. Yet, the thought of her troublesome in-laws stirred something within her. She feared neither hardship nor fatigue. Even with wealth, a heavy heart brought no joy. As long as she could avoid her in-laws, even in a strange city, she would not feel lonely or afraid. Seeing Qiao Wei lost in thought, Qiao Wei, ever perceptive, gently suggested, "Aunt, please consider this. You are still young, with many paths ahead of you. There is no need to remain in Feng County, letting the Su family drain your spirit." Qiao Wei pressed her lips together. "I will think about it. Seeing you purchase such a large house, I also wish to earn and buy one for myself." Qiao Wei smiled. Future property prices are sure to rise rapidly. It's wise to buy such a large residence sooner rather than later. Qiao Wei was not one to dither. She took only half a day to contemplate her future path. With both her parents and husband deceased, her closest kin was Qiao Wei. He would eventually leave Feng County, and remaining in her hometown held little appeal. The capital was thousands of miles away from Feng County, and her in-laws would likely struggle to find her if they sought trouble. Having decided to move to the capital, Qiao Wei stopped her inventory purchases and took a bus back to the county with Qiao Wei. 6 or 7 days had passed. Qiao Wei had not returned home, leaving Xiao Jin anxious and restless, unable to focus on his work in the fields. Each day, before dawn, he rushed into the county, only to find no one, and end up waiting outside Qiao Wei's home. When he finally saw Qiao Wei and Xiao Wei, both dressed in new clothes, the days of anxious waiting made Xiao Jin forget basic civility, ignoring Qiao Wei entirely. He angrily seized Qiao Wei by the collar and demanded to know where he had been. Qiao Wei, displeased, pulled Xiao Jin away. "Jin, what are you doing?" "Wei accompanied me to procure goods. If your parents believe I have delayed Wei from working in the fields, I will compensate accordingly." Xiao Jin, sleep-deprived and with bloodshot eyes, glared at the unflappable Qiao Wei. "What on earth have you been doing? Why should I report to you? Who do you think you are?" Qiao Wei replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Xiao Jin stood there, mouth agape, utterly taken aback. Chapter 10. The dust settles. The former Qiao Wei was as malleable as dough, easily molded by others. However, since his parents suggested selling the jade pendant, he had transformed entirely. Now, he dared to speak to Qiao Jin in such a manner. Qiao Wei maintained her composure. "Qiao Jin, do not always bully away for being honest. If you have something to say, say it inside." She harbored no fondness for this cunning nephew who relied on trickery and wordplay. Qiao Jin felt an overwhelming urge to confront Qiao Wei immediately, demanding to know whether he had sold the old man's belongings. However, he refrained, aware that the eyes of the neighbors were upon him. Moreover, he could not ascertain if Qiao Wei had indeed sold anything. What if he hadn't? Struggling to suppress the seething anger within, Xiao Jin softened his tone, saying, "Aunt, Wei hasn't been in touch for days. Our parents are so worried they can hardly eat. I was simply impulsive, concerned for Wei's safety." Qiao Wei observed Xiao Jin's sudden change in demeanor, recognizing his talent for drama. He would be wasting his gifts if he did not pursue acting. Qiao Wei was no fool. Recalling Qiao Wei's eagerness to purchase property in the capital, she surmised that Xiao Jin likely knew that Qiao Wei possessed something of value. If the items were sold and the money spent, what recourse did Xiao Jin have? Nevertheless, Qiao Wei still needed to reside in Feng County for another year. There was no need to sever ties unless absolutely necessary. With a smile gracing her face, Qiao Wei gently remarked, "This is my fault for forgetting to send a message. Jin, I need to finish the garments ordered by clients in the next few days. Once I'm done, I will visit your parents in the village to apologize." Given the circumstances, Qiao Jin could only acquiesce. "Wei, I truly appreciate your help these past few days. Otherwise, it would indeed be overwhelmed. Here is 30 yuan for you." Qiao Wei produced 3 crisp bills and placed them in Qiao Wei's hand. He nearly burst into laughter with his aunt's keen intellect. She would never struggle to make ends meet. "No need, aunt," he replied. Qiao Wei emphasized, "Take it. Otherwise, I won't dare ask for your help again next time. Thank you, Aunt. Qiao Wei feigned reluctance for a moment before tucking the money into his pocket. The average worker's salary was just over 100 yuan. And 30 yuan for 8 days was not insignificant. Qiao Jian watched with envy. The family's financial burden increased with so many children to support. Educational expenses alone were considerable. With the old man incapacitated, their situation had worsened, debts accumulating. Money from selling pigs and chickens was reserved for tuition and repaying debts, slipping through their fingers like sand. He had never before possessed as much as 30 yuan. Then I shall take my leave, Aunt, Qiao Wei said. Anticipating that the Qiao family would come to his aunt's home to confront her, he had given her the house deed, keys, the remaining money, and a jade pendant for safekeeping before he arrived. Aside from the 30 yuan his aunt had given him and the 20 he kept, along with cigarettes for Song Haobing, he was left with nothing. Go, Jian. Explain to your parents that it was my oversight, and they should not blame Wei. I will visit them next Tuesday. Qiao Jian nodded. Understood, Aunt. The two brothers departed, with Qiao Yumei tightening her grip on the luggage bag, letting out a silent sigh. Qiao Wei strolled leisurely along the rural path, his spirits buoyed by having accomplished a significant task as he savored the scenery. Feng County was blessed with lush forests, clear mountains, and pristine waters, devoid of industrial pollution. The sky was a brilliant blue, and on clear nights, the stars filled the heavens. In another 20 or 30 years, only a smattering of stars would remain visible. The fields and rivers were teeming with snails and clams, their flesh unappetizing and tough due to a lack of heavy oils, making them largely unpalatable. However, once living conditions improved, these once ignored foods might face the risk of extinction from overconsumption. In his previous life in the countryside, Qiao Wei felt the pangs of hunger, but now, upon glancing around, he sees an abundance of food stretching across the hills. Qiao Jian lags a few steps behind, his gaze shadowed as he fixates on Qiao Wei's silhouette. You and your aunt went to the provincial city to procure goods. Where are they? I've arranged for the shipment. It hasn't arrived yet, Qiao Wei replies in a monotone. Qiao Jian has only ventured as far as the county town, presenting a facade of confidence and knowledge before his parents and siblings, yet he has only completed elementary school. Their impoverished background has constrained his worldview, fostering a complex personality marked by insecurity, arrogance, and an intense sense of pride. Though he does not fully comprehend the meaning of shipment, he refrains from probing further. After a moment's hesitation, he queries, have you considered what our parents mentioned? Qiao Wei smirks, I've agreed. But alas, the jade is rather ordinary, only fetched 20 yuan. Is that enough for your bride's dowry? Qiao Jian is rendered speechless, his crimson eyes brimming with fury, fists clenched as he silently admonishes himself to endure. Cursed be the day he allowed Qiao Wei to come to the county town. By the time they return to the village, it is already evening. The farmers rely entirely on the produce from their fields for sustenance. During busy seasons, they hesitate to return home until dark. At this hour, all members of the Qiao family are gathered at home. Reflecting on the past, Qiao Wei realizes that his parents often lamented their hardships, yet in truth, they were not particularly resilient. At least when compared to the villagers, they could be considered rather indolent. While others toiled from dawn until dusk, they were the opposite, lingering at home until the sun had risen high, only spending an hour or two in the fields before retreating home before sunset, barely working a few hours each day. Grandfather Qiao was adept at healing, and Grandmother Qiao possessed exceptional embroidery skills. The elderly couple managed their lives quite successfully, thriving despite their circumstances. The 4 siblings of Qiao's family had seldom experienced hardship. Grandfather Qiao believed that the world could not remain static forever if farming did not suffice. There were always alternative paths, thus imposing relatively lenient expectations on his children. During the era of earning work points, Qiao's father never accrued a full quota. As a strong laborer, his earnings barely covered his own sustenance throughout the year. Qiao's mother came from a poor family. She toiled endlessly in her youth. But after marrying Qiao's father, her life underwent a dramatic transformation. One child after another was born, and during that time, Grandfather Qiao still treated patients, earning more than a laborer, with savings to support his children. Grandmother Qiao, though in frail health, found childcare exhausting and apart from busy farming seasons. Qiao's mother was occupied with household chores and tending to the children. After years of idleness, the sudden demand for her to return to farming was beyond her endurance. With their parents' dealings, the children began to emulate them, despite not engaging in much labor. The constant lamentations of hardship led Qiao Wei to perceive his parents as if they were on the brink of collapse for the sake of their family. Where have you been with your aunt? Do you have any idea how worried we are about you? Qiao's mother, her face contorted with anger, rushed over, ready to strike. Qiao Wei presented 50 yuan before her. I went to earn money with my aunt. 20 is from selling the jade pendant, and 30 is my aunt's payment. His mother, momentarily halted by the sight of the money, glared at him before meticulously counting it twice. Her anger dissipated significantly. Qiao's father's expression also softened considerably as he inquired, "Why did you only sell it for 20? Did you ask around?" "I did," Qiao Wei replied, leaving Qiao's father at a loss for words. "Mrs." Qiao meticulously folded the money and carefully placed it in her pocket, patting it lightly as she murmured, "You earn money for the sake of this family. Your father and I have no objections, but you cannot go days without uttering a word or returning home. And your aunt as well, at her age. What is she doing? No wonder her mother-in-law looks down upon her. If I had such a daughter-in-law, she would have returned to her parents long ago." Qiao Wei was disinclined to hear his mother speak of his aunt. "She doesn't need my assistance. She can manage those matters on her own. You and father lament over your financial troubles, but if you continue to speak of her in that manner, I shall cease my visits." Chapter 11. The unfiliality of the living. Poverty breeds short-sightedness. Those lacking the ability to earn are easily swayed by trifling gains. Mr. and Mrs. Qiao exemplify this notion. For a mere 50 yuan could keep them content for a while. Mr. Qiao felt a sense of relief, having sold the jade and set his plans in motion. Unfortunately, despite his meticulous calculations, fate had other designs, and unexpected events often catch one off guard. Dinner consisted of sweet potato porridge and pickled vegetables. As Qiao Wei ate, he pondered how to resolve the issue of the jar buried beneath the bed. In his previous life, they had deceived him into believing their home had been robbed. This time, it was his turn to face such a predicament. Once this matter was resolved, he sought to divide the household swiftly. Residing under the same roof with such hypocritical and selfish individuals left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. "Ah Wei, eat more, Mrs." Qiao thought of her husband's words and picked up a pair of chopsticks to serve pickled vegetables into Qiao Wei's bowl, attempting to convey her boundless maternal love. Qiao Wei, quick to react, held his bowl up. "No need. It's too salty for me to eat." Mrs. Qiao's pickling skills were woefully inadequate. While others produced salty pickles, hers were a dull gray and emitted a foul stench of decay. The most distasteful pickles Qiao Wei had ever encountered were those made by his mother. Not only was she incapable of making pickles, but every culinary task she undertook was equally abysmal. Even the finest ingredients became inedible under her care. Having been reborn, he had no intention of enduring such culinary atrocities. Mrs. Qiao's hand, laden with pickles, hovered uncertainly in the air as she stammered, "The meals here cannot compare to your aunt's, but there is little we can do. Your father and I possess only this much skill." Impatient with her incessant, repetitive remarks, Qiao Wei hastily finished his meal. "I'm done." He stood, placing his empty bowl on the stove, and turned to approach his own room, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. Xiao Jian exchanged glances with Mr. Qiao, who cleared his throat. "Ah Wei, your elder brother and the others are cramped. Starting today, your elder brother and second brother will share a room with you." Qiao Wei smirked sarcastically. "Let us wait until after grandfather's memorial. When grandfather was alive, they neglected to attend to him even when he lay in bed. Now, just after his passing, they wish to move in. Are they not afraid?" Qiao Wei's words left the Qiao family exchanging glances, too stunned to breathe. People of this era held superstitions. Some would neglect their elderly while alive, even mistreating them, only to lavishly arrange funerals after their death, seeking to portray themselves as dutiful children and grandchildren, driven by a fear of unseen spirits. The members of the Qiao family were no exception. It was better left unspoken. But Qiao Wei's directness rendered their expressions quite unfavorable. Observing his suddenly eloquent son, Father Qiao opened his mouth, uttering weakly, "All right then." After a night of pleasant dreams. When Qiao Wei departed, the members of the Qiao family were still deep in slumber. He first visited Xie Yicheng's household, where he assisted in preparing the rice porridge. The water tank still held half a tank of water. After washing his clothes, he filled it to the brim, and just in time, the porridge was ready. He retrieved an egg from the basket, cracked it into a bowl, added a pinch of salt, and whisked it before steaming it with boiling water. Chopped greens were added to a hot iron pan with some lard, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt. It was a simple dish, yet Xie Yicheng's nose twitched in delight. "Grandpa Xie, go to the county town to get dentures. I will prepare delicious meals for you in the future." Eating porridge and sweet potatoes daily without teeth would surely rob him of essential nutrition and health. Xiao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance and uttered two words, "No money." Qiao Wei anticipated this response and chuckled good-naturedly, "I will cover it." Xiao Cheng curled his lips, "You have money? Yet you still borrow funds for your grandfather's funeral?" "Grandpa left me a little something. Aside from what I kept here, I sold the rest. The money I didn't give to my parents is with my aunt. So I can afford your dentures." Xiao Cheng regarded him with newfound respect. The foolish boy had finally gained insight. Why endure the pain of getting dentures when one foot was already in the grave? He would not relent to the stubborn old man. Verbal persuasion paled in comparison to tangible action. Before coming to Qing Shan Village, Xiao Cheng had never even lit a fire, and his culinary skills were lamentable. Merely boiling food was a feat, let alone chopping vegetables finely or successfully steaming an egg custard. Gazing at the smooth egg and vibrant greens on the table, he couldn't resist. He unceremoniously picked up a bowl, took a chopstick full of greens, and, after a cursory taste, swallowed it down, followed by a spoonful of egg custard. Qiao Wei felt a pang of sorrow. He fished out 2 roasted sweet potatoes from the stove, slinging a backpack over his shoulder with a sickle in hand. "Grandpa Xia, take your time eating. I'm off. I'll come back early in the afternoon to cook for you." Xiao Cheng waved him off. "Hurry along." Relying on the mountains for sustenance, Feng County boasted high peaks, dense forests, and abundant medicinal herbs, with mushrooms particularly plentiful during this season. Currently, with low income and low prices and inconvenient transportation, fresh wild mushrooms could not reach the big cities, leaving locals unable to consume them all, thereby making them quite inexpensive. The various expensive wild mushrooms in later years were cheaper than pork in this era. Delicious chicken mushrooms sold in the county town could barely fetch 5 jiao a pound. In the past, while living in the countryside, he indeed found it hard to make money. Everyone yearned to escape the rural life and the mountains. However, with foresight for the coming decades, the sprawling mountains revealed themselves as a treasure trove. By shifting one's perspective, earning money was genuinely not difficult. For instance, collecting and selling dried mushrooms to provinces beyond, or crafting mushroom soup packets, and so forth. Qiao Wei scraped the skin off the roasted sweet potatoes with a sickle, munching as he walked. Away go. Turning around, he saw Xiao Ling from his second uncle's family and Xiao Yin from his third uncle's family. Xiao Ling, Xiao Yin. Both his second and third uncles had only one son and one daughter each, resulting in less pressure and a more comfortable life than the eldest branch. His second aunt was industrious, capable, and spirited. She kept her husband firmly in check. While she did not rest, the entire family could not afford to be lazy. Each year, they could sell 7 or 8 fat pigs and harvest several hundred pounds of grain. Under her management, the second household thrives. Yet they possess an insatiable penchant for taking advantage, akin to a paisio that only gathers wealth without relinquishing any. The third aunt is equally industrious, but alas, her husband is a drunkard. When sober, he is a decent man, but under the influence, he resorts to violence against his wife. Qiao Wei recalls that the third aunt and uncle divorced in 88, with the uncle begging and kneeling for reconciliation. Last year, for the sake of their son, the third aunt remarried him. However, as the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. After only 2 months of peace post-reunion, the uncle resumed his abusive ways. This is why domestic violence is often described as having either 0 occurrences or countless instances. Away. I passed by your house with Xiao Yin and overheard your aunt berating you in the early morning, as if she had consumed gunpowder, her words harsh and unkind. What is she causing a ruckus about now? I didn't prepare the pig feed or breakfast. Xiaoling pursed her lips. Defending her cousin, your uncle and aunt are exceedingly partial. It seems your household would crumble without you. What are the rest of the family doing? Standing around like mere telephone poles? You ought to have taken a stand long ago. They expect you to do everything, and if you miss a day, you are scolded. It's truly unjust. Qiao Yin vigorously nodded in agreement. Xiaoling is right. Qiao Wei chuckled. What are you two off to do in the mountains? Fate is a curious thing. Despite being manipulated by parents and siblings, he gets along rather well with his cousins from the second and third households. Perhaps we can gather some valuable herbs to sell for travel expenses. Xiao Yin and I didn't pass the high school entrance exam, and the toil of farming is too arduous. Sister Xiao has earned some money over the years, building a 2-story house for her family and returning home looking splendid, which fills me with envy. Xiao Ling is filled with longing for the big city. Chapter 12. A familiar trap. The children of the Qiao family are not particularly adept at academics. Among the 12 offspring of the third household, only Qiao Wei and Xiao Min managed to attend high school, while the others barely reached junior high. Those who cannot enter university may repeat a year. But for families like theirs, failing to enter high school leaves only the option of laboring outside. Qiao Wei recalls in his past life how two of his cousins were deceived by the secretary's eldest daughter, Wang Shou'er, into working as hostesses in a nightclub in the big city, leading to a scandal that tarnished their family's reputation in the village. Their parents and siblings were also affected, causing both families to relocate to another province, severing all ties and failing to return to pay respects to their grandfather's grave for decades. The exiled Xiao Ling and Xiao Yan have also not returned to Qing Shan Village. Meanwhile, Wang Shou'er has undergone a transformation, marrying a modestly affluent man who became her support. And they are living quite well. It was not until her son turned 20 that he was taken away by a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong, revealing that her husband was raising someone else's child. The mention of the term honest man causes Qiao Wei considerable distress. It is perplexing how honest individuals seem to attract trouble. It seems that Wang Shou'er will soon return to recruit people for work in the deep city. Despite the favoritism of his uncles towards his grandfather, they harbor discontent towards him, coveting what he possesses. Regardless of their intentions, they have not caused him any harm, and his relationships with his cousins remain amicable. He cannot simply stand by and watch them leap into the abyss. I have heard that those going to work in the deep city often go in pairs. Finding suitable employment on one's own is quite challenging. Xiao Ling nodded in affirmation, stating that Secretary Wang mentioned Sister Xia would return in a few days. Since they were from the same village, it should be no trouble to ask for her assistance. Qiao Wei expressed his curiosity about the outside world, requesting Xiao Ling to inform him once Xia returned, as he had some inquiries for her. Xiao Yan, with her gentle disposition, was easily swayed, while Xiao Ling, a decisive and bold young woman, was resolute in her intentions, determined to confront Wang Xiao. Why not seek work in the city instead? It surely beats staying in the village. The mountains are high and the emperor far away. No one can control you there. Save your earnings for your future wife. Relying on uncle and auntie, you'll never marry, she remarked. As the trio conversed, they spotted mushrooms by the roadside and collected them, along with any valuable herbs they could find, placing them in their baskets. Qiao mother was infuriated, her stomach churning with anger. Ever since Qiao Wei had gone to town for school, he had been the one cooking the pig feed and breakfast every morning. With 2 daughters to feed, she only bothered to eat. Her unfilial son had gone to the provincial city and now showed no inclination to help. The pigs were left to cry out in hunger while she had to cook for them anew. Holding her bowl, her anger brewed further as she lamented. Qiao Yumei is truly worthless. Qiao Wei has changed after just a few days with her. Be quiet, you can't eat and still chatter, Qiao father warned with a glare. Despite her flaws, Qiao Yumei still made clothes for the family each year, and any disparaging words would surely reach her ears. Qiao father addressed his children, you all take turns helping. Do not let Wei shoulder everything. This matter is not solely his fault. You always protect him. Qiao mother retorted, her anger intensifying at his words. Qiao Fei, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, Mother, calm down. I've made plans with Ergu to go fishing and will bring back some big fish to nourish you. Qiao mother's fondness for her youngest son shone through as she beamed and ruffled his hair, saying, Your mother hasn't loved you in vain. Meanwhile, Qiao Yumei, resolute in her decision, announced her intention to sell the small courtyard upon her return. Having decided to live in the capital, she saw no point in keeping the house. If not sold, she was certain the Su family would break in as soon as she left. She hastily dealt with the surplus fabric and sewing supplies, now merely awaiting the sale of the courtyard to depart. You wretched harbinger of misfortune, shameless wretch, off to entice men again. Can you not live without one? She heard the scornful voice of her mother-in-law, Wang Dazue, while packing her belongings. Though she had heard such insults countless times, they still pierced her heart with each reiteration. Over the years, suitors had approached, only to be scared off by the Su family. With her skills, her business would have thrived, had it not been for the incessant disruptions from them. What sins had she committed to endure such a family? Before her departure to the capital, she felt trapped in the clutches of the Su family for life, the stigma of misfortune firmly affixed to her. While neighbors recognized the Su family's excesses, most sympathized with Wang Dazue, lamenting that her most accomplished son had married a village girl and soon after vanished, leaving no legacy behind. They may publicly deride the Su family, yet inwardly, they concur with Wang Dazue's words, even if she could retaliate with force or insults. Once she engaged in a verbal spar with Wang Dazue, her existence in this small county would become exceedingly challenging. She had no choice but to endure. Now that she possessed an escape route, why should she continue to tolerate? Qiao Wei emerged wielding a cleaver, her expression fierce. Wang Dazue. My forbearance over the years has been out of respect for Su Hansong. If you continue to spew filth in my home, I shall first strike down your entire family before taking my own life. After all, those who walk barefoot fear not those in shoes. Dragging your whole family down with me would be worth it. Wang Dazue was taken aback, having known Qiao Wei for many years. She had always been considered a soft target, one to insult and manipulate at will. This was the first time Qiao Wei had spoken to her so vehemently. Observing the fierce determination in Qiao Wei's eyes and the glinting blade in her hand, Wang Dazue's bravado quickly dissipated. Her once ferocious demeanor rendered powerless by the knife that had severed countless bones. Yume, what are you doing? Put down the knife. You might hurt yourself. The neighbor urged hastily. If an elder scolds you a bit, let her speak. It won't cost you any flesh. Don't be so hot-headed. Qiao Wei scoffed. Wang Dazue. I owe you nothing. Su Hansong's illness is not my fault. The money for his treatment is my dowry, something you, as his mother, have never contributed to. You expelled me from the Su family right after his burial, and this house was purchased by my parents for me. For the past few years, your family has either tried to seize my belongings or insult me. I can no longer endure this. If you refuse to let me live peacefully, I will drag your family down with me. When we meet Yama in the afterlife, we shall settle the score. Wang Dazue's eyes widened in terror. Have you lost your mind? In a panic, Wang Dazue fled. Qiao Wei, her expression impassive, glanced at the onlookers before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Leaning against the wooden door, her hand trembled around the knife, her heart racing. Qiao Wei was right. The timid fear the bold, and the bold fear those who are reckless. She had crossed a line, and Wang Dazue no longer dared to act brazenly. The pent-up frustration that had burdened her for years found release in that moment. Qiao Wei covered her eyes and wept silently, mourning the years of meaningless forbearance. Yet, amidst her tears, laughter broke through. She felt renewed and joyful. Today's events imparted a valuable lesson. Many fears are not as formidable as they seem. Once the first step is taken, the path ahead becomes much easier. If the Su family dared to provoke her again, she would no longer yield. Chapter 13. I eat meat, you drink soup. Qiao Wei, Qiao Ling, and Qiao Yin had spent their childhood foraging for herbs with their grandfather in the mountains, well aware of the types of herbs that thrived there. Though their success depended largely on fortune, the mushrooms proliferated, and Qiao Ling and Qiao Yan's hands grew sore from gathering them. They also collected a significant amount of Ganoderma, which, due to its rarity, lost its value when too abundant. Qiao Wei was particularly fortunate, having discovered 2 roots of Hisho Wu, which weighed around 5 to 6 pounds upon excavation. Such sizable Hisho Wu must have taken 4 to 5 decades to grow. The wild Hisho Wu is known for its benefits in nourishing the liver and kidneys, enhancing vitality and blood, promoting bowel regularity, and improving early graying of hair, as well as alleviating lower back pain and boosting immune function. Much more valuable than mushrooms, they could fetch around 200 yuan when brought to the county. The vines of Chinese knotweed are also medicinal and equally profitable. Qiao Ling and Qiao Yan, who walked ahead, were filled with envy. Brother Wei, your luck is truly remarkable. How did Qiao Ling and I fail to discover this? Qiao Wei felt that his fortunes had indeed improved since his rebirth. In these times, a trip away could lead to pickpockets stealing everything, yet he had incurred no losses and arrived smoothly in the capital. The process of purchasing a house and transferring ownership was exceptionally seamless, requiring no conversion of gold bars into cash. The harvest from a single trip to the mountains exceeded the monthly salary of an employee at his former workplace. It is worth noting that in his previous life, after 3 years working at the local forestry station, he had traversed the mountains without ever encountering such good fortune. With a joyful smile, Qiao Wei declared, "If I sell these, I'll treat you to a meal, but you must keep it a secret." Qiao Ling and Qiao Yin nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will definitely not speak of it." Having gathered more mushrooms, Qiao Wei noted that the sun was around 11 o'clock. He needed to return home to prepare a meal for his father, otherwise, his father would have to resort to a bowl of plain porridge again. Just in time. He had collected some green mushrooms, shiitake, and chicken of the woods, which could be minced and stir-fried. With their baskets full, the 3 of them descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they parted ways, with Qiao Wei heading to Xie Yicheng's house to prepare the meal. He had gathered a substantial amount of mushrooms, which could be reheated for dinner, and he decided not to return in the afternoon. Xie Yicheng, already entranced by the aroma of the mushrooms, was too preoccupied to attend to him. Qiao Wei chuckled to himself. He left the Chinese knotweed and vines at Xia's home and carried the mushrooms and some less valuable herbs back home. As Qiao Li was setting the table, she could not help but roll her eyes upon seeing Qiao Wei return. "Look who's back, the idle one. You certainly know how to time your return," she remarked, wanting to scold him further. The family had agreed to treat Qiao Wei with more kindness, yet some habits are deeply ingrained, and she instinctively felt the urge to jab at him. Qiao Wei ignored her, spreading the mushrooms on a winnowing basket to air them out and prevent spoilage. He planned to make another trip to the mountains in the morning to gather more for sale in the county. Qiao Mother wore a sullen expression after a tiring morning. Early on, Qiao Wei had irritated her. He had wandered off while neglecting the farm chores. "What exactly are you doing?" she asked. Fearing that her emotions might spiral out of control, Qiao Father interjected, "Where have you been? The fieldwork isn't finished yet. You should inform your mother and me before heading off anywhere." His tone was devoid of reproach, filled instead with genuine concern. "I was foraging for mushrooms in the mountains." Qiao Wei replied succinctly, as was his usual manner, more action than words. However, this time, he spoke even less, which reignited Qiao Mother's barely suppressed anger. She particularly disliked his habit of answering in single sentences, akin to a spinning top that wouldn't stop. Engaging him in conversation was utterly exhausting. "Can mushrooms serve as a proper meal? If you're so capable, why not eat mushrooms for every meal instead?" Qiao Father admonished her. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us eat." Oblivious to the varied expressions of his family, Qiao Wei swiftly finished his bowl of rice and quickly ladled himself another serving. Typically, before scooping sweet potato porridge, one would use a large spoon to stir the pot to blend the rice and soup, preventing it from being too dry or too watery. This time, however, Qiao Wei did not stir. Like Qiao Fei, he only ladled the dry portion from the bottom, not even taking a piece of sweet potato. A bowl filled to the brim with semi-dry white rice porridge caught the attention of Qiao Jian and his companions, their eyelids twitching in silent fury, nearly causing them internal distress. They silently resolved to acquire the food by any means necessary. Qiao Wei, with half-closed eyes, savored the porridge sweetened with sweet potato, relishing the sensation of indulgence and freedom from filial piety. After finishing his meal, he set down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and announced he would head up the mountain with his backpack. "Father, look at him. He is becoming increasingly outrageous." Qiao Min could no longer contain his frustration. Qiao Mo voiced her grievances more vocally. "Father, we can't delay any longer. Su Jiadong's parents have said they cannot wait 3 years. With their grandfather's passing, she and her fiancé wished to marry within the mourning period. Otherwise, they would have to wait 3 years. Her dowry consisted solely of self-made shoe insoles and a few pairs of cloth shoes, and she had not even prepared a quilt. Her family would never provide her with a dowry from the bride price given by her in-laws. Arriving with only a few pairs of shoes and insoles would surely invite disdain from her in-laws. Without Qiao Wei retrieving the necessary items, how could she afford her dowry? Qiao Mu chimed in. "Indeed, who would wait 3 years? We might as well arrange for a Jian and a Kong's weddings as well." She thought of her younger brother Jiang Fuguwei, who also needed to marry. The Jiang family had only one heir, and it was best to ensure the continuation of their lineage sooner rather than later. Qiao Fu pondered in silence. "We can wait no more than 10 days. He was well aware that among his 8 children, only the honest Qiao Wei was dependable. He would be essential for their future care, and it was crucial not to sever ties with him unless absolutely necessary. With a specific timeline in mind, Qiao Mu and the others felt reassured. "Where is Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned for a meal? Where could he be?" Qiao Mu inquired. Xiao Fei was the most leisurely member of the family, often indulged by Qiao Mu, rarely going out to work, and would typically wander about the village, returning promptly at mealtime. Qiao Li remarked, "I don't know. Didn't he say this morning that he would go fishing with Erguzi? Perhaps he is still playing by the river? Well, he should have returned by now. Ajian, why don't you go check by the river, and Shaoli, you go visit Erguzi's house?" Qiao Mu expressed her unease. She felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, unsure whether it stemmed from Qiao Wei's provocations or an ominous premonition, her eyelids twitching incessantly. "Understood." The group responded reluctantly. Erguzi's home was not far, and Shaoli returned within minutes. "Erguzi is at home eating. Xiao Fei is not with him." Qiao Mu grew increasingly anxious, urging her sons to search by the river. "Hurry up. What is there to search for? If he is hungry, he will return," Qiao Fu remarked, considering her worries excessive. As he knocked his smoking pipe on the ground, filled it with shredded tobacco, and lit it, puffing contentedly, Qiao Wei filled his backpack and dug up some commonly used herbs before descending the mountain. Upon finding the house empty, He laid out the mushrooms and herbs to dry before heading back into the mountains. Without money, he felt perpetually uneasy and insecure. His parents forbade him from repeating a year, and he had to cover all his educational expenses independently. A few dozen yuan was barely sufficient for a semester's miscellaneous fees, so he needed to earn more before the new term began. In the thicket of the mountain hollow, he discovered a chunk of wild honeycomb, about the size of a palm and weighing roughly a pound. Wild honey is scarce but rich in nutrients, sweet yet not cloying, known to alleviate coughs, enhance sleep quality, and boost immunity. He planned to deliver the wild honey to Qiao, and while at it, he sliced a larger piece of Polygonum multiflorum and set it out to sun-dry. Such a large wild Polygonum multiflorum is indeed a rare find. If not for financial constraints, he would not wish to part with even a single piece. Qiao cast a curious glance at him. Not selling it? Sell one, we can stew it with meat. I have learned the art of cooking from my aunt. And I assure you, you will crave it again. Qiao recalled the stir-fried mushrooms from noon and smacked his lips. I cannot eat that much. Then I shall eat the meat, and you can have the soup, he retorted, earning an incredulous stare from Qiao. Chapter 14, The Butterfly Effect. Having dried the Polygonum multiflorum, Qiao Wei entered the kitchen and opened the cupboard, only to find that the entire bowl of stir-fried mushrooms from lunch had vanished. Qiao, feeling a rare pang of embarrassment, coughed softly. It was quite tasty. Qiao Wei suppressed a laugh. If you enjoyed it, shall I prepare some more? Yes. When will you return? Away. Song Haobing, who was learning carpentry from his uncle, came the day after Qiao Wei left to fetch water for Qiao. I came back last night. Thank you. Qiao Wei handed him a pack of hometown mountain cigarettes. Song Haobing, delighted, held it to his nose. What sort of relationship do we share? In recent days, he had managed to avoid the scolding of old man Xie while visiting the Xie household. He was pleasantly surprised that fetching a little water for the old man yielded such a fine reward. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, I just heard someone say that it seems something has happened to your family. I couldn't quite catch the details, but you should hurry back and check. Qiao Wei frowned. Could it be that Xiao Jian had been gored by a bull? The timing seemed off. It shouldn't be happening until next month. Well then, we shall talk later. I must be off, Grandfather Xie. Hurry along, hurry along. Before he could reach his doorstep, he encountered the village accountant, Lu Cheng, who called out to him, away. Your brother Qiao Fei has had an accident at the reservoir. Qiao Wei's heart skipped a beat. Qiao Fei had encountered an accident? His rebirth had inexplicably advanced the time of Qiao Fei's demise by an entire month. It was precisely because he vividly recalled the time of Qiao Fei's accident that he had refrained from warning him earlier. Regardless of how his family looked down on him, he had never wished for their demise. He merely intended to distance himself with the possessions left by his grandfather. He had believed that his rebirth would avert Qiao Fei's untimely death, yet to his astonishment, not only had he failed to alter Qiao Fei's fate, but the butterfly effect of his rebirth had caused Qiao Fei to perish even earlier than in his previous life. At that moment, Qiao Wei felt a twinge of guilt. After all, they were brothers, and Qiao Fei had called him brother for over a decade. Had he returned from his rebirth and warned Qiao Fei not to venture near the water, he knew well that Qiao Fei, with his stubborn nature, would likely disregard his advice. Qiao Wei sprinted towards the reservoir. Before he could arrive, he heard the anguished cries of Qiao's mother. The last time he had heard her weep with such despair was when Qiao Fei had drowned in his previous life. Since his rebirth, he had harbored little fondness for Qiao Fei. Now that he was gone, his mind was flooded with memories of Qiao Fei as a child, holding his hand and softly calling him brother. Qiao Wei gazed up at the sky, his steps heavy as he approached the crowd. Qiao's mother sat by the reservoir, tightly clutching the lifeless body of Qiao Fei, her wails piercing the air like a mother beast mourning the loss of her young. Despite her selfish and harsh nature, always harboring ulterior motives even towards her own children, her grief was palpable. Only in the case of her younger brother Jiang Fugui and her youngest son Xiao Fei was she an exception. She was a supporter of her brother, frequently pilfering from her in-laws to bestow gifts upon him. Among her numerous children, only Qiao Fei experienced the warmth of her maternal affection. Qiao Fu and Qiao Jian, along with others, were weeping profusely. Qiao Ershu and Qiao Sanshu, as well as two younger female cousins, were also present. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences, Qiao Ershu gently urged. Secretary Wang sighed, night is falling, and the coffin has arrived. Let us not delay, we must hasten to inter the body before dawn. Qiao Laoda, you understand the customs and know what must be done without my prompting. After delivering his remarks, Secretary Wang led the others away. followed by those from the second and third branches of the family. At the tender age of 12, Qiao Wei, having met an untimely demise, could not be laid to rest in the ancestral graveyard, lest it disturb the feng shui, nor could a funeral be held. The members of the Qiao family's main branch kept vigil by the reservoir throughout the night. The heartbroken Qiao mother could hardly bear the loss, and as dawn broke, with the assistance of Qiao Ershu and Qiao Sanshu, they hastily buried Qiao Fei. They had shared a meal in the morning, but by evening they were separated by the veil of death. Upon returning home, they discovered that all the locks on the doors had been smashed, and the interior had been ransacked. Even the mushrooms and herbs that Qiao Wei had laid out to dry were overturned. The onlookers were left in shock. Extending their sympathy to the main branch of the Qiao family, Qiao Wei declared this was not his doing, although he may have contemplated it. He would never be so heartless as to inflict further pain on our grieving parents at such a moment. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Qiao mother could no longer withstand the emotional strain and fainted in Qiao Mo's arms. As Qiao Jian and Qiao Min regained their composure, they rushed into Qiao Wei's room, only to find a large hole beneath his bed, which drove them into a frenzy. Qiao Jian lunged at Qiao Wei, intent on striking him, but Qiao Wei kicked him away. It was you, wasn't it? You took advantage of our absence to sell our belongings and staged a false burglary. Qiao Wei, are you even human? Qiao Jian's eyes blazed with fury. At this moment, he had lost all reason, consumed by a desire to end Qiao Wei's life. The others regarded Qiao Wei with eyes filled with hatred. In that instant, the grief over Qiao Fei's death dissipated, leaving only a singular thought: their money was gone. Jian, how can you strike without discerning right from wrong? This morning, Xiaoyin and I were foraging for mushrooms with Qiao Wei on the mountain, and there were others who saw him there in the afternoon. By chance, Ling, passing by, overheard and came to Qiao Wei's defense. Unfortunately, rather than exonerating him, she inadvertently drew the ire of her own family. It was you. You conspired together. Qiao Jian shifted his focus, accusing the second and third branches of the family. At that moment, he resembled a rabid dog, ready to attack anyone within reach. Repeat that, if you dare. Both Qiao Ershu and Qiao Sanshu were not known for their patience, and Qiao Jian's words were akin to poking a hornet's nest. Those who had offered help now found themselves unjustly accused of theft, a slight no one could tolerate. Had it not been for their wives holding them back, they would have lunged at Qiao Jian in anger. Enough of this commotion. Do you not see the gravity of the situation? Let us not stoop to his level. The true thief will surely be revealed. Qiao Ershu's wife held her husband firmly, casting a fierce glare at Qiao Jian. Being wronged is a source of discontent for anyone. Had it not been for Qiao Fei's untimely demise, her fiery temper would surely have led her to deliver a few stinging slaps to Qiao Jian, leaving him utterly bewildered. Qiao Ling looked disdainfully at her younger brother, who merely shed a few insincere tears over the death of their sibling. Now, in the wake of a burglary, Qiao Jian appeared to have lost his wits entirely. Unless there's evidence, do not unjustly accuse others with baseless claims. The sunlight illuminated Qiao Jian's shadowed face, making it seem as if he were about to lash out in fury. Qiao Wei sneered, suggesting, call the police. They will ascertain who the thief is. He too was curious to uncover the identity of the culprit. Soon after, Song Haobing, having grasped the situation, volunteered to ride his bicycle to the town's police station to report the incident. The officers arrived to collect fingerprints, footprints, and other traces left by the suspect. Following that, they assessed the losses incurred. A total of 73 yuan and 26 cents had vanished, belonging to Qiao's parents, although the belongings of others were in disarray. As there were no valuables among them, no significant losses were reported. Naturally, Qiao Wei claimed he had suffered no loss either. When questioned about what he had hidden beneath his bed, he feigned ignorance. Qiao's mother appeared to age 20 years in the wake of her youngest son's death, which had struck her profoundly. The wealth that was once easily within reach was now lost, and the succession of calamities had left her visibly worn and haggard, devoid of vitality. Neither she nor her husband directed their ire towards Qiao Wei, nor did they cast a glance in his direction. Qiao Wei remained indifferent to their thoughts about him, having little interest in discerning their opinions. He believed that whatever adversities came his way, he would face them head-on. This was a prime opportunity to convey to them that he was utterly destitute and that they should cease their misguided intentions towards him. Yet, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Qiao Fei. In the face of financial concerns, even his death seemed to lose significance. Chapter 15. The retaliation after taking statements. The police returned to the station. The villagers expressed their sympathy for Qiao's parents, yet the work in the fields could not be delayed. The pigs in the pen cried out in hunger, but no one from the main house moved to assist. It was Qiao Yin who helped prepare breakfast and feed the pigs and chickens. "Uncle, aunt, brother, sister, it's time to eat," Qiao Yin softly called out, glancing at their expressions as she approached Qiao Wei and tugged at his sleeve. Qiao Wei expressed his gratitude, saying, "Little Yin, thank you. Please carry on with your tasks." What did it matter if someone could testify that he had no opportunity to commit the crime? This entire family was poised to turn against him. Upon realizing that the valuables were gone, his uncles lost interest and returned to their own affairs. Even if they were to catch the thief, the stolen items would likely remain unrecovered. Why waste precious time? Qiao's father and Qiao Jian were resolute in their disbelief of Qiao Wei's assertions. Once Qiao Yin left, Qiao's father looked at Qiao Wei with disappointment and anguish. "Qiao Wei, you treat us as though we are strangers." Inwardly, Qiao Wei scoffed. Had they not also regarded him as an outsider in their previous lives? "You do not believe a word I say. Let's wait for the police to investigate thoroughly." Shouldn't the focus now be on why Qiao Fei had inexplicably gone to the reservoir? Qiao Fei was his mother's cherished child, but in the face of financial loss, even the cherished must take a back seat. To this day, he had yet to hear them question how Qiao Fei could have ended up at the reservoir without cause. Qiao Fei had been submerged for quite some time. By the time the body was discovered, it had become completely rigid, indicating that death had occurred no less than 9 hours prior. This meant that the unfortunate incident must have taken place the previous morning. In Qing Shan Village, the abundance of rainfall fills the reservoir to the brim during the rainy season, creating a perilous situation where few dare to swim in its depths of 20 to 30 meters. Qiao Fei, not one for boldness, would never venture to fish alone in the reservoir, unless coaxed by others. During this time, no one came to notify them. It was only when Qiao's parents visited the reservoir that they discovered the tragedy. He suspected that those who accompanied Qiao Fei to the reservoir witnessed his drowning, yet failed to raise an alarm. In a previous life, Qiao Fei and a few others had bet on swimming in the river, but when they noticed something amiss, they fled. At that moment, some were cultivating sugarcane nearby. Had they shouted, perhaps Qiao Fei would not have perished, yet their fear of reprimand rendered them silent while a vibrant life slipped away. It was not until over a decade later that Yang Zhi, also known as Song Hongbing's cousin, confessed this secret on his deathbed after succumbing to cancer. Should Qiao Fei's life be lost again in this lifetime, a reckoning must be sought. Compensation must not be overlooked. Life must continue for Qiao's parents, and financial reparation would serve as their most effective solace. The expressions of Qiao's father and others stiffened. They had not contemplated this matter. When they located Qiao Fei, he was alone, floating in the water without anyone else nearby. Thus they did not dwell on it further. Qiao's mother, jolted back to reality by Qiao Fei's words, suddenly realized it must have been Yang Zhi. Qiao Fei had mentioned wanting to fish with him. Memories flooded back of her younger son stating he would catch fish to nourish her, twisting her heart in anguish, and tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "My son." Qiao Li shook her head. "I asked Yang Zhi. He said he wants tea playing with Qiao Fei." Qiao Fei closed his eyes. The time and place of his demise had shifted, leaving him uncertain if he was still with those children in this life. Find out with whom Qiao Fei was before the incident, if anyone accompanied him to swim in the reservoir and did not call for help upon seeing him in distress. We can seek compensation from their parents. Upon hearing the word compensation, everyone turned to Qiao Wei. Qiao Min, with a hint of cleverness, quickly grasped Qiao Wei's intent and subtly indicated to Qiao Jian to prioritize addressing Qiao Fei's situation first. As for the theft at home, since Qiao Wei dared to report it, he did not believe it was his doing. This matter could be postponed if it were indeed Qiao Wei. Living under the same roof, his guilt would eventually reveal itself. The group conspired to seek out the necessary information. "Sanya, my poor girl, why is your fate so cruel?" A petite elderly woman wailed as she approached Qiao's mother. The newcomer was Qiao's maternal grandmother, He Laotai, her drooping eyes and pronounced cheekbones lending her a somewhat acerbic appearance. Upon seeing her mother, Qiao's mother burst into tears, embracing He Laotai in a heart-wrenching display of grief. Qiao Wei glanced over but chose not to greet them, uninterested in He Laotai's insincere lamentations. He not only shared a tenuous bond with his immediate family, but also with his grandmother's side, their relationship akin to fire and water. In rural society, a son is not merely a laborer, he is the backbone of the household, and a family without sons often faces ridicule and scorn. He Laotai had borne 9 daughters, persevering into her 40s until finally giving birth to her cherished son, Jiang Fuguwei. Qiao Wei and Jiang Fuguwei were born in the same year and month. Old Lady He at an advanced age, nearly lost her life giving birth to Jiang Wei, who was left without milk to drink. In response, old lady he requested Qiao's mother to nurse Jiang Wei. In those times, food was scarce, and being able to nourish a single child was a feat. How could two children possibly be adequately fed? Naturally, Qiao's grandparents were opposed to this arrangement. It was unreasonable to neglect their own child in favor of another. Old lady he resorted to crying, causing a scene, and even threatened to take drastic measures, ultimately forcing Jiang Wei to remain in the Qiao household. Qiao's grandmother, fully aware of Qiao's mother's unwavering loyalty to her own family, feared that Qiao's mother would prioritize her brother over her biological son. So she took it upon herself to care for Qiao Wei. Qiao's grandfather went to great lengths to procure several bags of milk powder, using it to feed Qiao Wei alongside rice porridge. Old lady he's methods of raising her daughters proved to be exceedingly effective. All 9 daughters were devoted to their maternal family. Qiao's mother, relishing the fact that she finally had a brother, believed he deserved the finest treatment. Having no shortage of sons, she felt it wasteful to give precious milk powder to her own child, and so, when her in-laws were away, she secretly fed Jiang Wei with the milk powder, only to be discovered by Qiao's grandmother. This led to Qiao's grandmother striking Qiao's mother for the first time and forcibly returning Jiang Wei to his own family. A move that old lady he met with relentless tears and unwavering resolve. This incident etched itself into Qiao's mother's memory for a lifetime. Unable to confront her mother-in-law directly, she unleashed her frustrations upon the innocent Qiao Wei. Despite Qiao Wei's utmost filial piety, she could not bring herself to like him, treating Jiang Wei with utmost affection, while viewing Qiao Wei with disdain. Old lady he harbored similar animosity towards Qiao Wei. Throughout Qiao Wei's memories, his beloved grandmother never uttered a kind word to him, often resorting to veiled criticism. She even insisted that Qiao Wei relinquish his position at the forestry station to Jiang Wei. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei failed to graduate from elementary school. And even if he were to be offered such a position, no organization would accept an illiterate and unscrupulous individual. Old lady he remained indifferent to these facts. She believed that Qiao Wei had usurped her son's opportunity, treating him with contempt and hurling harsh words at him. Qiao Wei developed an intense aversion to this unreasonable and malicious old woman. His first encounter with the darker side of humanity was through old lady he and Jiang Wei. Now, Jiang Wei had resorted to thievery, with many chickens in the village going missing, most likely due to his misdeeds. In a few years, he would escalate to more heinous crimes, such as rape and robbery. Each time he engaged in theft, old lady he not only failed to reprimand him but praised his cunning. When Jiang Wei broke the law, she assisted in concealing his actions. And when the truth became too difficult to hide, she would scapegoat some random grandson to take the blame. Chapter 16. The Social Deviant Jiang Wei. The law is relentless and will ultimately catch up with those who commit wrongdoing. Jiang Wei, despite being sheltered by old lady he and his 9 sisters, could not evade the consequences of his actions. Before Qiao Jian's rise to prominence, Jiang Wei had indulged in peanuts, while old lady he met her demise. The 2 notorious villains of Shanghe Village had perished, prompting the villagers to celebrate with firecrackers, a testament to the extent of their malevolence. This turn of events spared Qiao Jian and his companions considerable trouble. Contemplating the possibility of theft, Qiao Wei hesitated, suspecting that Jiang Wei might be behind a recent burglary at his home. After a brief moment of reflection, he made his way to the neighboring Shanghe Village. At that moment, Jiang Wei reveled in the town's indulgences, purchasing a bottle of sorghum liquor and ordering a bowl of meat noodle soup with 2 eggs. Enjoying every bite, while alternating between sips of liquor and mouthfuls of noodles, before finishing his meal with 2 large meat buns. Sated and slightly inebriated, he stumbled back towards the village. In Shanghe Village, Qiao Wei found no one, and after inquiring with a few individuals, he learned that Jiang Wei had likely gone to the town. Thus, he proceeded in that direction. As he traversed a stretch of peach orchard on his way to the town, he suddenly heard a woman's desperate cries for help. To act heroically, one must possess the strength to do so. Ill fortune could turn a noble deed into a personal calamity. In his previous life, Qiao Wei had perished while attempting to save someone, and he cherished this opportunity for rebirth. Yet, the harsh realities of life had not extinguished his sense of justice. After a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward the source of the cries. What unfolded before him filled him with rage. Jiang Wei, that scoundrel, was brazenly attempting to assault a young girl in broad daylight. Grabbing the collar of Jiang Fuguwei, Qiao Wei hoisted him up and delivered a powerful blow to his nose, following it with a relentless barrage of fists and kicks upon the crumpled figure of Jiang Fuguwei, who, dazed and disoriented, had no chance to retaliate. He could hardly discern his assailant, clutching his head and curling up like a shrimp, desperately pleading for mercy. After administering a thorough beating, Qiao Wei retrieved Jiang Fuguwei's belt and bound his hands. Meanwhile, Meng Shishao, trembling in fright, curled into a tight ball, her hands clasped over her chest. Her tear-filled apricot eyes reflecting sheer terror as tears streamed down her cheeks, her lips pressed firmly to stifle any sounds. Qiao Wei straightened up, glanced at Meng Shishao, then turned his face away, removing his shirt and tossing it to her. Put this on first. He was wearing a white tank top, so shedding his shirt was of no concern to him. Meng Xiaoxiao's floral dress had been torn at the chest by Jiang Fuguwei, rendering it indecent. She wasted no time wrapping herself in Qiao Wei's shirt. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Jiang Fuguwei, with swollen eyes, forced them open and was instantly consumed by rage when he recognized who had dared to strike him, none other than the despised Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei, do you wish for death? Jiang Fuguwei's voice dripped with malice, blood streaming from his nose. Meng Xiaoxiao shuddered at his words, casting a timid glance at Qiao Wei, fearful that she had merely escaped the tiger's den only to stumble into the wolf's lair. Qiao Wei, unfazed by Jiang Fuguwei's threats, turned to Meng Xiaoxiao and asked, "Do you want to report this to the police?" He understood that in this era, women often chose to remain silent about such incidents to avoid scandal, enduring shame rather than seeking justice, with few possessing the courage to report. In his previous life, he had heard of a victim who had mustered the bravery to file a complaint against Jiang Fuguwei, resulting in deserved punishment for him. Yet that young woman had been driven to despair by malicious gossip and ultimately fled to a distant land. Qiao Wei wished to see Jiang Fuguwei imprisoned to prevent him from harming others, but he also needed to consider the victim's feelings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuguwei panicked. "Qiao Wei, I am your uncle. You cannot treat me this way. If you dare to send me to the police, my mother and sister will not spare you." Struggling to rise, Jiang Fuguwei attempted to flee, but Qiao Wei delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. Stepping firmly on his back to apply pressure, Qiao Wei turned to Meng Xiaoxiao, awaiting her response. The young girl, tears streaming down her face, shook her head and said, "Thank you." She was still a student, and the fear of rumors weighed heavily on her. If they reached her school, her education would be jeopardized, and her family would also suffer the consequences. Qiao Wei nodded in understanding, gazing at Jiang Fuguwei, and inquired, "Do you comprehend the consequences of the crime of rape?" Jiang Fuguwei, feeling chilled to the bone, retorted with a fade of bravado, "We are family. You cannot do this." Years prior, during the crackdown, he visited the county frequently, and it was a foregone conclusion that someone like him, who indulged in petty theft, would face severe repercussions. His nephew, rather simple-minded and resolute, could indeed disregard familial ties and drag him to the police station. A shiver coursed through Jiang Fuguwei's body as the effects of alcohol dissipated completely. "Do you think I would hesitate?" Qiao Wei stared at him, expressionless. Jiang Fuguwei was genuinely frightened and, for the first time, pleaded, "Away, I was wrong. Please spare me this once, and I promise it will never happen again. I ask you, did you steal from my family?" Jiang Fuguwei's mind raced, weighing whether to confess. Noticing his restless eyes, Qiao Wei's suspicions were confirmed. In a cold tone, he declared, "Refusal to admit it? Very well, prepare to face the consequences. Theft carries a lighter sentence than rape. If the amount is minor and you receive forgiveness from your family, you won't even serve time. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, then face your doom." Jiang Fuguwei, startled by Qiao Wei's intimidation, felt his hair stand on end. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to confess to the theft. No, I confess. It was I who stole it. Is that satisfactory?" Indeed, he had pilfered from the Qiao household. Even if Qiao Wei took him to the police station, his third sister would undoubtedly rescue him and would likely retaliate against Qiao Wei. However, if he were caught for rape, no one would be able to save him. Jiang Fuguwei calculated his options rapidly. How did Qiao Fei meet his end? When the entire family was searching for Qiao Fei, Jiang Fuguwei had been in their home stealing. He suspected that Qiao Fei might have known something. At that moment, apprehension gripped Jiang Fuguwei as he feared that Qiao Wei and Meng Xiaoxiao would accuse him of rape. Qiao Wei's inquiries came too swiftly for him to process, and he replied, "I saw him with a few boys at the reservoir. Later, when Qiao Fei went into the water, he choked, and the boys fled." His words incited Qiao Wei's fury. "Jiang Fuguwei, Qiao Fei is your own nephew, and you stood by as he drowned. You are truly a despicable wretch, rarely feeling guilt. Jiang Fugui had a decent rapport with Qiao Fei. Witnessing Qiao Fei struggle in the water, he had contemplated rescuing him. Yet, as he took a few steps, a thought crossed his mind. If Qiao Fei did not return home, the Qiao family would surely come looking for him, providing him an opportunity to swipe the valuables intended for Qiao Wei. For the sake of money, he felt no remorse in watching Qiao Fei sink in the reservoir, reasoning that he hadn't pushed him into the water. However, under Qiao Wei's furious gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. He retorted defiantly, "It's not as if I dragged him to the reservoir. What does it have to do with me?" Qiao Wei took a deep breath. If murder were not a crime, he would relish the chance to strangle this beast. Thinking of the large hole beneath his bed, he suppressed his rage and continued. "What did you unearth beneath my bed?" "A jar, just 2 bricks and some coins," Jiang Fugui replied, which only fueled Qiao Wei's ire further. "Why didn't you dig in Xiao Jian and Xiao Mo's rooms instead? Out of the 5 or 6 rooms, only mine and my parents have been excavated. The others were merely ransacked." Having reached this point, Jiang Fugui simply chose to abandon all restraint and sold Qiao's mother, claiming that it was her deceit that led him to believe that her father had left her something of value. He toiled endlessly, only to receive a meager sum of over 70 yuan. In Chapter 17, Evil Requires Evil to be Tempered, Qiao Wei felt a tumult of emotions, pondering what his mother, who was entirely focused on Jiang Fugui and Qiao Fei, would think of all this. "Can you go back by yourself?" he inquired of Meng Xiaoxiao. She nodded vigorously, "Yes. Thank you." Qiao Wei appeared righteous, yet one must remember that nefarious individuals do not wear their wickedness on their sleeves. She was frightened and dared not let Qiao Wei escort her home. After all, he was related to that villain. And who could say whether he might harbor ill intentions as well? Casting a glance at Jiang Fugui, Qiao Wei added, "I am Qiao Wei, residing in Qing Shan Village. Should you choose to report Jiang Fugui, I will be your witness." This statement momentarily paralyzed Jiang Fugui with fear. After Meng Xiaoxiao departed, Qiao Wei forcibly escorted Jiang Fugui to the town police station. "If you wish to live, you will recount everything from the moment you encountered Qiao Fei. Otherwise, I shall inform the police of your recent actions." Qiao Wei's threat proved effective, compelling Jiang Fugui to divulge everything, even the words Qiao's mother had spoken to him. Qiao Jian and his companions spent the morning questioning those who had played with Qiao Fei, but the families had conspired together and refused to confess. Among them was Song Hongjun, the son of Song Fugan, the village's wealthiest man. In his youth, Song Fugan was reckless and feared nothing. Upon learning that Qiao Jian had bullied his son, he exploded with rage and confronted him with a hammer. Upon returning to the village with 2 policemen and Jiang Fugui, who was there to identify the scene, Qiao Wei happened upon the sight of Qiao Jian being struck by Song Fugan. People today are remarkably passionate. True ferocity is evident, as villagers from 2 neighboring areas will clash fiercely over irrigation water, leaving each other bloodied. Song's family had no shortage of wealth, yet should this incident become public, it would tarnish Song Hongjun and his family's reputation in the village. Naturally, Song Fugan and the others would deny any wrongdoing. Qiao Jian, known for his brash demeanor, questioned Song Hongjun in front of him, fully aware of who he was, and thus earned the beating he received. "Stop!" One of the police officers interjected hastily. Caught in the act, Song Fugan grew fearful upon seeing the police and immediately adopted an accusatory stance. "Officer, I did not intend to harm anyone. This scoundrel has the audacity to slander my son as a murderer." Qiao Wei cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Fugui. Song Hongjun, burdened by guilt, appeared visibly shaken, standing behind Song Fugan with his head bowed. Jiang Fugui, knowing he was at Qiao Wei's mercy, dared not defy his demands and, in front of the entire village, pointed out the boys who had gone to the reservoir with Qiao Fei, even if he would be scorned for this act. The fear of facing a bullet outweighed the shame of being insulted. Qiao Fei had merely wished to swim in the river. It was Song Hongjun who had urged him to swim at the reservoir, promising him 5 yuan. Jiang Fugui's revelation caused an uproar among the crowd. Song Fugan spat vehemently, his eyes darkening with a veiled threat. "Jiang Fugui, what nonsense are you spouting? You are Qiao Fei's uncle, since you witnessed it. Why did you not save him?" "Cease your rambling. My dog remained indoors all day, and I suspect you've lost your senses," Jiang Fugui impatiently remarked. "Do you dare to let the dog swear an oath? If he dares to vow that he has committed those deeds and deserves a wretched fate, then my words are mere fabrications. But does he have the courage? The elders say that those who die untimely carry heavy grievances. If he is unafraid of Qiao Fei coming to confront him at night, let him speak freely. And the rest of you should be cautious as well. Do you not fear that Qiao Fei might drag you down to accompany him? Jiang Fuguwei, though skeptical of superstition, had no qualms about intimidating a group of mere children aged 11 or 12. Song Hongjun and several boys, already feeling guilty, were thoroughly frightened by Jiang Fuguwei's words, with some timid souls outright confessing. They unanimously declared that it was Song Hongjun who prevented them from seeking help for Qiao Fei and who silenced them. Song Fuging's face turned ashen, and he struck Song Hongjun on the head. Speak, you little rascal. Standing there dumbfounded while being wronged. After all, a life was at stake. Song Hongjun was only 11 years old, and no matter how composed he was, lying in the gaze of the police and a crowd of 70 to 80 people was beyond his capability. He burst into tears. I shut tight as he confessed everything in detail. As the truth emerged, the parents of the other children found it impossible to deny their involvement. Wang, the village secretary, shot a fierce glare at Song Fuging. What on earth are you doing, Song Fuging? You should have settled this sooner with some compensation, now that the police are involved. The reputation of Qing Shan Village is in tatters, and I, as the secretary, share in this disgrace. Enraged, Song Fuging nearly lashed out at Song Hongjun. Xiaomin turned to the police. Comrades, in this situation, can we file a report? Yes. And you can also file a civil lawsuit in court to seek compensation for economic losses. The two officers were left speechless by the antics of the irresponsible parents. With such guardianship, how could children be raised properly? This leniency had only emboldened their mischief, and who knew how many more would suffer in the future? Upon hearing this, Song Fuging quickly donned a smiling facade, promising to provide some financial compensation. Upon hearing the news, old lady he arrived to find her son in handcuffs, and she collapsed to the ground, demanding that the police release him. Xiaomu, witnessing her beloved younger son's demise, was too heartbroken to utter a word. Qiao Wei observed coldly, showing no interest in the discussions about compensation or the amount. He had no desire to involve himself. With Qiao Jian and Xiaomin present, Song Fuging was bound to face consequences. He stood at the back of the crowd, listening to the families bicker. After prolonged deliberation, with Secretary Wang mediating, Song Fuging agreed to pay 1,000. Additionally, for injuring Qiao Jian, he compensated an extra 200 for medical and nutritional expenses. Each of the other 5 families also paid 200 to Qiao's father, concluding the matter. After writing a receipt, it was agreed that no one would dare to stir trouble regarding this incident again. Qiao Wei noticed the glint of greed in the eyes of Qiao Jian and the others as they gazed at the money, and he smirked derisively. Perhaps, in their eyes, nothing mattered more than themselves and wealth. Jiang Fuguwei, who had pilfered from relatives, was ultimately spared from prosecution thanks to Qiao Mu's understanding. Qiao's father and the others demanded the return of all stolen items. Jiang Fuguwei narrowly escaped punishment and now lounged in the Qiao household like a lord, spitting out the grass from his mouth and arrogantly declaring, I have nothing left. It has all been used up. Sister San, do not blame me for turning a blind eye to Xiao Fei's plight. The fault lies with you. You claimed your father-in-law left behind valuable treasures, but in truth, those trifles are hardly worth 2 coins. You even spoke cryptically about sharing a portion with me. For the sake of such meager wealth, I nearly faced ruin. He fears Qiao Wei, but shows no trepidation towards Qiao's parents. Qiao Mu, momentarily stunned, let out a heart-wrenching wail that left her breathless. Qiao Fu and the others were exasperated by Qiao Mu's antics, with Qiao Fu nearly wishing to administer a beating and send her back to her family. Qiao Jian, undeterred, pressed onward. What have you unearthed? A mere broken jar filled with a handful of coins. Impossible, Jiang Fuguwei. You would do well to divulge the truth at once. Bloodied and with eyes blazing crimson, Qiao Jian cut a ghastly figure. Jiang Fuguwei rolled his eyes in disdain. I've consumed it. How am I to repay you? He even leaned closer to Qiao Jian, taunting, if you dare, come here and strike me. There's no wealth to be had, but I have a life to spare. It depends solely on your courage. Old lady, he immediately intervened, her voice a fierce warning. Qiao Jian, dare to lay a finger on your uncle, and I shall fight you to the death. Qiao Wei, casting his gaze downward, allowed a faint smile to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Truly, it is said that a villain must be tempered by another villain. Chapter 18, Friends of a Past Life. Qiao Fu, known for his temper, had previously turned a blind eye to the small transgressions of he and Jiang, but Jiang Fuguwei's audacity in watching his son perish while pilfering from his home was intolerable. This time, he could no longer contain his rage, not only towards he and her son, but also towards his own wife. The fury within Qiao Fu surged, and he struck Qiao Mu twice before pinning Jiang Fugui to the ground, unleashing a torrent of blows. Jiang Fugui, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you harm my son? I shall not let this go unchallenged. Old lady, he had never witnessed Qiao Fu's wrath to such an extent, momentarily taken aback. She soon lashed out at him in a frenzy, scratching and clawing. Qiao Jian and the others, long dissatisfied with the opportunistic he and Jiang, seized the moment to unleash a relentless barrage upon the mother and son. Stop. Someone might die. Qiao Mu was utterly powerless to intervene. Qiao Wei, arms crossed, observed for a while, finding the spectacle tedious, before turning to exit the Qiao household. Rather than witness this dog-eat-dog scenario, he preferred to seek out fine ingredients to prepare a meal for Xie Yicheng. These people, whether beaten or maimed, did not stir a shred of sympathy within him. Jiang Fugui, a thief caught in the act, was of no concern. Even if the Qiao family suspected him of absconding with their belongings, it mattered little. For he was now utterly destitute, and he wondered what they could possibly do to him. On the way, he encountered Song Haobing, who was carrying timber. Noticing his evasive demeanor, Qiao Wei's gaze flickered with interest. Hongbing. With a resigned heart, Song Hongbing said apologetically, I'll Wei. My uncle insists that I continue my woodworking apprenticeship and henceforth cannot associate with your family. Qiao Wei smiled gently. I understand. In living this second life, if I can maintain friendships from my past, I shall. If not, it is of little consequence. Song Hongbing sighed, then shifted the topic. Away. I feel sympathy for Qiao Fei, but I believe this incident cannot be blamed on Hongjun. He is still but a child. And witnessing Qiao Fei in such a state terrified him. How could he possibly speak the truth to an adult? Your father and his associates have been rather demanding. And after the Red Army has been subject to public scrutiny, it has become difficult for us to speak of wives. We too have been entangled in this matter, leaving us without friends, which is quite distressing. Song Haobing has been sowing discord against Qiao Wei. Due to their close association, he was reprimanded by his uncle. And having reneged on his previous commitments, he has grown increasingly vexed, showing Qiao Wei little kindness. He secretly wishes that Qiao Wei, valuing their long-standing friendship, would stand firm against his family. Qiao Wei finds this notion amusing. Song Hongbing is shrewd and self-serving, adept at navigating relationships for his own gain. Viewing friends through a lens of utility, those who do not bring him benefits are deemed unworthy of friendship. Perhaps in a previous life, had Song Hongbing achieved success, he might have considered maintaining a friendship with the ordinary Qiao Wei, largely because he is aware of the matters concerning Song Hongjun and Qiao Fei, and also due to his own abandonment by family, which may have led him to extend a modicum of camaraderie. On the other hand, he perceives Qiao Wei as somewhat simple-minded, finding companionship with uncomplicated individuals less taxing, as they provide an outlet for his grievances. Qiao Wei calmly replies, a knife does not hurt until it is plunged into one's own flesh. If the roles were reversed, and it was Song Hongjun who had perished, would you still utter such words? Given your temperament, you would likely demand retribution from Qiao Fei and others. Song Haobing gazes at him in astonishment, questioning whether this is still the same meek and overly benevolent Qiao Wei he once knew. Upon reflection, he realizes that had Song Hongjun drowned, not only would he have sought to appease his uncle by dealing with Qiao Fei, but his uncle would also have found ways to ensure Qiao Fei faced consequences. At a loss for a retort, he is momentarily speechless. Qiao Wei pats him on the shoulder, as a long-standing friend. I shall not make things difficult for you, and will respect your choices. Henceforth, we shall act as if we are strangers when we meet. Turning to face Qiao Wei, Song Hongbing feels as though he is gazing at a stranger, someone he no longer recognizes. The absence of a friend does not affect Qiao Wei in the least. He ventures into his own cornfield and discovers 2 clusters of chicken mushrooms, weighing approximately 1 to 2 pounds, perfect for stewing with chicken. As he has yet to sell the Hishowu, he considers purchasing a chicken to prepare soup for Xie Yicheng but realizes he must rely on credit. Xiaoling, could you lend me a chicken? I will sell the Hishowu in the county tomorrow and will repay you. Initially intending to seek the elderly resident at the village's edge, he encounters Chao Ling along the way and inquires first with her. No problem. But don't you already have chickens at home? Why come to buy from me? I want to cook for Grandpa Xie. I owe my high school admission to his tutoring, and aside from fetching water for him, I have done nothing in return. Chao Ling is discreet, aware of what should be said and what should remain unsaid, and she assures him it is permissible to confide in her. Understood, you go ahead. I will deliver it to the Xie household shortly to avoid any gossip reaching your uncle and aunt. After Chao Ling speaks, she rushes home. She captures an old hen that rarely lays eggs, binding its wings and feet with dry straw and placing it in her backpack. "Why are you taking my chicken?" Aunt Qiao emerges from the house, alarmed to see her daughter exiting with a chicken. Aunt Qiao is industrious and down-to-earth, managing both household and outside affairs, and is a shrewd guardian of their finances. However, she has a flaw: she readily accepts gifts without hesitation. But the thought of giving something in return is more painful than a wound to her flesh. In summary, he is a miserly and stingy individual, harsh on himself and equally so towards his children. Xiao Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes towards the heavens. "Sell it? Weren't you planning to sell some chickens to help my brother save up for his bride? There's someone interested in buying. How much are you selling them for?" 2 yuan per pound. Selling them so cheaply? You could fetch 250 in the county town. Xiao Ling promptly set down the basket on her back. "Then go ahead and sell them. Just don't bring them back if they don't sell, or else you'll attract chicken plague and lose the whole lot." Xiao Ling was not speaking out of turn. Xiao Er's aunt was simply not cut out for business. She could raise chickens and pigs quickly and was quite adept at farming, yet whenever she attempted to sell anything, it either ended in loss or complete failure, with her methods often perplexing and somewhat sinister. It was typically Xiao Er's Shu or Xiao Ling who handled the sales, returning with the money to hand over to her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Er's aunt was incensed, swiftly approaching Xiao Ling and striking her lightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you want to sell, then sell. 2 yuan it is. Just wait, I'll weigh them first." She hurried into the main room to fetch a scale, weighing the chickens twice before handing them to Xiao Ling. 3 pounds and 7 ounces, 7 yuan and 4 jiao, not a cent less. "Understood." Xiao Ling rubbed her shoulders, snorted, and dashed off. Xie Cheng observed Qiao Wei squatting under the eaves, cleaning the chicken feet. The entire village had heard about the significant events occurring in the Qiao family. Even without venturing outside, he could overhear passing villagers discussing it. Noticing that Qiao Wei displayed no signs of sorrow, he curiously inquired, "Aren't you upset?" Qiao Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "A little, but not much. There's a slight sadness, but truly it is not significant." Xie Cheng regarded his slender frame, reminiscent of a bamboo pole, and after a moment of silence said, "I want to take advantage of you. From now on, when I cook, I'll prepare a portion for you as well." Qiao Wei smiled. "Sure, I'll bring my own food." Xie Cheng scoffed, "Suit yourself." Chapter 19. 7 Leaves. One branch of flowers. Qiao Wei scraped the mud from the base of the chicken feet, using pumpkin leaves to wash them meticulously, tearing them into strips and placing them in a bamboo basket. With the preparations complete, Xiao Ling arrived. "Thank you, Grandpa Xie, Brother Wei. Here are the chickens you wanted. Xiaoyan is waiting for me, so I must leave." Xiao Ling set down the chickens and turned to go. "Thank you, but don't wander too deep into the mountains. Be cautious." "Got it." "You and your 2 cousins seem to have a closer bond than with your own siblings," Xie Cheng remarked. "I suppose Xiao Mo and Xiao Li must have been enemies in a past life. Our relationship is rather distant in this one. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ling fare slightly better at home, but not by much. We are all in the same boat," Qiao Wei casually remarked. The second and third families, each having only one son, has led to a severe preference for boys over girls. They treat Xiaodong and Xiaoliang like precious gems, forbidding them from going near mountains or rivers for fear of accidents, while they pursue Xiao Ling and Xiao Yin to venture into the mountains. Were it not for Grandpa Qiao funding the grandchildren's education, neither of the uncles would have permitted Xiao Yin and Xiao Ling to attend school. Their parents instilled in them the notion of being good to their brothers, with the expectation of being kind to their nephews in the future. Lacking affection from their parents, Xiao Wei at least enjoyed the wholehearted favoritism of Grandpa Qiao, whereas the 2 girls had seldom experienced the warmth of elder affection. The 2 cousins could easily be lured to large city nightclubs for work, largely due to their parents' influence, driven by a desperate desire to escape the stifling and oppressive atmosphere of their upbringing. However, after a year in the city, they returned to the village, realizing they had secured a stable livelihood, and their demeanor towards him grew cold. Humanity often finds it difficult to bear witness to others faring better. Many can endure hardship together, but not share in happiness. Had Xiao Ling and Xiao Yan's circumstances improved, they might not have bothered with him at all. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to watch them tread the same old path of their predecessors. Xiao Wei slaughtered the chicken, chopping it into small pieces, and placed it in a clay pot with chicken mushrooms, adding water and salt to begin the simmering process. The free-range chicken, nourished on insects and rice-bran vegetables, boasted a delightful flavor that required no additional seasoning or even ginger. A mere sprinkle of salt sufficed. This time, he prepared chicken with mushrooms. Next time, he would use FOTI. The craving stirred within Xie Qing as he contemplated the fact that he could only savor the broth while watching that brat Qiao Wei feast on meat. A pang of discontent swelling in his heart. Qiao Wei chuckled at his grimace. He prepared delicious meals daily and wondered how long the old man could resist the allure of dentures. Grandfather Xie, keep an eye on the fire. I shall venture into the mountains to see if I can find anything worthwhile. Xie Qing waved him off. Comrade Song Hongjun, how about we move to the county seat? Suggested Song Fuging's wife, Wan Fang. Jiang Fugui's words had a profound effect on Song Hongjun's psyche, leaving him dazed upon returning home, his eyes devoid of spirit and silent. They summoned the village shaman, who claimed that Xiao Fei was intent on taking him away, terrifying both Song Fuging and Wan Fang. They paid a hefty sum to Shaman Zhao to send Xiao Fei away, but after her efforts yielded little result, she contentedly accepted her payment and advised them to relocate as far as possible. Song Fuging, older than Xiao's father and having married 3 times, had only Song Hongjun as his sole heir. Fearful that he might not survive, he had even given him the unflattering name Erguzi. After enduring to the age of 11, such troubles arose. Song Fuging was an unreasonable man. He did not perceive any fault in his son, believing that if anyone was to blame, it was the world around him, but never his child. Yet, this intangible and elusive threat left him feeling utterly powerless. For the sake of his son's safety and health, he nodded in agreement. All right, let us reside in the county. Jiang Fugui's actions had harmed his son, and this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Wan Fang concurred, seething. Indeed, if it weren't for him, these troubles would not have arisen. Our poor boy has been terrified nearly out of his wits. Song Fuging gazed sorrowfully at his dazed son, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. Qin Chuan seeks workers. I shall speak with him and ensure Jiang Fugui and Chao Jian take a trip with the others. He desired not only for Jiang Fugui to suffer, but also to make Chao Jian, who had caused him embarrassment, pay the price. Wan Fang remarked. The Qiao family has few good members, yet Qiao Wei is an exception. Last year, when you and Ha Bing were away, Qiao Wei helped take Red Army to the hospital when he fell ill. This time, he did not support old Qiao's words. Let him be. And may he accumulate some virtue for our boy. True to Song Fuging's nature, he would not spare anyone from the Qiao family. He deemed their kindness trivial. But upon reflecting that old Qiao's family did not hold Qiao Wei in high regard, he hesitated to act against him. Not out of kindness, but rather to use Qiao Wei as a means to vex old Qiao and his wife. Unbeknownst to Qiao Wei, who was diligently excavating the precious Chinese herb known as Chonlu, Song Fuging had devised his own plans. Deep within the shaded ravine of the forest, Qiao Wei discovered a cluster of Chonlu, also referred to as 7 leaves 1 stem flower, renowned for its medicinal properties, including heat clearing, detoxification, swelling reduction, pain relief, liver cooling, and even anti-cancer effects. Even in the 1990s, the market value of wild Chonlu was considerable. Qiao Wei meticulously unearthed an entire plant, the largest weighing over 10 pounds, while leaving the smaller ones to grow, fearing extinction. In total, he harvested around 70 to 80 pounds, which, 20 years hence, could fetch 300 to 400 yuan per pound, whereas currently it could sell for about 10 yuan. Qiao Wei reflected that had it not been for Xie Cheng providing him with a home and finances in his previous life, he would have been an utterly ordinary individual, struggling to earn extra income beyond his meager salary and bonuses. However, in this life, he had transformed, and fortune smiled upon him. Every ascent into the mountains yielded a bountiful harvest, never once returning empty-handed. The sale of Chonlu and Hisho would sustain him and Xie Cheng for a year. Away, come here. I need to discuss something with you, called out the frail, hunched figure of Granny Zhao, her hair entirely white as she tended to medicinal herbs in her yard. What is it, Grandma Zhao? Qiao Wei approached, assisting her by turning the herbs laid out to dry in the basket. Granny Zhao was a pitiful soul, orphaned at a young age and raised by the kindness of others, later losing her husband and remaining childless and alone, surviving by solving problems that eluded both science and medicine. Although she possessed knowledge of herbal remedies, the villagers typically overlooked her services, finding her fees exorbitant compared to hospital costs. Away, just now, the Song family visited. They frightened Erguzi quite badly. My attempts to call his spirit back with an egg proved futile. The Song family seeks to trouble your household, so be cautious, she warned. Despite her limited expertise, if Erguzi had truly encountered misfortune, she felt powerless to assist. Qiao Wei's grandfather had taught her many healing methods, and she held fond memories of him. Qiao Wei was a good child, which is why she had suggested the Song family relocate. It was notable that the Song family's presence in the village allowed her to earn 40 to 50 yuan annually from calling back Air Guzi's spirit. Thank you, Grandma Zhao. I will keep that in mind, Qiao Wei replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 20. A frantic family. After exchanging a few words with Granny Zhao, Qiao Wei gifted her the largest Chonglu as a token of gratitude for her kindness and warning. As he approached Xie Yicheng's residence, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. In the 10 days since his rebirth, Qiao Wei had subsisted on simple fare, and the enticing scent of chicken and chicken mushrooms made his mouth water. Meanwhile, Xie Yicheng, stationed by the stove, was equally tormented by the aroma. Torn between the urge to lift the lid and the fear of losing the fragrance, resorting to intently gazing at the pot. Grandfather Xie, I'm back. Did you find anything good? Qiao Wei inquired cheerfully. Chonglu, tomorrow, when we sell it in the county, we can feast on meat daily, he declared. Meanwhile, Qiao Jian and the others were preoccupied with their own disputes with Granny He and Jiang Fugui, oblivious to Qiao Wei's harvest. Xie Yicheng snorted dismissively. Thinking of daily meat before the money is even in hand. How naive. If you aren't careful with your spending, you'll end up penniless. Qiao Wei prepared the rice, wearing a cheerful smile as he remarked, while one may be lax in attire, one must never be careless with sustenance. A healthy diet is the foundation of a strong body. Without good health, wealth is of no consequence. On this occasion, Xie Yicheng surprisingly did not counter his sentiments. Lacking culinary skills himself, and with only a few teeth remaining, he opted for a simple bowl of thin porridge to get by. Eating porridge for every meal had begun to nauseate him, so he would certainly not decline a delectable dish. The chicken had been stewed for 4 to 5 hours, tender and falling off the bone, yet Xie Yicheng could only watch enviously. Qiao Wei could not bear to let the elder observe him indulging in meat while he merely sipped the broth, so he chopped the more tender pieces into minced meat. And do add some of those mushrooms, Xie Yicheng instructed, gesturing towards the chicken mushrooms in the pot. Qiao Wei, unburdened by the request, proceeded to chop the mushrooms while commenting, cooked meat, when minced, carries a hint of iron tang. I suppose one must make do. Xie Yicheng found that this young man was increasingly adept at reading people's hearts, cleverly coaxing him into seeking dentures. He chose not to engage further. Qiao Wei did not press him, and after dinner at the Xie residence, he returned home. Before he could reach his door, he was intercepted by Aunt Lu, who lived behind the Qiao family. "Ah Wei, you have returned. Oh dear, your parents have been embroiled in a fierce altercation. Knives were drawn. It's quite terrifying. They are all at the town clinic now," Aunt Lu recounted, her voice laced with trepidation. Hearing this, Qiao Wei was greatly shocked and silently commended his own astuteness. Had he not fled quickly, he might have faced a few stabs from the frenzied Qiao Jian and his companions, potentially leading to his demise. Qiao Wei feigned astonishment. But when I left, everything was perfectly fine. How did it escalate to violence? Who knows what madness has overtaken them? They are acting as if possessed, intent on stabbing each other to death. We wanted to intervene, but it was too dangerous. Secretary Wang had to call the police. In our village, we hardly see a police officer all year. Yet your family has them visiting 3 times in one day. Aunt Lu lamented. You should hurry. The injuries are severe, and they may have been transferred to the county hospital. You might even need to sign something. Complaints filled her words, reflecting the unease of having such volatile neighbors. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Qiao Wei mused that the wings of his reborn butterfly were flapping rather powerfully, inciting such chaos over mere monetary matters. After inquiring at the town police station, he learned that matters unfolded as he expected. Grandmother He, Mother Qiao, and Jiang Fugui were critically injured and had been moved to the county hospital, while others remained at the town clinic. Qiao Wei felt no emotional upheaval. Even upon hearing that his mother was in grave danger after intervening to assist grandmother He and Jiang Fugui, he found himself growing increasingly cold-hearted after his rebirth. Yet this sensation was exhilarating. He had no desire to waste time listening to the grievances of his father and others, especially with Uncle Qiao Air and Uncle Qiao Sam present. The compensation funds were in his father's possession, so Qiao Wei directly requested money from him. After all, where would he obtain the funds for the medical expenses if the hospital demanded payment? His father, reluctant to comply, threatened to summon the police. After securing 1,000 yuan, he headed straight to the county town. Caring for his critically injured mother left no room for blame against him. "Ah Wei, you have finally arrived. Such a serious incident at home, and we search for you everywhere." Aunt Qiao Air expressed her displeasure. To her, time equates to money. The eldest branch of the family has repeatedly encountered misfortunes, and being related, she felt compelled to assist. However, any delay in her own family's affairs was undeniably the fault of the eldest branch, and Qiao swiftly conveyed the injuries of the three to him. Qiao's mother had sustained multiple cuts to her thighs and arms, losing so much blood that she nearly succumbed. Old Lady He and Zhang Fuguwei each endured 2 or 3 stab wounds. Given Old Lady He's advanced age and various underlying health issues, she had not died but was left gravely weakened. Qiao's father had been merciless, leaving Zhang Fuguwei in a state of near death, and his survival now hinged on sheer fortune. I have a multitude of matters to attend to at home. I entrust them to you. Aunt San, being more considerate, felt it was inappropriate to leave things as they were, pondering how Qiao Wei could manage alone. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt Air shot her a glance, warning her to remain silent. Aunt San could only turn her gaze elsewhere. Very well, I appreciate your help, Aunt Air and Aunt San. Aunt Air replied with a sigh. Indeed, it is a bother. We were supposed to plant peanuts today, and this delay has already consumed half the day. We must return home in the dark, hungry. In a previous life, Qiao Wei would have felt guilty and volunteered to help. In this life, however, he looked at her apologetically, stating that his parents would remember the kindness of Uncle Air, Aunt Air, Uncle San, and Aunt San. Implicitly, he suggested that he was not the one in debt. Aunt Air stood in disbelief, her mouth agape, rendered speechless by Qiao Wei's words. Qiao Wei was exceptionally skilled in labor, and Aunt Air had initially intended for him to work the fields while Qiao Ling stayed at the hospital to care for Qiao's mother. This arrangement would not only expedite their agricultural tasks, but also create a sense of obligation between the eldest branch and Qiao Wei, making it seem entirely reasonable for him to contribute further, with no objections from the eldest couple. However, today, this soft-spoken individual did not take the bait. Enraged, Aunt Air pulled Aunt San away. Qiao Wei smirked slightly. He had no moral obligation and was curious to see who else might try to manipulate him. Qiao's mother and Old Lady He had already been admitted to their hospital rooms, and Qiao Wei had little desire to tend to them. But he had to consider his reputation. In life, beyond mere survival, one's dignity must be preserved, especially in an era poised for an explosion of information. Even the most trivial matters could resurface. He had yet to determine his future path, but he needed to maintain a fade, ensuring he left no vulnerabilities for others to exploit. Qiao Wei? Lost in thought, he looked up to see Ming Xiaoxiao standing at the doorway of the ward, and he inclined his head slightly, greeting her. Hello. Ming Xiaoxiao smiled shyly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for this morning. Initially wary of Qiao Wei, she later realized she had misjudged him. No need for thanks. Qiao Wei found her mental fortitude remarkable. Had it been another girl in a similar predicament, she might have been left with deep psychological scars, too fearful to step outside for a while. Ming Xiaoxiao retrieved 50 yuan from her bag and handed it to Qiao Wei, stating it was compensation for his clothing. Observing her attire, which suggested a comfortable background, he replied, 10 yuan will suffice. Seeing his expression of not wanting to take advantage of her, she produced another 10 yuan to offer him. By the way, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Ming Xiaoxiao awkwardly sought to make conversation. It's not for me. A relative of mine has been injured. Is it serious? My sister-in-law serves as the head of surgery at this hospital. Should I inform him? Ming Xiaoxiao inquired with concern. Chapter 21. The Death of Zhang Fuguwei. Qiao Wei shook his head. No need. There is someone you would rather not see in the operating room. Ming Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. Is it him? Indeed. She had been contemplating finding someone to ambush Zhang Fuguwei, to incapacitate him and dismantle his instruments of crime. However, upon hearing Qiao Wei's words, she momentarily abandoned that thought. She had just learned that the patient undergoing surgery had a rare blood type, known as panda blood, which was exceedingly difficult to source in the entire county. Meng Xiaoxiao mused that this was truly poetic justice. He deserved it. With Zhang Fuguwei's demise, her grievances would be resolved. If that scoundrel managed to cling to life, she could always seek vengeance later. Just as Meng Xiaoxiao departed, a nurse arrived to demand payment for the surgical fees. The initial deposit of 500 was insufficient to cover the costs of 3 surgeries. Qiao Wei handed over 1,000, suspecting it might not suffice. If it fell short, it was of no concern to him. There were still properties to sell and land to lease. He would find solace working in another province. Yet, he needed to inform his aunt first to prevent them from clinging to the house and sobbing about their misfortunes. The situations of Qiao's mother and elder He were dire. At the very least, he would have to tend to their needs for a while. Qiao Wei was reluctant and felt it inappropriate. At that moment, there were no aides available at the hospital. He would need to seek a caretaker from outside. After speaking with the nurse and requesting extra attention for the patient, Qiao Wei set out to find a caregiver. Qiao Wei was anxious to head to Beijing. Her house was priced 20% below market value, and the listing garnered immediate interest, sealing the deal by the following morning. When Qiao Wei arrived, she was packing her belongings, preparing to go to Qing Shan Village. Without delay, he recounted the events that had transpired at home over the last couple of days. Tears streamed down Qiao Wei's face. How could this happen? Qiao Fei, her nephew, was lost just like that, and her heart ached. The actions of her brother and sister-in-law left her in shock. Will your father and the others face imprisonment? Qiao Wei struggled to comprehend how her elder brother and his children could act so impulsively. The household had already faced enough turmoil. What could be done now? It is possible. He Jinhua and Zhang Fuguwei have sustained serious injuries. They are now unanimously claiming that He Jinhua and Zhang Fuguwei initiated the altercation over money. The specific details will have to await the police investigation. And, given the circumstances, their mistakes are theirs to bear. His aunt, soft-hearted, would likely be tempted to visit them and might even consider giving them her house sale proceeds. However, he felt compelled to dissuade her from such actions, fearing she would view him as overly callous. Qiao Wei had acquaintances who worked as caregivers. A live-in caregiver would cost 60 a month, while a hospital caregiver charged 30 more. An additional 40 would be required for each extra patient. If meals were to be provided, an extra 20 for food expenses would be necessary. Thus, the total would amount to 150, a price Qiao Wei found acceptable. After negotiating the terms, the three proceeded to the hospital. Qiao Wei harbored no fondness for her sister-in-law, who seemed preoccupied with her own family. Upon seeing the pallid figure lying on the hospital bed, she felt a pang of discomfort. Aunt, do not concern yourself with matters here. I will handle it. Tomorrow, after your visit, you should leave and refrain from giving him any money. He held compensation money in his hands, and there was a house at home that could be sold. Xiao Jian and Xiao Kong could seek employment, and life would not be unbearable. Thus, it would be prudent for you to refrain from wading through this murky water. Given his understanding of Qiao's father and the others, he had ample reason to suspect they would shift blame onto one another, and the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Had it not been for the involvement of Qiao's parents, he would have preferred to distance himself from the matter entirely. Qiao Wei nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. After spending a while at the hospital, she departed. Jiang Fuguwei succumbed to excessive blood loss and could not be saved. Upon hearing this news, Qiao Wei nearly applauded in delight. This scourge had perished, and the victims from his previous life would no longer have to tread the same path of suffering. Truly, it was a cause for celebration. However, for Qiao's father, Qiao Jian, and others, it was hardly a favorable turn of events. A life had been lost, and they could not evade legal consequences. For a moment, Qiao Wei felt somewhat dazed. He had merely chosen a different path from his previous life, yet the family had found itself in such dire straits. Upon awakening and learning of the tragic news, old lady fainted, only to regain consciousness and insist that Qiao Wei call her 8 daughters and sons-in-law. Zhang Fuguwei had represented all her hopes, and with his demise, her will to live had vanished. If she were to die, it would be imperative to avenge her son first. Qiao Wei understood that the old lady sought retribution against the one responsible for her son's death, and he and Xiao's mother were likely implicated as well. The hospital fees had been paid, leaving them financially strapped. Old lady, he was relentless, compelling him to make the calls, while Qiao Wei chose to ignore her and let her create a ruckus. The 8 sisters of the Jiang family were married off in various villages within Feng County, and the calls could only reach the village office, where no one would be present at such a late hour. Even if he called, no one would answer. The old lady, undeterred by the prospect of exhausting her own life, continued to create chaos. What did he have to fear? The nurse's gentle persuasion was met with a face full of spit from old lady He. Overcome by grief, she soon exhausted her strength and fainted again. Qiao Wei remained in the hospital room throughout the night. The following morning, he returned to town with Qiao Wei, just in time to sell the Chinese knotweed and the Chonglu in the county. Otherwise, lacking funds would make eating and lodging a challenge, and he could not expect Qiao Wei to bear the cost of hiring a nurse. The dynamic between old lady He and her son was formidable, and with Qiao's mother acting as a barrier, Qiao's father and others were also injured. The timid Qiao Mo and Qiao Li, witnessing the altercation involving knives, kept their distance and sustained no visible injuries. They received stitches and bandaging at the town clinic before being escorted back to the police station. With Jiang Fugui's death, a private settlement was out of the question. The legal route was imperative. Qiao Wei and the neighbors of the Qiao family were required to cooperate with the investigation, and the police would need to conduct interviews in the village. Once the investigation was completed, the case and evidence would be forwarded to the prosecutor's office, leaving the court to determine the verdict. This situation left the men of the Qiao family utterly panicked, especially Qiao Min, who aspired to attend university. Incarceration would ruin his life. He now deeply regretted his impulsive decision to become embroiled in the conflict. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. With Qiao Wei absent from the scene, they had no means to place blame on him. Qiao Mo trembled in fear, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to such grave proportions. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have been wiser to flee alongside Qiao Wei. Though she and Jolie merely scratched Jiang Fugui a few times, who could say whether their parents and siblings would shift the blame onto them? Her partner possessed commendable qualities. Owning a house in the county and holding a secure government job, thus finding a partner should not pose a challenge, even if she were not imprisoned. Such an incident would surely dissuade her suitor. Jiao Mo, overwhelmed with despair, sat in the corner, clutching her knees and weeping uncontrollably. Her tears only heightened the anxiety of those around her. Upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in Jiao Wei and Jiao Yumei's eyes, Jiao Fu implored, "Wei, you saw that Jiang Fugui initiated the attack, did you not?" The earnest and upright Jiao Wei cast a glance at the others before silently accompanying the officers to the interrogation room. When I departed, I observed Jiao Daju demanding compensation from Jiang Fugui. Jiao Wei recounted precisely what he had seen and heard to the disciplinary officer, without embellishment or omission. Chapter 22. A conflict unbearable. Aside from persuading Jiao Fu and several nephews and nieces to confess for leniency, Jiao Yumei found herself powerless to do anything else. The police had already conducted an investigation in the village. Jiao Wei was indeed uninvolved in the violent brawl, and after completing his statement, he was allowed to leave. Jiao Wei did not even cast a glance at the confined members of the Jiao family. Turning to Jiao Yumei, he said, "Aunt, let us depart. My mother's medical expenses will likely be depleted again. I contemplate selling both the pig and the house." "We cannot sell the house. Where would we reside?" Jiao Fu was the first to oppose. Jiao Wei replied calmly, "With my mother gone, your time in prison would only prolong. Do not expect me to borrow money. It would be futile. Following such an incident, the villagers would avoid me." The series of calamities befalling their family rendered the prospect of selling their home impossible. It was merely a statement meant to instill fear. Should an unthinkable tragedy occur, he wished to acquire it under Xie Qing's name, but now he found it inauspicious. Instantly, silence enveloped them. Their fear of imprisonment outweighed their concern of being without a home. Jiao Fu turned to Jiao Yumei, his eyes reddened as he implored, "Yumei, you cannot turn a blind eye to this. If a house must be sold, it should be Jiao Yumei's. The county's property held far greater value than that in the village. Furthermore, what need does a woman like Jiao Yumei have for a house?" Jiao Yumei opened her mouth to speak, but Jiao Wei interjected, "Aunt, we are many siblings. If we sell the house and divide the inheritance, we can seek land to build anew in the village. If you sell, where will you reside? You have worked hard for your earnings. You contributed significantly to Grandpa's medical expenses. We have not assisted you. Rather, we have taken advantage of you. Rest assured, Aunt, I can manage on my own." At Jiao Wei's reminder, Jiao Yumei regained her composure, turning her head to evade the intense gazes directed at her. Jiao Wei took all the money from Jiao Fu, leaving him in anguish akin to having his flesh cruelly sliced away. As he inwardly cursed old lady, he and Jiao Mu to meet their end swiftly. Yet, he feared that if they truly perished, he would face a lengthy imprisonment, possibly even a bullet. "Aunt, once you are prepared, make your way to the capital. Jiao Mo and Jolie should be released soon. Neither uncle nor aunt will assist us further, and if you keep them, they will only burden you. Moreover, my 8 troublesome aunts will make it impossible for you to leave." Qiao Yumei nodded and said, "You must exercise caution. Should they be released, come to the capital. We can forego the college entrance examination. There are many paths to Rome, and one can lead a life without attending university." She was deeply unsettled by the madness exhibited by her elder brother and several nephews, who had brutally attacked someone as if they were merely chopping a winter melon, truly terrifying. "I understand. I will be careful on the road," she replied, knowing he was short on funds, and she pressed 1,000 yuan into his palm for emergencies. Her house, not facing the street, could not fetch a high price. Even the 200 to 300 square meters yielded only 1,000 yuan, which she gave entirely to Qiao Wei. As the relatives parted ways, Qiao Wei sought out a pig dealer in the town. As he had anticipated, the villagers regarded him with the same aversion as they would a plague, avoiding him at all costs. The once lively village was unusually quiet today. Whispers circulated about whether the Qiao family's large house was haunted, as misfortunes seemed to plague them incessantly. Even Song Fuging, who had sought to drag Qiao Jian and others into the depths of a coal mine, had met his demise. Who would dare provoke a man capable of such violence against his own grandmother, uncle, and mother? It was as if he had no regard for life itself. Even the cousins from the second and third households, Qiao Dong and Qiao Yang, turned their heads to avoid seeing him. Qiao Wei was indifferent. He could empathize, realizing he would likely act in the same manner if their positions were reversed. The village had endured a night of rain, washing away the bloodstains from the dam. Qiao Wei ushered 2 pigs out of his pig pen with the dealer. Priced at 8 mao per gene, the 2 black pigs, weighing over 230 gene, sold for less than 200 yuan. A few chickens and ducks required minimal effort to raise, and he kept them for when he wished to eat without needing to seek out a vendor. After feeding the chickens, he visited Xie Yicheng's home to collect medicinal herbs. The police had previously visited Xie Yicheng's residence, and he was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Qiao Wei's family. He patted Qiao Wei's shoulder in consolation, saying, "This too shall pass. Pay no mind to what others think. Let them say what they will. What matters is that you live your life well." Internally, he lamented the self-destructive tendencies of the Qiao family, which had only brought misfortune to the unfortunate Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei did not linger long, shouldering the herbs back to the county town. The purchasing price at the herb collection station was not high. It served merely as a reference. The pharmacy offered an even lower price, but he managed to sell the herbs to a more reasonable traditional medicine shop. 3 gene of Heeshou Wu fetched 96 yuan. Heeshou Wu vine sold at 50 mao per gene for 8 yuan, and Lingji, slightly more valuable than the vine, priced at 70 mao per gene, sold for 12 yuan. His 62 gene of heavy building sold for 301. In total, he earned 426 yuan and 5 jiao, considered a substantial sum. With the money in hand, Qiao Wei paid the hospital fees with the 300 yuan he had taken from his father, along with the proceeds from the pig's sale. Settling the balance accordingly, he deposited 1,350 yuan in the bank, leaving himself with 76 yuan and 5 jiao. With money in his pocket, Qiao Wei felt a newfound sense of confidence. In the hallway outside the ward, he heard the shrill cries and curses of old lady He, causing him to pause. He requested the nurse at the station to summon the caregiver. The previous night, Xiao Yumei had given the caregiver 50 yuan for the meals of old lady He and Xiao's mother, sufficient for 3 or 4 days. Qiao Wei added another 50 to reassure her. He explained to the doctor, nurses, and caregiver that he needed to return to the village to collect herbs for sale to save for future medical expenses, and that he could not visit the hospital every day to provide care. In order to avoid leaving a handle for others to gossip about him hiring a nanny and neglecting his responsibilities, he understood that every step counts, especially after taking 99. His past experiences taught him that a person's mouth serves not only for eating and drinking, but also for communication. Without expressing oneself, no matter how much one accomplishes, it remains futile. The doctor and nurse expressed their understanding, and the nanny promised to take diligent care of the patient. As for notifying Mrs. He's 8 daughters, he was certainly not inclined to do so out of excess leisure. Those shrewish women, upon learning this, would make it impossible for him to enjoy peace or return to the village. After a busy day, Qiao Wei returned to the village just as the chickens were being put into their coop. The main room of the Qiao family was stained with blood, and after living over 50 years in his previous life, he felt a twinge of fear, especially as dusk approached and the oppressive aura thickened, leaving him with goosebumps. He would not dare stay in his home with Jiang Fugui still alive. Now, he resolved to shamelessly seek refuge at Xie Yicheng's house. The elder was preparing a fire to cook, and upon glancing at the pot of rice, which was enough for 2, a warm wave washed over his heart. Xie Yicheng whimsically remarked, "I suppose it's your family's house with poor feng shui. Your grandfather could hold it together, but now that he has gone, it's no longer viable. Don't go back. Stay here from now on." "All right. Thank you, Grandfather Xie." The following morning, Qiao Wei resumed his quest for medicinal herbs. Chapter 23. Introduction. Qiao Wei repaid the money he owed Xiao Ling for the chickens. Both Xiao Ling and Xiao Yin intended to go to the same mountain, but upon seeing him, they concocted an excuse to head to the mountain across the river. Having lived for over 50 years, Qiao Wei was quite open-minded and waved them off without concern. That day, unlike the previous days, he was not as fortunate and failed to find any precious medicinal materials. The pine forest was abundant with common mushrooms and dry mushrooms that were practically free for the taking. There was no need to search specifically. They could be gathered along the way. This would not be the case decades later when mushrooms in the mountains would dwindle significantly. The price of dry mushrooms could reach 700 or 800 yuan per pound, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. Dry mushrooms are difficult to clean, and locals were unaware of their edibility, while urban dwellers cherished them. They could be stir-fried with green peppers or dried peppers, or used in fried rice, or made into pickles with chives. Qiao Wei did not disdain the mushrooms for their low price. He gathered everything edible, filling 4 large baskets in a day. Approaching dusk, he encountered an enormous hornet's nest. Using smoke to drive away the hornets, he collected over 10 pounds of honeycomb, filled with plump, white bee pupae. Bee pupae are highly nutritious and can be deliciously fried, making them a favorite among city dwellers, particularly during the season when they are served as a must-have dish for banquets. Thus, their price is relatively high, fetching 5 to 6 yuan per pound. 2 people could not consume such a quantity, so Qiao Wei set aside a bowl to steam with eggs, planning to sell the rest in town the next day. The county town had higher prices, making it worthwhile despite the long journey consuming time that could otherwise be used for additional trips into the mountains. The next morning, after selling his goods in town, Qiao Wei went to the post office and called the village office where Mrs. He's 8 daughters resided. However, he was not seeking those troublesome women but rather the victims who could no longer tolerate the wives and mothers of those troublesome men. To inform them is tantamount to saying nothing, yet in the future, the followers of Woody will find no means to trouble him. In this day and age, making phone calls is indeed exorbitant. A few calls have cost over 20 yuan, enough to purchase 2 plump hens. It is truly costly. Qiao Wei carefully tucked away the receipt provided by the staff, feeling the sting of the expense. 3 busy days passed, during which he earned over 170 yuan, the majority from selling bee pupae and wild honey. The townsfolk, during their leisure, would venture into the mountains to forage for mushrooms, but the buyers were scarce. Consequently, Qiao Wei only carried popular varieties like chicken mushrooms and the less common morels to sell at the town's restaurants. The remainder he cleaned of mud and impurities to dry as preserved goods. The dried mushrooms were challenging to process and lacking time. He opted to tear them into smaller pieces and sun-dry them instead. He planned to use the dried mushrooms to prepare some pickles when he found the leisure to do so. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Qiao Mo and Qiao Li returned with Qiao Zhi. As Qiao Wei had anticipated, the Qiao family members were all apprehensive yet reluctant to shoulder responsibility, deflecting blame onto one another. Qiao father believed it was only natural for a son to be filial, and thus the responsibility should lie with them. In contrast, Qiao Jian and the others felt that Qiao father should be a good parent. They were still unmarried and had bright futures ahead, and if imprisoned, their lives would be irrevocably altered. Unfortunately, none of them could have their wishes fulfilled. Although Jiang Fugui had perished, old lady he still lived. She harbored a deep desire for all the members of the Qiao family to accompany her son in death and would not let them escape her wrath. Moreover, the sickles, kitchen knives, and cleavers bore the blood-stained fingerprints of the 4 fathers and sons. As for Qiao Zhi, he was somewhat fortunate, not finding a weapon at the moment. And fearing accidental injury, he merely stood by, shouting encouragement. Initially, Qiao father and his 3 sons had no intention of taking a life. They merely sought the return of the stolen wealth from Jiang Fugui. However, once the blood boiled, murderous thoughts took root. The 4 fathers and sons would face severe legal repercussions. The marriages of Qiao Jian, Qiao Kong, and Qiao Mo were dashed, and Qiao Min lost his chance to continue his education. The 3 siblings relied on Qiao Wei as their pillar of support, unaware that he had moved in with Xiao Cheng. Sister, school is about to commence. What shall we do about Qiao Zhi's and my tuition? Qiao Li exclaimed, overwhelmed with anxiety. Are you out of your mind? With our finances in ruins, how can you think of schooling? Qiao Mo shouted in frustration, her eyes reddened. Her hands tangled in her hair. She felt on the verge of madness. Qiao Li trembled at her outburst. The 3 siblings sat despondently in the kitchen, none daring to enter the main room, all reminiscing fondly of Qiao Wei. If he were present, cleaning the bloodstains or earning money would not be their concern. None mentioned Qiao mother. In their minds, had she not consistently subsidized Jiang Fugui, none of this would have transpired. The Qiao family would have thrived. Marriages would have taken place, and education would have continued as planned. Now, facing this dire situation, Qiao mother was deemed the root of all calamity. Qiao Mo gazed blankly at the flickering flames in the stove. With Qiao mother gravely injured, Qiao father, Qiao Jian, Qiao Kong, and Qiao Min facing imprisonment. And Qiao Wei having moved to the Xia household, seemingly with no intention of returning, the burden of life now rested squarely upon her shoulders. Along with the mere 14 or 15-year-old Qiao Zhi and Qiao Li. After her mother, Qiao, was discharged from the hospital, she had to tend to her. Unlike Qiao Wei, who selflessly burned like a candle to illuminate others, Qiao Mo felt it was time to contemplate her own future now that her marriage had fallen through. Listening to the incessant clucking and quacking of the chickens and ducks, a notion began to take shape in her mind. The events that transpired at the Qiao family home had become a topic of gossip among the villagers. Wang Xiu'er arrived at noon, having spent 2 years in the city. Her complexion fairer and her attire quite fashionable. With only modest beauty to begin with, her makeover enhanced her allure significantly, causing the local young men to be unable to tear their eyes away from her. So, Xiao Mo's engagement has indeed been called off? Wang Xiu'er inquired of her mother. Yao Shulan. Yao Shulan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, not only is the groom's family comprised of civil servants from the county, but even the farmers in the village would not consider marrying her. The Qiao couple has truly brought her misfortune. If Qiao Mo is to marry, it must be to someone far away. Marrying within our county is out of the question. Wang Xiu'er pondered this. The 4 Qiao sisters were all exceptionally beautiful, and it was precisely their looks that had attracted the attention of city dwellers. Initially, Qiao Mo's impending marriage had deterred her from considering bringing her along to the city. But now that the engagement was off, it seemed feasible. Furthermore, there was Qiao Li. Wealthy businessmen often favored charming young ladies like her. Wang Xiu'er had returned to recruit individuals, knowing that for each beautiful sister of the Qiao family brought into the nightclub, she would earn a referral fee of 1,000 yuan, and for those of average attractiveness, 500 yuan. Should all 4 Qiao sisters accompany her, it would amount to a substantial sum, especially with a few young women from the neighboring villages as well. Wang Xiu'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mother, could you please inquire if my cousin Jinjin would like to join me in the city to earn some money? Our boss is opening a new store and requires additional staff. After all, it's best to keep the profits within the family. For the sake of the referral fee, Wang Xiu'er was unperturbed by the familial ties. Chapter 24. Acquaintances deceiving acquaintances. Huang Jinjin, though of average looks, had youth on her side and could earn 200 yuan at the nightclub. She would gladly accept 50 yuan as well. Yao Shulan was pleased and responded enthusiastically. Your aunt has already communicated with me, asking you to take Jinjin to the city. Having only worked for 2 years, her daughter had already built a 2-story house for the family, and who wouldn't envy a daughter so capable? People from their village were even offering her money to help find work for their own daughters. The prospect of earning money while being admired greatly satisfied her vanity, and she was always eager to fulfill Wang Xiu'er's requests. Wang Xiu'er nodded. I can only stay at home for 3 days. Mother, please ask around. Anyone who wishes to work in the city can come with me. I hold a small leadership position at the store, and as long as they come, there will be no issues with employment. They are all acquaintances, so there is no fear of being deceived. The more people I bring, the greater the referral fees. Having tasted the sweetness of success last year, Wang Xiu'er became increasingly ambitious. All right, I will ask tomorrow. Yao Shulan fully supported her daughter's endeavors. What is the salary? Asked Wang, the secretary. Between 300 and 1,000 yuan, with additional bonuses for satisfactory performance. The least anyone would earn is 300. Wang, the village secretary, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Is it true that a mere waitress earns more than those holding steady jobs? I recall last year, the salary was only 200. The increase is astonishing. Wang Xiu'er, somewhat proudly, replied, Father, our establishment caters to affluent tycoons from the port city. They are not short on funds and often leave generous tips. 300 is nothing. One of my friends served a wealthy businessman who, in his delight, bestowed a tip of 1,000 yuan. That single tip surpasses 3 months' salary. Otherwise, do you think we could afford to build a house on a fixed income? My daughter is truly capable. Yao Shulan smiled broadly, revealing her teeth. Instantly, she felt that receiving a mere 10 yuan as a gratuity was insufficient. For such a splendid job, at least 50 should be demanded. Early the next morning, Qiao Mo grabbed 4 chickens, intending to sell them in town. Before she could step outside, she overheard the Liu family next door discussing how the secretary's daughter had returned home. Wang Xiu'er, a figure of envy among the young women of Qing Shan Village, was someone Qiao Mo admired deeply. After a night of contemplation, Qiao Mo concluded that only by working in another province could she completely escape the numerous adverse influences associated with the Qiao family. However, she had yet to decide where to go. The return of Wang Xiu'er seemed to signal that fate was urging her to follow in Xiu'er's path. After a moment's thought, Qiao Mo set down the chickens and made her way to the secretary's house. Xiu'er, Xiu'er, she called out, as she was still in mourning and could not enter uninvited. So she remained in the yard. Hearing her voice, Wang Xiu'er emerged from the house, and upon seeing the naturally beautiful Qiao Mo, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. However, she quickly composed herself and greeted her with a smile. Mo. Both girls were of the same age. Xiu'er had gone to work in the city at 16, and this marked her third year. Upon her return last year, she had transformed from a simple village girl into someone more fashionable than the girls from the county town. And this year, she left Qiao Mo utterly astonished. She resembled a star from a film set in the port city, adorned with exquisite makeup. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and a fitted red skirt, complemented by black stockings and platform shoes. Like a graceful swan, she seemed out of place in this impoverished village. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, Qiao Mo tugged at the hem of her shirt, which she had worn for 3 years, and offered a pleasing smile to convey her intentions. Wang Xiu'er squinted with delight and affectionately linked her arm with Qiao Mo's. Of course, there's no problem. I usually charge others a 50 yuan referral fee, but since we grew up together like sisters, I shall waive that for you. Grateful and penniless. Qiao Mo was moved to tears. Xiu'er, I shall never forget your kindness. Wang Xiu'er smiled. We are sisters. Let us share both fortunes and hardships in the future. Qiao Mo nodded earnestly. Yes. Wang Xiu'er casually inquired, what if Xiaoli decides not to continue her studies? Should she join us as well? Qiao Mo hesitated. Although she and Xiaoli were sisters, she did not wish for Xiaoli to enjoy a better life. She preferred to achieve success first and then lend a hand to her sister, earning her gratitude. Wang Xiu'er, sensing her thoughts, smirked inwardly and continued to persuade, you see, we are opening a new store and hiring many people with excellent benefits. The base salary is 300 and with additional earnings, one could easily make 500 to 600 a month. Such an opportunity is rare. If you wait until next time, it may no longer be available. Xiaoli, being young, still requires you, her elder sister, to manage her earnings. Don't you agree? After 3 years of navigating the entertainment scene, discerning subtle cues has become a fundamental skill. If she cannot even perceive Qiao Mo's delicate intentions, she might as well abandon her pursuits. The prospect of such a generous salary sent Qiao Mo's heart racing with excitement. Earning 500 to 600 each month was a fortune she had never dared to dream of. Her previous partner, with a meager salary of less than 200 a month, had attracted numerous admirers. If she could earn 6,000 to 7,000 in a year, she would scorn any man of that caliber. However, such an opportunity was too precious to share with Xiaoli. Yet upon hearing Wang Xiu'er's final words, she reconsidered. With only 2 days until the school term commenced, Qiao Wei rose before dawn to prepare breakfast before heading into the mountains. This season was ideal for making money, and he aimed to maximize his earnings, as time would be scarce once school began. Qiao Wei spent his time either in the mountains or at the Xia household, completely unaware that Wang Xiu'er had returned, along with a staggering 22 young women, including 4 from the Qiao family's third branch, the day before school registration. He returned home to pack his belongings and remaining books, only to be met with disdainful, haughty looks from Qiao Mo and Xiaoli. Their condescending gazes, akin to that of someone looking down upon ants, left him speechless. Xiao Zhi wore a troubled expression, seemingly on the verge of speaking but hesitating. At that moment, though puzzled, he did not dwell on it. It was only later that evening, when Xiao Ling and Xiao Yan approached him for money, that he learned they were to accompany Wang Xiu'er to the thriving city of Xin for financial gain the very next morning. Time was too tight for him to confront Wang Xiu'er directly. He resolved to caution Xiao Ling and Xiao Yan, though whether they heeded his advice was their own concern. Since his rebirth, many unforeseen events had transpired. He discovered that any attempt to intervene altered the course of events in peculiar ways. For instance, regarding Qiao Fei's demise. He intended to warn Qiao Fei against entering the water to prevent his untimely death, yet merely thinking of it resulted in Qiao Fei's death occurring a month earlier. As for Jiang Fugui, if Xiao Ling and Xiao Yan were destined to tread the same path as in their past lives, excessive interference on his part might lead to an even graver fate than before. Nevertheless, out of respect for their grandfather, he felt it his duty to offer whatever guidance he could. I have perused a report detailing the wage standards across various sectors in Xin. for a typical server. The salary does not exceed 200, whereas a nightclub hostess could earn as much, if not more, than what Wang Shouwa promised. The ultraviolet rays in Feng County are intense, and individuals with fair skin are a rarity. Most of Qiao family's descendants have inherited the good looks and fair complexion of their grandparents. The four young women are all tall and striking, with features that are well-defined and skin that does not tan easily. With just a little grooming, they could rival any star in appearance. Chapter 25. Letting go of the desire to help. Qiao Wei's words left Xiaoling and Xiaoyan in utter shock. Regardless of their naivety, they had gleaned enough from films and television to understand the nature of a nightclub hostess. Impossible. Xiaoer's 3 cousins are all going. She would never deceive her own relatives. Besides, what benefit would it bring her to trick us into becoming hostesses? The gossip would surely flood back to the village, and she would be drowned in slander. Xiaoling firmly disbelieved. Xiaoyan echoed in agreement, remarking that several young women intended to join, and Xiaoer claimed that the number was sufficient. Was it not the case that her deception implied that more participants were advantageous? Qiao Wei mused that the most effective lies were often spun from those closest to us, such as how pyramid schemes ensnare family and friends. If she were to introduce someone promising monetary gain, and if her employer had specific expectations regarding the young women's appearance, what then? As for why those who had been deceived by her last year chose not to expose her misdeeds, it was merely a matter of self-preservation for their own reputations. With the conversation reaching this juncture, the two still intended to proceed, and it was no longer his concern. As for Qiaomo and Qiaoli, he had no intention of wasting his breath. Why engage in fruitless discourse with those unable to comprehend reason? Xiaoling had never seen the girls whom Wang Shouwa had rejected, yet among those heading to the deep market, there were not many who were particularly attractive. Upon reflection, she deemed Qiao Wei's assertions to be utterly unfounded. She regarded him with suspicion, inquiring, "Ah Wei, do you not wish to lend us money?" Hearing her words, Qiao Wei realized his good intentions had been misconstrued. Nevertheless, he truly did not wish to extend financial assistance to them. If they were genuinely seeking employment at a factory, borrowing a small amount would pose no issue. However, as they intended to work as hostesses at a nightclub, he could not acquiesce. When someone becomes unreasonable, no amount of argument will suffice. In the event of future repercussions, those from the second and third households would undoubtedly cast blame upon him. He merely desired to lead a simple and tranquil life, preferring to avoid unnecessary chatter. With a sincere expression, Qiao Wei explained, "It is not that I am unwilling to lend you money. You are aware of my family's current circumstances. I have no funds to spare. Even selling 2 half-grown pigs would not cover my mother's medical expenses. I am preparing to borrow from my uncles." They were somewhat skeptical of Qiao Wei being foolish enough to invest all his money into hospital bills, yet upon considering his character, they felt perhaps they had overthought the situation. Displeased, the 2 sisters departed. Qiao Wei watched their retreating figures with a slight sigh. Each person is bound by their own fate, and he resolved to respect the destinies of others, relinquishing his desire to assist. He promptly cast aside the matter. The following morning, he ventured to the town's secondary school. Upon seeing him, his homeroom teacher, old Wang, who had taught him for 3 years, beamed with such joy that the wrinkles on his face seemed capable of trapping mosquitoes. "Qiao Wei, I am delighted that you have come to your senses. I believe you will surely gain admission to university next year. Keep up the good work." The educational quality of the town's school did not match that of the county's top school, and the annual acceptance rate was low. Qiao Wei, who was the most promising candidate for first-tier universities, felt deep regret for not being able to attend due to health issues. Having visited the Qiao household several times, he knew his parents opposed his decision to repeat a year. Thus, he felt genuine happiness for Qiao Wei's return to school. Old Wang's encouraging words, though simple, touched Qiao Wei's heart. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. I will certainly strive to do my best." Today was merely for registration and payment. Classes would commence tomorrow. After leaving the school, Qiao Wei made his way to the county city. The town offered 2 bus services to the county each day, one at 7 in the morning and another at 2 in the afternoon, which was never as convenient as riding a bicycle. With Xiao's father and others having gone in, his mother and Xiao, she could not dissuade him. To save time, Qiao Wei decided to purchase a bicycle to liberate his legs. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Mother Qiao finally awakened, while the troublesome Mrs. He was already ready for discharge. Upon entering the ward, Qiao Wei was met with his mother's tearful gaze, while Mrs. He, despite her frail condition, cursed and threatened to strike him. Qiao Wei did not even spare her a glance. Mrs. He, infuriated, exclaimed, "You little wretch, have you called your aunt?" "I have," Qiao Wei replied succinctly, further igniting Mrs. He's ire. "How are your father and the others?" Mother Qiao asked weakly. The grief of losing her beloved son and brother weighed heavily upon her heart. Yet her inherent selfishness soon surfaced. Life must go on, and after enduring the pain, she began to contemplate how to navigate the days ahead. My father, Qiao Jian, Qiao Kong, and Qiao Min are all in detention, awaiting the court's decision. Qiao Mo, Qiao Li, and Qiao Zhi returned home a few days ago. They harbor resentment towards you. Qiao Wei delivered the news matter-of-factly. Mother Qiao's heart shattered as she struggled to comprehend how their once harmonious family had reached such a dire state. Was it truly due to her kindness towards her brother? "Will your father and the others be released?" she inquired. "I do not know," he replied. Mrs. He, in a fit of manic laughter, declared they deserve their fate. They should all be sent down to accompany Jiang Fuguwei, and you too, the entire Qiao family ought to join him. Qiao Wei looked at Mrs. He and said, "Jiang Fuguwei's body still lies in the morgue. Do you not wish for him to find peace?" Mrs. He was momentarily silenced, her laughter abruptly ceasing as she lamented her unfortunate son. "Mother, I begin school tomorrow and must go to the mountains to gather herbs in the afternoon. I will visit you again this weekend," he assured her. Mother Qiao understood her reliance on Qiao Wei, despite her reservations about his decision to repeat a year. She dared not voice her dissent. Qiao Wei left 100 yuan for the caregiver and departed. Once Mrs. He finished her lament, Qiao Wei's presence was but a distant memory. None of her daughters or sons-in-law visited her in the hospital, leaving her unable to arrange Jiang Fuguwei's funeral, prompting her to beseech the nurse for assistance in contacting someone. Qiao Wei spent 280 yuan on a bicycle at the department store. With a vehicle, transporting goods to the county became significantly easier, allowing for increased loads. However, money slipped through his fingers too quickly. He needed to earn more without delay. Wang Shou'er returned to her hometown with considerable gains, earning 4,000 solely from the 4 Qiao sisters, and with others, she effortlessly profited over 10,000 from this trip. Wang Shou'er believed that, with the right methods and connections, making money was an exceedingly simple endeavor. She generously lent travel expenses to those without funds, for they would all be in the same boat henceforth. She was unafraid that these naive girls might discover their work in the city-involved nightclubs and seek to inform their families. Unless they intended to abandon their hometowns and forsake marriage, they would remain. Moreover, nightclubs did employ ordinary waitresses. Unless willingly, newcomers would not be permitted to serve as escorts. Yet, immersed in that hedonistic environment, surrounded by constant persuasion, how many could truly remain steadfast to their principles? Ultimately, many would opt for the shortcut. If luck smiled upon them and they caught the eye of a wealthy boss, they could ascend to the status of a mistress, transforming into a phoenix. Should they bear a child, endless wealth and luxury would follow. Chapter 26. One must not indulge. Qiao Wei purchased 2.5 pounds of pork belly along with spices, sugar, and soy sauce, intending to prepare a sumptuous dish. One must never allow their stomach to endure bitterness. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he spotted George waiting by the roadside. "Fourth brother," George called, his demeanor somewhat timid, which amused Qiao Wei. George only referred to him as fourth brother when he sought a favor. Otherwise, he would simply call him by his name. "Mother misses you. Go visit her at the hospital," Qiao Wei urged. "Aside from Jiang Fuguwei and Xiao Fei, she has always cared for you the most. You wouldn't want to be seen as an unfilial son, would you?" Suddenly, George found himself at a loss for words. His 2 sisters had unceremoniously abandoned him to work in the city, and Qiao Wei paid him no heed. With many siblings, he was not required to contribute to household chores. Without them, he would struggle to find enough to eat. He was incapable of farming. And aside from seeking favor from Qiao Wei, he had no other recourse. After delivering his message, Qiao Wei pedaled away on his bicycle, leaving George feeling utterly forsaken by the world. Wiping away his tears, George sprinted toward the county town. He resented Qiao's mother, yet she had become his last hope. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, melting in one's mouth, and Xie Cheng savored the meal, astonished by Qiao Wei's culinary prowess. After the feast, Qiao Wei brewed him a cup of olive tea to cleanse the palate. The more Xie Cheng observed him, the more he felt that this child had poor luck in choosing his family and siblings. Yet, reflecting on his own situation, he couldn't help but smirk. His own birth was fortunate, but alas, misfortune had clouded his judgment in discerning people. Madame He's 8 sons-in-law and grandchildren had long grown weary of her and Jiang Fuguwei. Madame He commanded her daughters to arrange a grand burial for Jiang Fuguwei and insisted they adopt her eldest daughter as son, currently in college, under Jiang Fugui's surname. Thus, the familial conflict erupted. In an unprecedented show of unity, several brothers-in-law demanded that their wives sever ties with Madame He and cease meddling in their family's affairs. They proposed divorce as an alternative, allowing their wives to live with Madame He instead, urging them not to bring their family troubles home to avoid a fate akin to the Qiao family's. The tragic fate of the Qiao family served as a cautionary tale, and despite their tearful pleas and desperate antics, the men's resolve remained unyielding. Divorce was deemed disgraceful, and ultimately, the women chose to sever ties with Madame He for the sake of their own families. The villagers regarded the malevolent Madame He and her sons as pariahs, unwilling to extend a helping hand. No one would assist Jiang Fugui with his funeral. Madame He, enraged, nearly succumbed to her distress. In desperation, she had to withdraw from her savings for the coffin, spending lavishly to solicit assistance from the village. Yet even then, they deemed it an ill omen. In the end, the village secretary managed to find 2 individuals to hastily bury Jiang Fugui. Madame He had always been strong-willed. Having borne 9 daughters made her the subject of village ridicule. But finally acquiring a son had allowed her to hold her head high, placing Jiang Fugui above her own life. Yet, she met with a tragic end. Her son wrapped in a straw mat. She was infuriated by Qiao's mother's inability to protect her brother and by her 8 ungrateful daughters. She wished for them all to accompany her beloved son. Perhaps heaven could no longer bear her plight. Before she could act on her desires, her life was claimed. On the day of Jiang Fuchuan's burial, old lady He wept to death at his grave. After 2 weeks of classes, with Xie Qing assisting him after school, Qiao Wei gradually found his footing, once again experiencing the agonies of a senior student. He rose later than a dog and awakened earlier than a rooster, with only Sunday afternoons providing a brief respite. The malevolent capitalist would scarcely dare to endure such hardship. Having grown accustomed to the leisurely life of sipping tea and reading newspapers in the office, this intense mental exertion felt unbearably torturous. After lunch, Qiao Wei buried himself in his studies in the classroom, his expression one of deep despair, when his classmate Su Bo nudged him with his elbow. "Qiao Wei, someone is looking for you." Upon lifting his gaze, he saw George, unable to attend school himself. George felt an acute sense of imbalance, seeing Qiao Wei prepare for a repeat of the year. However, times had changed, and he no longer had the standing to criticize Qiao Wei's choices. "Fourth brother, the doctor said mother can return home to recuperate." Qiao Wei nodded. "I understand. I will go to the hospital this afternoon." As George watched him depart, he touched his growling stomach and lowered his eyelids to conceal the rage in his eyes. After spending more than 20 days in the hospital, Qiao mother's injuries had nearly healed. Having brushed against the threshold of death and influenced by her sisters, coupled with the passing of both old lady He and Jiang Fuchuan, her attitude towards Qiao Wei and George underwent a sudden transformation, prompting anyone to remark on her maternal kindness. It was not a late awakening of motherly love, but rather a shrewd awareness of the circumstances. With Qiao's father facing charges of intentional homicide, starting with a 10-year sentence, and 2 of her children having fled, only Qiao Wei and George remained by her side. George was still young, leaving Qiao Wei as the pillar of the family. Her current state rendered her incapable of farm work, necessitating the need to win Qiao Wei's heart. After settling the hospital and nursing fees, Qiao Wei hired an ox cart to bring his mother back to the village. Indifferent to everything, George had spent over half a month in the hospital, neglecting to consider whether the chickens and ducks would starve. Initially, Qiao Wei intended to leave them for him, but ultimately decided to sell them, just enough to cover the nurse's fee. During this hospitalization, Qiao Wei had contributed 300 yuan for food, while the medical expenses were entirely compensated by Qiao's father through claims from Song Fugang. Once the money was exhausted, they were discharged from the hospital. Qiao Wei silently mused that the situation was surreal, leaving him at a loss for words. "Wei, why not move back home? With mother in this condition, even cooking is a challenge, and your younger brother still needs you as an elder." Qiao mother spoke gently. Qiao Wei, with his deep-set dark eyes, replied, "Is 14 truly so young? I began working in the fields before I was 10. At his age, he should be studying, caring for grandfather, and finding time to work. If I can manage, why can't George? Mother, must you still show favoritism as before?" "No. That's not what I meant," Qiao mother faltered, momentarily at a loss for words against her articulate son. "You cannot engage in heavy labor for 6 months, let alone household chores. I have already rented out the 27 acres to someone from Shanghai Village. For each acre, I receive 100 jin of grain. totaling 2,700 jade, of which I only require 300. If George wishes to study, he can also venture into the mountains to gather herbs and sell mountain goods, or sell some of the grain. Each person can claim 3 acres. And with the Qiao family being numerous, they would receive a larger share. The land belonging to Qiao grandfather and Qiao Fei that was returned to the village still amounts to 27 acres. Mother Qiao was momentarily stunned. Tears brimming in her eyes. You no longer care for us? Qiao Wei retorted, I am still a student myself. How could you expect me to take care of you? One must not indulge in excess. I have worked tirelessly to raise you. Mother Qiao repeated her old refrain. Qiao Wei interrupted her. No, I was raised by my grandparents, and they supported my education. You have never nurtured me. You only inflicted punishment. Tears threatened to spill from Mother Qiao's eyes as she clutched her chest. Her voice choked with emotion. Regardless of anything, you are my flesh and blood. Am I wrong for bringing you into this world? Have you no gratitude? I never asked you to give birth to me, Qiao Wei declared, turning to leave. Mother Qiao found herself powerless to stop him. Qiao Zhi, filled with resentment, ground his teeth. I will go to find Secretary Wang. Mother Qiao stopped him. Enough. What good would that do? If you confront your 4th brother, what benefits would it bring us? Chapter 27. Learning until death. After a long silence, Mother Qiao said, having been in this hospital for so long, not a single person from your 2nd uncle or aunt, nor your 3rd uncle or aunt, has come to visit. Even your little aunt has not appeared. If it weren't for Qiao Wei paying my hospital bills, I would have perished. I have come to realize that Qiao Wei is our last hope. She. If Qiao Wei chooses not to return, so be it. We can manage on our own. Mother Qiao's reasoning held weight, so Qiao Zhi could only suppress his indignation. In the prosperous Qiao family, with some deceased and others imprisoned, the villagers regarded the trio as if they were harbingers of misfortune, fearing they might bring bad luck upon them. Some questioned why Qiao Wei did not return home, to which he cited his studies as an excuse. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The affairs of the Qiao family reached the school. Consequently, Qiao Wei faced some ostracism from his classmates. Ultimately, they deemed the Qiao family's matters too ominous, afraid of being tainted by their misfortune, so they refrained from confronting him, instead choosing to ignore him and leaving him to sit alone. Qiao Wei remained unconcerned. He had returned to repeat his studies to prepare for university, not to make friends. Regardless of the whispers behind his back, he devoted himself to his studies with unwavering focus. After renting out her house, Qiao Yumei spent a few days wandering in the capital. Being a newcomer without acquaintances made it challenging to conduct business, and with limited savings, returning to her previous trade was clearly unfeasible. After much contemplation, she found a job selling clothing, hoping to gain experience and save some money to lay the groundwork for her future venture as a business owner. The busy days passed swiftly. Qiao Wei's midterm exam results were far from satisfactory. There was no choice. He was essentially picking up textbooks he had set aside for decades without possessing a photographic memory. Out of 127 students in the entire grade, attaining the 97th position, Qiao Wei reassured himself that the future held promise. Given the circumstances at home, the teachers were quite lenient with him and did not scold him, offering him warmth and encouragement akin to the gentle spring breeze. Xia Yicheng, unable to believe his eyes, stared at the report card for a long while before finally managing to say, well, at least you're not in last place. That doesn't bring me shame. Though Xia Yicheng maintained a calm exterior, internally he was in turmoil. Once a distinguished professor at a prestigious university, Qiao Wei now found himself unable to teach even a high school student. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and prepared a sumptuous lunch for the elderly gentleman as an apology. Upon entering the school gate, he was called to a halt by the gatekeeper. Qiao Wei, with his strikingly handsome features, had once excelled academically, being renowned in his school for consistently ranking at the top, which made his recent failure even more shocking. His notoriety, however, was further amplified by the actions of his father and others. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone in the town knew him. He expressed his gratitude to the gatekeeper. Thank you, Uncle Yang. The letter was from Meng Xiaoxiao, accompanied by a postal package. Meng Xiaoxiao hailed from Feng County. Her parents had relocated to the provincial capital for work, while she studied there, returning during holidays to visit her sister and brother-in-law, who worked in the county. Grateful for Qiao Wei's assistance, she struggled to find a way to repay him. Upon learning of his decision to repeat the year, she thoughtfully sent him some materials and practice exercises. With a mix of emotions, Qiao Wei embraced the 20 or so workbooks as he returned home. Xia Yicheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. A couple of days later, Qiao Wei sent Ming Xiao some dried mushrooms as a token of gratitude, along with the money for the materials and exercises. He entered a fervent mode of study, determined to learn relentlessly. By the end of the semester, he had remarkably climbed from 97th to within the top 40. Although his current grades still fell short of even qualifying for a vocational school, Xie Yicheng refused to give up on him, and Qiao Wei certainly would not abandon himself. During Qiao Wei's intense studying, the verdict for his father and others was also announced. Qiao's father was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional homicide, while Qiao Jian, Qiao Kong, and Qiao Min received sentences of 15, 12, and 10 years, respectively. They appealed, but the second trial upheld the original sentences. Following the verdict, Qiao's mother and Qiao Zhi kept a low profile. The quarrelsome villagers from nearby settlements quieted down. Qiao Wei felt relieved that he had not pursued a career in politics or the military, as his father's predicament would have jeopardized his political review. As the new year approached, Qiao Mo and Qiao Li had not contacted the family, while Qiao Ling and Qiao Yin occasionally wrote back, albeit without sending any money. Frequently, Qiao Wei could hear Aunt Qiao scolding Qiao Ling diligently studying. He spent New Year's Eve with his books, even dreaming of solving problems. Strangely, he felt as though his hairline had receded slightly. Xie Yicheng, witnessing his dedication, urged him to balance work with rest, suggesting that he could always take another year to prepare. Reflecting on the hardships of repeating the year, Qiao Wei was unwilling to endure such self-imposed torture again. He resolved to enroll in whichever school accepted him, even if it were a vocational institution. The thought of prestigious universities felt too distant. Time swiftly passed until July. Having learned from past experiences, Qiao Wei paid careful attention to his diet this time. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. After completing his final exam, he emerged from the examination hall with a sense of relief, gazing up at the sun radiating its warmth. Regardless of the outcome, he finally felt free to enjoy a good night's sleep. On his way back to the village, he encountered Xiao Yan, who appeared shabby and worn. "Away go," she called out. Had she not spoken, he might have failed to recognize her. "Xiaoyan, you're back. Get in. I'll take you home." Xiao Yan clambered onto the back of the bicycle, her meager luggage in tow. Qiao Wei did not inquire about her job. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan finally spoke. "Wei, you were right. Wang Shouer is nothing but a fraud. She lured us into working at a nightclub." Qiao Wei remained silent. A sense of frustration welled up within Xiao Yan, who desperately needed someone to confide in. She continued, "I didn't want to serve drinks, so I took on cleaning duties instead, earning a meager salary of 120 yuan a month. I was content with that, even if the night shift was arduous. However, I later discovered that the pay was not disbursed regularly. After 6 months of work, I had only received 3 months' wages. And when I tried to demand my due, I was met with hostility." Xiao Yan's voice faltered as she struggled to maintain her composure, forcing a bitter smile. "Among the sisters who came with me, I fared the worst. Wei, I wish I had heeded your advice back then. With so many factories around, why didn't I seek work there? After a few months, without any acquaintances, I was constantly bullied. I long for home, to marry and have children, even if it means living as a farmer for the rest of my life." She paused. "What about Xiao Mo, Xiao Li, and Xiao Ling? How are they faring?" Qiao Wei was merely curious. In their past life, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yan had returned together. In this life, Xiao Yan had returned alone and did not mention Xiao Ling. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan replied, "They became mistresses to wealthy businessmen in the harbor city and no longer work at the nightclub." Xiao Ling had her opportunities, but she refused to become a young mistress to an older man, older than her father. Qiao Wei remarked casually, "Everyone has the right to choose their own path in life." Chapter 28, The Trials of Life. Qiao Mo and Qiao Li, both strikingly beautiful, had married affluent locals in their previous life and were blessed with children. In 2005, the demolition of their village turned them into billionaires, and they now own several properties from which they collected rent. In this life, devoid of gold bars and jade, they had both taken on the role of mistresses. Qiao Jian and Qiao Kong, having emerged from prison in their 30s, and Qiao Min, nearing 30, had spent their prime years behind bars. With a criminal record, lacking intelligence, wealth, or connections, the prospect of amassing fortune was daunting. Even if Qiao Mo and Qiao Li soared to success, they would never extend a hand to help. Qiao Wei felt neither joy nor sorrow. He held no sense of superiority over them, nor did he feel pity. They seemed merely inconsequential. Each person's path is self-chosen. In their past lives, they had stolen from him, climbing to heights while stepping on his shoulders. In this life, They were merely returning to their rightful places. As Qiao Wei escorted Qiao Yin to her home and had not ventured far, he heard his uncle's furious shouts and the sound of things being thrown. "You wretched girl! How dare you come back? Where is the money? Hand it over." Uncle Qiao hoped his daughter would send money home from her job to buy him liquor and find a wife for his son. Yet, Qiao Yin had been away for nearly a year without sending a single penny, and her pitiful demeanor only fueled his anger. Qiao Yin, feeling wronged, burst into tears. Aunt Qiao stepped in front of her. "Qiao Lao-san, if you dare to hit Qiao Yin, I will divorce you." Qiao Wei shook his head. Life truly is a chaotic mess. Xie Cheng sat in the courtyard and, upon seeing Qiao Wei, eagerly asked, "How did the exam go?" "I don't know. If luck is on my side, I should be able to pass with a diploma." Xie Cheng felt a sense of resignation. He decided to let go of his worries after the examination, believing that if he did not perform well, he could always try again next year. With his diligent efforts, he was confident that he would gain admission to a university in the capital. Xie Cheng offered words of comfort. Qiao Wei, however, harbored no grand ambitions and wished to avoid enduring another year of relentless pressure. The plight of high school seniors was indeed burdensome. He would be content if he could simply achieve recognition in the examinations. Once the tests were over, they planned to celebrate with a chicken stew, which made Xie Cheng's mouth water. "All right, let us do that," he agreed. He filled a cast-iron pot with water while Qiao Wei ventured into the chicken coop to select a bird. Living in the countryside, it was only natural to raise poultry. After moving here, he had purchased 30 young chickens, ducks, and geese. After 2 to 3 months, they began laying eggs, yielding an average of over a dozen eggs daily, far more than they could consume. Each week, they would sacrifice 1 or 2 for nourishment. After culling 7 or 8, he replenished their stock, and now there were over 40 birds of various sizes in the coop. In the past 6 months, Xie Cheng's health had improved significantly, largely due to Qiao Wei's companionship and the nourishing food he had enjoyed. Upon completing the exams, Qiao Wei did not exhibit the typical anxiety that beset other students awaiting their scores. Instead, he took advantage of the fine weather to explore the mountains. With little money remaining in his possession, he felt the urgency to earn more. The 2 courtyard houses in the capital were fully rented, bringing in a monthly income of 800 to 900 yuan, which he entrusted to Qiao Yumei for safekeeping. He had other plans for that money and was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Although Xie Cheng had offered him financial assistance, he declined, feeling that the one-on-one tutoring from the elder was a significant advantage in itself. In this lifetime, Qiao Yin and Xiao Ling's paths diverged greatly. Qiao Yin's reputation remained untarnished. Within just a few days of returning home, Aunt Qiao had arranged a marriage proposal for her. The suitor was a resident of Longxiang town, 3 years her senior. He had operated a pig farm for several years and was in decent financial standing, owning a 3-story house in town. Though not particularly handsome, being dark-skinned and robust, he was diligent and hardworking. The matchmaker assured her that he had no bad habits, and most importantly, he was not abusive. The suitor was attracted to Qiao Yan's beauty and was willing to pay a bride price of 888 yuan, a rarity in rural areas where bride prices rarely reached 800 yuan. Both Uncle Qiao and Aunt Qiao were extremely pleased, and so was Qiao Yan, who agreed to the marriage without delving deeply into the details. Meanwhile, Qiao Ling had become the mistress of a wealthy man, with a monthly allowance exceeding 2,000 yuan and ownership of a house in her name. Qiao Mo and Qiao Li were eloquent and adept at pleasing men, their beauty surpassing that of Qiao Ling, and they were faring better in life. The women around them lived lives of luxury. And though Qiao Yin had experienced moments of temptation and struggle, she was frightened upon witnessing the wife of a wealthy businessman forcibly terminate the pregnancy of Wang Xiaoer, who was 6 months along, nearly losing her life in the process. This incident instilled fear in her. She longed for a simple and unassuming life. The man she was to marry was not handsome, nor was he exceptionally wealthy, but in the village, he was regarded with a degree of respect. From the first meeting to the wedding, less than a month elapsed. On the day of their marriage, Qiao Wei encountered Qiao Yan's husband. The man stood less than 5 feet 6 inches tall, was quite dark, robust, and bore an unremarkable face that suggested he was much older than his 35 years. Standing alongside the graceful Qiao Yan, it felt as if they belonged to different generations, an oddly disconcerting sight. Qiao Wei's mind was consumed by a singular thought, a bouquet of flowers placed upon a pile of dung. In all honesty, with Qiao Yan's beauty, it would be a trivial matter for her to find a suitor in the urban villages of Deep City. In the future, when the area undergoes redevelopment, she would undoubtedly become a landlord, a far better fate than her current situation, where even with the lights on, she struggles to find sustenance. It truly was a wasted trip to the big city. At Qiao Yan's wedding, neither Qiao Mu nor Qiao Zhi attended, and Qiao Wei contributed a modest gift of 20 yuan. Qiao Wei was well aware that Qiao Yan's husband had presented a bride price of 1,880 yuan, along with gifts such as a refrigerator, television, and washing machine, which filled her with envy. Although the bride price remained with the bride's family, the dowry was to be taken to the groom's family, a situation that was both profitable and prestigious. She was eager to rush to Deep City and bring back Qiao Ling to marry. When she sought Qiao Yan for Qiao Ling's address, Qiao Yan, fearing the truth, could only deflect by claiming that Qiao Ling had changed jobs several times and that they had not seen each other for a long while. Thus she did not know where Qiao Ling was. This infuriated Qiao Wei, who scolded Qiao Ling for being an ungrateful wretch, taking flight the moment she gained independence, entirely disregarding her family. As Qiao Yan stepped out, the recently turned 20-year-old Qiao Dong's marriage was also arranged. Early marriages were common in rural areas during this era, with many tying the knot at 18 or 20, often holding weddings first and obtaining marriage certificates later, by the time they reached 23 or 24. The more desirable partners would have already been chosen, leaving only the less appealing options. Qiao Wei occasionally returned home, indifferent to Qiao Mu and Qiao Zhi, as the mother and son duo had to rely on themselves. Qiao Mu had returned to her former self, becoming more reserved and industrious. Instead of farming, she raised chickens and ducks, accumulating 102, selling their eggs weekly in the county town. She also tended to 2 pigs, with Qiao Zhi responsible for gathering pig feed. After taking a semester off, Qiao Zhi resumed his studies. The harsh sentencing of Qiao Fu and others had thoroughly frightened him, softening his once sharp edges and dissipating his hostility. When he saw Qiao Wei, he no longer wore the expression of entitlement and treated him with respect. Addressing him as fourth brother, he began to appreciate the difficulty of earning a living, taking his studies more seriously. Qiao Wei was pleased to witness the positive changes in their lives. Had they been struggling, it would have inevitably caused him trouble, but the current situation was quite satisfactory. Chapter 29. The fruits of labor currently. The practice involves filling out university application forms prior to examinations, which is a considerable challenge based on one's usual performance. There is a risk of underperforming or, conversely, exceeding expectations, with numerous unpredictable factors at play. Moreover, candidates are limited to selecting only 2 institutions. Consequently, many students hesitate to apply to prestigious universities, fearing they may fall short of the required scores, thus missing out on the opportunity for higher education altogether. Qiao Wei's first choice was Capital Normal University, while his second choice was a university within his home province. The first choice was somewhat of a shot in the dark. Despite receiving tutoring from Xia Yicheng, he remained uncertain of his capabilities to gain admission to the capital city, approaching it with a mere trial-and-error mindset. Ultimately, many of the questions were indeed those that Xia Yicheng had predicted, particularly the high-scoring questions, which he answered with complete accuracy. Additionally, Ming Xiao consistently sent him practice papers and materials. The only subject that posed a significant challenge for Qiao Wei during the college entrance examination was English. Time is limited, and vocabulary is scarce. However, he performed admirably in other subjects. When he received the admission letter from Capital Normal University, even Xie Qing was impressed. Qiao Wei once again felt the extraordinary luck that accompanied his rebirth. The old gentleman intended to tease him about his good fortune, but instead, he turned his words to commend him, saying that one reaps what one sows. Qiao Wei was elated, yet his joy was tinged with concern for the stubborn old man, fearing he might refuse to accompany him. Grandfather Xia, I will only be able to return home twice at most during my year of study in the capital. Please come with me. I will take care of you and provide for you. The person Qiao Wei was most worried about was undoubtedly Xia Yicheng. Xiao Yumei had already adapted to life in the capital, balancing her job with night classes to enhance her education. She was living a fulfilling life and had become much brighter, leaving no reason for Qiao Wei to worry. However, Xia Yicheng, who was not fond of socializing and struggled with mobility and health, made Qiao Wei uneasy about leaving him alone in the village. Xia Yicheng raised an eyebrow at him, saying, "You can stay in a dormitory, but what will I do, sleep on the street?" Qiao Wei was at a loss for words. Had it not been for his past life experiences, knowing that the old gentleman owned a residence larger than his courtyard next to the Forbidden City, he might have believed him. Qiao Wei candidly replied, "I would never let you sleep on the street. To be frank, my grandfather gave me some gold bars last year, My aunt and I visited the capital and purchased 2 courtyards, one of which is for you. If you dislike crowds, I can rent an apartment. Xie Cheng widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that true? Don't trick me into sleeping under a bridge. Qiao Wei remained silent, observing him. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Xie Cheng clicked his tongue, remarking, does a person's brain capacity truly increase with age? Qiao Wei smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. I cannot promise much, but I will ensure you are neither hungry nor cold. Xie Cheng had long harbored the intention of having Qiao Wei care for him in his old age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in such a remote mountain village. Children like Qiao Wei, who are sincere, filial, and grateful, are rare, and having finally found one, he was determined to hold on to him. He straightforwardly asked, when do we leave? A smile graced Qiao Wei's face. Tomorrow, I'll treat the teachers to a meal, and once the chickens and ducks are dealt with, we will depart. If I had known you would be admitted to the capital, I would have had one slaughtered each day, Xie Cheng lamented. Feeling the loss of the animals he had raised, believing that not consuming them was a missed opportunity, Qiao Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Can we eat that much every day? With over 100 candidates in the town, the admission rate was less than 10%. And even fewer were accepted into key universities. Qiao Wei ranked first in town and third in the county. Possessing the audacity to apply to a university in the capital while his 2 classmates, who scored higher, opted for local institutions. How could local universities compare to prestigious ones in the capital? Those 2 classmates regretted their choices immensely. The school rewarded him with 200 yuan, more than sufficient for his travel expenses to the capital. After the teacher's banquet, Qiao Wei sold the chickens and ducks. It was highly likely that Xie Cheng would never return to Qing Shan Village. The village houses could only be sold to locals, were not worth much. And he had no desire to sell, intending to leave them for Qiao Wei. Returning to the village to pay respects to his grandparents would also provide him with a place to stay. The grains were all delivered to Zhao Xinpao. Qiao Wei took away 2 jars of chive flowers, dried mushrooms, and some other dried goods, while the remaining pickles and preserved vegetables were sent to Qiao's mother. Over the past few months, both Qiao's mother and Qiao Zhi have undergone significant transformations. Qiao's mother now requests Qiao Zhi to bring her 30 eggs each month. And upon learning that he was accepted into a university in the capital, she generously gifted him 100 yuan. Qiao Wei remained indifferent to whether Qiao's mother and Qiao Zhi genuinely wished to mend their relationship or had ulterior motives. In his past life, his heart had grown so cold that it could not be warmed again, regardless of his disdain for his parents. Even severing ties with them would not absolve him of his future obligations to support them. Therefore, he accepted the money and gifts from Qiao's mother without any psychological burden. 4th brother, please teach me how to make pickles, Qiao Zhi implored Qiao Wei. After enduring Qiao's mother's cooking and pickles to the point of nausea, he had long considered fasting if it would not lead to his demise. For the sake of his palate and stomach, Qiao Zhi had learned to cook. Though his culinary skills were mediocre, they were at least superior to those of Qiao's mother. Qiao Zhi did not press him and willingly shared the methods for preparing various pickles. 4th brother, I'm sorry. Go ahead and focus on your studies. I will take care of mother and strive to perform well in school, aiming for university, Qiao Zhi earnestly apologized. Qiao Wei was the only person from Feng County to have been accepted into a university in the capital in the past 5 years, transforming from someone he once deemed a fool into an idol in Qiao Zhi's eyes. He aspired to become someone like Qiao Wei, rather than a criminal like Qiao Jian. Qiao Kong, or Qiao Min. Qiao Wei patted his shoulder. Yes, I believe in you, Zhi. You have matured. You have done remarkably well this year. Our family will rely on you in the future. Some individuals are inherently kind, while others are born malicious. Some are selfish by nature, and others are molded by their environment, inevitably influenced by those around them. Qiao Wei could not ascertain whether Qiao Zhi belonged to the latter category, but it did not affect him. Qiao Zhi nodded earnestly. With tears in her eyes, Qiao's mother gazed at Qiao Wei. Away. It should have been me supporting your education, but the family is still in debt. The money from selling grains and eggs has gone towards repaying loans. And there is truly no alternative. Qiao's mother spoke truthfully, and Qiao Wei was aware of this. Had Qiao's father and mother exhibited such diligence in earlier years, they would not have found themselves in dire poverty. I will borrow from my aunt and repay her once I find work. In truth, the university he applied to did not require tuition, and there were living stipends available. Qiao's mother nodded. Please thank your aunt for me. Once I settle our debts, I will gather money to repay her. No need. This is a loan from me to her. I will repay it myself. The funds are saved for Qiao Zhi's high school and university education, as tuition fees will undoubtedly rise in the future. Just as Qiao Wei was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask Qiao Zhi, "Zhi, I have a question for you. If you still regard me as your brother, speak the truth to me." "Fourth brother, ask away. I will certainly tell you whatever I know," Qiao Zhi replied, his heart racing at the seriousness in Qiao Wei's expression. "Last year, I had an upset stomach during the college entrance examination. Who was behind that?" Qiao Wei fixed his gaze intently on Qiao Zhi's eyes. He had always enjoyed robust health, had not caught a chill, nor consumed any irritant foods prior to the exam. Yet he had suffered from diarrhea for 2 consecutive days to the point of exhaustion. It struck him as peculiar. This matter had lingered in his heart for decades, like a thorn embedded deep within. George and his mother felt a sense of guilt, their eyes evasive. Qiao Wei smirked derisively. It was evident that there was something amiss. Perhaps they were both entangled in this web of deceit. During the college entrance examination, when his grandfather was still alive, he would have forsaken further education to care for him, yet the fact that he could not sit the exam due to his family's machinations was an entirely different matter. He had wronged no one in this family, yet how had they treated him? Aside from his grandparents and aunt, no one else had shown him any affection. From beginning to end, it was merely schemes and calculations. Perhaps they had been plotting against him since he was very young. Qiao Wei felt that his past life had been nothing short of a farce. With a stern expression and his hands buried in his pockets, he turned on his heel and walked away. "Five brother, it was Five brother who slipped laxatives into your food. He said you were unworthy of attending university." George's voice trailed off. Initially, he did not believe Qiao Min had done anything wrong, as his siblings had claimed that Qiao Wei's admission to university posed only a threat to them, with no benefits whatsoever. However, so much had transpired in that year that he had learned to think independently and to empathize. How would he feel if his family treated him the way they treated Qiao Wei? Qiao Wei paused, his tongue pressed against his molars. Turning to look at him, "You all know?" George lowered his head, mumbling an evasive acknowledgement. "Away, I am sorry," his mother lamented, regretting her past decisions, unsure why she had believed Qiao Min's fabrications. Her apologies were as casual as flatulence, devoid of sincerity and significance. Qiao Wei looked up at the sky, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "You should be grateful that Qiao Min is behind bars. Otherwise, who knows when he might sell you out while you count his money. Next time you visit him, thank him for me. If it weren't for his laxatives, I would have only managed to enroll in a local university. There would be no chance of attending a university in the capital." Gaining admission to a prestigious university in the capital elevated Qiao Wei's status among the villagers, becoming a model for parents to emulate in educating their children, a paragon of aspiration. People no longer avoided him. Instead, they greeted him politely, and even his mother and George basked in his newfound prestige, no longer subject to ostracism. Qiao Wei remained indifferent to their behavior, reflecting on their actions without judgment. After all, if 4 criminals emerged from one family, he too would keep his distance. In the afternoon, Secretary Wang and Accountant Liu delivered 500 yuan. 200 came from Secretary Wang's own pocket, while the remaining 300 was cobbled together from various families. 5 here, 10 there. "Away, I always believed you would grow up to achieve great things. And I have not misjudged you." Secretary Wang beamed with an unprecedented warmth, his words flowing with flattery. "This is a small token of appreciation from the villagers. Remember us when you achieve success." He boasted about himself as well, noting that his 2 sons had not inherited a shrewdness, destined only for a life of farming. His daughter, while somewhat successful, was merely a laborer. Earning money in youth was easy, but the state would not provide for her in old age. How could she compare to a university graduate? How wonderful it would be if Qiao Wei could become my son-in-law. Qiao Wei smiled as he pushed the money back, saying, "Secretary Wang, Accountant Liu, I truly appreciate everyone's goodwill. Earning a living from farming is no easy task, and I cannot accept this money. I am a native of Qing Shan Village. No matter where I go, Qing Shan Village will always be my roots. I shall never forget my homeland or my fellow villagers. In the future, as long as I am able, I will surely extend my help." Having listened to decades of official rhetoric, Qiao Wei effortlessly articulated his passionate sentiments. Secretary Wang and Accountant Liu conversed with him for a while but ultimately could not leave the money with him. However, inspired by Qiao Wei's eloquence, they departed with hearts full of hope and even offered to send someone with a tractor to take them to the county town the next morning. Just as they left, Song Hongbing arrived, carrying some cigarettes, tea, and snacks. "Away, I heard you got accepted into a university in the capital. Congratulations." he exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. As if it were he, not Qiao Wei, who had achieved this milestone. It seemed as though the words about not keeping in touch were not his to speak. They had grown up together, sharing a deep camaraderie. Qiao Wei returned the smile, saying, "Thank you. Come, let us sit and chat." Song Hongbing was adept at navigating social circles and had a knack for building connections. In his previous life, due to his inability to benefit from Qiao Wei, Song Hongbing's demeanor had been relatively sincere. At this moment, his expression mirrored that of Song, the owner of the largest furniture store in Feng County. Truly, life is a performance reliant on one's acting skills. Observing that Song's expression remained unchanged, he quietly sighed in relief and placed 2 bags on the table, saying, "My uncle's family has moved to the county, and I've been working with him. There is so much to do that I can hardly find time to return to the village. It's been over half a year since we last met. Hasn't he? Fortunately, I heard the news in time to rush back. Otherwise, who knows when we would meet again." Qiao Wei nodded in agreement. "Yes. It seems you've made quite a fortune with your uncle." Song Hongbing replied with a casual, "Hey, I'm just an apprentice. I can't expect to share profits equally with my master. A monthly allowance of 30 or 50 for cigarettes and liquor is all I can hope for." His grievances towards his uncle were evident. Teaching an apprentice often leads to the master's own hunger, even among relatives. One is unlikely to impart all their skills in a short span. In these times, acquiring a trade is no simple feat. After apprenticing, one must endure several years of unpaid labor to grasp even the basics. After 4 years of training under his uncle, Song Hongbing still could not undertake work independently. Qiao Wei smiled without responding. "Oh wait, you are truly remarkable. You are the only one from our village of your age who has been accepted into a university." Song Hongbing praised, giving him a thumbs up. He had never imagined that Qiao Wei would one day leap over the Dragon Gate, given how the Qiao family had fallen. It was genuinely admirable that Qiao Wei could still gain admission to a university in the capital. With such determination, he was bound for success in the future. Thankfully, the harsh words spoken during their falling out were not too severe, allowing for the possibility of mending their friendship. "You have your uncle as a support. I must rely solely on myself. University is the only path to altering my destiny." When one finds themselves at a dead end, they desperately clutch onto whatever opportunities they can grasp. The 2 friends engaged in light conversation for a while. Qiao Wei glanced at the bicycle by the door, his brow slightly furrowing. Song Hongbing possessed an acute perception of social nuances and took the initiative to speak. "By the way, you probably won't need that car for your trip to the capital. Would you consider selling it to me? I also need to purchase a bicycle." Qiao Wei was precisely awaiting this statement, as selling to anyone else would not yield the same lucrative price. With a smile, he replied, "I'm grateful. You can set the price." Song Hongbing understood that to rekindle his relationship with Qiao Wei, he must make some sacrifices. He generously declared, "Your car is as good as new, and since you haven't ridden it much, let us go with the price you paid." Having enjoyed 10 months of free usage, Qiao Wei couldn't possibly refuse. He also reflected on how Song Hongbing, who had risen from humble beginnings, had amassed nearly $1 billion in wealth in a small impoverished county, a feat not without reason. Qiao Wei felt joy, but Song Hongbing was even more elated. One must sometimes endure a loss to reap greater benefits in the future. Xie Yicheng's greatest reluctance lay with 2 dogs that had accompanied him for many years, which he entrusted to Song Hongbing. The following day, Qiao Wei rose early. In the countryside, one is often surrounded by many mice. So he packed his bedding into the cabinet, knowing it could be aired out for future use. He gathered 2 sets of decent clothing, toiletries, and a water bottle. Xie Yicheng possessed little of value. During his assignment, he owned nothing and, after living in Qing Shan Village for over a decade, he left with merely 2 outfits. He took a tractor to the county town, sending his dried goods through the post office. Upon arriving in the provincial city, he purchased 2 sleeper tickets and took Xie Yicheng to the waiting room, where they found a seat before he went to a phone booth to call Meng Xiaoxiao. "Congratulations," he exclaimed. Meng Xiaoxiao arrived by bus, anxious about not finding Qiao Wei. Upon disembarking, she dashed over, her forehead and nose glistening with perspiration. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, with enchanting, round, bright almond-shaped eyes, still youthful with a hint of baby fat on her face. However, this did not detract from her allure. Instead, it added a touch of innocence. "I must also thank you for your assistance." Qiao Wei expressed his gratitude for her help in gathering materials and exams. Meng Xiaoxiao's mother was a teacher at a prestigious high school. Without her connections, such resources would have been unattainable, even with money. "No need for thanks. We are friends." I'll be taking entrance exams for a university in the capital next year. So it will be easier for us to meet, she replied with a bright smile. Meng Xiaoxiao had a cheerful disposition, her eyes clear and pure, and her radiant smile easily endeared her to others. She was Qiao Wei's first friend after his rebirth. The young girl occasionally displayed surprising intelligence, yet most of the time, she was a bit of a clumsy darling, lacking in wariness. Despite knowing his connection to Jiang Fuqi, she still chose to befriend him, showcasing a remarkable heart. Sounds good. Qiao Wei responded with a gentle smile that dazzled Meng Xiaoxiao. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced like a startled fawn. Feeling somewhat flustered, she lowered her gaze, tucking stray hair behind her ear. Qiao Wei, oblivious to her awkwardness, handed her 2 small jars of pickled mustard flowers he had tied together with twine. You mentioned in your letter that you like this. I made it myself, though I'm unsure if it suits your taste. Meng Xiaoxiao was taken aback, exclaiming, As long as it's made by you, I'll love it. After speaking, her face flushed crimson as she clandestinely glanced at Qiao Wei, adding, What I mean is, we are friends, right? Even if your cooking is subpar, I would still finish it. Meng Xiaoxiao inwardly lamented her own words, questioning what had possessed her today. Qiao Wei smiled gently. I will escort you to the bus. On the way home, Meng Xiaoxiao cradled 2 small jars like treasures, a smile lingering on her face. During dinner, she cautiously scooped a portion onto her plate. As she took a bite, the flavors exploded in her mouth, savory, spicy, with a hint of sweetness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. It was a stark contrast to her mother's cooking, which oscillated between overly salty and excessively sweet. The outcome of the flavors often seemed left to chance. Store-bought food was rarely clean, often containing grains of sand. Most men in Feng County were rather lazy, rarely undertaking household chores, and those who could cook were few and far between. Her brother-in-law was seen as a paragon of perfection by many. A young technical backbone at the hospital, handsome and cultured, with a commendable temperament. Yet, that was merely the facade presented to outsiders. At home, he was a tyrant, unwilling to lift a finger. Qiao Wei, on the other hand, was not only handsome but also excelled academically, possessed a good temperament, and had exceptional skills in making pickles. The thought of Qiao Wei preparing pickles for her made Meng Xiaoxiao's smile uncontainable. Meng Peishan was irresistibly drawn to the rich aroma, eagerly pairing a bite of food with white rice. A wave of emotion surged within him. How exquisite it was. He was utterly enraptured. Wu Wan observed the father-daughter duo devouring their meal with suspicion, noting that her signature braised pork was being overlooked. With a hint of acidity in her voice, she asked, Is it really that exaggerated? Meng Xiaoxiao responded vaguely, It tastes just a tad better than Mom's. With a mouthful of rice, Meng Peishan chuckled, switching the positions of the braised pork and pickles, saying, Xiaoxiao, your mother's braised pork is delicious. You should eat more meat since you're still growing. Meng Xiaoxiao quickly moved the pickles back in front of herself, retorting, Dad, you hardly had meat to eat when you were young. You should indulge a bit more. The father and daughter playfully pushed the braised pork back and forth, embodying a scene of filial piety. Wu Wan looked at them with irritation, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Xie Yicheng preferred solitude, and with so many people in the courtyard, he felt overwhelmed by the ensuing chaos. With no funds to purchase another home, he enlisted Xiao Wei to help him rent a modest 2-bedroom apartment near the school. The place was fairly new, furnished, and roughly 60 square meters, sufficient for 2. Especially since it included a bathroom. The rent was considerably higher than that of a similar-sized room in a courtyard. Qiao Wei had already prepared the essentials, kitchenware, and provisions. Uncle Xia, why not just stay in the courtyard? I can take care of you while Wei is at school. Qiao Wei was not concerned about the money. Her worry lay in the fact that the old man would be alone at home, isolated, should anything happen. When Xie Yicheng was first demoted, Qiao Wei was only 11 years old, and he had suffered severe injuries. She and Xiao Wei had stealthily cared for him at night. Instead of gratitude, he responded with anger and aggression. During those years in the village, she had been all too familiar with the stubborn old man's foul temper. It is this obstinate old man who tutors her nephew, assisting him in gaining admission to university, for which Qiao Wei is sincerely grateful. Xie Yicheng waves his hand dismissively, stating, No need for thanks. I am not incapacitated. You have work during the day and classes at night, with your own numerous responsibilities. Wei simply needs to hire someone to prepare my meals. Grandpa Xie, do consider getting your dentures fitted, suggests Qiao Wei, exasperated that the elderly gentleman has yet to address the precarious state of his 2 nearly falling out front teeth. Xie Yicheng huffs disdainfully, justifying his reluctance. It's not that I don't want to, but I do not trust the dentist in Feng County. Once the old man finally agrees, Qiao Wei dares not mock him, instead nodding in full agreement as he suggests, "You were quite right. Shall we go to the hospital tomorrow?" With a steely resolve. Xie Yicheng replies, "Then let us go." The 2 courtyard houses yield an annual rental income of around 10,000, which he hardly spends alone. However, when considering rent and the daily expenses for 2, this sum becomes insufficient. As Xie Yicheng ages, his ailments multiply, prompting a need to devise a way to earn some money. Otherwise, should a significant financial need arise, he would have no choice but to sell either jade or property, both of which he wishes to avoid. With only 20 days until the start of school, Qiao Wei lies in bed, drowsily contemplating what he should do. Xie Yicheng is a man of his word. Once he has made a decision, he does not waver. And the next day, he accompanies Qiao Wei to the hospital. He possesses only 3 teeth, 2 of which are severely loose, rendering all 3 incapable of any chewing function. The best course of action is to extract all 3 and fit him with dentures. The morning is spent in a flurry of tooth extraction, bleeding control, and mold taking, an ordeal tied to teeth that proves torturous. Xie, sulking with a downcast expression, exudes an aura that suggests he wishes to be left alone, as if the entire world owes him something. Qiao Wei suppresses a laugh, opting instead to soothe him with kind words. Chapter 32. The arrival of money. Regardless of Qiao Wei's attempts to placate him, Xie Yicheng remains grumpy, his face set in a frown. "Little brother, are you interested in antiques?" At that moment, as Qiao Wei strains to cheer up Xie Yicheng, a deliberately low voice interrupts from beside him. Turning towards the source, he sees a diminutive, frail old man gazing at him with a pitiful expression, repeating the question, "Little brother, do you wish to purchase an antique?" Qiao Wei scans the bustling crowd within the hospital, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. "Do I truly appear to be a wealthy individual?" The old man, trembling, retrieves an object wrapped in old newspapers from his canvas bag. As he meticulously unwraps layer after layer, he reveals a 6-centimeter-tall enamel snuff bottle, exquisitely crafted, with an inscription at the bottom declaring it to be an imperial creation from the Qianlong era. To Qiao Wei, antiques seem to be the domain of the affluent. In his previous life, devoid of both wealth and an appreciation for art, he never paid attention to such relics. He had only occasionally heard colleagues mention certain antiques or how much a stamp had fetched at auction, or seen snippets of them on television, mere fleeting glimpses quickly forgotten. The old man's eyes glisten with moisture as he, filled with helplessness, implores, "Little brother, my grandson is ill. This item was passed down through my family, and I have no other choice but to sell it to afford treatment for my child." The frail, aged hands caressed the snuff bottle repeatedly, reminiscent of tenderly stroking a lover's face. It was a sight that evoked sorrow and tears. Beside him, Xie Yicheng glanced between the old man and the snuff bottle. His spirits unexpectedly lifted. He chose to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. He was curious to see how the foolish young man, Qiao Wei, would respond. Qiao Wei inquired, "How much do you want for it?" The old man replied, 320. "Too expensive. I cannot afford it," Qiao Wei lamented, having already spent much on dental work, leaving him with only 130. He wished to buy, but found it beyond his means. The old man paused, scrutinizing him subtly before sighing. "Young brother, what can you offer?" Qiao Wei honestly stated, "I have only 130 left, but I must set aside 20 for my bus fare home. If you can sell it to me for 110, I will buy it." Regardless of whether the old man was a swindler, the exquisite craftsmanship of the snuff bottle was undeniable. Purchasing it for 110 seemed a reasonable risk. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief. Upon seeing the old man's disdain for his low offer, Qiao Wei understood that negotiations were futile. After all, he did not need to buy it. If it was meant to be, so be it. Xie Yicheng asked, "Are you not buying it?" "No. I will wait until your dental work is done, and then I will take you out for hot pot." Just as the two were about to exit the hospital, the old man hurried after them, saying, "Young brother, wait." With a pained expression, he conceded, "All right, I will accept your price." Once Qiao Wei and Xie Yicheng had walked far enough away, the old man dismissed his previous sorrowful demeanor. Smirking, he looked like a wealthy person, but turned out to be a miser. "Are you still going to sell it?" His wife scoffed. "I've held on to it for 5 years. If I don't sell it now, what will I do with it for the new year?" The snuff bottle had been acquired in the countryside, exchanged for a few pieces of candy with a child. He had initially believed it would yield a profit, but to his dismay, it had garnered no interest. He began to doubt his own judgment with age. Most troubling of all was that since acquiring the snuff bottle, he had not received any other valuable items. Each sighting of it caused him distress. and he yearned to sell it urgently. Today, he had come to the hospital for a checkup, yet upon seeing Qiao Wei, he had inexplicably fabricated a tale. It was merely an impulsive gamble, but to his surprise, a deal was struck. Although the price fell short of his expectations, it mattered little. The important thing was that it was sold. After exiting the taxi, Qiao Wei supported Xie Yicheng as they walked, looking at the snuff bottle in his hand and remarking, "The craftsmanship of our ancestors is truly exquisite. It is priceless to possess something one cherishes, whether authentic or not. I feel it is worth 110. That price isn't unreasonable," Xie Yicheng replied slowly. Coming from a wealthy background, Xie Yicheng's family had once used tableware that would now be considered antiques. He had seen many such trinkets as snuff bottles, and he believed Qiao Wei's acquisition was nothing remarkable, even with closed eyes. One could purchase such items for over 100. "Sir, may I inquire if you are willing to sell your snuff bottle?" A young man named Ma Chengfeng asked Qiao Wei in heavily accented Mandarin, nearly tripping over his words. At that moment, Qiao Wei, troubled by how to earn money, felt an inexplicable sense that wealth was approaching him. Xie Yicheng, quick to respond, said, "That depends on the price you offer." Ma Chengfeng, sensing an opportunity, smiled and replied, "The price is negotiable. Shall we find somewhere to sit and discuss it properly?" "Certainly," they agreed, and the three made their way to a nearby tea house. Ma Chengfeng was enamored with the snuff bottle, and after a moment of contemplation, he extended 2 fingers. Xie Yicheng furrowed his brow and swiftly interjected before Qiao Wei could speak. 200,000? Mr. Ma, that is not a sincere offer. Take a closer look at the materials and craftsmanship, as well as the signature at the base. This is an item used by Emperor Qianlong himself. If brought to auction, it would fetch at least 500,000. Qiao Wei's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Clearing his throat, he lifted his teacup to steady himself. He had assumed that Ma Chengfeng was proposing 2,000, but the old gentleman had jumped straight to 200,000. His impoverished imagination had limited his expectations. Not only was Qiao Wei shocked, but Ma Chengfeng was even more taken aback. In truth, his psychological price was 20,000. He had raised 2 fingers in a bid to test their reaction, hoping they might mistakenly believe he meant 2,000. Perhaps it was Xie Yicheng's air of sophistication and scholarly demeanor, coupled with his assured tone, that proved too persuasive for Ma Chengfeng to outright reject. Once again, he scrutinized the snuff bottle. The money in mainland China was exceedingly easy to earn, akin to collecting it in burlap sacks. Having operated a factory in Shenzhen for a decade, his annual profits were substantial. 200,000 to 300,000 was merely a trifle. Spending several hundred thousand on such a trinket seemed somewhat extravagant. However, the fact that it was once used by Emperor Qianlong changed the equation entirely. Items once owned by emperors are invariably of high quality, and whether for collection or future auction, the potential for appreciation is immense. Ma Chengfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation and after a moment declared, "Mr. Chun, I am sincerely interested. But I can only go as high as 380,000. Qiao Wei exclaimed, stepping out for a moment, purchasing an antique for 101. And reselling it for 380,000. What a lucrative venture. Fortune has smiled upon me once again. The old gentleman appeared indifferent to money. Clutching his freshly minted bankbook, Qiao Wei felt a flutter of excitement. We are in the money now, he thought. Grandfather Xie, how did you know that the snuff bottle belonged to Emperor Qianlong? Qiao Wei inquired, unabashedly curious. Xie Yicheng scoffed lightly. How would I know? The emperor ordered numerous items, far more than he could possibly use. Such everyday objects would undoubtedly be the finest, yet that snuff bottle would not have caught the emperor's eye. Furthermore, I never claimed it was used by Emperor Qianlong. That was merely his misunderstanding. Qiao Wei acknowledged his learning experience. The old gentleman was well versed in antiques and calligraphy, and he had no intention of dragging him to Lilikang to scour for antiques to flip for profit. A windfall such as this was more than sufficient. Chapter 33. Former spouse. As an elderly lady carrying a basket of vegetables approached, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Xie Yicheng several times, seemingly confirming his identity before hastening towards him, visibly agitated. Yan Hui, her eyes red-rimmed, gazed at the cold-faced Xie Yicheng with overflowing emotion. Old Xie, you're back. When did you return? Xie Yicheng responded icily. Leave. Yan Hui was taken aback, and upon meeting his indifferent and fierce gaze, her heart trembled. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, retracting her neck in disappointment before hastily retreating. Xie Yicheng cursed under his breath, feeling vexed. This was the first time Qiao Wei had witnessed such palpable hatred in his eyes. Yan Hui was a heartless person. It seemed unjust that such individuals continued to exist in the world. In the future, when you encounter her, do not engage with her, nor heed her nonsensical chatter. Xie Qing's voice was cold and grim, his good mood utterly dissipated. Understood. Qiao Wei refrained from inquiring about Yin Hui's connection to Xie Qing. If the old man chose not to disclose, he would not pry. Just when Qiao Wei assumed that Xie Qing would remain silent. The latter spoke after a prolonged pause. Yin Hui is my ex-wife. In 1975, I was reported by a student. She divorced me and, alongside our son, accused me of harboring foreign literature. Those who once shared a nest as husband and wife fled when calamity struck. During those years, a husband was not a husband. A wife was not a wife, and a child was not a child. Had their animosity been directed solely at me, I would not harbor such resentment. What I can never forgive is that Yin Hui was raised by my mother, who gave her a second chance at life, yet she ultimately caused my mother's death. Such a person deserves to descend into the deepest pit of hell. Xie Qing's eyes were aflame with hatred. Had murder not been a crime, he would yearn to take Yin Hui's life as vengeance for his mother. This was the first time Qiao Wei had heard him speak of his personal affairs. Grandfather, do not be angered. She appears to be suffering now. Is it not said that seeing one's enemies in misfortune serves as a form of retribution? Xie Qing closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, his mood had significantly calmed. My ungrateful son has passed away. After divorcing me, Yin Hui married twice more. Both marriages ending in divorce. The money she took from me has also been squandered by her former husbands. It seems that karma has indeed caught up with her. She is unlikely to seek you out again. Xie Qing's gaze hardened once more. Should she dare to approach, I shall ensure she is utterly humiliated. Qiao Wei had never encountered Yin Hui in his previous life, nor had he even heard her name. He had conducted property transactions in the capital with relative ease. It seemed that this old woman would not have many years left. With a stroke of fortune, Qiao Wei contemplated purchasing several properties. He shared his thoughts with Xie Qing, who wholeheartedly agreed. Investing in property is a wise choice. Selling houses does not lead to wealth. With the current national mobility and Beijing being the capital, property prices are bound to surge in the future. Acquiring real estate will certainly prove profitable. Qiao Wei held great admiration for the old man's foresight, were it not for his memories of past lives. Knowing that in over 2 decades property prices in many neighborhoods of Beijing would escalate to the point where his annual salary would only suffice to purchase a mere square meter, he would never have considered investing further in real estate with 2 properties already in hand. Instead, he would have kept his funds in the bank to earn interest. After all, the current fixed deposit interest rates were as high as 7% for 1 year and could reach 9% for 5 years, quite substantial indeed. At present, the availability of commercial housing was limited, with few options to choose from. In his previous life, Qiao Wei had been content with his circumstances, lacking the means to purchase property in a first-tier city, and had never paid attention to the appreciation potential of various neighborhoods. The following day, the 2 men ventured to the East Strait Gate, where they overheard elderly women basking in the sun discussing a property for sale. Qiao Wei's interest was piqued, and he cheerfully inquired, "Good day, grandmothers. May I ask which family is selling their house?" Without real estate agents, one had to rely on the well-informed elderly women for such news. The women, charmed by Qiao Wei's handsome and polite demeanor, pointed towards 2 buildings with smiles. The Laoli family is immigrating and likely will not return. They intend to sell all 3 of their homes. There are 2 apartments, each spanning 77 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room, alongside a smaller unit of 38 square meters featuring 1 bedroom and a living area. Priced at 1,700 per square meter, it is fair to say that this pricing is rather unappealing. It would be more advantageous to invest in a traditional Sihiyuan. The cost of a Sihiyuan is comparatively lower than that of an apartment, and it possesses greater potential for appreciation in the future. The primary advantage of an apartment lies in its private bathroom, a feature that a Sihiyuan cannot offer. Upon receiving the desired information, Qiao Wei retrieved 2 pairs from his bag and handed them along with a handful of candies to the 2 elderly ladies. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Grandma." The elderly lady, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Young man, you are too courteous. If you wish to buy, come to me. I can facilitate the connection." Qiao Wei, not one to be overly formal, responded, "That would be wonderful. I appreciate your assistance." "Let's purchase all of them and rent them out," suggested Xie Qing quietly, tilting his head. The rental income from apartments is significantly higher than that of Sihiyuan. With annual rents amounting to several thousand, daily expenses would be sufficiently covered. Initially, Qiao Wei intended to acquire just 1 unit, but after calculating the total price, he decided to heed Xie Cheng's advice. Having earned 380,000 yesterday, he now found 3 units available for sale at a total price of 326,002. It seemed as though fate was bestowing upon him these 3 properties. The location in Shili of Shirley Pe is quite favorable. He resolved to buy them. It was imperative. As the elderly lady accepted his gesture of goodwill, she promptly sought out the landlord. A middle-aged couple arrived shortly thereafter. After mutual introductions, Xie Cheng basked in the sunlight downstairs while the couple escorted Qiao Wei and his friend to view the property. The apartment was well ventilated, with ample natural light. Having undergone simple renovations and remaining unoccupied, in the capital, property prices are invariably high, both presently and for decades to come, with a limited number of individuals able to afford them. In the early 1980s, a family with 1,000 yuan in savings was considered well off, while those with 10,000 yuan were regarded as wealthy, often celebrated with red flowers. To sell several properties in one go is indeed a rarity, signifying considerable affluence. The 3 units, when rented out, would yield over 3,000 yuan annually based on current market conditions, left untouched. Qiao Wei mused to himself that the landlord was undoubtedly affluent. "Brotherly, is there room for negotiation on the price?" he inquired, oldly, stroking his ample belly. "Grin like the Buddha of abundance. Unfortunately, the price is non-negotiable. We are all honest individuals. If I could lower it, I would not waste your time." Oldly's wife then asked Qiao Wei, "Young man, what size are you looking to purchase?" She found the prospect of selling all 3 units at once more convenient, saving time and effort. Observing Qiao Wei's demeanor, she doubted he could muster 30 to 40,000 yuan. "Dear sister, my grandfather intends for me to buy a smaller unit, and then we'll explore other neighborhoods. If the price is right, I deconsider purchasing all 3 together," he explained. The couple exchanged glances, and Old Li's wife smiled, saying, "If you buy all 3 together, I can offer you a price of 1,680 per square meter. This represents a discount of 20 yuan per square meter, totaling a reduction of 3,804, a significant sum indeed. However, in business, every penny saved is a gain for the buyer. Only a discount of 20? Qiao Wei furrowed his brow, feeling troubled. "Sister, at this price, my funds are insufficient. I am truly constrained and can only afford the 38 square meter unit." The couple glanced at one another again. The building had been constructed 10 years prior, and when purchased, it was under 1,000 yuan. Even selling at 1,500 would yield a substantial profit. The couple was indeed eager to finalize the deal, ultimately settling at a price of 160,000, totaling 307,200, and with taxes included, the sum amounted to 31,808. The remaining funds were sufficient to purchase a 1-bedroom apartment. Chapter 34. Blossoming peach blossoms. They had signed a 1-year lease for a rental property conveniently located near the school, making it impractical to move. Consequently, Qiao Wei decided to rent out all 3 properties. The dentures would not be ready for another week, and after acquiring the house, Qiao Wei took Xie Cheng to the hospital daily for comprehensive examinations. Although Xie Cheng appeared reluctant, he felt a sense of comfort deep down. It was only Qiao Wei, a non-relative, who devoted himself entirely to his care. Xie Cheng had severely overstrained his body in middle age, often feeling discomfort everywhere, particularly experiencing intense leg pain on rainy days. Western medicine addressed symptoms without tackling the root cause, and the doctor suggested they use traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture for treatment. Qiao Wei learned of a renowned TCM expert and, after preparing a foot soak for Xie Cheng and massaging his legs, queued up to make an appointment. Securing a consultation with the esteemed expert was challenging due to the prevalence of scalpers. Qiao Wei waited all night without success and ultimately had to purchase an appointment at an exorbitant price, over 20 times the original fee. Xie Cheng held a deep-seated disdain for the bitter herbal concoctions, yet he complied. Only those in pain truly understand. He too wished for a healthier body to live a few more years and witness Qiao Wei marry and have children. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, the school year was set to commence in 2 days. Qiao Wei had not found a suitable nanny. Xie Cheng was a particularly discerning employer, dismissing several candidates for various reasons. He was quite particular, and few could tolerate his irritable temperament. Qiao Wei found himself at a loss, unable to guarantee he could return promptly each day to bring meals to the elder. Instead, he arranged for a local restaurant to deliver 3 meals a day at the appropriate times. "Qiao Wei, why don't you consider pursuing an arts major? With your qualifications, you would surely have no trouble getting into Beijing Film Academy," Xia Yunshuang remarked, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Qiao Wei, who was engrossed in his studies. With proper nutrition, Qiao Wei had grown a few centimeters taller, now standing at 1.80 meters, his physique filling out. No longer resembling a slender reed. Tall and elegant, with a complexion like jade and sharp eyebrows framing bright eyes that sparkled with intelligence, his smile radiated like a galaxy. His striking appearance, coupled with his diligent study habits, drew the attention of many girls, despite his introverted and taciturn nature. University life differed vastly from high school. There was no longer a need to rise at dawn or study until midnight. The Chinese language and literature major required substantial memorization, yet it felt far less demanding than high school, allowing for more leisure time during which many began to pursue romantic relationships. Qiao Wei cherished the opportunity to learn, perhaps because he had yet to encounter a girl who stirred his heart, remaining emotionally placid. When Xia Yunshuang inquired, he replied without lifting his head, "I have no talents." Had it not been for his father's criminal actions, he would have chosen to study law. Qiao Wei's indifference did not dampen Xia Yunshuang's enthusiasm. "Qiao Wei, tomorrow is New Year's Day. Do you have any plans?" As she chattered incessantly, it felt as though a swarm of flies buzzed around his ears, incessantly droning. She seemed to be everywhere, even during the lunch break. It was quite bothersome. Exhaustion wore away his patience, and he carelessly replied, "I'll be accompanying my girlfriend." Xia Yunshuang's smile abruptly froze on her face. "Do you have a girlfriend?" The incredulity in her tone was palpable. "How can you be in a relationship at this age? Which law prohibits early romance? What business is it of yours whether I date or not?" Qiao Wei retorted calmly. Xia Yunshuang was momentarily rendered speechless by his response. With a cold expression, Qiao Wei put away his book and relocated to another area to study. With the final exams approaching, he lacked the ability to memorize everything effortlessly and could only dedicate as much time as possible to his studies. The classmates in the room, aside from Xia Yunshuang and Su Luan, both affluent heirs, were all engrossed in their studies. These two had embraced a lifestyle of indulgence since entering university. Qiao Wei could not care less about their leisure pursuits. However, their distractions from his studies were exceedingly bothersome. "Yunshuang, Qiao Wei is just a blockhead. Don't stoop to his level. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you," Su Luan offered with a conciliatory tone. "Get lost. Stop bothering me," Xia Yunshuang snapped back. Flustered and angry, Xia Yunshuang's parents were among the first to capitalize on opportunities during the early 1980s, swiftly amassing wealth as one of the first millionaires in the wake of the economic reforms. Coming from a wealthy family, she was not only beautiful but also excelled academically, attracting countless suitors. However, her standards were high, and she deemed most unsuitable. Only Qiao Wei stirred her emotions. Such an exceptional man deserved her affection. As the semester neared its end, it became apparent to all that she harbored feelings for Qiao Wei, yet he didn't even spare her a glance. Xia Yunshuang felt that her dignity was trampled upon by Qiao Wei. Secretly, she resolved to win him over, only to cast him aside afterward, reclaiming her pride. After afternoon classes, Qiao Wei boarded the bus home. No sooner had he sat down than Xia Yunshuang, like gum on a shoe, plopped down beside him. Apparently forgetting the earlier discomfort, she smiled warmly at him. "Qiao Wei, I hope you don't mind if I sit next to you." Her actions reminded Qiao Wei of Lu Haixia, who had similarly clung to him in a past life. She pursued him relentlessly for 3 years. And after a blissful marriage of 3 years, she began to create chaos, leading to mutual disdain. Qiao Wei pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. "I do mind. This seat is taken. Whoever sits first retains it." Xia Yunshuang pouted in response. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted, "Qiao Wei, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." Qiao Wei looked up to see a stunning girl standing in the aisle. She was exceptionally beautiful, with an oval face, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, and slightly yellowing long hair styled in a loose braid that cascaded over her right shoulder. Dressed in a loose blue and white casual outfit reminiscent of high school uniforms, albeit unattractive and baggy, her captivating beauty overshadowed even the most unflattering attire. Qiao Wei recognized her, Mu Wanzhou, a senior 1 year ahead of him. She was slender, with pale lips and skin almost translucent. Her exquisitely sculpted hands revealing delicate blue veins beneath. This beauty bore an air of fragility, reminiscent of a delicate flower. Qiao Wei had only spoken to her on the first day of school, after which she had taken an extended leave. He sensed that Mu Wanzhou wished to assist him. Before long, Qiao Wei offered her a gentle smile, rising from his seat and stepping past the astonished Xia Yunshuang. Mu Wanzhou beamed at him, boldly grasping his hand as they made their way to the 2 empty seats at the back. Xia Yunshuang was on the verge of exploding with rage. On the bus sat a dozen classmates, and in their presence, Qiao Wei and Mu Wanzhou had embarrassed her, a slight she could not swallow. Yet, she found herself powerless to act. Frustrated, she turned her head, only to glimpse the tender gaze exchanged between Qiao Wei and Mu Wanzhou, which struck her heart anew. Xia Yunshuang had initially thought Qiao Wei's claim of having a girlfriend was merely a deflection. Now, witnessing their interaction, a singular thought consumed her, to rush over and separate them. Mu Wanzhou was the most beautiful girl in the department and a local, while Xia Yunshuang, an outsider, could not ascertain her background and dared not act recklessly. Moreover, Mu Wanzhou was as delicate as a flower, so gentle that even teachers spoke to her softly. Even if Xia Yunshuang wished to confront Mu Wanzhou, she possessed the desire but lacked the courage. Meanwhile, Su Luan, who persistently pursued Xia Yunshuang, quickly occupied the seat previously held by Qiao Wei and, with a fawning smile, said, "Don't be upset. That kind of person isn't worth it. Get away from me." Xia Yunshuang snapped, her pent-up anger seeking an outlet as she grabbed her bag and stormed off the bus. Chapter 35. I'm Not Worthy. Leaving for others, Qiao Wei released Mu Wanzhou's hand, which felt devoid of warmth, and offered her a grateful smile. Mu Wanzhou gazed earnestly at Qiao Wei, leaning closer and whispering in his ear, "Qiao Wei, if you do not have a girl you like, may I be your girlfriend? What about trust between people?" Qiao Wei countered. Before he could receive a reply, Mu Wanzhou continued to smile brightly at him, her voice barely above a whisper, "I like you, very much." Qiao Wei, captivated by her radiant smile, recalled their first meeting when Mu Wanzhou had not been so frail, her complexion rosy, and her stride energetic, a lively girl. He had later learned of her illness, and now, after only a few months apart, she seemed like a once vibrant flower ravaged by a storm. Qiao Wei struggled to articulate his feelings in that moment. He had heard from teachers and classmates that Mu Wanzhou was an exceptionally talented young woman. However, he was not currently inclined towards romance. "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to date during my studies." Mu Wanzhou pressed her lips together and replied gently, "That's all right. I simply wanted to express what was in my heart. The choice is yours. It's fine if we cannot be lovers. Qiao Wei, may I be your friend?" Qiao Wei exhaled in relief. "Of course. I heard you were unwell. Are you feeling better?" he inquired. "Much better. With gradual recuperation, I will fully recover," she assured him. Mu Wanzhou was well-read and engaging, making conversation with her feel effortless for Qiao Wei. He disembarked after only 2 stops. "See you next week." "See you next week." Mu Wanzhou waved at him, her beautiful smile reminiscent of an ethereal princess from a popular Western film he had once seen, pure and enchanting. People are naturally drawn to beauty, and Qiao Wei was no exception. He smiled back at her as he shouldered his bag and exited the bus. Mu Wanzhou turned to watch Qiao Wei recede into the distance, her lips curving into a lovely smile before she alighted from the bus and entered a car that had been closely trailing the school bus. As the hour grew late, there was little time to shop for groceries and cook, prompting Qiao Wei to stop by a restaurant to pick up his order. "Aunt Lin, has the food been delivered? If not, I'll take it back with me." Aunt Lin, with her resounding voice, joyfully exclaimed, "What perfect timing. I just finished preparing the meal to deliver." She emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 insulated containers, announcing, "Today I've made ginkgo and oxtail soup, steamed eggs with meat, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. I've only prepared enough for 2. Would you like me to add an extra portion?" The Lin couple are generous souls, serving ample portions of delicious food at reasonable prices, which has made their modest restaurant quite popular. Initially, they had no intention of delivering meals to Xie Yicheng, but considering the elderly gentleman's mobility issues, they decided to accommodate him, even hiring an extra staff member for this purpose. Good deeds often yield good fortune. Since then, their business has flourished. Over the past few months, only on weekends has Qiao Wei taken it upon himself to shop for groceries and cook, while the restaurant has been providing meals for Xie Yicheng during the week. "No need, Aunt Lin, you're busy. I'll take my leave now," Qiao Wei said as he entered, finding not only Xie Yicheng but also an elderly gentleman of similar age. The two were engaged in a heated debate over whose turn it was to play chess. This was not their first quarrel, and Qiao Wei had grown accustomed to it. He greeted them and set the food on the table. "Grandpa Xie, Grandpa Chun, let us save the arguments for after the meal." Unable to contain his frustration, Chen Zhengrong redirected his ire towards Qiao Wei, puffing up in indignation. "What is your point, Qiao Wei? Enjoying the spectacle, are you?" With utmost seriousness, Qiao Wei replied. "Not at all. I personally believe that occasional disputes are beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being. Xia Yicheng scoffed. If you can't win an argument, pick on my grandson. You're regressing in your old age, lacking in dignity. Qiao Wei, let us eat and ignore him. Observing that there were only 2 bowls of rice on the table, Chen Jingrong quickly seized one, chopsticks in hand, ready to eat. Xia Yicheng glared at him. How long have you been mooching off my hospitality? Aren't you ashamed? That's my grandson's food. As it appeared the two were about to quarrel again, Qiao Wei quickly interjected, Grandpa Chen, go ahead and eat. I'll fetch a bowl of noodles. Chen Jingrong shot a triumphant glance at Xia Yicheng, cooking only on weekends. The pantry was bare, but rice, oil, and eggs were in ample supply. Qiao Wei prepared a bowl of noodles, topping it with 2 eggs, fermented black beans, and fiery chili oil, a delightful concoction that was both sour and spicy, sure to whet the appetite. Qiao Wei, let me have a taste of your noodles, Xia Yicheng said, eyeing Qiao Wei's bowl. Chen Jingrong, too, gazed eagerly. The 2 elderly men, like children, were drawn to the deliciousness of Qiao Wei's meal. Aware of their tendencies, Qiao Wei smiled knowingly. I made extra. There's more in the pot. I'll serve you some. He set down his bowl and returned from the kitchen with 2 additional bowls of noodles, substituting the broth with oxtail soup and adding just 1 egg to each. Mindful of the elderly's digestive capacity, as overeating could be detrimental to their health, the 3 of them slurped their noodles contentedly. Qiao Wei, with a hearty appetite, finished his noodles and polished off the remaining dishes. While washing the dishes in the kitchen, he overheard Xia Yicheng shooing Chen Jingrong away. Aren't you leaving yet? Have you not had enough to eat, and now you want to sleep here too? Chen Jingrong cheekily responded. In our youth, we've shared a bed before. I have no complaints about you. Qiao Wei chuckled softly, imagining the dark expression on Xia Yicheng's face. Chen Jingrong had been a close friend of Xia Yicheng for decades. They had studied abroad together and returned home as colleagues, one dedicated to research and the other to teaching. Chen Jingrong had ventured deep into the mountains for his research, remaining there for over 30 years. His exceptional abilities ensured his protection during tumultuous times, and it was only upon retirement that he learned of his old friend's tragic losses. If it were not for Xia Yicheng's arrival in the capital, Chen Jingrong would have personally gone to Qing Shan Village to summon him back. As one ages, there is an intensified nostalgia for the days of youth and old friends. Chen Jingrong held his old friends in higher regard than his own partner, spending at least half of each month in the company of Xia Yicheng. After several months of camaraderie, Chen Jingrong found increasing satisfaction in Qiao Wei's company. Does Wei have a lady love? A fleeting image of Mu Wanzhou's smile crossed Qiao Wei's mind, and he hesitated before replying, no. Chen Jingrong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. My granddaughter is 3 years your senior, resembling me and exceptionally beautiful. They say a woman 3 years older brings fortune. Since both of you are free tomorrow, how about I introduce you? Qiao Wei thought to himself that in a past life, he was well aware of his good looks, and even after marrying Lu Haixia, he still attracted the affections of other women. In this life, since arriving in the capital, his romantic prospects had only blossomed further. Xia Yicheng interjected candidly, enough, enough. No need to flatter yourself. If your granddaughter resembles you, she would be hard to behold. Chen Jingrong shot him a glare. In my youth, I was at least more handsome than you. Go on, stop causing trouble. Just as it seemed a heated argument was brewing again, Qiao Wei quickly interjected, Grandpa Chen. At present, I only wish to focus on my studies. I will consider matters of the heart after I secure a job. Chen Jingrong was not easily swayed, responding, I understand. It's merely an introduction. Think of it as making a new friend. We can discuss the rest later. This sentiment was not opposed by Xia Yicheng. The two, who had been on the verge of an argument, remarkably found common ground. Chen Jingrong, who initially planned to stay the night, left in high spirits. Chapter 36, The Transformation of Qiao Yumei upon returning home. Chen Jingrong exuberantly extolled Qiao Wei's virtues to the skies. Xia Ying and Yushu exchanged incredulous glances. Grandpa, such a wonderful person is beyond my reach. You should be left for someone else, Yushu remarked, her finely arched brows furrowing slightly, her tone subdued. Having witnessed the chaos of arranged marriages and the trivialities of married life, she vehemently opposed the notion of matchmaking and blind dates. In matters of love and marriage, she desired to let things unfold naturally, without any external interference, not even introductions. Yushu's words effectively silenced Chen Jingrong. He also recalled his divorced daughter and son-in-law, feeling his arguments lose their strength. You silly girl, it's not like I'm suggesting you start dating him immediately. It's merely an introduction. Your grandpa isn't so old-fashioned. If you don't fancy him, I wouldn't force you. No need, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm going to rest now. You both should get some rest too. With that, Yushu ascended the stairs. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jingrong's partner, Xia remarked, "That young man Qiao Wei is quite talented and ambitious, but perhaps not as perfect as you claim. At least his family leaves much to be desired." Chen Jingrong was about to retort when Xia interrupted, "Hold your rebuttal. Let me finish. Our Shu doesn't necessarily need to marry into a wealthy family. But at the very least, their lineage should be respectable. I believe that good bamboo can produce fine shoots, but if the character of the other party's parents is lacking, that is unacceptable. Qiao Wei's father, brother, and younger siblings are imprisoned for murder. Based on this alone, he is unworthy of Shu. I advise you to refrain from meddling in her romantic affairs." Chen Jingrong clicked his tongue in disappointment, for he truly believed that Qiao Wei was a worthy companion for a lifetime. However, there was nothing he could do about Yushu's reluctance. "Very well. I shall no longer interfere in Shu's matrimonial affairs." On New Year's Day, heavy snow fell, and Chen Jingrong, who had intended to introduce his granddaughter to Qiao Wei, did not arrive. Xia Yicheng was unconcerned. With Qiao Wei's attributes, finding a partner was not a challenge. Qiao Wei also relished the tranquility. The apartment was warm, with tea warming atop the stove, and Xia Yicheng comfortably nestled under a blanket on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Grandpa Xia, let us have hot pot for dinner. I will go buy the ingredients and invite my aunt to join us. There's radish stew with preserved pork on the stove. You can eat first at noon without waiting for me." The remaining 60,000 that Qiao Wei had not used to purchase a house would be lent to Qiao Yume for her business in his name. Past experiences had taught Qiao Wei that, even with trusted family, one should maintain some secrets. Qiao Yume was already aware of his 2 courtyard houses, and should she learn of his additional properties, it might breed a rift between them. At least until Qiao Yume achieved her prosperity, he would refrain from revealing that he had acquired 3 more houses. Wealth should not be flaunted, not only to outsiders, but also to family. Throughout history, many can share in hardship, but cannot share in fortune, ultimately stemming from an imbalance within the heart. All right, go ahead and purchase some luncheon meat as well. After months of adjustment, his dentures became increasingly comfortable, and now Xia Yicheng's greatest pleasure lay in savoring delicious food and indulging in literature. Qiao Wei took the bus to the vegetable market near Qiao Yume's clothing store, where he procured the necessary ingredients before heading to her shop. Qiao Yume had worked in the clothing store for a year and had garnered some experience. She was beautiful and warmly welcomed every customer who entered, regardless of their intent to purchase, allowing them to try on clothes freely. Nowadays, making money in business was exceedingly easy, and few customers adhered to the notion of the customer being king. Many shopkeepers exhibited an attitude of indifference, often dismissing non-buyers. In stark contrast, Qiao Yume's amiable service style significantly boosted her business. On New Year's Day, her store flourished even more, and she found herself juggling inventory and transactions almost single-handedly, overwhelmed by the busyness. With Qiao Wei's assistance, Qiao Yume felt considerably relieved, and as noon approached, the customer flow gradually diminished, allowing the aunt and niece to sit down for a moment's respite. "Aunt, please hire 2 people. It's too much for one person, and some customers, lacking patience, leave when they cannot wait, leading to greater losses." During this period, hiring employees did not require the provision of social insurance, and wages were relatively low. With Qiao Yume's current income, half a day's earnings sufficed to cover the wages of 2 staff members. Qiao Yume had this in mind but was somewhat troubled. It's difficult to find workers at year-end. The recruitment notice has been posted for days with no inquiries. It seems I won't find anyone until after the new year. Ironically, the clothing business thrived in the months leading up to the new year. Qiao Wei thought of his classmates. With just over 10 days until the holiday, he suggested, "Shall I ask my classmates if they need work during the winter break?" The Chinese language and literature program had more females than males, and students hailed from various regions, many coming from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. Not everyone would return home for the new year to save on travel expenses. Earning some money during the break would be even better. Qiao Yume smiled and replied, "That sounds great, preferably someone with a cheerful and outgoing personality." As the two conversed, a somewhat short man entered, carrying a lunchbox. Shyly, he addressed Qiao Yume, saying, "Sister Yume, my mother made your favorite spicy chicken and asked me to bring you some while it's still warm." Qiao Yume's savings account swelled, and her former in-laws could no longer vex her at will. At 27, she appeared to have reclaimed the vibrancy of her premarital days. looking even more radiant than during her time in Feng County. To the unaware tenants and neighbors, she still owned 2 courtyard houses for rent. Naturally, a beautiful and affluent young woman would not lack suitors. Qiao Wei discreetly assessed the newcomer. The man, likely around 20, possessed an unremarkable face and wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor that was easily lost in a crowd. Qiao Wei could not discern any virtues beyond his youth. His appearance offered little appeal. Hai Xingli's words caused Qiao Yumei's smile to vanish abruptly, suppressing her impatience as she politely declined. No, thank you, Xiao Gao. Please tell Aunt Jiang that if I wish to eat something, I can simply order from a restaurant. We are not related, so there is no need for you to bring me meals. Qiao Yumei's rejection left little room for Hai Xingli's dignity. He glanced at Qiao Wei, embarrassed and flustered, clutching the lunchbox as he stammered. My mother is just concerned that you might not eat well. She meant well. Qiao Yumei tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. How could that be? With money, there is no reason to go hungry. By the way, are you planning to stay next month? If so, please have Aunt Jiang pay the rent on time. If not, I will need to advertise the vacancy. Hai Xingli stuttered that he would ask his mother and fled in distress, clutching the lunchbox. Qiao Wei observed the transformed Qiao Yumei. If only she had exhibited such fortitude when the Su family insulted her years ago, she might not have endured years of bullying. He felt a sense of joy for her metamorphosis, regardless of how others may assist. It is only through one's own resilience and mental fortitude that one can face the world unafraid. Chapter 37. The Good Person, Little Ant. Does that man have feelings for you? Qiao Yumei nodded. Yes, Gao Xingli's family of 5 has come to the capital to engage in small business, residing in the house across from mine. The current environment is favorable. Even selling tea eggs is better than relying on a stable job. Gao Xingli's parents run a stand selling pancakes, while his brother and sister-in-law make meat sandwiches. Their business is quite prosperous, while other families pay rent promptly. His family always delays, presenting a plethora of excuses and feigning poverty, necessitating repeated reminders. Over the past few months, Gao Xingli and his mother have been overly attentive, frequently bringing me food, which I have never accepted. The Gao family's intentions are becoming all too transparent, and it is genuinely tiresome. Qiao Wei suggested, Little Ant. Let them move out. I wouldn't rent the house to them even if it remained vacant. Qiao Yumei shared this sentiment, but furrowed her brow at the thought of Gao Xingli's tearful mother. It may not be easy. Both she and his sister-in-law are adept at eliciting sympathy from others, unless they choose to leave willingly. Society tends to sympathize with the weak. Particularly for those afflicted by envy, wealth is often perceived as a sin. After all, both GOWI and GOYMI are outsiders. It is best to minimize trouble. The audacity of the Geo family is significantly tied to the fact that GOYMI hails from another province. Upon hearing GOYMI's concerns, GOWI pondered for a moment and declared, I will find a way to resolve this matter. He harbored a deep disdain for unreasonable individuals, believing that dealing with such people was, in fact, rather straightforward. The Geo family operated 2 stalls. He could easily hire 2 even more unreasonable ruffians to disrupt their business, and he was curious to see how long the Geo family could endure the chaos. Now, GOWI comprehended why Ing was reluctant to reside in a courtyard unless the entire family was living there. When several families share a yard, an array of unsavory characters inevitably emerges, rendering it quite unbearable. GOYMI, somewhat anxious, inquired, Away, how do you plan to resolve this? Please, do not act rashly. She bore a deep psychological scar from the actions of her father and the others, fearing that GOWI might, in a moment of impulsiveness, commit an act he would regret for a lifetime. Rest assured, my dear aunt, I will not act thoughtlessly. I merely intend to make their business difficult. GOWI then shifted the topic. Aunt, if you come across a suitable storefront, you should purchase it. Owning a shop would alleviate concerns about landlords raising rents due to good business or reclaiming the property for their own use. GOWI had accompanied GOYMI to the wholesale market, and at that moment, the clothing trade was exceedingly lucrative. Earning 2 or 3 times the cost was considered quite fair. He had even witnessed profit margins soaring to 1,000%, and perhaps even higher. Since accompanying GOYMI on several purchasing trips, he had grown disinclined to visit clothing stores due to their exorbitant prices. GOYMI's clothing store at XNJI, KU opened in September, and the revenue for the first month was less than 30,000. But by the 3rd month, it skyrocketed to 60,000. The borrowed 60,000 was repaid by the third month. I calculated roughly that GOYM I had earned at least 100,000 over those 4 months. It was indeed a golden era. As long as one had capital to invest, making money was remarkably easy. The adage rang true: even a pig can fly when standing at the crest of the wind. No wonder, in his previous life, GOGN and others had stolen his gold bars and jade, amassing a fortune through business ventures. GOYM I hesitated before stating. I inquired, and no one on this street is willing to sell their shop. Besides, I cannot afford it. It is not necessary to purchase on this street. There are other avenues, GOWI replied. He was not adamant about owning a shop. But GOYM I preferred to have her own establishment to avoid being subjected to the whims of others. During holidays, when business flourished, GOYM I was reluctant to close the shop. After having a bowl of noodles for lunch, GOWI helped for a while before heading home to prepare ingredients. Meanwhile, GOSHNGL returned home dejected. Upon seeing her son's demeanor, GOM immediately understood that he had failed to deliver the items once again. Frustrated, she poked GOSHNGL's forehead and scolded. How is it that you have become so inept? It has been months, and you cannot even win over an older woman. You ought to learn from your elder brother's cleverness. In the world of mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, they often find themselves at odds, united only when facing a common foe, but mostly in a state of perpetual conflict. In the adjacent room, the eldest daughter-in-law, Qiao Wei, scoffed at her mother-in-law's words and remarked to GOGNSH, "Is your mother out of her mind? What makes her think GOYM I would ever take a liking to GOSHNGL? Do you think I am oblivious to your little tricks? Had it not been for your diligent and honest nature, I would not have married you. Qiao Wei is both beautiful and capable. What does Gao Xingli possess? No matter how handsome he is, she would have nothing to say. Lacking both looks and ability, only a fool like Qiao Wei would ever be attracted to Gao Xingli. The men of the Gao family all fear their wives." Gao Jianqi stammers under Zhou Xiaofeng's remarks. "Mom just wants what's best for us." Zhou Xiaofeng disdainfully retorts, "Please. What can you expect from someone who doesn't know their own worth? As long as he doesn't bring us trouble, we should consider ourselves fortunate." She can tolerate her mother-in-law taking minor advantages, even willing to cooperate, but she fears that such fanciful notions might truly anger Qiao Wei, resulting in misfortune for their family. Listening to her mother-in-law's incessant chatter, Zhou Xiaofeng impatiently raised her voice. "Mom, no matter how old she is still a swan. How can a toad ever hope to attain a swan? Not only does she detest her mother-in-law, but she also despises her brother-in-law, who, despite believing himself exceptional for having completed middle school, proves otherwise." Upon hearing these words, Gao Mu exploded with anger, concerned that outsiders might overhear, and glared at Ma Xiaofeng from the partition. In a hushed tone, she reprimanded, "Ma Xiaofeng, this is not your place to speak. If you can't articulate yourself properly, then keep your mouth shut. No one considers you mute." Ma Xiaofeng coldly snorted, "I do not care what you intend to do, but should it affect me and Jianxi, do not blame me for being rude." At that moment, Ma Xiaofeng could not foresee that her words would prove prophetic. Qiao Wei, who abhors procrastination, returned home after leaving the clothing store to drop off his groceries. He then set out with a glass jar of chicken oil, purchased some fruits from a shop, and took a taxi to the Rong family. Rong Bing, once a student of Xie Qing, felt immense gratitude for the teachings he received over 20 years ago. He was among the first to embrace the entrepreneurial spirit, resigning from his position during the first year of reform to enter business, demonstrating remarkable courage, and has since become a leader in his field. Even for a legitimate businessman, to ensure success and growth, one must employ some individuals to handle various disputes. While it is easy to find people on the street, Qiao Wei fears that those individuals may mismanage situations and cause more harm than good. Rong Bing's associates are well versed in managing the complexities of the Gao family. "Uncle Bing, I am entrusting you with this matter. This is for the brothers to enjoy tea, just a small token, I hope it suffices." Qiao Wei placed 200 yuan on the table. Rong Bing promptly refused, saying, "It would be too formal to accept money. Take it back. I will have someone assist you with this matter. When I visit the teacher next time, you can prepare 2 of your signature dishes for me." Having lived for over 40 years, he has a keen eye for people and has rarely erred in judgment. Qiao Wei is a young man he finds quite agreeable. Qiao Wei, not one to be shy, accepted the money with a smile, saying, "No problem. I shall take my leave then. There is no need for that. I can take a taxi myself. Goodbye, Uncle Bing." After Qiao Wei departed, Muano emerged from the study. Uncle, how do you know Qiao Wei? A professor of mine was sent to the countryside during my university years and stayed there for 16 years. Over the years, it was Qiao Wei who took care of him. Now that the old gentleman has returned, he is still under Qiao Wei's care. The young man has a kind heart and is truly a good person. What is the matter? Do you know him? Muano sat on the sofa, gazing in the direction of Qiao Wei's departure, a light smile gracing her lips. Well, I suppose we are friends, she replied, referring to a friend she had only met twice, yet one who had captured her heart at first sight. As Qiao Wei arrived at the community, Sibling, who lived upstairs, rushed down, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Away, Happy New Year. What delicious food are we having today? Qiao Wei restrained a chuckle and replied, Hot pot. Are you coming? The tall and robust Sibling, a junior at the University of Political Science and Law, had grown accustomed to visiting Qiao Wei's home weekly to partake in meals. Qiao Wei, who had very few friends in his life, considered the shamelessly bold Sibling as one of them. Of course, I'm coming, he replied. Wait for me, I need to grab a few things from home. Sibling swiftly dashed to the third floor and soon returned, his arms laden with an assortment of items. He carried an entire Jinhua ham, dried seafood, fruits, and imported candies, as if he were determined to empty his entire household for Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei stepped forward to take some items from him. Why are you bringing so much? He inquired. Not too much, not too much. There's plenty more at home, and I won't be cooking anyway. It would just gather dust, Sibling retorted cheerfully. Grandpa Xia, I'm here, he exclaimed as he entered, addressing Xia Yicheng, who was watching television. Xia Yicheng, slightly irritated, replied, I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Sibling chuckled, then his eyes lit up upon seeing the ingredients Qiao Wei had purchased. The usually lazy young Master Su became remarkably diligent in Qiao Wei's home, washing and chopping vegetables without needing to be asked. Today we're making ham and mushroom chicken hot pot, Qiao Wei announced. Sibling, resembling an enthusiastic husky, eagerly nodded his head. Both of Sibling's parents were business people, well off, and never lacking for food. Yet, he found himself craving the peculiar dishes that Qiao Wei concocted. The unexpected combinations of ingredients could create mouth-watering meals that left one longing for the next. Qiao Wei sliced a piece of fatty ham into thin slices, sought it with chicken pieces to release a delightful aroma. He added water and then the rehydrated morels, chicken mushrooms, and other varieties into the pot to stew. Chickens from the capital city were not like those from his hometown, which roamed freely, feasting on grains. Farm-raised chickens could be cooked in just an hour, albeit lacking in flavor and texture. However, for Sibling, it was already delicious enough. Qiao Wei inquired if your uncle and aunt are home. Should we invite them to join us? Sibling rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. A wealthy man has homes everywhere. The one upstairs is merely one of his many residences, and it's quite dispensable. My mom is similar. I agreed to their divorce, but with one condition. Their divorce proceedings must wait until I graduate, and I will be the one to handle it. So, even though they haven't divorced yet, it's practically the same. They just remember to check in on me. Sibling spoke casually, as if it bore no significance to him. Having endured the torment of witnessing his parents argue and fight daily throughout his adolescence, he now relished his independence, living alone with a home and wealth. Free to live as he pleased, without anyone to interfere. Whether his parents divorced or not was of little consequence to him. Preventing them from having a smooth divorce is merely a means of vengeance for the torment they once inflicted upon him. Qiao Wei suddenly understood why he had lived there for so long, yet had only met Sibling's parents once. However, seeing Sibling's carefree demeanor, it seemed that his parents having their own families did not affect him in the slightest. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Qiao Wei felt that life was inherently challenging. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes without encountering anyone who had navigated through life without experiencing their share of tribulations. He lowered his voice, saying, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you to my hometown. Whatever you wish to eat, I will prepare for you. Sibling, touched, embraced him and exclaimed, if you were a girl, I would surely marry you. Qiao Wei, unbothered by his wet hands, laughed, you can't even cook. Which girl would want to marry you? Perhaps in the next life, you could be a woman, and I would marry you. All right, it's settled then. In this lifetime, we shall be brothers, and in the next, we shall be partners. That is not for us to decide. It is up to fate. As they busied themselves in the kitchen, their banter filled the air. In the living room, Xia Yicheng smiled knowingly. The shallowness of familial ties was inconsequential. Friendship and love could heal Qiao Wei's heart, riddled with scars. Qiao Wei wished to close the shop early, but alas, the stream of customers was unending. A businessman could not shoo away patrons, as that would be akin to driving away the god of wealth. Fortunately, Qiao Wei had installed phones at both her clothing store and their home. With Qiao Wei unable to come, Qiao Wei and Su Ming indulged in a hearty meal, saving the leftovers for a late-night snack. They spent the 2-day holiday feasting and enjoying each other's company. Mu Wanzhou awaited Qiao Wei each afternoon to dine together in the cafeteria. News of Qiao Wei and Mu Wanzhou's romance spread throughout the Chinese department like wildfire. While the university prohibited marriage, it did not forbid dating. Xia Yunshuang observed the two with a mixture of envy and longing in her gaze. Before long, the final exams concluded, ushering in the holiday. Qiao Wei contemplated whether to engage in any ventures during the break to earn a little extra money when Su Ming beckoned him to the stock market. What shall we do in the stock market? Buy stocks, of course. To be frank, I made over 500,000 last year in the market. We're brothers. Let us earn money together. Su Ming winked at him, speaking earnestly. Coughing slightly, Qiao Wei was taken aback. His perception of Su Ming shifted immediately. This seemingly simple man, who concealed his wealth, was actually a hidden millionaire. One should not judge by appearances. I know little of the stock market and do not possess much capital to invest. In his past life, Qiao Wei had worked diligently, steering clear of vice and even refraining from opening a stock account. While his colleagues profited immensely during bull markets, he remained unmoved, observing the ebb and flow. And in bear markets, while his co-workers lamented their losses, he merely listened to their woes. He only recalled the dates of 2 bull markets over the span of 20 years. He had heard of significant events in the stock market during the 1990s. Yet he was oblivious to them. Su Ming shrugged. I don't really understand it either. I buy stocks merely for amusement, never expecting to profit. Any gains are simply a pleasant surprise. If you lack funds, I can lend you some. Qiao Wei thought. Since he was destined to tread a different path in this life, perhaps he would dabble in stocks after all. Xiao Cheng also advised him, go ahead. While you are still young, experience everything you can. Do not borrow money. Spend only what you have. If you incur losses, it is of no great consequence. Although Qiao Wei had a slight hesitation, upon hearing Xie Cheng's words, he replied, all right, I will heed your advice. Su Ming, in admiration, gave Xie Cheng a thumbs up. Old man, your thinking is far more progressive than that of my parents. Xie Cheng snorted dismissively, of course. Having already reclaimed the money lent to Qiao Wei, along with the rent received, Qiao Wei possessed over 72,000 yuan. With the monthly rental income exceeding 1,000, he decided to withdraw all his funds. Xie Cheng, sensitive to the cold, felt a sharp pain in his legs from the chill and was reluctant to leave the warmth of his home. After ensuring that Qiao Wei's meals were arranged, he and Su Ming boarded a train to Shanghai. They arrived in Shanghai on the afternoon of January 19th, the day the subscription certificates were issued. Each certificate was priced at 30 yuan and was valid for 1 year, allowing for a lottery-style subscription for new stocks. Much like a lottery. No refunds were given for unsuccessful attempts, rendering it akin to a charitable donation. Stock subscription certificates? Su Ming scratched his head, perplexed at this new method of investment. Qiao Wei had never heard of such a thing and was equally bewildered. It was only upon reaching the exchange that he realized Su Ming had a genuine lack of understanding regarding stocks. He had whimsically chosen his stocks by simply playing with dots, without any serious consideration. Su Ming's parents, feeling a sense of guilt, compensated him lavishly, their financial stability allowing them to be increasingly generous. The ease with which Su Ming acquired money made him indifferent to any losses in the stock market. Luck, after all, is a part of one's skill. Not everyone can profit in the stock market. Unperturbed, Su Ming recklessly invested, his fortune seemingly boundless, as both of his selected stocks yielded extraordinary returns. Forget it, I won't buy any more, Su Ming decided after some contemplation. He only wished to purchase stocks. He had no interest in subscription certificates that could not guarantee a successful draw. Initially intending to sell some shares to buy new stocks, he opted to hold on to his existing investments instead, given the absence of new stocks to consider. Many shared Su Ming's perspective. The number of individuals purchasing subscription certificates was limited, as most were merely observing the situation. Qiao Wei, after circling the area, noticed no one making purchases. Chapter 39. Purchasing subscription certificates. Seeing Qiao Wei absorbed in studying the old stocks, Su Ming said, I will buy a pack of cigarettes. I will find you shortly. Qiao Wei nodded but hesitated before approaching the counter, producing his identification and cash. Each subscription certificate consisted of 100 shares. After keeping just over 300 yuan for himself, he used 72,000 to acquire 24 certificates. As he made the purchase, Qiao Wei's heart raced. Filled with an exhilarating thrill akin to riding a roller coaster, his adrenaline surging. In his lifetime, he had never experienced such a sensation. In that instant, he grasped the mindset of a gambler. Trembling, he tucked away his identification and certificates, sitting down to wipe the sweat from his brow. 70,000 yuan was a substantial sum. It could have purchased a modest apartment of 70 to 80 square meters in Shanghai. Yet he had exchanged it for mere pieces of paper, uncertain as to the profits they might yield. The onlooking investors, witnessing his boldness, displayed mocking smiles. A middle-aged man approached Qiao Wei, speaking in a teasing tone. "Young man, you are truly a brave soul. I admire your courage." Qiao Wei ignored him. Su Ming circled outside and returned, noticing Qiao Wei still fixated on the wall. He handed him a bottle of water, saying, "Consider this a casual visit. After the new year, we can come back when there's time. Rest assured, brother, once I strike it rich, I will certainly take you along." Having already made his purchases, Qiao Wei refrained from sharing that he had bought 24 subscription certificates, not wanting to be the subject of Su Ming's mockery. Rong Bing displayed remarkable efficiency. The next day after Qiao Wei approached him, he arranged for someone to create trouble for the Gao family. After a few days, the Gao family finally realized they had offended someone. Their pancake and meat sandwich stalls became untenable. They could only relocate if they wished to continue, as staying put would prove exceedingly inconvenient. Gao Mu and Gao Xingli were reluctant to leave. If Gao Xingli could win over Qiao Wei, he would no longer need to toil at a stall for income. Collecting rent would suffice for a comfortable living. Ma Xiaofeng, uninterested in wasting words with them, compelled Gao Jianqi to move. With the stalls no longer viable, Gao Mu found herself with more time, spending each day with Gao Xingli inquiring after Qiao Yume's well-being. Regardless of whether Qiao Yumei accepted their gestures, delivering meals daily, they were determined to win her over. Qiao Yumei found their persistence irksome, but fortunately, the two young women Qiao Wei introduced were charming and articulate, often leaving the bashful and self-absorbed Gao Xingli blushing. One afternoon, Rong Bing's car passed by Qiao Yumei's shop, and he inadvertently caught sight of Gao Mu, who was shamelessly pestering Qiao Yumei. He frowned and instructed the driver to stop. Rong Bing strode into Qiao Yumei's shop, casting a casual glance at Gao Mu and Gao Xingli, and gently addressed Qiao Yumei. "Yumei, Brother Rong, what brings you here? Please, have a seat." Qiao Yumei, her cheeks flushed from the Gao family's harassment, rubbed her face and poured Rong Bing a cup of water, saying, "It's cold. Have some warm water." After taking a sip, Rong Bing casually inquired, "Are these two guests?" Before venturing into the business world, Rong Bing had been the director of a state-owned factory, navigating the vicissitudes of political and commercial spheres for years. Exuding an air of authority, dressed impeccably and standing tall, he was clearly no ordinary man. Since his arrival, the insecurities of Gao Mu and Gao Xingli had intensified, leaving them speechless. No, Qiao Yumei found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. She had only met Rong Bing once. They were neither friends nor family, and discussing such matters with him felt rather embarrassing. Zhang Yuan, a clever girl, seized the moment and remarked, "These two are like toads aspiring to dine on swan meat." Sister Yumei refuses to comply, yet they persist in their shameless pursuits. I have never seen such audacity. Rong Bing's hawk-like gaze swept over the Gao family, sending chills down their spines. He smiled gently, his voice as calm as ever. "If I'm not mistaken, you are Gao Xingli. If your business fails, how will you return home?" Rong Bing's dissatisfaction with his subordinates was palpable. Individuals like them should not linger in the capital, polluting the environment. Gao Mu suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock. It was you who?" Rong Bing's calm yet threatening gaze fixed on her, rendering Gao Mu speechless, as though her throat had been constricted. "Do not let me see you in the capital again," Rong Bing stated steadily. Gao Mu's heart raced as she hastily dragged the bewildered Gao Xingli away. Qiao Yumei is an astute individual, discerning from their conversation that the Gao family's inability to set up a stall is attributable to the efforts of Rong Bing. "Thank you, Brother Rong," she expressed gratefully. Rong Bing smiled and handed her a business card, saying, "It was merely a trifling matter. Here is my number. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Upon returning home that evening, Qiao Yumei discovered that the Gao family had vacated their residence. Perhaps they had been intimidated by Rong Bing. The furniture remained untouched, yet half a month's rent was left on the table. Relieved to be rid of a significant burden, Qiao Yumei felt deep gratitude towards Rong Bing. Qiao Wei and Su Ming only stayed in Shanghai for a day before returning to Beijing. Engaging in stock trading had become not only a physically demanding endeavor, but also quite exhausting. They were limited to trading in the Shenzhen and Shanghai markets. And should they be fortunate enough to win a bid, a trip to Shanghai was unavoidable, which was rather inconvenient. Xiaoqing did not inquire whether Qiao Wei had made any purchases or how much he had bought. As children grow, one must learn to let go. Offering general guidance is sufficient, for excessive interference is seldom beneficial. The first time Qiao Wei encountered Su Ming's parents together was during the afternoon of the 26th day of the Lunar New Year. Su Ming's parents, having risen from humble beginnings as street vendors, remained courteous despite their newfound prosperity. Upon learning that Su Ming frequently dined at Qiao Wei's home, they brought an abundance of gifts to express their gratitude for the care provided by him and Xiaoqing. Their conduct was impeccably polished. Had it not been for the knowledge of their marital discord, one might assume their affection for Su Ming was genuine, albeit expressed through monetary means. Qiao Wei, unaware of the underlying tensions, believed them to be a happy family of three. Once the Su family closed their door, the facade of their smiles faded. Su Ming lounged lazily on the sofa, silently observing. Su mother wore a stern expression, her face betraying her simmering anger, while Su father awkwardly rubbed his hands together, attempting a conciliatory smile. Son, the situation is as follows. Your brother was born this morning, and I cannot allow him to be labeled a bastard, can I? Please understand. Son, Su mother scoffed. You've already brought a bastard into this world, Su Weiming. I have endured hardship and built everything from scratch. Do you truly feel justified? Su father glanced at Su Ming, frustrated, and retorted, what is the point of discussing this? Su Ming, with a stoic expression, looked at his father and asked, so, you wish to divorce my mother to legitimize your mistress and your illegitimate child? It is you who has wronged me. If you agree to divorce her, I will grant you anything you desire. Su Ming had always been remarkably accomplished, and Su father was well aware of the necessity of leaving himself an escape route. Although he had welcomed another son, it would take a decade or more for the child to mature. And no one could guarantee that he would grow up healthy and outstanding like Su Ming. The estrangement between him and Su mother had long since set in. As long as Su Ming opposed the divorce, he would not dare to proceed. Su Ming coolly stated, the warm and loving family environment I desire is something neither you nor my mother can provide. Therefore, let us convert that into monetary compensation. Pray tell, how much can you offer me? Chapter 40. Affection born of wealth. Upon hearing this, Su father seized the opportunity, promptly asserting, after I divorce your mother, all my earnings will belong to you and your brother. Su Ming raised his hand, cutting him off. Stop right there. What I seek is immediate benefit. A will can be amended. Discussing future promises is no different from issuing a worthless check. Navigating between both parents prior to their divorce was never easy. Once they separated, each would truly establish their own household. Su's mother mockingly tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, Su Weiming, if you insist on this, then let the marriage be dissolved. Watch as I exhaust you and that little mistress. Su's father had not intended to deprive his eldest son, but in a moment of agitation, he misspoke and quickly corrected himself, saying, it was a slip of the tongue. State your conditions. Su Weiming, you were the one who betrayed our relationship. After years of marriage, while you disregard our past, I still cherish it. I want to demand that you leave empty-handed. Let us divide our assets into 3 parts, including those you gifted to that little mistress. 1 portion for you, 1 for me, and 1 for Xiaoming. Furthermore, the properties under your name shall remain yours, serving as compensation for the hurt inflicted upon him. When Xiaoming eventually marries, you and I will jointly finance his wedding. As for your future assets, whether you choose to bequeath any to him is your prerogative. Let us focus on the present matters. Su's mother also had aspirations for a new family, and at the age of 42, it was conceivable that she might bear more children. However, her bond with Xiaoming, who she carried for 10 months, was deeply rooted in her maternal love and dedication. Even in the event of divorce from Su's father, she sought to secure advantages for her son. Su's father hesitated. He had no objections to dividing the assets into 3 parts, but after Xiaoming reached adulthood, his wife had gradually purchased several properties for him, including 2 courtyard houses. These alone were worth over 2 million. If those were excluded while including the gifts to his mistress, the share he would receive would be the least. Having a background in accounting, Su's mother had managed their finances since their marriage, and even after establishing a company, she continued to oversee the funds, fully aware of their earnings. Su's father found it impossible to shift his assets unnoticed. Inwardly conflicted, he ultimately envisioned the youthful beauty of his mistress, the adorable visage of his younger son, and then glanced at Sue's mother, who had grown bitter and harsh with age. He relented. Very well, I agree. Once terms were settled, Sue's mother produced a meticulously organized asset list. In addition to what Xiaoming owned, Sue's father and mother possessed wealth exceeding 10 million, primarily from their company and factory. Xiaoming had no interest in the company's shares and ultimately received over 4 million in property and cash. Sue's father was eager to finalize matters, and the three spent the afternoon completing all necessary arrangements, even making it to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce. Xiaoming believed that had time permitted, his father would have seamlessly married his mistress. Sue's mother transferred 2 properties that should have belonged to her to Xiaoming, highlighting the superficiality of Sue's father's paternal affection. Both had grown accustomed to competition, even in their financial generosity towards Xiaoming. In the end, Sue's father gifted Qiao Wei 200,000. With his assets significantly diminished, he was in a foul mood, merely telling Sue's mother that he could be reached by phone if needed before departing. Sue's mother, observing her son's indifferent demeanor, felt uncertain about how to broach the subject. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Xiaoming, the new year is approaching. I'm sorry I cannot spend it with you this year. Perhaps you could celebrate at your grandfather's house. Xiaoming smiled faintly and replied, It's all right. I've grown accustomed to solitude. Besides, I am 21 now. I am an adult. Thank you, Mom, for everything you have done for me. I will always be your son, regardless of circumstances. Had it not been for his mother's schemes on his behalf, he would scarcely have attained even a fraction of what he has, despite his father's overwhelming affection. Compared to his father, his mother's love was far more tangible. Su Ming's words filled Sue's mother with guilt, causing her to turn away and wipe her eyes, choking back tears as she murmured, Take care of yourself. Mother is leaving. All right. Su Ming stood rooted to the spot, watching his mother's car take a path opposite to his father's. The overcast sky grew even more somber. Once loving spouses, who had vowed to grow old together, had shared their meals, now chose to part ways, leaving him behind. Su Ming looked up at the sky, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. He believed himself to be a mature man, convinced that he was indifferent. Yet, confronted with this moment, he found his heart heavy with disappointment. From then on, he truly became a solitary soul with both parents. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he allowed the snowflakes to settle upon his head. Qiao Wei had prepared dinner, yet he had not returned home, leaving a warm portion in the pot for him. That evening, Su Ming purchased some beer and summoned Qiao Wei to his home. The two sat on the woolen blanket in the living room, munching on peanuts and drinking. Are you feeling sad? Qiao Wei asked. Su Ming flashed a grin, feigning bravado. What do I have to be sad about? You can't imagine how happy I am. I'm actually celebrating. Qiao Wei regarded him silently. If you consider me a friend, speak your mind. Don't keep everything bottled up inside and torment yourself. Su Ming, carefree and audacious, wore a facade thicker than city walls, his playful demeanor serving as his armor. Yet, from the nuances of his behavior, Qiao Wei discerned Su Ming's sensitivity and emotional depth. Despite harboring an abundance of sorrow, he always presented a cheerful facade, like a sun radiating warmth. Such individuals can be dazzlingly radiant one moment, yet in the next, may choose to relinquish their own existence, seeking liberation. It is those like him who are the true survivors, thriving under the harshest conditions, bouncing back from any blow with remarkable resilience. As Qiao Wei saw through Su Ming's facade, the smile on Su Ming's face began to fade. He tilted his head back, gulping down half a bottle of beer. Remaining silent for a long while, his eyes fixed on the television. Slowly, he began to speak. Before I turned 7, both my parents were workers. During that time, their relationship was strong, and our family was blissful. In a dual-income household with only one child, I lived better than my peers. The year before the reform and opening up, the government gradually relaxed restrictions on small businesses. They sought to provide me with better living conditions, taking to street vending after work. Back then, making money through street vending was relatively easy. At times, their earnings for a single day surpassed an entire month's salary. After a year, they sold their jobs to open a shop, and then a factory, eventually establishing a company. Their income increased year by year, and as my father's pockets grew fuller, he began to find fault with my mother for not being young, beautiful, or gentle enough, leading to nights spent away from home. Their conflicts escalated, resulting in arguments, broken items, and fights. Their first argument occurred when I was 12, and their first physical confrontation was also at that age. Soon, it became unbearable. Yet I endured until I was admitted to university before they chose to separate. Since I was 17, our family had been living apart. To speak candidly, cohabiting under the same roof was stifling. I had long yearned for their divorce. Finally, with their separation, I felt liberated. Today, as they divorced as I had wished, they became mere strangers. However, watching them walk further away, leaving me solitary and unacknowledged, not even a word of inquiry about my return home, I realized I was not truly happy. Qiao Wei, I thought I would not feel sorrow. I had overestimated myself. Had I never received their love, perhaps it would have been easier. Chapter 41. Friend Su Ming bitterly took a swig of his drink. Money is essential, yet an excess of it is equally troublesome. No amount of wealth can restore the joy I once knew. I would rather they remain the ordinary parents who loved me dearly in my memories. Under the dim light, Qiao Wei noticed tears shimmering in Su Ming's eyes. He looked into Su Ming's depths and earnestly said, Su Ming, you are happier than I. At least you have experienced your parents' unconditional love. Yet, this world is rife with temptations, and how many can steadfastly hold on to their true selves? Perhaps in the future, we too may become like them. Su Ming stared blankly at him, and after a moment, inquired, We have known each other for so long. Yet you have never mentioned your family. From your tone, it seems they are not kind to you. Su Ming only knew that Xie Qing was not Qiao Wei's biological grandfather, and that he had an aunt in the capital. Beyond that, he knew little. Initially, I did not wish to share, but seeing your sorrow, I thought it might bring you some joy. Qiao Wei spoke of his family matters in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. After listening, Su Ming remained silent for a long while. He had once been his parents' favorite, and they had never neglected him financially. Even after their divorce, he had received the most. He felt burdened by his troubles. Yet there were countless others who suffered far more. Compared to Qiao Wei, to the myriad of unfortunate souls in the world, what right did he have to lament? Apologies. I do not know. Qiao Wei smiled nonchalantly. It matters not. I am doing well now, better than any of them. It is merely regrettable that I could not attend the political science university due to my father. Otherwise, we could have been classmates. Empathizing. Su Ming could sense the bitterness in Qiao Wei's heart. He raised his bottle. Let us drink, leaving all unpleasantness behind us today. With a serious expression, Qiao Wei said, You are my first friend in life, Su Ming. Can we be friends for a lifetime? The vicissitudes of life and the fickleness of the human heart are uncertain. Whether they could remain lifelong friends was unknown. Yet he wished to shield the sincere-hearted Su Ming from the shadows cast by his parents. Su Ming gazed into Qiao Wei's earnest eyes. Suddenly comprehending the depths of his words, his heart tumultuous with a bittersweet sensation. He had many friends, yet none, including his parents, could perceive his innermost thoughts as Qiao Wei could. The deepest gloom hidden within him was dispelled in that moment. Su Ming pressed his lips together and gently tapped Qiao Wei's shoulder, resolutely stating, Of course we can. Together, we shall embrace the beauty of life. Who knows? I might outlive you and end up seeing you off. Qiao Wei chuckled, replying, All right, it's settled. Qiao Wei had a notoriously low tolerance for alcohol. A mere bottle of beer would send him sprawling, lying on the carpet, fast asleep. Su Ming retrieved a blanket from the bedroom to cover Qiao Wei and then resumed his drinking on the sofa. In stark contrast to Qiao Wei, Su Ming possessed an innate ability to withstand liquor, growing increasingly alert with each sip. After downing 11 bottles of beer and making several trips to the restroom, he found no trace of drowsiness. Instead, he lay beside Qiao Wei, staring at the ceiling until dawn, enviously observing Qiao Wei's sound slumber. The next day, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, he startled Xie Qing, who nearly choked on the words, Don't lead Qiao Wei astray. In an effort to soothe Su Ming's wounded spirit, Qiao Wei complied with all his requests over the next few days, even convincing Xie Qing to allow him to move in and share a room with Qiao Wei. The cramped space, measuring barely a dozen square meters, housed 2 single beds, a desk, and a wardrobe, leaving only a narrow passageway in between. It was quite congested. Despite Su Ming's mature appearance, he harbored the heart of an eternal child. With others in the room, his insomnia vanished without the need for medication. The day after Su Ming's parents divorced, they promptly remarried their respective lovers. Su Ming's father, having achieved his desire for a young wife and child, merely called Su Ming on New Year's to remind him to take care of himself. Su Ming's mother, with her young husband from another province, was preoccupied with her new family, leaving little room for Su Ming's needs. His grandparents, harboring resentment towards his mother for her calculating ways and now doting on their new grandson, became increasingly indifferent towards Su Ming. Fearing that he might clash with his new daughter-in-law during the holiday, they decided not to invite him home for the new year. Su Ming's maternal grandparents sent his uncle to fetch him for the celebrations, but he declined. Instead, he chose to celebrate the new year with Qiao Wei, Qing, and Xiao Yumei, finding joy in their company. The carefree, boisterous Su Ming had returned. Spoiled by Qiao Wei's generosity, he gained 5 pounds after the holiday, constantly declaring his intent to lose weight while indulging without restraint at every meal. After moving to the capital, Qiao Wei penned only 2 brief letters to his mother, not returning to Qing Shan Village for the new year, which left her feeling disappointed. Over the past year, the mother and son had relied solely on one another. They sold poultry and foraged for mountain goods. Despite the hardships, they found life more bearable than when they had more family members to support. After a year of toil, they had repaid a significant portion of their debts, and their future appeared brighter. Their New Year's Eve dinner featured chicken and fish, sumptuous yet solitary. Reflecting on the past, Qiao Wei's mother felt a bittersweet ache in her heart as she placed a chicken leg in Qiao Wei's bowl, gently urging, "Eat up, you're still growing. You need to eat more." Qiao Wei had become her only son, and she longed to make up for the years of maternal love she owed him. Qiao Wei quietly ate his meal, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "Mom, after the new year, I want to find a job." He lacked Qiao Wei's resilience to endure the curious gazes of his peers and did not excel academically like him. Even though he aspired to gain admission to university like Qiao Wei, earning the admiration of those around him, he lacked the capability to do so. His academic performance was so poor that he couldn't even qualify for high school, let alone university. Any further pursuit would merely be a waste of time. Qiao's mother became frantic, tears streaming down her face like a torrent, splashing into the bowl before her. "Have you forsaken your mother as well?" she lamented. "Mother, please consider my situation too. If I remain in Qing Shan Village, subjected to the scorn of others, no girl will ever want to marry me. It would be better for me to seek work elsewhere." Qiao's mother understood this reality, yet she could not bear the thought of her children abandoning her, one by one drifting away. "What am I to do? Your father is imprisoned, and Xiao Mo and Xiao Li have been working for over a year without a word. Qiao Wei has gone off to university and does not return. You are all I have left." She wiped her tears away with the back of her hand in a haphazard manner. For over a year, the two of them had relied on one another, and Xiao's mother had been striving to change. Xiao Zhi's resentment towards her had diminished significantly. With a hint of reluctance, he said, "Once I earn money, I will bring you to enjoy a better life." Regardless of his reassurances, Xiao's mother steadfastly opposed his decision to work. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the mother and son sat before a table laden with delicious dishes, yet neither had the appetite to eat. Meanwhile, in prison, Xiao's father and his sons shared a similarly bleak existence. Since their imprisonment, no one had come to visit them. Their thoughts had begun to shift, evolving from indifference to a yearning for someone to come see them. The one most struggling to accept this harsh reality was Qiao Min, who had transitioned from hysteria at the beginning of his incarceration to a state of complete silence and numbness. He once had a promising life ahead of him. If not for Qiao's mother's misguided interference and his father's impulsive actions against Jiang Fuguwei, he might have continued his education and pursued a university degree. Gradually, Qiao Min found himself daydreaming about attending university and becoming someone of distinction. Among the 4 Qiao sisters, aside from Qiao Yan, who returned to the countryside to marry, the remaining 3 took shortcuts by becoming mistresses to wealthy men in Hong Kong. Qiao Mo and Xiao Li, driven by their strong sense of vanity, could not resist the allure of men's sweet words and willingly succumbed to their advances without needing any persuasion from Wang Shou'er. They subsequently embraced their roles as kept women. Initially, Qiao Ling, like Qiao Yan, remained steadfast in her integrity, unwilling to compromise her body. Yet, the dazzling allure of city life proved irresistible. The arduous labor for meager wages intensified her feelings of discontent. Ultimately, she became the very person she once scorned. The innocent girl had transformed into a silver-tongued woman, adept at conversing with both people and spirits alike. The man who kept her was charmed by her, generous in his affection, and even permitted her to return home for the new year. In Chapter 42, some families rejoiced while others mourned. Xiao Ling was perplexed as to why she had returned, having secretly vowed never to come back when she left. Yet, the heart is a peculiar thing, often beyond one's control. During her year away, she found herself thinking most frequently of her parents' preference for sons over daughters and her brother, who awaited her return to earn money and marry. On New Year's Eve, Around 4 in the afternoon, Qiao Ling finally arrived back in Qing Shan Village. Dressed in fashionable attire, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She walked through the countryside with a small suitcase in tow. The once rustic girl had transformed into a city dweller. In the village, the New Year's Eve dinner is typically served early, and before the meal begins, firecrackers are set off. The family that ignites their firecrackers first is believed to enjoy better fortune in the coming year. The cacophony of firecrackers intermingled with the barking of dogs brought a sudden revelation to Qiao Ling. This, perhaps, is the reason for her return home. Deep within her heart, this quaint mountain village was her true home. At that moment, she understood Xiao Yan's choice. Nevertheless, transitioning from luxury to frugality is a challenging endeavor, and she vowed never to follow in Xiao Yan's footsteps. In the main room, Aunt Xiao, who was enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, heard the joyous whimpers of her silly dog and set her bowl down to step outside. Upon seeing Qiao Ling standing in the courtyard, Aunt Xiao, her face contorted with anger, hastened towards her, muttering curses. "You heartless girl, you finally deigned to return." She struck Qiao Ling with her hand. Uncle Qiao, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Enough, enough. It's New Year's, and little Ling has returned after a long time. Why are you hitting her? If you treat me this way, I won't come back." Qiao Dong also chimed in. Qiao Ling merely regarded Aunt Qiao with cold eyes and commanded, "Let go." Aunt Qiao's hand froze in midair as she gazed into the unfamiliar eyes of her daughter, her heart racing, unable to continue her assault. She feared that if she struck again, her daughter might truly never return. Although Qiao Ling had never sent money home, Uncle Qiao and Qiao Dong initially harbored grievances. Yet their spirits lifted upon seeing her. The father and son eagerly inquired about her life. Aunt Qiao noticed that Qiao Ling spoke and acted in a manner completely different from when she was at home, even more refined than the people she had encountered in the county town. She dared not speak harshly to Qiao Ling any longer and even took the initiative to serve her dishes. The family managed to enjoy a rather pleasant New Year's Eve dinner. Qiao Ling inquired, "How has Xiao Yin been since returning?" Aunt Qiao replied, "She got married and moved to the town. Her husband is capable and treats her well. In a few months, she will be giving birth. Little Ling, don't leave again this time. Working outside is tough, and every woman eventually marries. Don't wait until you're older to find someone. All the good men will be taken." Although Qiao Yan's husband was not handsome, he was competent and generous to his in-laws. Since Qiao Yan married him, the family had meat to eat regularly, all thanks to her husband's contributions. Aunt Qiao, who had never contributed anything, envied her daughter immensely. Since Qiao Ling didn't send money back home either, it seemed preferable for her to marry early and secure a substantial bride price, allowing her son to find a good wife sooner. Qiao Ling cast her a glance, but remained silent. That evening, Qiao Ling retrieved 2,000 yuan from her suitcase and handed it to Aunt Qiao. "I may not have the capabilities of Sister Xiao. I have only saved this amount, and my salary will increase next year. I aim to help build a house for the family." In reality, the man who supported her provided her with over 10,000 yuan in pocket money each month, and the house she currently resided in was under her name, often accompanied by gifts. She was frugal, having saved 120,000 in a year. However, she understood Aunt Qiao's nature all too well. The more she gave, the more Aunt Qiao would demand. The money was merely a means to stay in the village for a few more days without enduring Aunt Qiao's incessant nagging. True to form, Aunt Qiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of money, and after calculating in her mind, she smiled, saying, "I knew my daughter was the most filial. I didn't raise you in vain. Working part-time is not entirely a misfortune. If you have no desire to marry, then delay it." Qiao Ling smirked with a hint of derision. Growing up in a family that favored sons over daughters, she recognized her 3 primary roles: laboring tirelessly for her family before marriage, exchanging her labor for a bride price, which was negotiable. Marriage was not simply a matter of choosing whom to wed. After marriage, she was expected to support her natal family. It became evident to her why many rural girls seemed to vanish upon arriving in big cities, no longer contacting their families or returning home. On the second day of the new year, Qiao Yan returned to her parental home with her husband. Upon seeing Qiao Yan's aging and unattractive husband, Qiao Ling thought it would be better to support a more handsome man. Financially, there was no comparison. Qiao Yan's spouse operated a pig farm and worked as a butcher, earning money through arduous toil. Qiao Ling would wager that her husband's earnings in a year paled in comparison to her pocket money. Qiao Yan's complexion was far from what it had been when she resided in the deep city. In such a place, no matter how well a man treated her, it was impossible to neglect chores while pregnant. Xiaoling increasingly felt justified in her choices. The two, having grown up together and been closer than sisters, had developed a profound rift due to their divergent life paths. They had long lost common ground, and upon meeting, found themselves at a loss for words. Xiaoyan, your husband treats you quite well, Xiaoling remarked. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. He's all right. It was only after marriage that she realized the agony of living with her in-laws. To her husband, she would always be an outsider. Even when her mother-in-law instigated conflicts, her husband would scold her in defense of his mother. Each time they quarreled, he would bring a pound of meat back to her parents, and they would praise him as a good husband, urging her to be dutiful to her in-laws and considerate of her husband. She had no outlet for her grievances. When she initially wanted to return to the village, Xiaoling had earnestly advised against it. Now, with her life in disarray, she wished to shield Xiaoling from the truth of her existence. As long as you are well, that is enough. I returned home this time to see you. Xiaoling handed her 100 yuan, saying, we are sisters. Since I couldn't attend your wedding, consider this in advance for your future child. Xiaoyan did not refuse, replying, thank you. Rest assured, I will never speak of this. Xiaoyan's assurance eased Xiaoling's mind. Xiao's mother, fearing that Qiao Zhi would follow Xiaoling, forbade him from seeing her, closely guarding him and limiting their outings. Despite her vigilance, Qiao Zhi still managed to seek out Xiaoling on the night of the 5th day of the new year. Chapter 43. The nature of humanity. Are you truly going to leave with me? Xiaoling mused, observing the youthful innocence on Qiao Zhi's face. The wealthy indulgent frivolities. It is not solely men who keep mistresses. Even married women maintain affairs. Qiao Zhi was handsome and bright, easily rivaling a star in looks. With such an appearance, earning a living would be a breeze. If fortune smiled upon him, being discovered by a talent scout and becoming a star was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yes. Xiaoling Jia, take me with you. I can endure hardship and will do any work. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. If you wish to join me, meet me at the county bus station beforehand. All right, I shall follow your lead. Despite Xiao's mother's stringent watch, she could not prevent Qiao Zhi from leaving. She felt as if the world were collapsing around her. She considered calling Qiao Wei to ask him to return home, but she did not know the phone number. Writing a letter was futile, as she could not read or write. In the once bustling residence, only Qiao's mother remained in Qing Shan Village, enduring a life filled with sorrow and hardship. With 2,400 subscription certificates, he had acquired 24 consecutive numbers. Qiao Wei mused that regardless of the number drawn, there existed a chance to win. Having already expended a hefty sum of 72,000, it would indeed be foolish not to invest in stocks if he were to secure a winning ticket. In that moment, he had been utterly bewitched. Failing to consider how he would procure stocks after winning, having already spent all his money on the certificates. Now, he was left with less than 1,000 yuan, most of which comprised the New Year's money gifted by Xia Yiqing and Xiao Yumei. With such a meager amount, even if an opportunity presented itself, he would be unable to seize it. Although he could certainly ask Su Ming for a loan, he believed it best not to involve money in friendships, for the fragile vessel of camaraderie could easily capsize. The old man and his aunt might lend him money, yet Qiao Wei was reluctant to gamble on something so precarious. With a month remaining before the lottery drawing, he resolved to earn some money during this interval. Determined not to squander the 72,000, he felt compelled to take a risk. Lying on his bed, he cleared his mind, momentarily lost in thought before reality returned. He sighed inwardly. Having initially wished to drift aimlessly like a salted fish, yet human desire is insatiable. Had he truly been devoid of aspirations? He would not have been swayed by Xia Yiqing and Su Ming to venture into the Shanghai market. Nor would he have adopted a mindset of merely buying a small amount upon arrival. This small purchase nearly exhausted his funds. Su Ming exhibited greater rationality than he. This indicated that deep within, he yearned for wealth, for substantial riches. He had believed that the disdain shown by Qiao's father and others in his past life would not shatter his resilient spirit, but in that moment, he recognized that it indeed had. Perhaps only by standing at a height that commanded their admiration could he finally heal from the sorrows of his previous existence. Closing his book, Su Ming turned to him and inquired, earning money? What are your intentions? Qiao Wei rested his hands behind his head, replying, I haven't quite decided. I plan to explore a bit tomorrow. The profit from street food was considerable, but it wouldn't yield immediate returns. Working a job seemed less appealing than selling snacks or garments at the night market, where he contemplated various avenues for earning money, yet found himself at a loss. He lamented internally that he truly lacked a business acumen. Leaving behind the sprawling mountains of his hometown, he realized that making money was no easy feat. While other reincarnators thrived selling water and seeds, he would likely only manage to scrape together a modest sum. Why had he suddenly fixated on making money? Relying on business for income was not Su Ming's forte either. A top student since childhood, he had never participated in his parents' business ventures. And his foray into stock trading was equally uninformed, with any gains derived solely from luck. He excelled at spending money, but when it came to earning, he preferred to refrain. Qiao Wei fabricated a plausible excuse. School starts in a while, and idling at home feels unambitious. Then I shall accompany you, Su Ming replied. The following day, intending to seek business opportunities with Qiao Wei, Su Ming was unexpectedly called to go ice skating by the girl he secretly admired. In his infatuation, he promptly forgot their plans to explore prospects together. After a quick 2-minute freshen up, he enthusiastically invited Qiao Wei to join him. However, Qiao Wei had no interest in playing the third wheel and instead rode his bicycle to the wholesale market. Without a clear plan for what to do, he decided to purchase some small items to set up a stall, hoping to earn a little something. As he rode halfway, an elderly man waved vigorously at him. Young man, young man. Qiao Wei recognized him as the old man who had sold him the snuff bottle. He squeezed the brakes and asked, "What is it, sir?" The old man could be considered a minor deity of fortune for him, had he not insisted on selling the snuff bottle. Qiao Wei would have never amassed the wealth required to purchase 3 apartments, let alone the subscription certificates. My surname is Wang. Just call me Old Wang. Young man, I have a porcelain bowl for you to take a look at. It's not expensive, only 300. Old Wang produced a porcelain bowl from his tattered canvas bag. The bowl was still coated in dirt and mysterious stains, so grimy that its original color was nearly unrecognizable. Qiao Wei's lips twitched slightly. For this, he dared to demand 300? Truly, the world of commerce is rife with deceit. While he was grateful to Old Wang for the substantial profit he had made from their previous transaction, this bowl seemed decidedly too ordinary. Selling a bowl worth 50 cents as an antique was rather unscrupulous. The critical issue was that he could have at least taken the time to clean off the dirt. Old Wang, noticing the disdain in Qiao Wei's eyes, chuckled. It is a bit dirty, indeed. I just acquired it this morning and Haven Tea had a chance to tidy it up. Rest assured, it's definitely a good item. Whether it was truly a good item was uncertain to Qiao Wei. He shook his head and said, Old Wang, to speak frankly, the bowls we used at home when I was a child were just like this one. Old Wang's eyelids twitched. He had not anticipated that this time he would not deceive Qiao Wei. However, maintaining his composure, he pressed on. Perhaps it's different. If you don't like this one, there is also a plate, just 20. Qiao Wei gazed at the plate that clearly matched the porcelain bowl, momentarily at a loss for words. Considering Old Wang's hopeful expression and recalling how the old man had helped him earn a windfall, he said, What else do you have? Bring it all out, and within my budget, I'll buy 2 items. Ah, splendid. A spark of excitement flickered in Old Wang's small eyes. He often visited the rural outskirts of the capital to collect seemingly antiquated items, either trading them for candy and biscuits or purchasing them for mere coins. At most a few dozen. In truth, he was not well versed in antiques. He relied solely on his instincts. Ever since selling the snuff bottle to Qiao Wei, his luck had been remarkably good, earning more in a few months than in the preceding 10 years combined. In their line of work, luck is paramount, and there is a touch of superstition involved. It was rare to encounter someone like Qiao Wei, and as long as he did not incur a loss, Old Wang was determined to sell something to him, hoping to share in his good fortune. He had only 3 antiques in his bag, aside from the bowl and plate. There was a small incense burner covered in verdigris. This time, Old Wang abandoned pretense and candidly informed Qiao Wei that he was, in fact, an antique dealer. The previous items had all been sold, and these were what he had acquired that morning. Young man, why not buy all 3? The exquisite craftsmanship of the snuff bottle had initially captivated Qiao Wei, but none of the current 3 items appealed to him. After pondering for a moment, he offered 50 for the incense burner, buy 1 get 2 free. If that works, I'll buy it. If not, then so be it. Initially intending to offer only 20. He reconsidered, recognizing that the incense burner did have an antique appearance. This price seemed somewhat disrespectful to antiques, and he reluctantly added an additional 30. The incense burner could serve as an ashtray in the living room, while the bowl and plate could simply be considered as an afterthought. The dishes were undoubtedly unnecessary. Human nature invariably inclines towards taking advantage. Not having asked Old Wang for them left Qiao Wei feeling somewhat shortchanged. Upon hearing the price, Old Wang immediately felt a pang of pain throughout his entire body. He scrutinized Qiao Wei suspiciously. Young man, Did you witness firsthand how much I paid for them? Not at all, Qiao Wei replied. To be frank, I purchased them for exactly 50 yuan, not a cent more or less. Is that true? Qiao Wei queried, skeptical. Business people often claim to sell at a loss, particularly those in the clothing trade. How could one continue to operate a business while perpetually losing money? If it's genuine, could you perhaps add a bit for travel expenses? After all, I made the trip here. It wouldn't be fair to leave without earning a single cent. Were it not for his desire to ride on Qiao Wei's luck, old Wang would have undoubtedly packed up and departed without a second thought. Gritting his teeth, Qiao Wei offered, add 10 yuan. With a pained expression, old Wang acquiesced, deal. Thus, he emerged from the encounter without a single yuan in profit, having spent 50 instead. Qiao Wei's sense of urgency intensified. Unlike his previous stroke of luck that netted him hundreds of thousands, this time he had merely spent 50 yuan. It would be a pity to squander it, so he decided to return home with the items. Goodness, what on earth have you purchased? Is this a bowl for feeding chickens or dogs? Qiao Wei mused, perplexed. He had no idea. Old Wang, the seller of his snuff bottle, had insisted he buy it for 50 yuan, yet he remained uncertain of its true value. Xie Qing adjusted his glasses. Let me take a look. Chapter 44. Unstoppable fortune. Without delay, Qiao Wei rushed to the wholesale market. It was the 6th day of the new year, and many vendors had yet to open their shops. After wandering through the market, he finally discovered suitable merchandise, long balloons that could be inflated and twisted into various shapes. Something children adored. They say that money from women and children is easy to earn, and Qiao Wei was eager to test this theory. He purchased 1,000 long balloons, 200 round ones, and a small pump, totaling 20 yuan. Qiao Wei calculated in his mind that selling 2 to 3 balloons for 2 yuan each and the more complex ones for 3 yuan would allow him to break even after selling just 10 finished products. Upon returning home to prepare a meal, he inquired, Grandpa Xie, is 50 yuan still a fair price? Xie Cheng replied sincerely, it's worth far more than that. It's worth 1,050s. You lad, your luck is so enviable that I am almost jealous. At least you can sell this much. Xie Cheng held up a hand. Qiao Wei, lacking confidence, hesitantly asked, 5,000 or 500. Xie Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Tapping Qiao Wei's forehead with a curled finger, could you not think bigger? 500 or 5,000 is what warrants a claim of good fortune. Qiao Wei chuckled innocently. You know my lack of experience and inability to discern value, so please spare me the suspense. If I could sell for 50,000 or more, then I would indeed consider myself lucky. 50,000 and up, Xie Cheng stated, nearly causing Qiao Wei's jaw to drop. Should old Wang realize that each antique he painstakingly sold to Qiao Wei could yield him substantial profits, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. His gaze fell upon the copper furnace he intended to transform into an ashtray, carefully lifting it. This seemingly simple little item, so unremarkable in appearance, is worth such a fortune. Xie Cheng, utterly speechless, regarded him as if he were a fool. This young man was truly blind to the obvious. Yet his luck was astoundingly fortuitous. Even when reluctant to buy, opportunities presented themselves at his doorstep, available at a bargain. Truly, when fortune arrives, it cannot be stopped. The old gentleman sighed helplessly, stating, lacking discernment, these items hold little value. The truly priceless ones are those 2 bowls and plates used for feeding the chickens and dogs. Qiao Wei stared in astonishment at the bowls and plates that the old gentleman had meticulously cleaned, scrutinizing them from every angle for a considerable time. Frankly, aside from the unique designs on the porcelain, he could discern nothing particularly special about them. Xie Cheng patiently endeavored to elucidate. This is yuan blue and white porcelain depicting Giguzi descending the mountain. He expounded for an extended period on the intricacies of Chinese ceramics. Yet Qiao Wei's expression remained one of sheer, uncomprehending innocence. Suddenly at a loss for words, Xie Cheng, feeling weary, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. The world of antiques is profoundly intricate. It would take considerable time to explain it all to you. In summary, you have stumbled upon a significant treasure. Do not sell these 2 porcelain pieces, for their value will only increase with time. Qiao Wei promptly nodded. Oh, I will remember that. To be candid, he felt like an uncultured brute in the presence of antiques, completely unable to perceive the worth of these porcelain items, which he believed to be far less exquisite than the set he had used in his previous life that cost several hundred yuan. This thought he kept to himself, wary of voicing such sentiments in front of Xie Cheng. He mused that, unexpectedly, the items he came to acquire as mere trifles turned out to be the most valuable. Qiao Wei immediately took great care in storing the bowls and plates. The copper furnace was discarded on the coffee table, repurposed as an ashtray. Xie Cheng could only respond with a bemused silence. It is not as cheap as you might think. After lunch, Qiao Wei twisted 30 balloons at home. Outside the zoo, helium balloons were sold for 2 yuan each. They were merely ordinary round balloons filled with helium. Qiao Wei crafted various shapes: dogs, rabbits, little bears, lollipops, butterflies, and so forth. Though they did not float, their unique forms captivated the attention of children. In an age where only children were raised, parents who endured hardships would not allow their little emperors and princesses to suffer, fulfilling their every desire. The balloons were somewhat pricey, yet they were not purchased daily. For just 2 or 3 yuan, parents found joy in their children's happiness. Furthermore, several young women were drawn to Qiao Wei's striking appearance, eagerly attending to his business. Before long, he sold out of his creations, and a long queue formed. Perhaps due to the festive season, no one came to chase him away. Qiao Wei twisted and sold balloons simultaneously. Hey, isn't that your secret crush, the Prince Charming? Su Jing pointed out. Mu Wanzhou turned to follow her gaze. A smile breaking through her pale visage. He is remarkable. Su Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is quite impressive. His business is flourishing. Should we offer him a hand? Su Jing, raised in a high-ranking family and accustomed to life in the compound, never considered selling goods on the street to be a shameful endeavor. Mu Wanzhou's expression dimmed. Shaking her head in melancholy, forget it. With my frail health, I would only be a burden, hindering his business. As the car drove away, Mu Wanzhou gazed longingly at the rearview mirror. Su Jing clasped her hand with compassion. I believe your illness can be cured. Mu Wanzhou smiled faintly and nodded. Yet deep down, she understood that her ailment was beyond remedy. It was merely a regret that she would not have the chance to engage in a romantic affair with the boy she admired before her life reached its inevitable conclusion. Su Ming stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought as he watched a pair of young lovers gliding across the ice rink. Gu Meili danced like a delicate swallow, her intimate gestures with her boyfriend causing pangs of anguish in Su Ming's heart. They were indeed a striking couple, a handsome man and a charming woman. One a doctor and the other a nurse, truly a match made in heaven, as Yang remarked. Su Ming remained noncommittal. Were they well suited? Well, their external attributes and professions did align quite nicely, leaving the defeated Su Ming at a loss for words. After waiting in vain for Su Ming's response, Yang took the initiative to speak. Su Ming, Meili mentioned you don't have a girlfriend yet. How do you feel about me? Su Ming's gaze lingered on Gu Meili without acknowledging her. He responded dismissively, very well. Then would you like me to be your girlfriend? Su Ming turned to her. The girl had a round, cherubic face and a petite figure, exuding an undeniable charm. While she was indeed adorable, she fell short of the beauty he desired. I'm afraid not. I prefer men, he quipped, fabricating a response. Yang gazed at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. You. Su Ming nodded impassively. You heard me correctly. I am attracted to the same sex. Yet, Gu Meili claimed you had pursued her for several years, and now that she was getting married, she felt guilty and wanted to matchmake you with me. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Guilty? Indeed, she said you loved her dearly. But she only sees you as a younger brother. Chapter 45. A land of gold. The warmth in Su Ming's eyes plummeted. She must have misunderstood. I regard her merely as an older sister. Her boyfriend is more to my taste. Typically, he was a person who valued decorum. And while he wished her well despite the disappointment of her impending marriage, he found it perplexing that she would introduce him to a girl who did not appeal to him. Hearing this, Yang instinctively scooted several meters away. As if Su Ming were a notorious villain, she was utterly shocked to discover that a man could be attracted to another man. It was revolting to her. Her eyes were filled with disdain and disgust as she regarded Su Ming. Gu Meili, hand in hand with her boyfriend, glided over to Su Ming with a radiant smile. Why aren't you two skating? Su Ming fixed her with a steady gaze for a few moments. After all, they had grown up together, and he didn't want to embarrass her in front of her boyfriend. As he removed his skates, he said, I have plans with a friend. You two enjoy yourselves. Gu Meili's parents and Su Ming's parents had once been colleagues, living in the same building before Su Ming's family found prosperity. Su Ming's mother and Gu's mother were rivals at work, both possessing strong personalities, thus maintaining a facade of peace between their families. The adults' discord did not hinder the bond between their children. Gu Meili was exceptionally nurturing, and Su Ming cherished the sisterly figure who was over half a decade his senior, having followed her around since childhood. During his formative years, Gu Meili was the object of his affection. After she graduated from middle school and enrolled in a nursing school, Su Ming began to pursue her, a pursuit that lasted 5 long years. Gu Meili neither readily accepted his advances nor outright rejected him, leaving him with boundless hope. Su Ming had encountered girls more beautiful than Gu Meili, yet marrying her remained the dream of his youth. Gu Meili's unwavering hope kept him from relinquishing his pursuit, for he had expressed his feelings to her, yet she continued to dangle him along while engaging in romantic entanglements with other men. It was only upon her impending marriage that she revealed the truth, even introducing him to a woman he clearly regarded with disdain. Su Ming was no fool, oblivious to the machinations at play. Throughout that morning, he traversed a spectrum of emotions: joy, disappointment, anger, fury, and ultimately, calmness. He came to the realization that his affection for Gu Meili was not as profound as he had once believed, and he was not entirely dependent on her. Observing the grim expressions on both Su Ming and Yang Yang, Gu Meili assumed their discussions had soured. With a smile, she encouraged Su Ming, "It's nearly noon. Let us dine together." "No," Su Ming replied coldly, turning away without so much as a farewell. Gu Meili furrowed her brow and inquired of Yang Yang, "What is the matter? He was so cheerful this morning." Yang Yang looked at her with an odd expression and asked, "Are you certain Su Ming is attracted to women?" Gu Meili, perplexed, responded, "Of course, what do you mean? Did he reject you?" Yang Yang scoffed, "He claims he favors men." Gu Meili, "What are your true intentions in introducing a homosexual to me?" She held no doubt regarding Su Ming's declaration, as no man would jest with his own reputation. Gu Meili, momentarily stunned, quickly protested, "It isn't possible. I would stake my honor on the fact that Su Ming is definitely not gay." "Impossible?" He admitted it himself. Who would jest about something so serious? As their argument unfolded, Zhang Kai, who stood nearby, observed with keen interest. Su Ming felt a pang of guilt for having abandoned his close friend in favor of pursuing Gu Meili. Qiao Wei labored until nightfall, but thankfully, there was lotus root and pork rib soup simmering in the pot, along with rice ready to be served for the hungry elder. "Happy New Year, Qiao Wei." Mu Wanzhou, clad in a white down jacket and adorned with a fluffy red hat, appeared before him, her face radiant with joy. Qiao Wei, captivated by the delicate and enchanting girl before him, smiled and asked, "Happy New Year. Why are you still out so late?" Mu Wanzhou, whose frail health necessitated thick gloves, still felt the chill in her hands. Qiao Wei couldn't help but worry that this fragile blossom might not withstand the harsh winter winds. Feeling the warmth of his concern, Mu Wanzhou replied, somewhat off topic, "I've been cooped up at home for too long. I needed to take a stroll." "You are quite impressive, having made such adorable balloons." Qiao Wei, slightly embarrassed by her compliment, jested, "This is probably my only talent." Mu Wanzhou giggled at his self-deprecation, her eyes sparkling like clear, luminous pools. And when she laughed, it seemed as though the brilliance of countless stars resided within them, capable of drawing one's heart into their depths. People are visual creatures, and it was undeniable that Qiao Wei was enchanted by her beauty. He gently asked, "Have you eaten?" "No, my parents are busy with work, and I have no appetite when dining alone," Mu Wanzhou admitted, her smile dimming slightly, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. Qiao Wei felt a twinge of sympathy for her. "I haven't eaten either. I earned some money today. Let me treat you to a meal." "All right," Mu Wanzhou exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Mu Wanzhou has long relied on both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, maintaining a rather bland diet. Qiao Wei, with a penchant for spicy flavors, chose only mild dishes to accommodate her preferences. Being a meticulous young woman, Mu Wanzhou had shared lunch with Qiao Wei in the cafeteria for half a month and had grown familiar with his eating habits, prompting her to request that 2 of the mild dishes be replaced with more flavorful options. With an elegant demeanor, Mu Wanzhou had a small appetite, consuming merely a modest bowl of white rice porridge and a few bites of vegetables before setting down her chopsticks. Qiao Wei, reluctant to urge her to eat more, felt a pang of concern for her health. She reminded him of Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber, her delicate physique seemingly fragile, as if it could be whisked away by the slightest breeze. The frigid weather posed a threat to her well-being. Even an extra minute outdoors could be detrimental. Once they finished their meal, Qiao Wei wasted no time. "I'll accompany you home." "No need," she replied. "I live nearby. I can take a cab." Seeing her insist, he managed to hail a taxi for her. As Mu Wanzhou settled into the cab, she inquired, "Qiao Wei, will you come tomorrow?" "I will," he assured her. She coughed a few times, and Qiao Wei furrowed his brow in concern, asking, "Have you caught a chill?" Stopping her cough, Mu Wanzhou smiled and waved her hand. "No, just inhaled some cold air. It's nothing. I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon. Goodbye." She seemed anxious, urging the driver to start the car. as if fearing his refusal. Upon returning home, Qiao Wei found Su Ming accompanying Xie Yiqing, who was engrossed in watching television, laughing like a carefree fool. Grandpa Xie said you went to sell balloons. Did you make any money? Of course, Qiao Wei replied. Who would do business without profit? He pulled out all his earnings, prompting Su Ming to exclaim, wow, that is quite a lot. Together, they counted, totaling 482. That's a profit of 462. Truly, this era is paved with gold. Xie Yiqing nodded appreciatively. Small businesses can yield big profits. Su Ming's eyes widened. Selling balloons, is that lucrative? What is the point of us slogging through school just to earn a couple of hundred after graduation? Business is good now, but who knows about the future? The market changes too rapidly, Qiao Wei mused. Selling balloons might only be profitable for a few more days. We need to consider other ways to earn money. Twisting balloons could be learned easily. Even if he twisted them quickly, those with a knack for it would grasp the skill after a few demonstrations. Perhaps tomorrow would bring competitors. It was unlikely that business would remain as prosperous as today. There are plenty of parks in the city. We could sell at the zoo for another day, and if that doesn't work, we can try other parks. That sounds feasible. I'll join you tomorrow. Su Ming agreed. Qiao Wei expressed skepticism. Aren't you going to date your childhood sweetheart? Su Ming scoffed. Date? She's about to get married. Is it that dire? Qiao Wei asked. With your parents divorced and remarried, even your childhood sweetheart has moved on? Rejected? Oh wait, you two never really started, so that doesn't count. She came to see you today just to tell you she's getting married, didn't she? Su Ming, feeling dejected, slumped on the sofa. You guessed correctly. Chapter 46. Utterly deflated, Qiao Wei observed him closely for a moment. Realizing that he wasn't as affected by the news of his parents' divorce as he had been previously, which offered him a modicum of comfort. He patted Su Ming's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. It's all right. What you've lost is but a tree. And what you've gained is an entire forest. It is often said that while one may encounter failures in love, fortune may smile upon them in other ventures. Perhaps great wealth is on the horizon for you. Su Ming had never been troubled by financial concerns since childhood and held little interest in amassing wealth. However, recent events prompted a shift in his perspective. Gu Meili, a woman of vanity, had cost him a considerable sum over the years. Accepting his gifts with an air of entitlement, despite her indifference towards him. He even harbored suspicions that Gu Meili, influenced by his parents' divorce and subsequent remarriages, had resolved to marry another, believing he could not provide her with a life of luxury. There is a limit to what one can endure. Despite having mentally cast Gu Meili aside, his insatiable desire for victory would not allow him to remain passive. He was determined to evoke tears of regret from her. Qiao Wei observed as the man who moments ago appeared listless, suddenly ignited with fervor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have made my decision. I shall become a wealthy man. Qiao Wei replied. Oh, I wish you success in advance. Do not forget your brother once you strike it rich. Su Ming wrapped his arm around Qiao Wei's neck, flashing a wide grin. Of course, even if I am gnawing on bones. I shall ensure you partake of the meat. Xie Yiqing shook his head. It's time to wash up and sleep. Today's youth, dreaming day by day. The following day, as Qiao Wei had anticipated, a competitor emerged. A boy of about 8 or 9 years old was selling simple designs, only bears and dogs, and in limited quantities. At a price of 1 yuan each. The boy shouted his wares loudly, demonstrating his cleverness by recognizing that he could not compete with the allure of Qiao Wei's balloons, opting instead to win customers through lower prices. Although the children favored Qiao Wei's creations, some parents, seeking to save money, inquired about the price and ultimately opted to purchase from the boy. Qiao Wei recalled seeing the little boy watching intently the previous day. He admired the child's entrepreneurial spirit at such a tender age, recognizing him as quite astute. After selling out, the boy boldly approached Qiao Wei, grinning sheepishly as if they were old acquaintances. Come and buy. Beautiful balloons at a bargain. Qiao Wei chuckled, recognizing the boy's talent. With the official holiday over, foot traffic at the zoo and parks had dwindled, and it took visiting 3 locations to sell out of all the balloons. With the assistance of Su Ming and Tang Yuan, Qiao Wei found the task significantly easier than the day before. He compensated Tang Yuan with 5 yuan for his help, which the boy accepted gleefully. Brother, will you be selling again tomorrow? Tang Yuan inquired. Perhaps, it depends on the circumstances, Qiao Wei replied. Tang Yuan hesitated for a moment, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Brother, could you teach me? Little Tang Yuan, do you not know that acquiring skills requires tuition? Su Ming remarked, bemused by the child's audacity. Of course I know. But I have little money now. I was thinking, if brother Qiao Wei teaches me, and you provide the balloons, we could split the profits evenly over the course of a year. What do you think? Qiao Wei and Su Ming exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the boy's impressive business acumen. They both felt rather inadequate by comparison. Qiao Wei teased, "How do you expect me to trust you?" With a maturity beyond his years, Tang Yuan replied, "Integrity." Two individuals, Qiao Wei and Tang Yuan, reached a simple agreement to purchase 1,200 balloons from the wholesale market. In this wager, the maximum loss was merely 20 yuan, while he believed the profits from Tang Yuan would significantly exceed 10 yuan. Su Ming remarked that Tang Yuan possessed an innate talent for business, suggesting he would undoubtedly become a remarkable entrepreneur in the future. Qiao Wei concurred, noting that without the insights from his previous life, amassing wealth would largely rely on luck. Entrusting the balloon business to Tang Yuan, Qiao Wei and Su Ming decided to venture into mid-range women's apparel. With Qiao Wei's star-like visage, customers flocked to him. The unsold stock from Qiao Yumei was handed over to him, facilitating a smooth clearance. Occasionally, Su Jing would accompany Mu Wanzhou to lend a hand. Su Jing, a grounded second-generation official, employed customer-attracting techniques that left Su Ming in admiration. Time passed swiftly amidst the hustle. On the eve of the new school term, after a month of diligent effort, Qiao Wei and Su Ming had earned over 25,000 yuan. "Do not offer me money. I merely wish to experience the toil of earning it." Su Ming declined Qiao Wei's share. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. As a law student, you should know better. What is agreed upon should be honored. Qiao Wei insisted on giving half of the earnings to Su Ming, who, unable to counter his brother's admonition, surrendered. "Brother, I concede. Let it be as you say." Tang Yuan brought in nearly 1,000 yuan in profit for Qiao Wei, further impressing him with this extraordinary young man. On the first day of school, Xia Yunshuang dramatically altered her approach, distancing herself from Qiao Wei as if he were contagious, avoiding his gaze with an air of bewilderment. Her behavior, though perplexing, aligned with Qiao Wei's desires. Yet, he couldn't help but think, the whims of a woman are indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Zhang Yuan, who worked for Qiao Yumei during the holiday, whispered to Qiao Wei after class, "Qiao Wei, our aunt is dating someone. What does he do?" After the new year, Qiao Wei was preoccupied with earning money, and Qiao Yumei was equally busy, leading to less communication. While he was pleased for his aunt's newfound openness to love, he hoped it wasn't a man like Gao Xingli, as that would be preferable. Aunt calls him Brother Rong. I am unsure of his profession. Although he is somewhat older, I believe they make a fine match. Qiao Wei remarked, Rong Bing is 49, and she is 28. There is a 21-year age gap, which seems mismatched at first glance. However, he refrained from commenting on matters he did not fully understand. When did they start their relationship? It was after the Gao family's persistent pursuit of our aunt was resolved by Uncle Rong, and since then, he has visited the store nearly every day. I have never been in love and lack experience, but their relationship appears rather intriguing. What is Aunt's attitude towards him? Though she does not speak of it, she surely harbors some feelings for Uncle Rong. Qiao Wei expressed his gratitude. I appreciate it. Thank you. No need for thanks. My friend Yi Ming and I owe you for introducing us to work. Aunt said we can work at her store during our breaks. Qiao Yumei is an exceptionally kind individual, providing meals and offering a generous salary to her employees. Zheng Yuan is deeply grateful to Qiao Wei. At noon, Mu Wanzhou did not wait at their usual spot for Qiao Wei to join her for lunch. Upon visiting her classroom, Qiao Wei discovered that she was on sick leave. Teacher Wei, what illness does Mu Wanzhou have? Qiao Wei inquired of her homeroom teacher. Teacher Wei sighed softly and replied, leukemia. Her words instantly chilled Qiao Wei's heart. In the late 1980s, the mortality rate for leukemia was alarmingly high. Mu Wanzhou is a gentle, kind, strong, and optimistic girl, embodying all the beauty of youth. Yet, this remarkable young woman has fallen victim to such a grave illness. Teacher Wei, could you please provide me with Mu Wanzhou's contact details? I wish to visit her. Having frequently observed the two dining together in the cafeteria, Teacher Wei shared Mu Wanzhou's family phone number. Qiao Wei hurried to a payphone to make the call. Miss Wano went to Port City for treatment yesterday, the family's maid informed him. Qiao Wei's heart constricted painfully. Mu Wanzhou had visited him just the day before without mentioning her condition. Is Wanzhou's illness very serious? He asked. I'm not entirely sure, the maid replied, somewhat reserved. A profound discomfort settled in Qiao Wei's heart, causing him to lose focus during class that afternoon. Later that evening, Su Jing called. Eagerly, Qiao Wei inquired about Mu Wanzhou's condition. Su Jing provided him with a general update. then fell silent for a moment before continuing. Qiao Wei. Wanzhou truly has feelings for you. If she returns, would you consider being her boyfriend for a while? Don't let her harbor regrets. Think of it as a personal favor I owe you, all right? Qiao Wei gloomily responded that if Mu Wanzhou wished it, he would have no objections. His agreement was not born out of pity for Mu Wanzhou, but rather a realization that he harbored genuine affection for her, an affection that transcended mere friendship. She was the first person in his life to stir such feelings within him. If possible, he longed to visit her in Port City. But it was not as simple as wanting to go. Obtaining a visa, even if achievable, would take considerable time. In his rebirth, Qiao Wei's life had been smooth and devoid of troubles, yet Mu Wanzhou's illness served as a stark reminder of life's inevitable disappointments. Regardless of his thoughts, life must continue. Though he was smitten with Mu Wanzhou, their acquaintance was still brief, and their bond not deeply forged. After 2 days of melancholy, Qiao Wei resolved to uplift his spirits. On March 2nd, the first lottery for subscription certificates took place. Through the television, he learned of the lottery results, a 10% success rate that far exceeded his expectations. This round of stock issuance included 7 companies, each with a par value of 10 yuan, 2 of which allowed the purchase of 50 shares per subscription certificate, while the remaining 5 permitted 30 shares each. Even Qiao Wei, who had never paid attention to stocks, understood that investing in initial shares was a guaranteed profit. With 240 subscription certificates in the lottery, purchasing all would require between 72,000 to 120,000 yuan. This posed a dilemma. He had no funds to buy stocks. I can't believe I missed such a lucrative opportunity, Suming exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. Pounding his chest in frustration, wishing to stomp the floor into 2 craters, Xia Yicheng inquired of the pensive Qiao Wei, "Wei, did you make a purchase?" Su Ming, filled with regret, promptly answered on Qiao Wei's behalf, "No, we merely took a stroll and then left." Not wishing to deceive them, Qiao Wei confessed, "I did make a purchase." "Huh? When did you buy it?" Su Ming asked incredulously. "When you went out for cigarettes, I thought since I was already here, I might as well take a chance and bought a little. I refrained from telling you, fearing you'd mock me," Qiao Wei admitted candidly. Su Ming fell silent, overwhelmed with contemplation. Realizing his savings amounted to just over 10,000, Qiao Wei remarked, "I don't have enough funds to invest in stocks, otherwise I would offer you half." Su Ming, despite his envy, adhered to his principles. He believed that while enduring a personal loss was acceptable, he would never take advantage of his brother. "Brother, I appreciate your kindness. Opportunities to prosper are plentiful, and this one isn't crucial. If you need money, I can lend it to you, but please do not sell the subscription certificate." Although Su Ming lamented missing a chance for great wealth, he was remarkably open-minded and harbored no jealousy over Qiao Wei's fortunate decision. Xia Yicheng observed the two in silence. Noticing Su Ming's sincerity and earnestness, Qiao Wei felt a wave of gratitude. The following day, Xia Yicheng summoned Qiao Wei to his room, presenting him with a passbook. "This is my nest egg, take it." With a steady monthly pension and a salary that had been supplemented after several years, he had accumulated over 30,000. As he spent little in the countryside and had relied on Qiao Wei for support, Qiao Wei did not hesitate to accept, stating, "Consider it a loan. I shall repay you shortly." "Do as you wish. You will eventually repay me in any case," Xia Yicheng replied. Lacking both funds and knowledge of the stock market, Qiao Wei decided to simplify his investment. He chose a stock that allowed for the purchase of only 30 shares, which would save him several tens of thousands, totaling 72,000. With his savings combined with Xia Yicheng's contribution, he had 50,000, and he borrowed an additional 22,000 from Su Ming, who readily agreed. Concerned that Qiao Wei might need more, Su Ming handed him 50,000 outright. "You may not need this much, but take it as a precaution. You can return any excess." "Thank you," Qiao Wei replied, recognizing the rarity of such affluent friends. This year, interest rates at the bank had risen, with the highest 3-year fixed deposit reaching 13%. Qiao Wei resolved to repay Su Ming according to the maximum interest rate. "I initially intended to take a couple of days off to accompany you, but my parents are each hosting weddings, and it would be inappropriate for me to miss them. I can only accompany you next time," Su Ming explained, referring to the synchronized weddings of his parents, who, after their divorce, had each remarried the very next day. "That's all right. You focus on your own affairs." In Chapter 48, the first pot of gold in the stock market, Qiao Wei witnessed the fervor of stock traders in the Shanghai market. To his astonishment, the subscription certificates, initially priced at 3,000, had soared to 1,500,000. After purchasing his stocks, he was approached by a throng of individuals. "Young brother, We are buying subscription certificates at high prices. Even those with winning tickets are welcome. He calmly declined. Having won once does not guarantee future wins. I shall not sell. Calculating the offered prices. Qiao Wei realized that selling everything would yield a profit exceeding 3,500,000. If he continues to wait for the subsequent lottery draws and purchases stocks upon winning, Qiao Wei is uncertain whether his actions will yield substantial profits. He wishes to experiment. Having never opened a stock account in his previous life, he finds it challenging to resonate with the fervent gazes of stock traders. Before any rise in stock prices, he remains remarkably composed. Upon returning to the capital city, he coincidentally attends Su Ming's father's wedding banquet. The dynamics of Su Ming's family are indeed intriguing. Su Ming's father has chosen a stepmother who is the same age as Su Ming, creating an unusual age gap. Meanwhile, Su Ming's mother has found a stepfather who is merely 24, just 4 years older than Su Ming, a case of an older man with a much younger partner. Even with Su Ming's thick skin, he feels embarrassed for them. The crux of the matter is that he must address two peers as uncles and aunts. An utterly mortifying situation. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Ming would prefer not to appear before his parents. Qiao Wei continues to be a diligent student, setting up stalls on weekends to earn money. Su Ming, a law student, is burdened with an overwhelming amount of material to memorize. And Qiao Wei refrains from dragging him down by insisting he does not accompany him to the stalls. Conversely, Su Jing visits him weekly. Su Jing is a cheerful and outgoing girl, and their relationship rapidly deepens. After Mu Wanzhou's condition stabilizes slightly, she calls Qiao Wei weekly. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months slip by. The stocks Qiao Wei purchased skyrocket. While one of Su Ming's stocks rises from 100 yuan per share at issuance to over 9,000 in just over 2 years. As if soaring on the wings of a rocket. The annual income of an ordinary worker pales in comparison. The price of this stock equals 3 or 4 years' salary for many. It is nothing short of miraculous. With the prices soaring so high, Qiao Wei often feels as if he has been thrown into the sky, and the higher he is tossed, the harder the fall. He is unwilling to experience the same fate as his former colleagues, who, unable to part with their high-value stocks, ultimately found themselves trapped. They went from indulging in lavish feasts to subsisting on plain gruel, their faces etched with worry and despair. It is a cruel fate. Those who leveraged or borrowed money to invest in stocks suffer even more. Su Ming, I wish to sell all my stocks. Why? It's peak time for growth. Selling now seems unwise, Su Ming questions, perplexed. Last year, when he was in the Shanghai market, he missed a golden opportunity by not selling his stocks to buy subscription certificates. Yet those stocks have now brought him immense wealth. With prices soaring, he feels uneasy and believes it wise to take profits. Selling now would provide him with funds for the next lottery draw and enable him to repay his debts. Su Ming is reluctant to sell, but finds Qiao Wei's arguments compelling. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely states, "Then I shall sell as well." On May 26th, the two successfully divest all their stocks. At that moment, Su Ming's astonishing stock has risen to 10,500, leading him to hesitate for an additional 3 minutes before ultimately deciding to sell altogether while clutching his chest. Qiao Wei's stocks have multiplied over 30 times, allowing him to earn his first significant fortune in the stock market. With over 3 million yuan resting in his bank book, that night, Qiao Wei dreams of his previous life, where he was often scolded and looked down upon, now witnessing his father and others serving time in prison. In the morning, Qiao Wei indulges in an extra bowl of porridge. Despite having become a millionaire, he remains remarkably low-key. 3 days later, that evening, Su Ming rushes in, grabbing a cup of iced tea from the table and gulping it down. Breathless with excitement, Su Ming exclaimed, "Qiao Wei, the moment we divested our stocks, the market plummeted the very next day, declining for 3 consecutive days. Fortunately, your foresight saved us, and I am grateful I heeded your advice. Otherwise, had it continued to fall, I would have likely lost all my earnings, and merely preserving my principal would have been a blessing." Su Ming's expression was one of disbelief. "Really?" Qiao Wei questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Is it truly that coincidental? Why would I deceive you? Qiao Wei, you are remarkable. Confess. Have you been secretly studying stock trading behind my back?" Qiao Wei chuckled. "With my aptitude, I wouldn't master it anyway. I merely believe in one principle. What is full must become empty. There is wisdom in the words of our ancestors." Su Ming, filled with admiration, gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. From now on, I shall follow your lead." While everyone understands the principle, few can genuinely apply it. Individuals like him, who do not place excessive value on money, often hesitate to sell stocks when they see them continuously rising. He was astonished by Qiao Wei's clarity of thought. No, this time it was merely a stroke of luck. If you choose to follow my path, I can guarantee you will starve for 3 days out of every 9. The stock market is ever-changing. In his previous life, he had known a finance professor who, despite being an expert invited weekly to discuss the market on television, suffered significant losses in his own investments. It was laughable. Even an expert could falter. He had even advised Su Ming to dabble cautiously, warning against overcommitting. Otherwise, one might turn a plane into a motorcycle. Having enjoyed a fortunate turn this time, he could not assure the same outcome in the future. How one chooses to engage in trading is their own affair. If losses occur, one must accept the consequences. He pondered, if his misguided suggestions led Su Ming to a loss, would he bear the burden? He didn't want to jeopardize their friendship. In that case, please inform me of any purchases you make and notify me when you intend to sell. I will make my own decisions about how to trade. No problem, Qiao Wei replied, repaying both Xie Yicheng and Su Ming, interest included. Su Ming understood his character. If he did not accept the money, Qiao Wei would undoubtedly refrain from seeking his assistance in the future. Xie Yicheng also accepted the repayment. Rong Bing and Xiao Yumei had officially established their romantic relationship for 2 months, and both were harboring thoughts of marriage. Xie Yicheng had not seen Rong Bing for over a decade and was not well acquainted with his circumstances. In matters of romance, regardless of age, individuals tend to present their best selves while subconsciously concealing or minimizing unfavorable aspects. Qiao Wei hoped Xiao Yumei would not encounter a troublesome in-law. By chance, he discovered that Rong Bing was, in fact, Mu Wanzhou's uncle, prompting him to call her. Mu Wanzhou did not withhold any information, sharing everything she knew, including details about her maternal grandparents, former aunt, and cousins. Finally, Mu Wanzhou added, Qiao Wei, I personally advise you not to rush into marriage with my uncle. To be frank, my grandparents have been urging them to remarry. My uncle has remained single all these years in hopes of my aunt's return. I am unsure if he has truly moved on from her. If he still harbors feelings for my aunt, it would be quite unfair to my aunt. Understanding her implication, Qiao Wei ended the call and sought out Xiao Yumei. After months of diligent effort, Xiao Yumei finally acquired a shop of over 40 square meters, and her business was flourishing. Dear aunt, while Uncle Bing is indeed a wonderful person, have you ever contemplated the implications for his ex-wife and their 2 children? Chapter 49. The same suffering, never to be endured again. Rong Bing and his ex-wife Bai Wei were university classmates, experiencing a heartfelt romance. In the late 1970s, Bai Wei was eager to pursue opportunities abroad, while Rong Bing was reluctant to leave his homeland. Neither could persuade the other, resulting in a peaceful divorce after 6 months. Their children accompanied Bai Wei overseas for their education. Years have passed, and unlike many divorced couples, Rong Bing and Bai Wei do not harbor animosity. They maintain a cordial relationship. Regardless of his busy schedule, Rong Bing makes an annual trip abroad to visit Bai Wei and the children, and she reciprocates by visiting him. Were it not for Mu Wanzhou's final remarks, Qiao Wei would have assumed that Rong Bing's amicable ties with his ex-wife were solely for the sake of the children. Qiao Wei trusted that Mu Wanzhou would not deceive him. If Rong Bing merely regarded his aunt as a backup or acted out of impulse, it would mirror the tragic fate of his aunt in a previous life, where familial discord led to her suffering from breast cancer. After finally escaping Feng County for the capital city, her life underwent a profound transformation. And to be ensnared in a similar tragedy due to a man would be less desirable than embracing solitude. He stated that he and his ex-wife co-parent their children and share a friendship. I believe his ex-wife is not an obstacle. Xiao Yumei smiled gently. Having been single for many years, she yearned for companionship. Rong Bing's humility and erudition were endearing, and she felt a deep gratitude for his assistance in reconciling issues with the Gao family. His overtures toward her easily swayed her heart. Qiao Wei sighed internally. Recognizing that his aunt could not possibly match Rong Bing's stature, he decided to be direct. Aunt, let me be candid with you. Uncle Bing's niece is a friend of mine, and I specifically reached out to her. She informed me that Uncle Bing has remained unmarried for over a decade. Waiting for Bai Wei to reconsider, his parents hold a special fondness for her. Despite the years since the divorce, they have never encouraged him to remarry, but rather to rekindle his relationship with Bai Wei. Their children also hope for their parents' reconciliation, but Bai Wei is wholly focused on her career and has not acquiesced. Xiao Yumei's complexion paled. Did she truly say that to you? Yes, aunt. Marrying Uncle Bing would mean relinquishing your current freedom. His parents are traditional and quite demanding. With high expectations for a daughter-in-law, compounded by their desire for him to remarry by Wei. Even if you were to successfully marry Uncle Bing, you might face considerable challenges. It is advisable to seek a partner of compatible standing. At least in marriage, one would not feel inferior. Initially, I intended to speak favorably of Rongbing, but my words reminded Qiao Wei of her former mother-in-law's family, causing her face to lose even more color. The psychological scars left by her former mother-in-law ran deep, and she had yet to fully recover. If Rongbing's parents were as unreasonable as the Su family, what meaning would this marriage hold? What purpose does her move to the capital city serve? It would merely be a transition from one fiery pit to another. It is no wonder Rongbing has yet to mention introducing her to his parents when they discuss marriage. Perhaps he knows they would disapprove of their union. Perhaps he intends to act first and inform later. Aunt will contemplate this carefully. Qiao Wei felt somewhat lost and disheartened. Rongbing was her second beloved man, following her deceased husband. Qiao Wei, observing her state, was at a loss for words. It was something she needed to figure out for herself. There was little he could do, for ultimately, it was her decision to marry Rongbing, and he could not intervene. Shortly after Qiao Wei departed, Rongbing entered the shop. "Yume," he said, placing a paper bag on the counter, freshly baked mung bean cakes. Qiao Wei offered a somewhat awkward smile, responding, "There's no need to buy." Each time he visited, he would bring sweets and items that women cherished, affordable yet imbued with his thoughtfulness. A successful, handsome, and cultured middle-aged man possessed undeniable charm. If he were willing to invest effort for a woman, she would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the confines of his affection. Qiao Wei was an ordinary woman, and like any woman, she was not immune to Rongbing's allure. However, Qiao Wei's words jolted her from the sweet reverie of love. She was no longer the naive girl of 17 or 18. She had endured the anguish of her first marriage and had long since lost the courage to break free from all shackles merely to be with her beloved. 8 years of mental torment from the Su family had left deep scars within her. Even if, as he claimed, Rongbing truly loved her. And even if he had severed ties with his ex-wife and children, as long as his parents did not accept her, she would never marry him. Once bitten, twice shy. She would not subject herself to the same suffering again. "Shaqing, you take care of the shop. I'm stepping out for a moment," Qiao Wei instructed her employee. "All right. Sister Yume, Ronggu, let us go to your car. I need to discuss something with you." Rongbing gazed at her gentle and beautiful face, smiling warmly, sure. As they watched the bustling crowd outside, Qiao Wei suddenly felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. "Ronggu, do your parents approve of our relationship?" Rongbing's brow furrowed slightly. "I will handle it. All you need to do is be a happy bride." Qiao Wei's tone grew increasingly soft. "So, they do not approve, do they?" Rongbing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze meeting hers. Understanding dawned on Qiao Wei, and her heart grew cold. She was no longer interested in questioning whether he still harbored feelings for his ex-wife. Instead, she simply stated, "Ronggu, we are not suited for each other. Let us part ways. For this reason alone? I've said I will take care of it. Yume, please give me some time," he implored. A rare look of urgency crossing his otherwise composed demeanor. He genuinely cherished the compassionate and understanding Qiao Wei, and sincerely wished to marry her and spend his life with her. Knowing his parents looked down upon her, he had hoped to deal with it after the fact. "How will you resolve this? Should I simply endure and show unconditional respect?" Qiao Wei felt a wave of frustration. Now, after being told to acquire a marriage license, he brought up these matters. Suddenly, she felt as if her years had been wasted. Without Qiao Wei's warning, she had fallen into this trap. Marriage might be easy, but divorce was not something one could simply wish for. "My parents wouldn't intentionally cause trouble," Rongbing replied. As a dutiful son, he had been raised to believe that a daughter-in-law should honor her elders, even if faced with difficulties. He felt one should reflect on themselves if troubles arose. If he had done no wrong, who would unjustly criticize? Qiao Wei had a clear understanding in her heart. Rongbing could be a friend, but he would never make a good husband. She gazed at him intently for a few seconds before speaking. "I am not as easygoing as you might imagine. It is not my fault that I refuse to be accommodating. Why should I compromise when my parents, who raised me, did not? When my former mother-in-law scolded me, I chased her with a kitchen knife. If pushed to the brink, I would truly lose my mind. If I were to marry you, could your parents accept me? In the event of a disagreement, would you stand by my side?" Her eyes, devoid of any emotion, caused a jolt in Rongbing's heart. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I understand now. I apologize. I was too selfish and self-righteous before, failing to consider your feelings. I genuinely appreciate your honesty. No matter how much he cherished Qiao Wei, he could not envision a life filled with daily quarrels with his parents. Middle-aged individuals approach love with a far more measured perspective than in their youth, where family often takes precedence over romantic entanglements. Qiao Wei was a good woman, one who would not marry him merely for financial gain. Alas, their paths were not meant to converge. Chapter 50, a future that withered before it bloomed after parting ways with Rong Bing. Qiao Wei called Qiao Wei to inform him. Qiao Wei was elated that his aunt could let go and move on. People evolve with their surroundings and the different individuals and experiences they encounter. After leaving the confines of Feng County, his aunt had rapidly matured. In this unfamiliar city, she sought employment, attended night classes, and engaged in business, all while striving for a life filled with purpose. She approached relationships with calmness and rationality, recognizing that the marriage she desired was not meant for her, and without hesitation, she severed ties. Qiao Wei was confident that his aunt would thrive. Mu Wanzhou returned after 3 months of treatment in the harbor city, her body ravaged by chemotherapy, her once lustrous hair gone, and her frail frame struggling to rise from the bed. You want to see him, and he wishes to see you too. Why not let Qiao Wei know you are back? Su Jing felt a profound ache within her. Mu Wanzhou offered a bittersweet smile. I may not have much time left. I wish to leave him with the most beautiful image of me. She longed to see Qiao Wei yet was reluctant to reveal her ghostly appearance. Su Jing grasped her hand, tears glistening in her eyes. I can see that Qiao Wei has feelings for you, and he has told me how much he wishes to pursue you. Mu Wanzhou cast her gaze upon the floor as the brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows. She pondered how many more times she would witness such a scene. The doctor had informed her that the treatment was progressing well, urging her to continue. Yet, she had a foreboding sense that her time was limited. A few months ago, she had yearned for a romance with Qiao Wei, but now, she recoiled from the idea. Qiao Wei was an exceptional person, and as she faced her impending death, she wondered why she would drag him into her turmoil. It was precisely because she sensed his feelings for her transcended friendship that she had sought treatment in the harbor city, deliberately avoiding him. It is my selfishness. I knew my condition, yet still sought to engage him. When genuine emotions arise, the deceased find peace, while the living endure the greatest agony. Mu Wanzhou deeply regretted divulging her true feelings to Qiao Wei. Being friends would have sufficed. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Wei was presently in the bustling city of Shanghai with Su Ming. The probability of winning in the second lottery draw stands at an astonishing 150%. The investors who secured their subscription certificates went into a frenzy, while those who did not scrambled to acquire them at elevated prices. Qiao Wei also succumbed to this madness. Su Ming, with tears of envy trickling from the corners of his mouth, clung to Qiao Wei's arm, his expression one of pitiable longing. What does it feel like to make money? Qiao Wei chuckled and scolded. Go away, go away. Who doesn't he know who? The stock Su Ming had invested in, one of the old 8 stocks, had surged an outrageous 100-fold, earning him a profit that rivaled Qiao Wei's. That afternoon, Mu Wanzhou's condition deteriorated sharply, and she ultimately passed away despite all efforts to save her. By the time Qiao Wei learned of her demise, a week had already elapsed, and he had not even been able to bid her farewell. The black and white photograph on Mu Wanzhou's tombstone was taken before her illness, capturing her in all her health and beauty. Qiao Wei bent down to lay flowers at her grave. Mu Wanzhou had never liked chrysanthemums. Instead, he brought her beloved red roses. Su Jing, with tear-filled eyes, asked Qiao Wei, "Did you ever have feelings for Wanzhou?" After a moment of silence, he replied, "Yes." He had indeed been moved by Mu Wanzhou, but their acquaintance had been brief. At most, it was a friendship that teetered on the edge of romance. There was heartache, but more so, a profound sense of loss for Mu Wanzhou. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth and possessing an admirable work ethic, she had been an exceptionally talented girl. Life is fragile. Such a wonderful young woman could vanish in an instant. Had Mu Wanzhou lived, they might have become lovers, perhaps even spouses. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The bond was too tenuous. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing with it the delicate fragrance of flowers, and a leaf floated down to rest upon Qiao Wei's shoulder. Su Jing wiped her tears away. Wanzhou would surely be happy to know your feelings. On their way back, Su Jing inquired, "What do you plan to do in the future? Teach? Or venture into business?" Qiao Wei shook his head. "I intend to write." He had no desire for a 9-to-5 job or to engage in commerce. His strengths lay in the sciences rather than the humanities, and he had chosen to major in Chinese literature with the aspiration of becoming a freelancer. Writing, without the burden of financial necessity, seemed the most fulfilling option. regardless of its profitability, merely a personal passion. Su Jing appeared taken aback. I didn't realize you shared the same aspirations as Wanzhou. Her dream was to become a household name as a writer. Another silence ensued. Su Jing looked at him earnestly and said, Qiao Wei, go for it. I believe you will become a remarkable writer. Thank you. I have been accepted by the University of Loughborough. Our next meeting will likely be 2 years from now. Su Jing had just graduated from the Beijing Dance Academy. Although she could have remained to teach, she yearned to explore broader horizons. Congratulations, Qiao Wei said sincerely. As they parted, Su Jing embraced him. I hope we both continue to improve and keep in touch. That year, Qiao Wei earned 20 million in the stock market. Yet he also lost the first girl he ever liked. George had been working away for over half a year, akin to Qiao Mo and Qiao Li, with no news whatsoever. During the summer, Qiao Wei chose not to return to the village. After visiting Qiao's father in prison, Qiao's mother fell into utter despair. She finally grasped the harsh reality. Having given birth to 8 children, she could rely on none of them. While she could sustain herself through her own efforts, she had become a laughingstock in the village, even in the town. Those who had once envied her for having 6 sons now mocked her mercilessly. George accompanied her, allowing life to continue. A solitary existence was truly unbearable. At the end of October, Zhou's mother and father divorced and left Qing Shan Village, their whereabouts unknown to anyone. Zhou Wei, will you return to your hometown for the new year? Meng Xiaoxiao inquired, nibbling on roasted duck. Having been admitted to Capital Normal University, Meng Xiaoxiao shared the same major as Zhou Wei. With no one at home, she decided against going back this year. With Zhou's mother absent from the village and Xia Yicheng's health deteriorating, there seemed little necessity for the trip. Meng Xiaoxiao let out a disappointed sigh. Su Ming, eagerly, placed 2 pieces of duck meat into Meng Xiaoxiao's bowl, cheerfully saying, Xiaoxiao, let me take you back. I have nothing else to do. Su Ming did not conceal his affection for Meng Xiaoxiao. She smiled and declined. No need. I can go back by myself. Unfazed by her refusal, Su Ming continued. I have a classmate working at the railway bureau. I can help you buy tickets without waiting in line. When you decide to return, I'll take care of it. Those working away from home needed to return for the spring festival, and train tickets were in high demand, with many people waiting overnight to purchase them. That would be wonderful, Su Ming. Could you also help me buy tickets for a few of my roommates? No problem. Leave it to me, Su Ming assured, thumping his chest in delight. Xia Yicheng quietly observed the 3 young individuals for a moment before speaking. This afternoon, Old Chun is inviting us to his home for dinner. Su Ming and Xiaoxiao, you should join us. Meng Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hands. No, thank you, Grandpa Xia. I'll be heading back to school shortly. Su Ming, seizing the opportunity for some private time together, promptly insisted on accompanying Meng Xiaoxiao. Qin Zhengrong's granddaughter, Yu Shu, was an icy presence. How could she compare to the sunny and charming Meng Xiaoxiao? Facing her cold demeanor would surely lead to indigestion. Chapter 51. The aloof and emotionless Yu Shu. As Meng Xiaoxiao prepared to leave, she looked longingly at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei, could you walk me back to school? Sorry. Xiaoxiao, I have plans with friends. Su Ming can take you, Zhou Wei replied. He sensed Meng Xiaoxiao's affection for him but felt no reciprocation. Seeing her only as a friend, with no other intentions, Zhou Wei wished to avoid giving her any false hope. Disappointed, Meng Xiaoxiao sighed softly, bid farewell to Xia Yicheng, and returned to school. That girl is quite lovely and of good character. Have you truly not considered her? Xia Yicheng remarked, believing Meng Xiaoxiao to be a wonderful young woman, genuine and kind-hearted. Zhou Wei chuckled. There are plenty of beautiful and charming girls. Must I contemplate everyone who shows interest in me? That's a fair point. Emerging from Zhou Wei's home, Meng Xiaoxiao remained sullen, barely engaging in conversation, which left Su Ming feeling somewhat disheartened. Are you unhappy that I'm accompanying you? No, Su Ming. Does Zhou Wei have someone he likes? Su Ming scratched his head, carefully weighing his words before replying. I'm not entirely sure. That's something you should ask him. While Zhou Wei certainly had feelings for Meng Xiaoxiao, he would never betray or undermine a good friend to win her affection. Though women were undoubtedly important, Zhou Wei held a higher place in Su Ming's regard. Meng Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, about to speak when a woman's voice interrupted her. Su Ming. Su Ming frowned as he turned to face the approaching Gu Meili, whispering to Meng Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, this woman keeps pestering me. Could you do me a favor and pretend to be my girlfriend? Meng Xiaoxiao's thoughts were abruptly disrupted, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss, her hand firmly clasped in Su Ming's grasp. With a polite and distant smile, Su Ming addressed Gu Meili. Sister Gu, what brings you here? Gu Meili's smile froze on her face. Su Ming had always referred to her as Meili. Today, however, he called her Sister Gu. Did this imply she was so old? Furthermore, he seemed to be so intimate with the beautiful young lady. Gu Meili's heart ached with a bitter sweetness. She stared at the intertwined hands of the two, feeling an unbearable sting, and forced a smile. I came to see you. And this is... Oh, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Xiao. This is an older sister I used to live with in a shared building. Just call her Sister Gu. Meng Xiao Xiao, a bit bewildered, complied with Su Ming and sweetly greeted Gu Meili. Hello, Sister Gu. Gu Meili's form flickered, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Su Ming. You have a girlfriend now? Su Ming held Meng Xiao Xiao's hands, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. Yes. It was only after meeting Xiao Xiao that I truly understood what love is. Xiao Xiao is the one I wish to spend my life with. Meng Xiao Xiao awkwardly averted her gaze from Su Ming. Why say such things? Su Ming, with a fondness, tousled her hair and turned to the visibly shaken Gu Meili. Sister Gu, I apologize, but we are off to watch a movie and cannot entertain you. Next time, when we have the chance. Xiao Xiao and I will treat you to dinner. No need, I merely passed by to take a look. Gu Meili stifled her tears, straightened her back, and turned to leave, her nails digging deeply into her palm. The humiliation struck her unexpectedly. Heh. Su Ming smirked coldly. This woman is truly shameless. Her fiancé abandoned her, and she instantly returns to seek me out. How brazen to cling to me as if I were a refuge. Reflecting on the years he foolishly pursued Gu Meili, Su Ming felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his own eyes. How blind he had been to fall for someone so hypocritical and vain. She was nothing short of a dark chapter in his life. Xiao Xiao, thank you for helping me resolve this trouble. No need to thank me. It was a mere trifle. Besides, you often assist me as well, Meng Xiao Xiao replied, her face flushing. The warmth of Su Ming's touch lingered on her hand, and she awkwardly rubbed her pants. Qiao Wei gently stirred the soup in the pot, while the aloof and expressionless Yushu assisted him. The housekeeper had already prepared the ingredients. Yushu's help was merely passing plates. In truth, her assistance was hardly necessary. The Chen family employed a housekeeper, but Chen Jingrong believed the dishes prepared by Qiao Wei were superior. Thus he had conscripted him as soon as he arrived. Yushu had rarely been home in the past. Curiously, she had been present every time recently. Qiao Wei caught a glimpse of Yushu secretly tasting a dish. And fearing he would notice, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, creating a delightful contrast to her cold demeanor. Feigning ignorance, Qiao Wei suppressed a laugh and inquired, is work at the unit busy? Yushu, a brilliant scholar, had obtained her doctorate at the age of 22 and was currently employed at the Aerospace Research Institute. It's manageable, Yushu replied succinctly. Qiao Wei wondered if all researchers were taciturn. In any case, Yushu never spoke more than necessary, making conversations with her rather challenging. In a modest kitchen of less than 10 square meters, an unfamiliar young man and woman found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. Qiao Wei broke the stillness, suggesting, You should go rest. I can manage alone. Yushu adjusted her black-framed glasses and replied calmly, Are you annoyed by my presence? Not at all, Qiao Wei responded. Yushu nodded, remaining where she stood. After stealing a glance at her, Qiao Wei fell silent again. According to Qin Zhengrong, Yushu had been incensed by Qin's interference in her marriage, leading her to take refuge at the research institute for half a year without returning. The first time he encountered her, her eyes bore a hostile glare, shooting icy daggers that even implicated Su Ming. Their subsequent meetings were equally frosty. Truth be told, her temperament was such that most would find it unbearable, including him. It was clear that had Yushu been at home today, he would not have dared to show up. Such a remarkable individual as Yushu was indeed better suited to serve her country. Thankfully, her interest lay solely in the dishes he prepared, with no personal inclinations towards him. Otherwise, the Qin family would undoubtedly have been placed on her list of those to avoid. Qin Jingrong did not dare to play matchmaker for Qiao Wei and Yushu, speaking with utmost caution, fearful of inciting Yushu's displeasure, given that they had not seen her for so long. After Qiao Wei and Xie Cheng departed, he attempted to ingratiate himself with Yushu, smiling as he said, Shu, grandfather was unaware of your return today. I will certainly keep it in mind next time. He mused in bewilderment at how, despite deliberately choosing a time when Yushu was not at home for his gathering, he still happened upon her. Encountering her once or twice might be coincidental, but 4 or 5 times began to feel uncanny. Qiao Wei meets my aesthetic standards. Yushu dropped a bombshell. Qin Jingrong was taken aback, nearly sliding off the couch. What do you mean? I admire his face. His physique is commendable, and his culinary skills are impressive. Yushu replied. Well, Qiao Wei already has a girlfriend, Chun Jungrong interjected. Xie Ying, perceptive as ever, had long noticed Yushu's shift in attitude towards Qiao Wei. Though she still believed they were mismatched, Yushu had always been a strong-willed child, resolute in her pursuits, and no amount of persuasion would sway her. As an aging parent, she realized the futility of opposing her child's desires. Fortunately, Qiao Wei was already taken. Xie Ying delicately suggested, Shu, you are still young. You will encounter more suitable men in the future. Yushu responded with poise. I have never considered anything with Qiao Wei. Men only serve to distract me from my work. The elderly couple was left speechless, realizing that simply gazing upon him sufficed. In Chapter 52, Lovers. Qiao Wei had dabbled in the stock market only 3 times, selling all his subscription certificates before the 4th lottery. He sold certificates originally priced at 3,000 yuan each for an astonishing 12,000. In total, he sold 24 certificates for 2,880,000 yuan, amassing a total profit of 20 million when combined with his previous stock gains. He retained only 100,000 in the stock market, while the remainder was not invested in real estate. As property prices had yet to soar, he accrued a substantial amount in savings. 2 million deposited in a 1-year fixed term at an interest rate of 7.56% was quite favorable. By July of this year, as bank interest rates were raised again, the 5-year fixed term reached 13.86%. Upon maturity, Qiao Wei unhesitatingly reinvested all his funds, distributing them across several banks for 5-year fixed terms. With a sum in the bank and 100,000 remaining in the stock market, Qiao Wei ceased his street vending activities. The rent is sufficient for him and Xie Yicheng to live comfortably, rendering it unnecessary for him to overexert himself. He sells stocks when they reach a certain peak and buys more during significant declines. There is no deliberate study involved. It is rather casual, with limited funds. He feels no heartache over losses. Suddenly, the tall and radiant Su Jing rushes over and embraces Qiao Wei. As an exceptional dancer, Su Jing's grace and beauty are undoubtedly impeccable. Her voluminous long hair in lake blue, cinched long dress elegantly outline her perfect figure. To Qiao Wei, Su Jing is 1,000 times more beautiful than any popular movie star. The girl gazes at him with a lingering affection, causing Qiao Wei's heart to race uncontrollably as he opens his arms to embrace the enthusiastic girl. At 1 in the morning, the airport is sparsely populated. The sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman in each other's arms captures everyone's attention. The 1990s are not like the late 70s and 80s. Holding hands and embracing no longer carry the burden of societal judgment. Su Jing's eyes shine like stars as she whispers in his ear, I miss you so much. Qiao Wei gently strokes her silky hair, replying, I miss you too. Their acquaintance began through Mu Wanzhou, and despite Su Jing studying abroad, they maintained their connection. Not long after leaving, she began to pursue him. Over the past 2 years, Su Jing has been subtle yet persistent, making her presence felt in his life. Despite them being miles apart, many girls have pursued him, but he is not a man prone to infatuation. If he did not harbor feelings for Su Jing, he would remain unmoved. The 2 years of separation have not created any distance. Their intimate gestures feel as though they have been repeated in dreams countless times. Su Jing cannot suppress the rapid beating of her heart. This man is her boyfriend, and she feels justified in her affection. The thought brings a radiant smile to her face. Sensing her heightened heartbeat, Qiao Wei softly inquires, will you leave again this time? Su Jing shakes her head with a smile, planting a kiss near his lips. I want to leave. What if someone else takes you away? All right, Qiao Wei chuckles. After a moment, he releases her, pushing a suitcase with one hand while wrapping the other around her. It's too late. Let me take you home. Su Jing links her arm with his, pouting playfully. No, I don't want to go home. Stay with me, please. Such an overt invitation causes Qiao Wei's heart to skip a beat. Su Jing leads him to a hotel next to the airport, where they book a room. Their youthful bodies yearn for one another. As their passionate kiss concludes, Qiao Wei, breathless, forces himself to pull away from Su Jing, restraining her mischievous hands. Jing. Not like this. It's not the right time yet. In this era, a man values a woman's chastity more than in the decades to come. Life is filled with unforeseen circumstances. Su Jing, and here is different as night and day. He lacks a respectable family background and, by societal standards, is unworthy of Su Jing. He can rationally reject girls he does not like, yet his feelings for Su Jing are entirely beyond his control. Unsure of whether he can take the final step with Su Jing, he cannot betray her trust. Su Jing's enchanting fox-like eyes well with tears. Am I forever inferior to Wanzhou in your heart? No, That's not what I mean, Jing. You deserve the very best. Su Jing, with a smile breaking through her tears, declared, "You're the best, Qiao Wei. I love you. Will you stay with me?" Qiao Wei, already smitten with Su Jing, found himself incapable of maintaining a stoic demeanor. He leaned down and kissed the corner of her lips, expressing his concern. "I fear you may regret this in the future." "As long as it's you, I shall never have regrets," Su Jing interjected, silencing his lengthy discourse with a kiss and playfully pushing him onto the bed. Everything unfolded naturally. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "No, my dear sister, you are mine," she proclaimed, taking his Adam's apple into her mouth. Little did anyone know, she had encountered Qiao Wei even before Mu Wanzhou and had fallen for him even sooner. Qiao Wei was engulfed by an uncontrollable tremor. After calming down, his body ignited with fervor once more. He turned over, grasping Su Jing's delicate, fair wrist, wishing to be a considerate boyfriend. Yet his enchanting girlfriend proved to be quite demanding. Su Jing swayed like a fragile boat upon the tumultuous sea, lifted high by the crashing waves, only to fall heavily back down. In that moment, Qiao Wei, who had lived 2 lifetimes, experienced the bliss of a unity of body and soul, transcending mere physiological needs or the desire for procreation. Cradling the slumbering Su Jing in his arms, his heart brimmed with affection as he tenderly kissed her lips. The vitality of youth was remarkable. They only succumbed to slumber at dawn, awakening to another fervent encounter by midday. Their mutual love, akin to an addictive elixir, compelled them to exhaust each other completely. With Su Ming at home, Qiao Wei was untroubled about Xie Yicheng going hungry, checking out of the hotel only the following morning. As they exited, Qiao Wei belatedly inquired, "Will your parents be worried?" Su Jing, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Not at all. I told them I would arrive tonight." Qiao Wei affectionately brushed his fingers against her nose. "Let us go eat first." "Yes, apart from missing you and my family, I most long for the culinary delights of the capital." As a dancer, Su Jing was acutely aware of her physique's demands, daring only to eat until she was half full, regretfully gazing at the food. "One meal, one team matter," Qiao Wei reassured her. Standing at 1.7 meters and weighing less than 50 kilograms, she was quite slender. "No, indulging even once could lead to countless more. That would spell the end of my dance career. I never aspired to be a top dancer, but I also do not wish to fade into the background at such a young age." Qiao Wei quickly finished his meal. "I'll take you home." "Sounds good." After 2 years without seeing her family, she was eager to return. Upon arriving home, both Su Ming and Meng Xiaoxiao were present. "Oh, you're back," Su Ming remarked, smiling knowingly, as if he had uncovered a significant secret. Qiao Wei felt no embarrassment, responding with confidence. "Qiao Wei, where have you been gallivanting? We agreed to go to the movies yesterday. We waited for you for half a day." Before Su Ming could finish, his gaze was drawn to several small hickeys on Qiao Wei's neck. Chapter 53. Life is full of surprises, having never experienced it firsthand. Su Ming had nonetheless witnessed the antics of others. In recent years, the influx of films and dramas from Hong Kong and Taiwan had been overwhelming. He was no stranger to such small films. 2 nights spent away from home, with suspicious markings on his body, led Su Ming to feel he had stumbled upon a startling truth. Excitedly, he asked, "Has Su Jing returned?" With a fist pressed against his lips, Qiao Wei remarked. As expected of a lawyer, sharp as a tack, Meng Xiaoxiao seemed to envision Qiao Wei enveloped in bubbles of blissful pink, her complexion paling as she hastily grabbed her bag and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Xie. I must take my leave." "Xiaoxiao," Qiao Wei called after her. Meng Xiaoxiao was a kind-hearted yet stubborn girl. Although he was grateful for her past assistance, he felt utterly incapable of reciprocating her affections. Meng Xiaoxiao managed a strained smile. "I'm fine, brother Qiao Wei." Xie Yicheng interjected, "Come visit when you have the time." Su Ming sighed quietly, patting Qiao Wei on the shoulder. "I'll see you're off. We can talk later." Tears streamed down Meng Xiaoxiao's face like pearls slipping from a broken string as she sorrowfully fled the community. "Xiaoxiao, wait for me." Su Ming chased after her, gently advising, "Don't be upset. How about I treat you to some dessert?" Meng Xiaoxiao shook her head, tears still flowing. "Don't worry about me. I want to be alone. I can't just let you go like this. I'll accompany you back to the dormitory." Su Ming had realized a year prior that his relationship with Meng Xiaoxiao, much like hers with Qiao Wei, would lead nowhere. He had learned a valuable lesson from Gu Meili, the importance of severing ties. When a relationship bears no fruit, it is better to retreat sooner rather than later. At present, he harbored no ulterior motives towards Meng Xiaoxiao, only genuine concern for a friend. The Su family. It was the weekend, and Su's parents were at home. Upon entering, Su Jing cheerfully exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, I'm back. Brother, you're home too. Back already?" In previous days, hearing their beloved daughter's voice would have prompted an enthusiastic reception. But today their smiles were strained. Su Jing paused, taken aback. Su Changlong glanced at their parents, stood to place Su Jing's suitcase in the corner, and smiled. "Did you not say you'd arrive in the evening? Why didn't you call home? I could have come to pick you up. I'm an adult now. I can return on my own." Su's parents remained silent, the atmosphere in the living room heavy with tension. Su Jing felt a pang of guilt. Fearing her parents might be aware of her involvement with Qiao Wei, she cautiously inched closer to Su Changlong and whispered, "What is wrong with Mom and Dad?" Just then, a frail girl emerged from Su Jing's room, her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails, dressed in a simple white dress, her gaze betraying timidity and insecurity. Su Jing narrowed her eyes slightly. The house had 5 bedrooms, 2 of which were guest rooms. Why had this girl come from her room? Su Jing had mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies and did not even allow the housekeeper into her space, nor did she permit anyone to touch her personal belongings. Both Su father and Su mother, along with Su Changlong, understood this well and would typically avoid her room unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, she could not comprehend why her parents had permitted someone else to enter her sanctuary, let alone wear her shoes. Su mother kindly beckoned, "Yin Yin, come here." Li Yin Yin obediently sat beside Su mother. Su mother took her hand, her eyes filled with compassion, giving Su father a meaningful glance. Clearing his throat, Su father stated, "Jing Jing, we only recently discovered that you are not our biological daughter. Yin Yin is." His words struck Su Jing like a thunderbolt, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. "You and Yin Yin were switched at birth due to malice. This is not your fault. We have investigated, and even your biological parents are unaware of this matter. For over 20 years, our family has thrived in harmony, and you have brought us immense joy. You will forever be our daughter, as well as Long's sister. The Su family will always be your home. Yin Yin is also our daughter, and thus, I hope that you sisters can coexist peacefully. Jing Jing, your father and mother will always love you." Sumu said this while tightly grasping Li Yan's hand. Su Jing was a child she had raised single-handedly, pouring much effort into her upbringing, yet Li Yin was her biological daughter. She still loved Su Jing. But considering that her biological daughter had endured hardships in the countryside for over 20 years in Su Jing's stead, she found it difficult to extend the same affection as before. Su Jing, no longer a child, listened silently to the words of Su Fu and Su Mu after the initial shock. Li Yin timidly called out "sister," lowering her head to conceal the jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Clearly, she was the true heiress of the Su family. Yet she had spent 22 years in the countryside, suffering greatly. It was Su Jing who had stolen her life. Su Jing, tall and strikingly beautiful, bore no resemblance to Su Fu and Su Mu, while the delicate and petite Li Yan was unmistakably a member of the Su family. Su Fu and Su Mu were meticulous individuals, and Su Jing thought that if Su Fu had spoken these words, then surely an investigation had been conducted. Reflecting on her own 22 years, Su Jing recognized the happiness she had experienced, surrounded by the love of her parents and brother, living without want, and receiving the finest education. In contrast, looking at Li Yin, with her dark skin, calloused hands from farm labor, and a demeanor of timidity and inferiority, Su Jing realized that had she not been switched at birth, she might have appeared just like Li Yin. In that moment, Su Jing felt an overwhelming gratitude towards heaven and the Su family. Without them, she would never have had her current life, nor the opportunity to meet Qiao Wei. Alas, the parents and brother she cherished most were not her biological kin. Suppressing the bitterness within, Su Jing spoke calmly. "Mom and Dad, thank you for nurturing me for these 22 years. I will never forget this kindness, and I will repay it when I have the chance. The mistakes of the past cannot be changed, and now that the truth is clear, I think it is best for us to part ways. If I remain in this family, it would be unfair to Yin Yin. If she were in Li Yan's shoes, she too would not wish to meet the one who had taken her place." Li Yin abruptly looked up in surprise, expecting Su Jing to cling to the Su family. However, upon reflection, she understood. Su Jing had already gained some recognition as a dancer and could thrive independently. The Su family's presence had no bearing on her life. Unlike her, who had been burdened with endless chores since childhood, dropped out of school and middle school, and married before turning 20, as if she had been steeped in bitterness. Seeing her own plight in stark contrast to the radiant Su Jing only fueled Li Yan's resentment. Su Jing accepted a position at the Capital Dance Academy, where the school provided faculty housing. She graciously declined the goodwill of Su Fu and Su Mu, packed her belongings, and moved out of the Su household. In truth, Su Fu and Su Mu were also conflicted. On one hand was the exceptional daughter they had raised for over 20 years, and on the other was the biological daughter who had suffered greatly. They found it impossible to sever ties with either, ultimately yielding to the pull of blood relations. It was perhaps for the best that Su Jing moved to the school. Su Chanlong escorted her to school. Jingjing, my love for you will never wane. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me, Su Chanlong said earnestly. During their childhood, their parents were preoccupied with work, leaving the 3-year older brother and sister to find solace in each other. At a tender age, Su Chanlong learned to cook and do laundry, assisting Su Jing with her homework, earning the admiration of all the young girls in the neighborhood. The bond between the siblings was profound. Blood relation held little significance for Su Changlong, yet he could not overlook the feelings of his biological sister. As Su Jing had articulated, from Li Yan's perspective, Su Jing's continued presence in the Su household was a significant source of distress for the insecure Li Yan. Brother, thank you. Li Yan had already moved into the room she had inhabited for over a decade, indicating her adoptive parent's stance. Although Su Jing felt a twinge of sadness, she recognized her lack of entitlement to such feelings. For now, her brother remained her unwavering support. It was unnecessary to express gratitude to him. After a moment of silence, Su Chanlong inquired, do you wish to seek out your biological parents? Perhaps later. The school year is about to commence, and I should first settle my affairs. Su Jing replied. She bore no disdain for her parents simply because they were farmers. Su Chanlong, reminiscent of their childhood, affectionately ruffled Su Jing's hair, smiled, and said nothing. Chapter 54. What is the essence of marriage? Su Ming returned Ming Xiaoxiao home and, with a mischievous glint, interrogated Qiao Wei. Do tell me, what is it like? It was inevitable for male classmates to exchange risque jokes during their dormitory days, and such humor persisted into adulthood, especially at dining tables. Though Su Ming claimed to be nonchalant, he was, in truth, a 24-year-old who had yet to experience romance. His journey in love was fraught with hardships. Qiao Wei offered him an understanding glance, conveying that some matters were better left unspoken. No comment, he replied. Su Ming sighed dramatically, collapsing onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Am I destined to be a lifelong bachelor? Qiao Wei shot him a sidelong glance. Avoid such pessimism, perhaps lower your expectations a tad. Where have I set my expectations too high? Su Ming lamented, pondering why finding a partner was so excruciatingly difficult. Tang Tang is quite nice. She is deeply enamored with you, Qiao Wei remarked. Su Ming wore an expression of exasperation. The legal profession is cutthroat. As a Na'vi individual, I can barely survive as a lawyer. Do you expect me to find a partner more accomplished than myself? Qiao Wei chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming spoke up. Perhaps you could speak with Su Jing and ask her to introduce me to a girlfriend? I can inquire. Qiao Wei responded. By the way, I forgot to mention, Uncle Bing is seeking a divorce and has asked my mentor to represent him. Qiao Wei paused, bewildered. Didn't they just reconcile less than a year ago? How could they be divorcing again? Is it even going to court? Oh, that's quite typical. Uncle Bing and Bai Wei have been divorced for over a decade, and they reside in different countries. Their values and perspectives have long diverged. Their reconciliation was merely a farce. A second divorce was inevitable. Despite lacking romantic experience, Su Ming was well versed in the intricacies of marriage. His mentor specialized in civil litigation, and after over a year of observation during his internship, he had witnessed a plethora of human experiences, expanding his horizons considerably. Is Uncle Bing the one suing Bai Wei? In the 1990s, it was rare for couples to divorce through the courts, with disputes primarily arising from financial matters and child custody issues that remained unresolved. However, as the children of Rong Bing and Bai Wei had reached adulthood, the question of custody was no longer pertinent. The dispute was solely about money. Bai Wei demanded all of his assets, while Uncle Bing was unwilling to concede. When negotiations failed, the only recourse was to pursue legal action. Such greed was appalling. Would Uncle Bing have a high chance of winning the case? After all, Bai Wei had spent over a decade in a country with a more robust legal framework and was no longer in the throes of infatuation. Prior to their remarriage, she had signed an agreement stipulating that should they divorce, all of Uncle Bing's wealth would belong to her. Qiao Wei remarked that there seemed to be no necessity for the lawsuit. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, noting that if Bai Wei had not deceived Uncle Bing, the case would indeed be unnecessary and straightforward. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Bai Wei had a boyfriend before remarrying Uncle Bing, and they continued to have intimate relations after marriage. Ming exchanged knowing glances with Qiao Wei, suggesting a deeper understanding. Thus, the focal point of contention was whether Bai Wei had intentionally misled Bing into signing the prenuptial agreement. If evidence could be found, Uncle Bing could deny her any claim. Conversely, if no evidence emerged, all of Uncle Bing's hard work could amount to nothing. A loss in court would be catastrophic. Betrayed and financially devastated, he would suffer a double loss. Qiao Wei couldn't help but reflect on his own failed marriage with Lu Haixia, murmuring, "What is the true purpose of marriage?" Ming contemplated and replied that for most people, marriage was merely a product of traditional beliefs, the notion that being single did not constitute a family, the pressure to procreate, or sometimes even financial gain. Only a minority would out of genuine love. Regardless of the reasons for marriage, when it comes to divorce, both parties often resort to mutual accusations. Once close couples turn against each other, ruthlessly exploiting one another's vulnerabilities, wishing for the other's ruin. As a brother, I advise you, no matter whom you marry in the future, if wealth is limited, that is acceptable. But if you possess considerable assets, ensure a prenuptial agreement is established. No matter how profound the love, one must approach marriage with utmost rationality. Qiao Wei wholeheartedly agreed with Ming's sentiments, having learned from his past experiences. Human hearts are fickle, and the world is fraught with peril. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is best to nip troubles in the bud. Bing's mother was devastated to learn that her daughter-in-law had betrayed her son and shamelessly demanded his entire fortune. She nearly succumbed to the shock. Fortunately, timely intervention saved her life. With tears streaming down her face, she lamented to Bing, "I am sorry, my child. I should not have pressured you to remarry Bai Wei, nor should I have encouraged you to acquiesce to her demands. You were once such a wonderful person. How did it come to this?" The aged father sat silently by the bedside, equally remorseful towards his son. With a sigh, Bing comforted his mother. "Do not be upset. Your health is paramount. Money can be earned again." Bai Wei was notoriously cautious in her dealings, making it difficult to undermine her. Had it not been for their daughter inadvertently revealing too much, he would never have suspected that Bai Wei's intention in remarrying him was to scheme for his wealth. Mother wiped her tears in silence. At over 50, starting anew with nothing was no easy task. After a moment of contemplation, father suggested, "Perhaps it would be best to forego the divorce and simply continue as we are. Do not say that Bing is unwilling. Even his mother vehemently opposes it. No, we cannot have any further entanglement with that unscrupulous woman. Since she is driven by greed, who knows what depraved deed she might commit. I have only one son. I can sacrifice wealth, but my son must not come to harm. Mom and Dad, please do not worry. I will handle this matter." Bing rubbed his temples, speaking wearily. His children, raised alongside Bai Wei, have a close relationship with their mother, and regardless of the divorce or property issues, they stand firmly by Bai Wei's side. They even threatened to sever ties with him if he pursued a divorce. Having been betrayed by his wife, Bing felt as though he had become a laughingstock in the latter half of his life. Chapter 55. My boyfriend is truly handsome. As the car passed by Qiao Wei's store, Bing instinctively glanced at the familiar clothing shop, subconsciously searching for that enchanting figure. It was only when the vehicle had driven far enough that he could no longer see it that he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Qiao Wei had opened 3 clothing stores, purchased 2 storefronts, and acquired a spacious apartment of over 60 square meters. With wealth, a home, and a flourishing career, she lived a carefree life and had made several delightful new friends. Occasionally, when Bing passed by her shop, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Perhaps it was the loss that made him appreciate her more. When he was dating Qiao Wei, he regarded her as a good woman, a good wife. Yet she could never compare to Bai Wei. Inevitably, he would find himself comparing her to Bai Wei during their time together. When Qiao Wei suggested a breakup, he felt little sorrow, at least not comparable to the pain he felt over a decade ago when Bai Wei brought up divorce. After the separation, however, he found himself repeatedly reminiscing about Qiao Wei's virtues, even struggling to recall any of her faults. When Bai Wei returned to the country and expressed a desire to remarry, he hesitated. He had waited for Bai Wei for over 10 years, finally reaching this day, yet he found himself unwilling. At that time, he could not comprehend why he did not want to remarry Bai Wei until he encountered Qiao Wei again after the marriage. Bai Wei had long since become a thing of the past, while Qiao Wei had unknowingly taken residence in his heart. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. Now, Qiao Wei had a younger, more handsome suitor, while he had been dragged into the mire by the woman he once revered as a goddess. Su Jing adjusted her mindset and, after a couple of days, contacted Qiao Wei. Couples in the throes of romance often long to be together at all times. After an intense bout of activity, Su Jing nestled in Qiao Wei's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. It was only when I returned home that I learned I am not my parents' daughter. They have found their true daughter. Su Jing was candid and straightforward. She loved Qiao Wei and did not wish to keep anything from him. Qiao Wei was not with her for her family background. She believed that even if Qiao Wei knew she was not the Su family's daughter, he would not change his feelings for her. Qiao Wei furrowed his brow, tightening his embrace around her, saying, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Where are you living now?" He understood Su Jing well enough to know she would never stay with the Su family. "I'm staying at school. Don't worry, I'm doing fine." It was indeed difficult when I first found out, but after a couple of days of calm reflection, I came to terms with it. I am very grateful for their love and the comfortable life they provided me over the years. Knowing that I am not their daughter yet still allowing me to stay with the Su family, my brother has been unable to rest easy these past few days, making time to visit me at school. Although I remain unaware of the nature of my biological parents, their potential ill treatment does not concern me. I have reached adulthood, secured stable employment, and possess the means to support myself. Besides, I have you. Qiao Wei, will you always remain by my side? Yes, as long as you remain true. I shall not waver, Qiao Wei promised. I am determined not to change. Once you graduate, shall we marry? Over the past 2.5 years, I have balanced work and study, accumulating some savings to purchase a modest home. My salary suffices for our expenses, and I shall support you whether you choose to continue your education or enter the workforce. Su Jing is not a career-driven woman. Merely studying abroad to glimpse the world suffices for her. A stable job, the ability to pursue her passions, and the prospect of building a warm little home with the one she loves, this encapsulates her ideal. Su Jing's words deeply moved Qiao Wei. In his previous life, those around him were perpetually insatiable, always demanding more from him, rendering him perpetually unsatisfactory in their eyes, as if his very existence were a mistake. That Su Jing could offer him this level of devotion was beyond his imagination. Qiao Wei's heart swelled with contentment, regardless of what the future holds. He is profoundly happy in the present. Jing, how can you be so wonderful? Such things should be my responsibility towards you. Qiao Wei's husky, alluring voice sent shivers down Su Jing's spine. She suddenly lifted her head and kissed him with precision, a kiss that ignited an uncontrollable passion. Half an hour later, I understand your concerns. It is indeed about your imprisoned father and 3 brothers. It is not a matter of pride. And I believe that any parents who love their daughter would not approve of our relationship. If I were still a daughter of the Su family, I ought to consider my parents, at least to some extent. However, even so, I never contemplated merely being ordinary friends with you. 2 years ago, my application to a foreign school was a preparation to be with you. After graduation, I would return to work in our homeland for a time, and once you graduate, we could live abroad together. The sky is vast, allowing birds to soar freely. Who could possibly object? Nonetheless, I never anticipated that I would not be a daughter of the Su family. This may be for the best, as my parents will not interfere in our affairs, nor will it affect them. Living domestically or abroad is equally viable. Su Jing had meticulously planned everything. Her adoptive parents were unlike others in the compound. Insisting their children marry someone of equal social standing, they required that the partners of her and her brother come from respectable families. Clearly, Qiao Wei does not meet their criteria. Qiao Wei, with gentle and affectionate eyes, lovingly caressed his beloved's porcelain white skin. Since their acquaintance, Su Jing had radiated warmth like a little sun, often intuitively grasping his thoughts without the need for words. Perhaps, all the misfortunes of his past life were merely in preparation for encountering Su Jing in this one. Deeply moved, Qiao Wei remarked, "Are you not afraid that I may refuse to date you?" Su Jing haughtily huffed, "You are the Monkey King, and I am the Tathagata Buddha. You shall never escape my grasp." Suddenly, a thought struck me about someone whose smile resembled that of a little fox. Do you remember the relentless summer pursuit of Xia Yinshuang? What is the matter? I leveraged my father's reputation to threaten her parents, and then, you understand. Qiao Wei chuckled. How is my girlfriend so adorable? This was something Qiao Wei had never anticipated. He had assumed that Xia Yinshuang had forsaken him upon realizing he was merely a rural student with no prospects, turning instead to the embrace of the wealthy Su Lun. It turns out, a little fairy was shielding him from unwelcome romantic advances. Su Jing playfully bit Qiao Wei's chin and exclaimed, "My boyfriend is truly handsome." The sweetness shared between Qiao Wei and Su Jing left the perpetually exhausted single Su Ming enviously yearning for more. Before Su Jing returned to the country, Meng Xiaoxiao clung to a glimmer of hope, but upon witnessing Qiao Wei's unique affection for Su Jing, she finally lost heart. She ceased pursuing Qiao Wei on weekends and maintained a reasonable distance when encountering him at school. Before long, news reached her that she had started dating someone else. Do you think Meng Xiaoxiao has a problem with her eyesight? Here I am, an exceptionally talented young man, with both intellect and looks, surely superior to her boyfriend. After pursuing her for a year like a devoted fool, she deemed me a good person only to turn around and choose someone inferior to me. Alas, it infuriates me. Am I truly that unremarkable? Su Ming stumbled upon Meng Xiaoxiao and her boyfriend, Kong Zhe, engrossed in affectionate displays, and stormed home to vent to Qiao Wei. He harbored serious doubts about his own allure. Chapter 56. Art springs from life. Su Ming was so dejected he felt like pulling out his own hair. What could Qiao Wei possibly say? Should he mention the timing of his encounters with Meng Xiaoxiao or assert that he pursued her too early? Qiao Wei patted Su Ming on the shoulder. There are countless flowers in the world. Why lament over a single blossom? Do not be disheartened. Aren't you visiting your mother's house? Would you like me to accompany you? Su's mother, adept in business acumen, rivaled Su's father and had encountered fortuitous circumstances. After her divorce from Su's father, she established her own company, thriving in her endeavors, and now her business extended to the port city, surpassing Su's father in success. As the saying goes, success in business does not always translate to success in love. Su's mother was too engrossed in her career to notice her home being infiltrated. Her second husband and the nanny were clandestinely conspiring against her. By the time she discovered this, her husband's illegitimate child had already been born. Su's mother decisively opted for a divorce. Art springs from life, and writing is inextricably linked to various melodramatic affairs. Whenever he had the chance, Qiao Wei accompanied the beleaguered young lawyer Su Ming, serving as his unpaid assistant. During class breaks, he would even attend court sessions to observe. When it came to serious matters, Su Ming immediately perked up, vigorously rubbing his face. All right, let us go. The two of them hopped into a taxi heading to Su's mother's residence, just in time to witness her young husband, Wu Zhang, kneeling before her, weeping and confessing, "Sister, I was wrong. I promise I will never look at another woman again. Huan is still young and needs her father. For the sake of our daughter. Will you forgive me this once?" Su's mother, expressionless, replied, "I can find her another father. If one is not enough, I can have 2 or 3. I am wealthy. What kind of man can I not acquire?" Qiao Wei. Su Ming cleared his throat awkwardly, reminding Su's mother of her lofty declarations. "Mom, Qiao Wei and I are here." Su's mother smiled at Su Ming and Qiao Wei. "Welcome, come and sit down to chat." Su's mother has a son who graduated from law school and under her influence. He possesses a keen awareness of legal matters. Before marriage, she prudently secured her assets. Wu Zhang, who betrayed the marriage, has no chance of leaving with anything. Accustomed to a life of ease, how could he accept being cast out with nothing? He resorted to tears, tantrums, and threats, vowing never to divorce. Su's mother, too busy to engage in futile arguments, immediately appointed Su Ming as her attorney to file for divorce. Wu Zhang, lacking even the funds to hire a lawyer, found himself in a precarious situation. Su Ming believed that court proceedings should only be a last resort. If possible, it was best to resolve matters amicably. Moreover, with Su's mother frequently traveling between the capital and the port city, she had neither time nor patience to waste with Wu Zhang. A negotiated divorce was the most expedient solution. Su Ming, in a professional tone, stated, "Mr. Wu, during your marriage, you fathered an illegitimate child with another woman, placing you at fault. Additionally, you and Ms. Su executed a property notarization before marriage. Her assets, both prior and subsequent to the union, are unequivocally separate from yours. As for your daughter, Wu Wan, who is just 2 years old, Ms. Su is fully capable of providing her with a nurturing environment, leaving you with no advantage in custody matters. Mr. Wu, pursuing litigation will yield no favorable outcome for you, and Ms. Su is entitled to reclaim the valuable gifts she bestowed upon you." Wu Zhang, having consulted with a lawyer, understood that his chances were exceedingly slim. He had no desire for the child. At his young age, he viewed her as an impediment to his pursuit of new beginnings. After 5 years of serving this older woman without any benefit, he felt his youth had been squandered in vain. Casting a glance at Su's mother, whose eyes were devoid of warmth, he wiped away forced tears. "Divorce is acceptable, but I demand 1 million. Considering that Wu Zhang might leverage his title as her husband to cause trouble, Su's mother sought to expedite the divorce and made a slight concession, 10,000. Qiao Wei remarked, "No wonder she has successfully conducted business in the port city. Her bargaining skills are ruthless. Wu Zhang, his face flushed with anger, countered 80,000. Not a penny less. Su's mother retorted with a cold laugh. Wu Zhang, who do you think you are to negotiate with me? Were it not for the sake of the child, I would have already had you thrown out of the capital. 8,000, take it or leave it. I am eager to see your true capabilities. Eventually, under Su Ming's mediation, an agreement was reached. Wu Zhang consented to the divorce, relinquishing custody of their daughter to Su's mother, who would provide him with a one-time payment of 10,000 as alimony, which she deemed unnecessary. That very day, they proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce swiftly. Wu Zhang vacated the villa he had inhabited for less than a year, leaving without even a glance at his biological daughter. He threw a flirtatious look at Su's mother, saying, "Sister, a day as husband and wife carries 100 days of affection. If we can't remain married, we can still be lovers. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Qiao Wei and Su Ming exchanged glances, while Su's mother coldly replied, "I find it distasteful." Su Ming's half-sister, Wu Xingxing, had been diagnosed with autism and exhibited delayed speech development, quietly immersed in her own little world without fuss. Su's mother had no time to attend to her, and Wu Zhang was hardly a competent father. Thus, the little girl was predominantly raised by two nannies. Su Ming, having limited interactions with Wu Xingxing, felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl. "Mom, if you need anything, just call me. We'll be leaving now." "Sure, I will not keep you any longer. In a couple of days, I will visit the port city. If you have time, come and gaze at the stars." "Qiao Wei, another day. Andy will treat you all to a meal." "All right, goodbye, Andy." As Su's mother escorted the two out, she came across Su's father with their 6-member family. Without displaying much emotion, she slammed the door shut. "Su Ming and Qiao Wei are here. Come on, come sit at our home." Su's father greeted them with a warm smile. Living in the same community, Su's father had somehow learned about his ex-wife's divorce and rushed back from the company, specifically to flaunt his new family and 4 sons to Su's mother. Since Su's mother left the company to pursue her own endeavors, Su's father's business has significantly declined without her diligent support. He has been married to his young wife for 3 years, with the greatest achievement being a son born each year, along with a previously illegitimate son, making Su Ming the eldest of 4 brothers sharing the same parents. While Su's father's business acumen pales in comparison to Su's mother's, his young wife remains steadfastly devoted, and their sons are healthy and intelligent. After competing with Su's mother for nearly half a lifetime, in this regard, he remains the victor. However, Su's mother completely disregarded his displays of pride, which infuriated him. Qiao Wei mused that the history of Su Ming's parents' struggles and romance could fill a novel. "Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to." Su Ming was reluctant to visit his father's home. His young stepmother always regarded him with a look of disdain, as if he were intent on seizing her children's inheritance. He would only seek discomfort when overly indulged. Recently, Su's father faced a cash flow issue. The bank loan was yet to be approved, and he intended to borrow some funds from Su Ming first. Handing the child to the nanny, he pursued Su Ming. "Son, I recently invested in a factory and am a bit short on cash. Could you lend me $1 million for now? I'll repay you once the funds come back." Su Ming frowned and replied, "Dad, it's not that I don't want to lend you money. All my funds are tied up in the stock market. The market has not been favorable these past 2 years. I can't even gather 100,000, let alone $1 million, even if I sold everything." Qiao Wei observed quietly, maintaining a composed demeanor as Su's father cast a glance in their direction, which conveyed an understanding of the situation. In truth, Su Ming, like Qiao Wei, had only kept 100,000 in the stock market, with the rest securely placed in a 5-year fixed deposit, earning interest. Chapter 57. This father can be discarded. A vein on Su's father's forehead throbbed as he suppressed his anger, stating, "I've told you repeatedly not to engage in stock trading, yet you refuse to listen." He was well aware that Su Ming dabbled in stocks, driven by envy of profits made by his friends, prompting him to try his luck in the Shanghai market. Unfortunately, he had no fortune for gambling. It could be said he lost every time he gambled, and every stock he favored plummeted, only to surge after he sold. Having invested 500,000 within 2 years, he had squandered it down to a mere 2 or 3,000. His lack of aptitude for stocks led him to caution Su Ming against such ventures. To his astonishment, Su Ming had proven even bolder, incurring a loss of nearly 2 million. Su Ming scoffed, "I am not buying now. Mainly, I lack the funds to invest." Su's father endured his frustration and suggested, "Sell off some of your property. I will repay you in 6 months." Su Ming's gaze drifted toward his father's grand villa. "Dad, Your vision and ambition do not match Mom's. She never considered my property in her business dealings or brought up money matters. Her enterprises have grown far larger than yours. This house is worth more than all my properties combined. If you are short on cash, why not sell this house? Sue's father's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If you won't lend, then don't. Spare me your excuses. He could hardly bear to hear anyone say he was inferior to Sue's mother, especially Su Ming, whose words felt like a blatant slap to his face. With a cold snort, Sue's father turned and walked away. Qiao Wei wished he could jot down every moment of this scene. Su Ming, with one hand clutching his briefcase and the other resting on Qiao Wei's shoulder, gazed at Sue's father's retreating figure and sighed. Compared to that old man, my mother loves me far more. My little stepmother has been whispering sweet nothings in my father's ear, and now he has 4 sons. To him, I have gradually become dispensable. If my mother hadn't forced my father to give me 1/3 of his assets during the divorce, given his disposition, he wouldn't spare me a single coin once he strikes it rich. Qiao Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, lending him money would be akin to throwing it away. Better to beg from a mother than to rely on a father who holds a position of power. It's rare for a father to be cruel to his own flesh and blood, yet it is common for a father with a stepmother to disregard his children. Perhaps this is because men do not experience the pain of carrying a child for 10 months and giving birth, and thus their love for children is not as profound as that of women. The little paternal love that exists is easily swayed by external influences. Certainly. He even wants me to sell my house. TCH, I could do without such a father, he scoffed. Su Yan looked at Su Jing with a bright smile. Her voice dripping with malice, yet hushed so only the two could hear. You have stolen my identity for 22 years, enjoying everything that belongs to me. And now you shamelessly cling to my parents and brother. You despicable thief, why don't you just vanish? Su Jing pursed her lips, avoiding her gaze. She picked up her bag from the sofa and addressed Sue's parents. Mom, Dad, I just remembered that I have something to attend to at school. I'll head back now and visit you another day. After being raised by them for over 20 years, Su Jing's adoptive parents found it hard to sever their bond with her, often inviting her home for meals during weekends. Li Yan, now renamed Su Yan, harbored a strong aversion towards her and exhibited open disdain. While they were affectionate in front of Sue's parents, their interactions turned sarcastic and mocking when alone. Now, they even dared to scold her in front of their parents. Su Jing suspected that if murder were not a crime, Su Yan would certainly stab her without hesitation. Having been doted on since childhood, she had not developed a personality that accommodated others at her own expense. Wanting to spare her adoptive parents and brother from being caught in the middle, she tried to minimize her visits to the Su household. Had it not been for Su Chonglong coming to pick her up from school today, she would not have come at all. Upon hearing her sudden decision to leave, Sue's mother quickly emerged from her study. Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Your brother is just picking up a friend and should be back soon. He will take you home after dinner. Sue's father chimed in. Yes, there is no rush. Please, sit down. Su Yan linked her arm with Su Jing's, smiling sweetly. Sister, it's rare for you to come home. How can you leave without even having a meal? Su Jing glanced at her hand with annoyance and discreetly pulled her arm away. With Sue's parents insisting, she could only force a smile, feeling uncomfortable. Su Yan had been back at the Su family for nearly 2 months, and Su Jing's biological parents had not reached out to her nor made any effort to contact her. According to Su Yan, her biological parents were harsh and favored sons over daughters. In short, they were portrayed as anything but good in Su Yan's words. After careful consideration, Su Jing, who owes her very existence to them, decided to visit her biological parents during the National Day holiday. Qiao Wei was concerned about her traveling alone. I will try to return early, she reassured him. Xia Yicheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, there are plenty of restaurants around. You want to go hungry. Besides, Su Ming returns every day, so there is no need to worry about me. Take the plane and enjoy a few extra days before coming back. Since last year, it has been possible to fly without a work introduction letter, as long as one possesses money and an ID card, making travel considerably more convenient. The two of them took a flight to Sichuan province, and after landing, they spent the better part of the day on a bus, traveling for 2 hours to reach the small mountain village where Su Yan had grown up. Years ago, Su's parents worked in a small county in Sichuan. But after offending someone, they had to exchange Su Yan for a child from the Li family, who had to be discharged early due to an inability to pay for hospital fees. Had it not been for the other party's slip of the tongue during an interrogation, this secret might have remained buried forever. Su Yan was indeed the victim of this situation, yet she had no ties to the Li family. Consequently, Even though Su Yan lacked a good education and lived in poverty, her parents could not criticize the Li family. The village was undeniably impoverished, with scarce land and a dense population. The summers were sweltering and the winters frigid, making life difficult for the farmers. Qiao Wei had once thought Qing Shan Village was poor, but it was significantly better than the village where Su Jing's parents resided. The villagers guided them to the Li family's home. After Su Jing introduced herself, Li's mother could hardly believe she had such a beautiful daughter, resembling a celestial being. Qiao Wei placed cigarettes, alcohol, candies, and tea on the table in the main room. Coming back to her senses, Li's mother quickly insisted. "We are so pleased you are here. Why bring gifts? Please sit down. Hong Hong, go boil 2 bowls of brown sugar eggs. No need to trouble yourselves. We've already eaten." Su Jing smiled. "You all sit down, and let us chat." She did not harbor any resentment towards the Li family. Her biological parents were fully aware that she was teaching at a university in Beijing, yet had not asked her for money, contrary to what Su Yan had claimed. "Oh, all right," Li's mother said, somewhat awkwardly taking a seat. She had many questions for her eldest daughter, but didn't know how to begin. Su Jing, possessing a gentle and understanding nature, initiated a conversation about her life with the Su family. As the atmosphere gradually warmed, Li's mother expressed her gratitude and guilt, saying, "Thank you to the Su family for raising you so well. We have never cared for you even a single day, and we have nothing to offer you. As long as you're doing well in Beijing, we are happy." Qiao Wei listened intently to the conversation between Su Jing and Li's mother while discreetly observing the Li family. There was not a single resemblance between Su Jing and Li's parents or her 3 younger siblings. Su Jing's features seemed to have been meticulously crafted by a divine hand, with every aspect perfectly proportioned, while the Li family possessed strong brows and eyes and well-defined features, yet did not resemble Su Jing. Li's father sat quietly on a small stool at the entrance, appearing somewhat withdrawn. Apart from a few words exchanged upon their initial meeting, he remained silent. A stark contrast to Li's mother's exuberance. After a while, Li's mother called for her 2 sons and younger daughter to prepare a meal. The Li family was quite simple and genuine, proving to be far from the wretched depiction Su Yan had painted. Although Su Jing found it difficult to feel a strong affection for them, she nonetheless held a favorable impression. Regarding Su Yan's claims that Li's parents made her work from dawn until dusk, one must consider that rural children have been assisting their families since the tender age of 4 or 5. The youngest, Li Hong, not yet 10, is already adept at slaughtering chickens, cooking, and preparing pig feed. Li Song and Li Bai, still in middle school, bear the thick calluses on their palms that are the marks of hard labor. It is not the case, as Su Yan suggests, that their parents exhibit a preference for sons over daughters, nor that she has suffered abuse. In this day and age, many rural girls of Su Yan's age have never even set foot in a classroom. If there were truly a bias against girls, she would not have been allowed to attend secondary school, though some may speak without understanding. Su Jing does not perceive Li's parents as those who are sharp-tongued and regard their sons as deities while treating their daughters as servants. Chapter 58. A complicated heritage. Qiao Wei and Su Jing dined at the Li household, with only 2 bedrooms available. Li's mother wished to offer hospitality, but was concerned about neglecting her esteemed guests. After a prolonged silence, Li's father took the initiative to escort them to the inn in town. Upon leaving the village, he stopped by the edge of a bamboo grove, rummaged through his pocket, and produced a yellowed note, which he handed to Su Jing. "Child, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. In truth, we are not your biological parents. This is the address of your birth mother. I cannot say if it remains unchanged after more than 20 years. Su Jing gazed at him in astonishment. "Do you know who my parents are?" Qiao Wei took the note from her. Li's father continued, "Your mother, Lin Fogzhou, hails from Shanghai. In the late 60s, she came to our village as an educated youth and married Tan Yun, another educated youth. I am unsure of Tan's origins, but after he returned to the city in 71, he vanished without a trace. Not long after, your mother gave birth to you. My wife faced complications during the birth of our first child, and due to delays in reaching the hospital, the infant did not survive. By chance, I encountered your mother at the hospital. Unable to reach your father and with family troubles requiring her urgent attention, she entrusted you to my care, leaving 20 yuan with the assurance that she would return within a month. She had assisted me, and even without payment, I would have agreed. The next day, after my wife was discharged, I placed you in bed to handle the discharge formalities. Upon returning, I noticed a change in you, though I could not discern what was different. It was only recently, when the Su family came seeking you, that I discovered you had been swapped during that time. Your parents never returned, so I raised you as my own. My wife remains unaware that her child has long since departed. Su Jing stood there, stunned, her lips pale as she murmured, so, I was abandoned by my biological parents. Qiao Wei grasped her hand tightly, expressing gratitude to Li's father. Uncle Li, thank you for revealing the truth to Jingjing. Li's father, a man of kindness, could have chosen to withhold this truth for selfish reasons, potentially leaving Su Jing in ignorance for her entire life. By treating them as family, he also provided financial support to this impoverished household. Yet, Li's father resisted the temptations of monetary gain and opted to share the truth with Su Jing, demonstrating remarkable integrity. No need for thanks. I merely shared the truth with you, he replied. Both Lin and Tan are good-hearted individuals. I believe they would not abandon their child. Their prolonged absence may be due to circumstances beyond their control. This is all I know. You should return tomorrow. Qiao Wei took out a pen and paper to write down his contact information, and then handed 500 yuan to Li's father. Uncle Li, this money is a small token of our goodwill to assist Auntie with her medical treatment. Here is my phone number. Feel free to call me if there are any developments regarding Jingjing's parents. Li's father hesitated to accept it, but Su Jing urged, please do accept it. If you don't share this information with me, I may never uncover the truth about my origins. Later, at the guest house in town, Su Jing leaned against Qiao Wei, whispering, I never imagined my background would be so complicated. Should I seek out my biological parents? The clues provided by Li's father were sufficient to locate them. Depending solely on Su Jing's desire to pursue this path, shaking her head, she replied, let us wait and see. Having already summoned the courage to meet Li's father and mother, the revelation of having other biological parents left her feeling overwhelmed, at least for now. She lacked the courage to search further. Regardless of their circumstances, the fact that they had not sought her out for over 20 years made Su Jing feel there was no necessity to recognize them. Qiao Wei respected her feelings. Su Jing continued, with 6 days off, you haven't returned to your hometown in years. Why don't we visit your family? However, due to limited flight availability, they decided to postpone the trip until a longer holiday. The Qiao family's large house had long since fallen into disarray. Qiao Wei had not returned home for over 3 years and had not visited his father or anyone else from his family, though his mother and brother had his address. They had never reached out to him during these years. His emotional ties to them had eroded in his previous life. Their silence had not prompted him to seek them out. Despite the changes in his fate, his familial relationships remained largely unchanged from his past. Upon returning to the capital, Su Jing resumed her job while Qiao Wei attended school and observed cases handled by Master Su Ming. Qiao Wei, if you self-study law or pursue a graduate degree in law to become a lawyer, you'll encounter a plethora of eccentric individuals and events that will leave you astounded. Master Su's mentor, Zheng Tailai, encouraged him to consider a career shift. Zheng Tailai was an intriguing middle-aged man. He maintained a rigorous work ethic, yet mingled easily with the younger crowd at the law firm, often joining them for drinks and dancing at nightclubs. I prefer writing. Qiao Wei declined. Being a lawyer is too exhausting, and I don't have a particular passion for law. Zheng Tailai clicked his tongue in disappointment. Lawyers have a fascinating and promising career, with excellent prospects and high income. Once you enter the field, you will find it isn't as tiring as you think. Just then, his other apprentice, Zhou Tian, entered with dark circles under his eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. Did you go out last night? Zheng Tailai inquired. Zhou Tian yawned. I wish I had the time. I spent the entire night poring over materials, and now I'm utterly drained. Qiao Wei observed Zheng Tailai, amused by the irony of the situation. In Chapter 59, the scene shifts to a CAF whereby Wei, over 50, elegantly dressed and impeccably made up, exuded grace and charm. She gazed at the young and beautiful Qiao Wei, lightly tapping her fingers on the table before raising her coffee cup to take a sip. With a slight elevation of her chin, she addressed the matter directly, somewhat haughtily. Miss Qiao, you must be aware that Rong Bing intends to divorce me. In truth, my desire is not for his wealth, but rather a reluctance to part ways. As a friend of Rong Bing, I hope you might persuade him otherwise. Divorce would bring him no advantages. Had it been 4 years prior, Qiao Wei would have undoubtedly felt intimidated by Wei's presence, perhaps even guilty. Yet now, having committed no transgressions against Wei, she saw no reason for such feelings. Qiao Wei replied coolly, I have not seen Mr. Rong in 2 years. His affairs are of no concern to me. Your words hold no significance. Isn't Rong Bing's divorce merely a stepping stone to his marriage with you? Qiao Wei responded with poise, you're mistaken. If you wish to understand why Rong Bing seeks a divorce, you must ask him. Any speculation is futile. Bai Wei laughed. Rong Bing and I were childhood sweethearts, and he would do anything for me. When we divorced, he vowed to wait for me a lifetime. He has devoted over a decade to waiting. Had it not been for your interference, our reunion would have been blissful. Qiao Wei nearly lost her temper, tempted to spill her coffee across Bai Wei's face. It was astonishing that Rong Bing had loved such an unreasonable woman for the majority of his life. Truly, his lack of discernment led him to be deceived. Amusement mixed with exasperation danced across Qiao Wei's features. This woman had come to flaunt her situation before her, spouting nonsensical remarks. Was she not in her right mind? Brushing a stray lock of hair aside, Qiao Wei took a deep breath and replied, "What exactly have I intervened in? You divorced over a decade ago, and only then did I come to know him. Are you implying that you alone are permitted to seek companionship post-divorce, while he must remain celibate? Furthermore, it was he who pursued me, not the other way around. At the time of our relationship, you were already divorced. How is that considered interference? If I truly wished to marry him, do you honestly believe you would have any chance of reconciliation? It's unfortunate that you are a university student, yet fail to grasp such elementary logic. Before you speak, I suggest you investigate the matter thoroughly." Qiao Wei's words were far from courteous, causing Bai Wei's expression to shift dramatically. Qiao Wei let out a cold scoff, casting a disdainful glance at her before exiting the CAF. She had yet to uncover any evidence of Bai Wei's deceit in obtaining Rong Bing's signature on the prenuptial agreement. If she could not find any, pursuing legal action would be pointless, as the outcome was all but certain. Everything under Rong Bing's name, including his shares in the company, would rightfully belong to Bai Wei. Even if Rong Bing prepared himself for the worst, feeling betrayed by those closest to him, it was only natural for him to succumb to melancholy, often seeking solace in alcohol. Qiao Wei and Su Ming arrived at Rong Bing's office, where he sat alone, drinking. This situation had dealt a significant blow to Rong Bing, affecting his focus on business matters. In court, evidence was paramount. Without it, all arguments were rendered void. Su Ming reiterated the stakes, explaining that following the divorce, Rong Bing would possess nothing. Su Ming suggested, "Uncle Bing, there are two ways to mitigate your losses. First, negotiate with Ms. Bai and appeal to her emotions. Second, wait a while longer to uncover evidence of her deceit, though that may prove difficult." Rong Bing waved his hand dismissively. "Let us proceed with the lawsuit. I want a divorce. I refuse to wait another day. If she desires money, let her have it." Bai Wei, despite the presence of another, stubbornly clings to the notion of not divorcing him. That woman brazenly tramples upon his dignity. The sight of her fills him with revulsion. "Very well, I shall expedite the submission of the lawsuit." Unexpectedly, the day after Su Ming filed the suit, Bai Wei perished in a car accident. The situation took an unforeseen turn. Rong Bing became a widower, forever bound by the identity of Bai Wei's husband. He retained his wealth and was entitled to her inheritance as well. Bai Wei was a woman of considerable capability and resourcefulness, having earned a fortune abroad that rivaled Rong Bing's. With no will and her parents deceased, the legal heirs were Rong Bing and their two children, granting him a substantial inheritance. Qiao Wei recalled the regret he felt in his past life, lamenting that he never dissolved his marriage to Lu Haixia, leaving a name he despised on his gravestone. He empathized with Rong Bing's predicament, unsure whether to feel pity for him or to congratulate him on obtaining Bai Wei's estate. Once the dust settled, during a dinner invitation extended by Rong Bing to Qiao Wei and Su Ming, he remarked, "I wish to continue pursuing your aunt, this time. My parents will not oppose." Qiao Wei halted his hand mid-motion, placing down his chopsticks to respond. "Uncle Bing, my aunt already has someone she cares for. Let the past be the past." Rong Bing was a commendable man, valuing his mentors and displaying loyalty to friends, conducting business with integrity. Yet, Qiao Wei had always felt he was unworthy of his aunt, even when she was merely employed. Now, with her charm and wealth, Rong Bing was even less deserving. His aunt, possessing both beauty and affluence, had numerous youthful and talented suitors to choose from. Why would she settle for a man over 20 years her senior? Rong Bing furrowed his brows momentarily before smiling. "As long as she is unmarried, I still have a chance. Come, let us eat." He would not relinquish his pursuit of Qiao Wei, believing that he would never encounter another woman so suited to be his wife, nor one who could make his heart race. Qiao Wei and Su Ming exchanged a glance, feeling a sense of helplessness. Qiao Wei's new residence was in the same community as Qiao Wei's, and after parting from Rong Bing, they set out to find her. Upon hearing their news, Qiao Wei merely found it amusing. Who does he think he is? Even if I remain unmarried for life, I will not consider him again. With her growing experience, she found men like Rong Bing increasingly unappealing. Su Ming gave her a thumbs up. Aunt, I support you. Qiao Wei smiled. I've made wontons and sent a bowl to the old man. Would you like some? Qiao Wei shook his head. No, I have a meeting with Jingjing. I need to accompany her for a late-night snack. Su Ming rolled her eyes dramatically. The sourness of love is unbearable. I'm so envious. Aunt, I adore your spicy and sour wontons. Please, cook me a bowl. Qiao Wei laughed. All right, just wait. Chapter 60. Slipping shoulders as the final class of the morning concluded. The teacher exited the classroom, and the students surged forth like famished beasts released from captivity, racing to the cafeteria. Seated beside Qiao Wei, Zhong Tao appeared distracted throughout the morning. As Qiao Wei gathered his textbooks, he inquired, Aren't you going to eat? I have no appetite. You go ahead. Zhong Tao slumped over his desk, his demeanor listless. Qiao Wei, being on amicable terms with him, expressed concern. What's the matter with you? Zhong Tao, with his boisterous personality and loud voice, approaches each day with a cheerful disposition, lacking in guile and always willing to lend a helping hand. Naturally, his naive and carefree nature has often led him to become an unwitting victim of exploitation. With a sigh, Zhong Tao confides. My father expects me to graduate and return home to take over the family business. Qiao Wei responds, This guy is asking for a beating. Zhong Tao's family operates a garment production and export trade. Among the 45 students in their class, aside from the coal magnate Su Luan, Zhong Tao likely comes from the most affluent background. Graduating to become a boss, a dream cherished by many. Yet here he is, wallowing in melancholy. How infuriating. Zhong Tao mumbles. Our family dynamics are far too complicated. It's not that simple to take over. His father, along with two brothers, started the business together. During difficult times, they united as one, but once success was achieved, each harbored their own ambitions. When they first launched the business, Zhong Tao's father sold everything he could from their home, investing the most capital and thus holding 52% of the shares. It was understood that he would pass the management of the company to Zhong Tao. But his uncle and third uncle objected, rallying their parents to pressure his father into relinquishing a portion of his shares, the motives being all too clear. They might as well take the position of general manager for themselves while he merely acts as a teacher, collecting dividends promptly each year. Qiao Wei inquires, Does your father really agree to this? So many toil and sweat to build something for their children. When faced with difficulties, Zhong Tao is inclined to relinquish his rightful position, which would certainly infuriate his father. No way, it's so annoying. Zhong Tao exclaims, ruffling his hair in frustration. Stop bothering me. Everything will sort itself out in time. There are still a few months until graduation, plenty of time to think things through. The world is vast. But food is paramount. Let us go eat. Qiao Wei drags the dejected Zhong Tao toward the cafeteria. As they pass the library, they encounter Meng Xiaoxiao and her boyfriend Kong Zhe, who appear to be in a heated argument. Meng Xiaoxiao pushes Kong Zhe's hand away and turns to flee toward the school gate. Kong Zhe remains rooted, calling out after her but making no move to pursue. Isn't that the girl who has been chasing after you for the past 2 to 3 years? Is she being bullied? I should check it out. Qiao Wei tosses his backpack to Zhong Tao and rushes after Meng Xiaoxiao. Meng Xiaoxiao dashes out of the school, wiping her tears as she goes. Xiaoxiao. Qiao Wei quickly catches up to her and grabs her arm. What happened? Meng Xiaoxiao glances at him and forcefully shakes off his hand. It's none of your business. Qiao Wei furrows his brow and gently grips her shoulder, lowering his voice to ask, Did Kong Zhe bully you? Kong Zhe is a smooth talker, lacking in responsibility. With a baby-faced charm, Qiao Wei is baffled as to what Meng Xiaoxiao finds appealing about him. No, I told you not to interfere. Meng Xiaoxiao shouts in frustration, running about like a headless chicken. Concerned for her well-being, Qiao Wei follows closely behind. After aimlessly running for a while, Meng Xiaoxiao squats down and begins to cry loudly. Perplexed, Qiao Wei half squats beside her. What is going on? Share it with me, and we'll figure it out together. After crying for a sufficient time, Meng Xiaoxiao looks at Qiao Wei with tear-filled eyes and confesses, I'm pregnant. Qiao Wei stares at her in shock, finally managing to ask, Is it Kong Zhe's? Yes. She replies. Qiao Wei falls silent for a moment before asking, Did he force you, or was it voluntary? It is not surprising for two mutually affectionate adults to engage in relations. Yet the matter at hand is that Meng Xiaoxiao and Kong Zhe have been together for less than 2 months. Am I to believe that my willingness has rendered me despicable? Qiao Wei found himself momentarily taken aback. Su Ming had pursued Meng Xiaoxiao for an entire year. Yet she would not even allow him to hold her hand. How swiftly people can change. Qiao Wei sighed inwardly. No, I do not think that way, merely taken aback. Meng Xiaoxiao looked at him with tears streaming down her face, yet her lips curled into a smile. Are you not brainstorming solutions with me? What solutions? To have me. Like him? Terminate the pregnancy? Qiao Wei spoke softly. Xiaoxiao, you are only in your 3rd year of university. Do you truly wish to sacrifice your future for a child? Even if you take a 6-month leave to bring the child into the world, will Kongzhi marry you? If Kongzhi graduates, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will likely return to his hometown for work. You won't even be in the same province, and the future is indeed uncertain. You want to consider your own well-being. Qiao Wei nearly stated outright that Kongzhi would never forsake his career to be with Meng Xiaoxiao, nor would he marry someone without a job. Not having the child is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Meng Xiaoxiao gave a self-deprecating smile. The doctor mentioned that my endometrium is too thin, posing a significant risk for abortion. And if I choose to not keep this child, I may very well miss the opportunity to become a mother altogether. Qiao Wei found himself at a loss for how to advise her. Both a promising future and motherhood are pivotal to Meng Xiaoxiao's life. As merely her friend, he felt he could not offer reckless suggestions on such a monumental matter. How have you been contemplating this? Meng Xiaoxiao shook her head in tears. I do not know what to do. Not being a mother leaves life feeling incomplete. The ramifications of an out-of-wedlock child are burdens too heavy for her to bear. Kongzhi is unreliable. You should discuss this with your parents, Qiao Wei could only suggest. Meng Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and after a moment, she inquired, if Su Jing became pregnant, would you abandon your studies to marry her? Qiao Wei nodded. Yes, I would. He had sufficient financial support and need not worry about daily expenses. He could provide Su Jing and the child with a good standard of living, and whether or not he graduated would be of little consequence. However, both he and Su Jing had taken precautions, making premarital pregnancy impossible. Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her hand to touch his face. Qiao Wei, how wonderful it would be if you were the father of my child. Her words inexplicably sent a chill down Qiao Wei's spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. This matter cannot be delayed. First, discuss with your parents what to do. If you need to go to the hospital, I will accompany you. My parents would certainly break my legs if they found out, Meng Xiaoxiao lamented, leaning helplessly against Qiao Wei's shoulder and weeping. Not far away, Su Jing bit her lip, observing the two. Qiao Wei's relationship with that girl seemed rather extraordinary. Could it be that he was cheating behind your back? Han Xiaoya covered her mouth, laughing, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. She and Su Jing were the two flowers of the courtyard. In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, Su Jing outshone her. To reclaim her pride, she enrolled in the same university as Su Jing, striving to catch up, and upon graduation, both earned positions to teach at their alma mater. Little did she expect Su Jing to quietly apply for further studies abroad, nearly causing her to grind her silver teeth in frustration. 2 years later, Su Jing returned and became colleagues with her, which infuriated her to the point of resigning. It was only upon discovering that Su Jing was not the true heiress of the Su family that she felt a sense of vindication. Subsequently, Su Jing found a boyfriend even more handsome than stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan, which made her envy intensify. Presently, Su Jing and her boyfriend were openly affectionate on the street, which greatly displeased her. In summary, as long as Su Jing was not thriving, she felt elated. Su Jing was well aware of Qiao Wei's character, yet witnessing his intimate gestures with Meng Xiaoxiao stirred feelings of jealousy within her. Chapter 61. Learning to avoid trouble, Su Jing disregarded Han Xiaoya and swiftly approached Qiao Wei, striving to ignore Meng Xiaoxiao, who was weeping in Qiao Wei's embrace. She feigned concern and inquired, Qiao Wei, what is wrong with Xiaoxiao? Han Xiaoya's eyes gleamed with mischief, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Qiao Wei gently pushed Meng Xiaoxiao away. Addressing Su Jing, Jingjing, teacher Han. Meng Xiaoxiao looked at Qiao Wei with pleading eyes, shaking her head. Naturally, Qiao Wei would not disclose Meng Xiaoxiao's private matters in front of Han Xiaoya, instead offering her a reassuring nod. Qiao Wei took Su Jing's hand and said, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Han Xiaoya, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, Indeed, Su Jing specifically came to find you for lunch, and here you are. Being all lovey-dovey with the little sister, Qiao Wei was rendered speechless by Han Xiaoya. This woman either attempted to seduce him behind Su Jing's back or sowed discord between them. He could tell that her motives were not born out of genuine interest in him, but rather a desire to disrupt his relationship with Su Jing. Following Su Jing like a shadow, he sometimes wondered if Han Xiaoya harbored feelings for Su Jing and was intentionally instigating trouble. Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her head and whispered, Brother Qiao Wei, Sister Jingjing, I will take my leave now. Su Jing suggested. Xiao, let's have lunch together. No, you two go ahead. I'll take you home. Qiao Wei replied, somewhat worried that she might act impulsively. Rest assured, I value myself highly. Meng Xiao forced a smile before walking away without looking back. Once she was out of sight, Su Jing shot Qiao Wei a look that signaled a future reckoning. Han Xiaoya stubbornly insisted on joining Qiao Wei and Su Jing for lunch at the cafeteria. Both Su Jing and Han Xiaoya were stunningly beautiful, and Qiao Wei, wishing to avoid unwanted attention, opted to invite them to dine at a restaurant instead. You and her share an extraordinary bond, Qiao Wei, Han Xiaoya remarked, her red lips forming a teasing smile as her foot subtly brushed against his beneath the table. Qiao Wei resisted the urge to kick her, glancing around at the other diners, and discreetly shifted away from her. In a curt tone, he said, why should it concern you? Fearing Su Jing might misinterpret his words, he added, I'll explain later. With a smile, Su Jing reassured him, I trust you, Han Xiaoya. Put away your petty demeanor. If you don't wish to eat, then leave. With her instigation thwarted, Han Xiaoya pouted, why would I refuse a free meal? Su Jing rolled her eyes internally, baffled at how she could tolerate Han Xiaoya to such an extent. Qiao Wei deliberately ignored Han Xiaoya, showering Su Jing with various acts of kindness and care. Indeed, Han Xiaoya was thoroughly repulsed, leaving before finishing her meal under the guise of a half-hearted excuse. Su Jing set down her bowl, crossed her arms, and regarded Qiao Wei with an air of casual intrigue. Speak. Having watched an abundance of melodramatic television dramas, Qiao Wei was determined to prevent any misunderstandings between himself and Su Jing over trivial matters. He succinctly recounted the situation regarding Meng Xiao. Regardless of whether in a romantic relationship or marriage, trust is indispensable. However, one must also eradicate the seeds of doubt before they take root. Xiao had been overly careless. A young woman must learn to safeguard herself. The path one chooses must be traversed, even on bended knee. No matter the choice, her life would be fraught with challenges. Becoming a mother out of wedlock and the ensuing ramifications on her career post-graduation would subject both her and her child to the harsh scrutiny and unkind remarks of society. Opting against motherhood could potentially lead to infertility. Were it Su Ming, he would undoubtedly ensure that Meng Xiao never found herself in such a dilemma. Qiao Wei had always regarded Meng Xiao as a rational and intelligent young woman. He was taken aback that she had arrived at this juncture. This time would be the last. She was not to be embraced again. Understood. I must have been enemies with Han Xiaoya in a past life. Our energies simply do not align. He could maintain his resolve against temptation, yet he was still a normal man. Repeated provocations were indeed vexing. Su Jing perceived the unspoken words and chuckled. I understand. I will endeavor to avoid her in future encounters. Recently, Su Ming had been overwhelmed by the complexities of an inheritance case, and Qiao Wei refrained from disclosing Meng Xiao's pregnancy to him. Su Ming had not entirely relinquished his feelings for Meng Xiao. Knowing would only serve to exacerbate his troubles. 2 days later, Meng Xiao approached Qiao Wei, requesting his company to the hospital. Have you discussed this with your parents? No, I am an adult. I shall bear the consequences of my own mistakes. After 2 days of contemplation, Meng Xiao resolved to terminate the pregnancy, even if it meant she would never be a mother. She could not bear to bring a child into this world. Giving birth would not only ruin her own life, but also condemn the child to the stigma of being a love child, subjecting her parents to ridicule. This consequence was one she could not afford to shoulder. Very well, since you have made your decision, I will accompany you. However, a disagreement arose over the choice of hospital. Meng Xiao, fearing recognition, opted for a small clinic, while Qiao Wei insisted on a reputable hospital. The procedure carried risks. A small clinic offered no guarantees. What if complications arose? He had researched and discovered that Meng Xiao had a thin endometrium, increasing the risk of severe complications and potential hemorrhaging. Meng Xiao was adamant. No, I have inquired. It is a minor procedure, swift and without issues. Whether it was due to pregnancy hormones or something else, Meng Xiao had become particularly obstinate, and Qiao Wei found it impossible to persuade her. Xiao, you are being irresponsible towards your own body. If you do not wish for my company, then fine. Tomorrow, Kongzhi will accompany me. Suddenly incensed, Meng Xiao turned on her heel and stormed back to the girls' dormitory. Qiao Wei felt exhausted. At times, he simply did not want to involve himself. Let her do as she pleased. After a night of inner turmoil, he ultimately decided to confide in Su Ming. Enraged, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves. Ready to confront Kongzhi, Qiao Wei restrained him. Enough. This is their mutual decision. What purpose would it serve to strike him? Suming despondently sank into a seat, lamenting, how could she possibly develop feelings for a man devoid of responsibility and commitment? To this, Qiao Wei refrained from making any comments. He found himself uncertain whether Meng Xiaoxiao's actions were merely a fleeting whim. The situation had already unfolded, and all that remained was to mitigate the damage. Despite his attempts to advise her, Meng Xiaoxiao remained obstinate, leaving him utterly powerless. Unable to forcibly escort her to the hospital. She listens to you the most, yet even you cannot sway her. My words would be utterly futile. Such an intelligent individual seemed as if bewitched. What could possibly be wrong with her? Suming rubbed his face, feeling helpless. As a lawyer, he was accustomed to contemplating matters more comprehensively. After a moment of calm reflection, he remarked, Meng Xiaoxiao has frequently mentioned you in front of her parents. They regard you almost as a prospective son-in-law. In matters such as these, it is better to be safe than sorry, regardless of whether Meng Xiaoxiao may later resent you. This issue must be communicated to her parents. Even if something were to go awry, they could not hold you accountable. Naturally, it would be preferable for her parents to persuade her. Even if she harbors hatred towards us, it is of little consequence. In his heart, Qiao Wei held Meng Xiaoxiao in higher regard than anyone else. After feeling sorrow for her plight, his first thought was whether Meng Xiaoxiao's parents might seek to confront Qiao Wei over this matter. Even the most reasonable individuals can display irrationality at times. He had witnessed similar situations all too often. It was essential to avoid any complications. Chapter 62. Understanding too late, Qiao Wei dialed Meng's family and informed them of Meng Xiaoxiao's situation. Her parents could scarcely believe that the girl Qiao Wei referred to as needing an abortion was their well-behaved and understanding youngest daughter. Qiao Wei, please convey our sentiments to Xiaoxiao. Her father, and I do not blame her. She must go to a proper hospital, Wu Wan said. Her voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down her face. Very well, Auntie. I shall do my utmost. I will call you after I see her tomorrow morning. Please do your best to persuade her. Yes, thank you so much. Her father and I will head to the capital tomorrow. Wu Wan expressed her gratitude profusely. After hanging up, Qiao Wei inwardly grumbled, regardless of whether one has a son or a daughter, parental worries are inexhaustible. Xie Yicheng sighed, leaning on his cane. Children are a burden. Such a clever girl. Yet how suddenly has she become so foolish? Meng Xiaoxiao placed her hand on her abdomen, weeping until dawn. She held no affection for Kongzhe and felt indifferent towards the child within her, yet it was ultimately her first child, and possibly her last. How could she remain indifferent? The thought of having made a regrettable decision in a moment of impulse rendered her tears unstoppable. Aside from Kongzhe and Qiao Wei, she dared not confide in anyone. There was no one to share her burdens with, and the suppression of her feelings nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. The following day, before dawn, Qiao Wei headed to the school. Su Ming had a case scheduled for court that morning and was unable to accompany him to find Meng Xiaoxiao. Fearing he would miss her, Qiao Wei rushed to the dormitory to wake Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao, please excuse me from this morning's class. Zhong Tao, sprawled in bed, rubbed his eyes and asked, what time is it? 6 o'clock. Zhong Tao was speechless. You come to school this early just to wake me up to ask me to excuse you. He shut his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. I understand. Waiting outside the dormitory until 7, he saw Meng Xiaoxiao emerge, her eyes swollen like walnuts, carrying her backpack. Meng Xiaoxiao cast a blank glance at Qiao Wei before stepping outside the school gate. With her head bowed, she murmured, There's no need to persuade me. I've made my decision. All of Qiao Wei's words of encouragement lodged in his throat. I'm sorry, but I informed your parents about your situation. They want me to tell you that they do not blame you and insist you seek treatment at a proper hospital. Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head, her eyes blazing with fury. Why do you meddle in my affairs? Why did you tell my parents? Qiao Wei, I hate you. In their eyes, she had always been the perfect daughter, yet Qiao Wei had revealed her most vulnerable side to them. He pursed his lips and gently replied, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands. Your parents genuinely wish to speak with you. They are truly worried. Please, consider calling them. Tears welled in Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes as she defiantly gazed at him, enunciating each word with conviction. Qiao Wei, do you take pleasure in my suffering? From now on, my affairs are none of your concern. Her stubbornness was unwavering, rendering any mention of her parents futile. Xiao, let us go, Kongzhe interjected, running over and casting a sidelong glance at Qiao Wei, his eyes evasive, unwilling to meet his gaze. Unable to sway Meng Xiaoxiao, Qiao Wei patiently explained the risks of the procedure to Kongzhe. Kongzhe, lacking conviction and unable to bear the weight of responsibility, sheepishly replied, "I'll follow Xiao Xiao's wishes." Meng Xiao took a deep breath and addressed Qiao Wei. "Do you realize how bothersome you are? Please stop following me." It was disheartening to have good intentions perceived as meddling. He had done all he could. Now it was beyond his control. Qiao Wei headed to a phone booth to call Meng Xiao's parents. Honestly, he wished to distance himself from this troublesome situation, yet after years of friendship, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye. Meng Xiao was too obstinate. She not only refused to contact her parents, but also went with Kong Zhi to a small clinic in the city she had previously arranged. By the time Qiao Wei arrived, the procedure had already commenced. Kong Zhi waited outside the makeshift operating room, his face gone pale at Meng Xiao's anguished screams. Qiao Wei's heart sank. Minutes later, a frantic voice from within declared that the bleeding wouldn't stop. Kong Zhi trembled uncontrollably, looking at Qiao Wei in a panic. "What should we do?" Qiao Wei knocked on the door, but there was no response. He shouted at Kong Zhi, "Stop standing there like an idiot. Break down the door." Due to improper handling during the procedure, Meng Xiao suffered a uterine perforation and severe hemorrhaging. Fortunately, she was rushed to the hospital in time, where they managed to remove her uterus and save her life. Regrettably, she was now forever deprived of the chance to bear children. "It's not my fault. She deliberately seduced me. I swear, if I had known this would be the outcome, I would never have touched her," he declared vehemently. Kong Zhi covered his face and wept, trembling all over, speaking in incoherent fragments. Qiao Wei, not directly involved, found it difficult to discern right from wrong and did not wish to intervene. The current predicament was the result of Meng Xiao's own choices. Her parents arrived the next afternoon, and it was up to them to decide how to handle the situation. Fearing that Meng Xiao would hold him accountable, Kong Zhi fled the moment the doctor announced that the patient was out of danger. As a struggling student, he had no means to cover the medical expenses. Even the costs of the procedure at the clinic had been borne by Meng Xiao herself. She slept for a full day and night before finally awakening. She calmly accepted the reality that she could no longer be a mother. Without tears or commotion, she silently gazed at the ceiling. When Su Ming visited her, he too remained silent. It was not until Su Jing arrived that the atmosphere shifted. "Brother Qiao Wei, I am hungry. Could you fetch me a bowl of congee?" "All right. Wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Su Jing sat beside the hospital bed, observing Meng Xiao's pallid face, and remarked softly, "What do you wish to convey to me once you send Qiao Wei away?" "Su Jing, I truly envy you. Although I encountered him before you did, and I believe I am not inferior to you, he has never held a place for me in his heart." Su Jing smiled faintly. "Do you still not understand that love knows no chronological order? I love him, and he loves me. Meng Xiao, I possess a narrow heart and limited tolerance. Though it may be inappropriate to say this now, I must. Qiao Wei is mine. Do not keep your gaze fixed upon him. You and he will never have a chance in this lifetime." Meng Xiao forced a self-deprecating smile. "You are right. I simply comprehended this too late." Her unrequited love for Qiao Wei had become an obsession. Even while outwardly wishing him and Su Jing well, she had never truly let go. Kong Zhi bore a resemblance to Qiao Wei, and she willingly entered a relationship with him. At that moment, she had not considered that life was long, and even marriage could lead to divorce. Her connection with Qiao Wei and Su Jing harbored countless uncertainties. Both Qiao Wei and Su Jing were remarkable individuals, susceptible to temptations far greater than those faced by ordinary people. What if they were unable to endure until the end? Had she been a touch more rational, she would not have taken the misstep with Kong Zhi. Perhaps one day, Qiao Wei would have been hers. Some mistakes are irreversible. A single misstep can determine the course of one's life. In a fleeting moment of pleasure, she had irrevocably damaged her existence. Chapter 63. Occupations hold no distinctions of worth in this matter. Kong Zhi bore no fault and should not be held accountable. Although Meng Xiao's parents were pained by their daughter's plight, they could not take action against Kong Zhi. To put it bluntly, all of this was a consequence of Meng Xiao's own making. No one else could be blamed. After her discharge from the hospital, her father arranged a month's leave for her, taking her back to their hometown for recuperation. The romance between Qiao Wei and Su Jing blossomed ever sweeter. Perhaps what had once seemed unattainable in a past life was effortlessly gained in this one, leaving him with a sense of unreality. Su Jing did not disclose to her parents that she was not the biological daughter of the Li family. She harbored some resentment towards her biological parents for not seeking her all these years, yet she had never contemplated searching for them. Whether they would meet was left to fate. She cherished her relationship with Qiao Wei and was resolute in rejecting the advances of other suitors. Occasionally, when she visited the Su family, Su Yin would trouble her, and sometimes Han Xiaoyao would come seeking discord. Aside from that, her days passed rather smoothly. With all her savings, she purchased a house of over 90 square meters, eagerly awaiting Qiao Wei's graduation and their marriage. Even Qiao Wei was unaware of her acquisition. But Han Xiaoyao was in the know. Su Jing, are you foolish? No matter how handsome Qiao Wei is, he is merely a poor boy from the countryside. Unless he forsakes work to remain in the capital, you two will be living apart. Can such a marriage endure? Su Jing smiled slightly. Han Xiaoyao, I have come to realize that you are not so unbearable after all. Han Xiaoyao, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, do you think I am concerned about you? You are mistaken. I merely do not wish to lose a sparring partner. Let us discuss serious matters without your incessant jesting. Qiao Wei is returning to his hometown, and I will accompany him. I am perfectly capable of supporting myself. Life in the capital is better for him, and in this day and age, even without a secure job, one can thrive. There is no need for worry. She reminisced about her time selling goods with Qiao Wei, recalling how they earned in a single weekend more than her monthly salary. She had no need to fret over her livelihood. Occupations hold no inherent value. The opinions of outsiders are irrelevant, as life is lived for oneself. As long as the money is earned legitimately, she felt no shame. Han Xiaoyao regarded her with a look of incredulity. Look at your pitiful state, Su Jing. You are truly beyond redemption. He is merely a man. Have you forgotten your aspirations? She did not deny that Qiao Wei was indeed a good man who could withstand her charms. But there was no necessity to sacrifice her career for him. Su Jing innocently blinked. Isn't my dream to marry the one I love, to have children, to share meals through the seasons, and to grow old together? That dream is about to be realized. Han Xiaoyao inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as she retorted, I cannot believe I regarded you as a rival all these years. I must have been blind. Su Jing, smiling, deftly shifted the topic. How is the dance school coming along? With a hint of defiance, she added, mark my words, I will surpass you, in the future. I shall be the envy of many, while you find yourself hanging from the same tree. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. George and Xiao Ling ventured to the deep city, where he began his first year as an assembly line worker. In this unfamiliar environment, devoid of acquaintances, he gradually resumed his playful nature, befriending a multitude of dubious companions. Despite the factory providing meals and accommodation, he found himself financially strained after a few months and asked Xiao Ling to help him find a new job. She introduced him to a nightclub where she had previously worked as a waiter. As anticipated, within a week, George transitioned from a regular waiter to a high-earning companion. With increased income came elevated expenses. He had long forgotten about his mother, believing that as long as one was fed, the family would not suffer. 2 years passed, leaving him with a wallet emptier than his face. Like his sister Qiao Mo, he lived in a hedonistic haze, indulging in the present without a care for the future. Occasionally, he found himself momentarily lost in confusion. How much longer could he sustain this lifestyle? In the blink of an eye, he was once again engulfed in the allure of excess. It was only when Xiao Mo was attacked by the wife of her wealthy patron that he came to a realization, not due to personal enlightenment, but from the fear of becoming the next victim. After all, his means of earning money were not dissimilar to hers. A few days before the holiday, Qiao Wei received a letter from George. To be honest, he wished to feign ignorance. The bond of brotherhood seemed non-existent between them. In a previous life, his wealth had been pilfered by Qiao's father to fund ventures for Qiao Jian and others, all of whom had fared well, only to later accuse him of bringing them shame. In this life, the roles had reversed, with him now finding them to be burdensome. With jailed siblings and sisters turned mistresses, and a brother living as a companion, he had yet to act against them, yet they had all fallen to such depths. With such family, his face was devoid of honor. Thankfully, Su Jing did not disdain him. Little did Qiao Wei know what further surprises awaited him from his so-called family. As he hesitated over whether to venture into the deep city, a publishing house there reached out to him. The topic of unemployment had become quite popular in recent years. He had penned a serialized novella about unemployed workers venturing into entrepreneurship, which had been published in a magazine, and the publishing house was keen to acquire the rights. Su Jing and her colleagues were away in the southwest for inspiration and would not return until after the new year. Qiao Wei entrusted Xie Yicheng to Qiao Yumei and Su Ming for care and planned to travel to the deep city with Zhong Tao during the holidays. Zhong Tao intended to extend his hospitality by reserving a room for Qiao Wei at the hotel. I should have invited you to stay at my home, but the situation there is rather complicated. It would be more comfortable to stay at a hotel. I'll return home first to check in. Then I'll invite you over to visit, Zhong Tao explained. In a large family that had not divided its assets, there were numerous trivial matters, particularly disputes over power among brothers. Staying at a hotel is perfectly fine. I've never stayed in such a nice place before. You should head home, Qiao Wei replied. All right, I'll call you later for dinner. Let us make it tomorrow. I have an appointment today. After all, it was not a dignified matter. And Qiao Wei preferred to keep Zhong Tao in the dark about Qiao Mo and Qiao Zhi. Well then, I'll take my leave. Qiao Wei set down his belongings and took a taxi to the hospital to visit Qiao Mo and Qiao Zhi. After several years apart, Qiao Zhi had changed significantly, shedding the timidity and inferiority he had exhibited in rural life. Fourth brother, you're here, he greeted shyly. Ever since Qiao Wei had been accepted into university, Qiao Zhi had often felt inferior in his presence. Qiao Wei replied with a nonchalant hum. What did the doctor say? On the hospital bed, Qiao Mo, her head bandaged, glanced at Qiao Wei before closing her eyes again. Her assailant's intent had been to disfigure her. Her face bore numerous scars, and she had sustained a wound to her abdomen. It was unlikely she could rely on her looks for a living any longer. She had lost sight in her right eye, and while the other injuries were not severe, her face, even with skin grafting, would never return to its former beauty. Qiao Wei felt no sympathy for Qiao Mo's plight. Everything that had transpired was of her own making. What is the other party's stance? The criminal case is being handled by the police. It now depends on civil compensation. Aside from medical expenses, they will also provide an additional compensation of 500,000 yuan to my elder sister. 500,000 in 94 is no small sum. One could purchase a decent apartment in a prime location in the deep city with that. Qiao Zhi's words seemed to trigger something within Qiao Mo, prompting her to let out a cold, derisive laugh. A letter of understanding? That's impossible, unless Ning Onbong marries me. She softened her tone, pleading with Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei, you're a university student. You must have a way to help me, right? 500,000 is nothing. If I marry into the Ning family, it would be worth at least 50 million. Qiao Wei thought to himself that Qiao Mo had merely aged without gaining wisdom over the years. I appreciate your high regard for me, but regrettably, I cannot assist you. Think it through. The 500,000 would be yours if you accept it. And if you refuse, the perpetrator will merely serve a bit of time in prison. Of course, if you don't need that money, then I won't press the matter. Aspiring to marry into a wealthy family, she truly overestimated her worth. The financier might even wish for his wife to spend a few more years in prison, subsequently divorcing her to marry a younger, more beautiful woman. As for the disfigured Qiao Mo, she had always been but a plaything, lacking talent, virtue, family background, and even beauty. She would likely not draw a second glance from her benefactor. Chapter 64, Not Kindred Spirits. Upon hearing Qiao Wei's words, Qiao Mo's voice rose by 8 degrees. We are siblings. How can you be so cold-hearted? Qiao Wei's gaze was frigid. You only remember we are siblings when you need my assistance. Did you ever consider me your brother during your rise to prominence? Qiao Zhi had the authority to oversee her, and Qiao Wei felt that Qiao Mo should be laughing at such a notion. Relying on him for support was utterly impossible in this lifetime. Qiao Mo's lies flowed effortlessly. How could that be? I wish to keep in touch with you. As a university student, do you think you can look down on me? It was not just Qiao Wei, her most despised brother. She had never considered their parents or other siblings either. Even Qiao Zhi, who resided in the same city, had never crossed her mind. Qiao Mo's fabrications were delivered with audacity, causing Qiao Zhi to fall into silence. He recalled approaching Qiao Mo in Shenzhen, where she haughtily advised him to rely on himself. Ultimately, it was Qiao Ling who secured him a job. Over the past 2 years, he had had no contact with Qiao Mo. Yet, when she encountered trouble, the first person she sought was him. He believed himself to be selfish, but Qiao Mo surpassed him in that regard. Qiao Wei's eyes were dark and icy. Qiao Mo, I owe you nothing. Do not overestimate your importance. I am here solely out of respect for our grandfather, not because you are my sister. There are those who, emboldened by their familial ties, wield power over their kin, expecting unconditional obedience regardless of their own actions. Qiao Mo was precisely that sort of person. Qiao Mo was rendered speechless by his frosty stare. Qiao Wei glanced at Qiao Zhi and nonchalantly stated, in the future, do not bring me such matters. I have no time. With that, he turned and exited the hospital room without another glance at Qiao Mo or Qiao Zhi. Qiao Zhi hurriedly followed him outside. Fourth brother. Qiao Wei paused, casting a glance at him without uttering a word. Fourth brother, I've made up my mind. I am leaving this line of work to pursue a respectable job, saving enough to learn some skills and live a grounded life. Qiao Wei replied coolly. That is your own affair, no need to inform me. He thought it ironic that siblings could reach such depths of estrangement. What sins had they committed to form such a family? Qiao Zhi hesitated before saying, since I arrived in Shenzhen, I haven't seen Xiao Li. Sister Ling mentioned she went to Hong Kong and seems to be doing well. Sister Ling is getting married after the new year to a local man who is reportedly quite wealthy. Qiao Wei remained silent, utterly uninterested. As long as they did not seek him out, he was indifferent to their lives. After all, they had already lost face. Further humiliation hardly mattered. Qiao Zhi pressed on. How is Mother's health? He refrained from mentioning their father and the others. Not long after you left, she departed as well, and I am unaware of her whereabouts. A look of guilt crossed Qiao Zhi's face as he recalled the days spent with their mother, who had been his sole companion. He had vowed to bring her out of the village to enjoy a better life, once he earned money. The earnings from the factory were insufficient to support himself. Let alone her, he would have to wait. The nightclub had indeed been lucrative, but the questionable means of earning that money rendered him reluctant to disclose it to their mother. Consequently, the delay stretched into 2 or 3 years. He had squandered most of the money and had not been in contact with her for quite some time. George dejectedly remarked, I truly cannot bear to remain in Qing Shan Village, nor do I intend to return. Once I have earned sufficient money, I will certainly bring my mother back. Qiao Wei took a couple of steps forward and stated, she has divorced Dad. George grasped the unspoken words that lingered in the air and was momentarily taken aback. 2 years might have elapsed, and perhaps Qiao's mother had already established a new family. Qiao Wei hastened towards the elevator, and this time, George refrained from calling out to him. The unmistakable demeanor of Qiao Wei conveyed that he harbored no feelings towards them. His visit to see Qiao Mo was solely out of respect for their grandfather. Asking for his assistance was simply out of the question. George stood in place for a considerable duration, lost in thought. Eventually, he managed a self-deprecating smile. Qiao Wei had long since diverged from their path, akin to 2 parallel lines destined never to intersect. Qiao Mo, in a fit of rage, hurled the quilt and pillow onto the floor, cursing under her breath. Those with dog eyes look down on others, thinking they are impressive just because they are university students. Upon returning to the hospital room, George leaned against the doorway, observing her with a blank expression. Once her outburst subsided, he said, you will be discharged tomorrow. I cannot be of any assistance to you. I hold no value for you. 2 years ago, did you not tell me that we should not trouble one another and maintain our distance? The climate in Xinjiang during January exhibits significant temperature fluctuations. The days are pleasantly warm, while the nights can be quite chilly. As Qiao Wei exited the elevator, his hands tucked into his pockets, he gazed at the bustling traffic and the flickering neon lights outside the hospital. Remarkably, he felt an unusual sense of calm. Perhaps it was the realization that Qiao Mo and George, who had once regarded him with disdain, were not faring as well as he was, leading to the dissipation of his pent-up frustration. In their previous lives, they had disregarded him, fearing he would drain their vitality. Now, the tides had turned. He too sought to distance himself from them. Qiao Wei raised his hand to hail a taxi, and just as he opened the door, a sprightly figure darted into the vehicle. Cheng Yu produced a 50 yuan note from the window, offering it apologetically. I'm truly sorry, sir. I'm in a hurry. Please accept this as a gesture of gratitude. Although the interruption was unanticipated, the demeanor was genuinely courteous. Qiao Wei declined the money and closed the door, saying, no need. You can have it. Cheng Yu replied, thank you. Given the late hour, finding a taxi proved challenging, and Qiao Wei waited quite some time before the next one arrived. What he initially perceived as a mere trivial encounter turned out to be a prelude to another meeting with Cheng Yu. The meeting scheduled with the publisher was set for 9 o'clock in a hotel room. To his surprise, the individual arriving for negotiations was none other than Cheng Yu. Approximately 25 or 26 years of age, of average height, and possessing a clean, scholarly appearance, he wore black-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of an old academic. Cheng Yu enthusiastically grasped Qiao Wei's hand, exclaiming, what a coincidence, Mr. Qiao. I never anticipated we would meet again. He presented his business card, saying, my name is Cheng Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Editor Cheng. The two exchanged formalities before delving into the matter at hand. Cheng Yu conveyed that the publisher was willing to offer 5,000 for the exclusive rights to the work. Although Qiao Wei was not a renowned author, the price of 50 yuan per 1,000 words was relatively high in the current market. Naturally, it paled in comparison to the remuneration of established authors who commanded 1,000 yuan per 1,000 words or opted for royalties in lieu of payment. Chapter 65. Flies do not buzz around seamless eggs. Mr. Qiao, to speak candidly, given the quality of your novel, the offered price does seem somewhat modest. However, considering it is your inaugural work, the publisher is understandably concerned about sales and cannot afford to set the price too high. I comprehend this. Let us proceed at this rate. Previously, another publisher had contacted him, offering merely 20 yuan per 1,000 words, a sum so paltry that he declined. Perhaps he could negotiate a higher price with Chengyu, though Chengyu would need to confer with the leadership, which would be a waste of time and entirely unnecessary. Mr. Qiao is a straightforward individual. Please examine the contract for any discrepancies. If all is in order, we shall sign it, and I have brought the remuneration for you. Chengyu had meticulously prepared his arguments to persuade Qiao Wei to consent, yet he did not anticipate Qiao Wei's prompt acquiescence. After thoroughly reviewing the contract, Qiao Wei found no issues and signed both copies, thereby receiving his first-ever royalty payment. Chengyu, having secured the contract, recalled that he owed Qiao Wei a favor, and remarked, "Mr. Qiao, I have read your work with great care, and I personally believe there is significant potential for adaptation into a television drama." Qiao Wei took this as mere flattery from Chengyu and replied with a smile, "I appreciate your kind words, Editor Qing." This 10,000-word novel was completed in just 20 days, utilizing the intervals between classes and lunch breaks. Initially, it was merely a writing exercise, and earning 5,000 yuan exceeded his expectations. Beyond that, he had not contemplated further. I know a few friends in the film industry. If the opportunity arises, I shall speak with them and recommend your work. I extend my gratitude in advance, Editor Cheng. Chengyu chuckled. This matter is still in its infancy. We shall see what unfolds before any further thanks. Should it materialize, the royalties for your future works will surely rise, allowing you to negotiate directly with the publisher regarding the royalty percentage. Each reprint could yield additional income, surpassing the one-time buyout. Of course, this is not absolute. It ultimately depends on the readers. Chengyu's heartfelt words filled Qiao Wei with gratitude, knowing that he would embark on this path. Having more connections with editors would undoubtedly be advantageous. Thank you for your guidance. Just call me Qiao Wei. Our acquaintance is a stroke of fate. Why not join me for lunch? I shall treat you. Chengyu responded with a hearty laugh. Certainly, and please refrain from addressing me as editor. Just call me Chengyu. However, I must insist on treating you, for you greatly assisted me last night. After their meal, Qiao Wei used his earnings to purchase several gifts at a department store, intending to meet with Zhong Tao before returning to Beijing by train the following day. In the afternoon, Zhong Tao arrived at the hotel bearing numerous local specialties, with a smile perpetually adorning his face. Qiao Wei discerned that he was merely putting on a brave front. What troubles you? Are you feeling down? Qiao Wei inquired. He did not reside on campus and had few close friends. Zhong Tao was one of them, easily counted on one hand. Zhong Tao, with a pained expression, rubbed his face and sighed. It's all about family matters. It's exhausting. Is it a dispute over who holds power? If convenient, please share. Qiao Wei took a seat across from him, all ears. Zhong Tao shook his head. This time, it's truly not about that. My father and mother have loved each other for over 20 years, yet it seems he has succumbed to the same fate as many affluent men, losing his integrity in his later years. Qiao Wei had not anticipated this revelation and offered consolation. The world is as it is. Try to see it with a broader perspective. I maintain an open outlook, yet it is my mother who struggles to cope. She is aware that my father has taken a mistress, with whom he has even fathered children, a revelation that has driven her to the hospital in distress. Qiao Wei found himself at a loss for words. I cannot fathom why my father would act in such a manner. If he no longer harbored affection for my mother, he could simply seek a divorce. His actions inflict far greater pain upon her. The trifecta of joys for a middle-aged man consists of promotion, wealth, and the demise of his wife. I had always believed my father to be above such conduct. Will your parents divorce? My father is reluctant. He confided in me that it was merely a moment of folly induced by alcohol and that he possesses profound feelings for my mother. Thus, he does not wish to part ways. He is also unwilling to allow the woman outside to bear children. My grandparents maintain that he has but one son, and our family line is in need of vitality, insisting that he must remain. For the sake of this issue, he has temporarily set aside company rivalries. Qiao Wei pondered. According to your assertion, your uncle and third uncle are on the verge of conflict over power struggles, and ultimately, this matter is a familial affair for your branch of the family. It seems rather abnormal that they would not seize the opportunity to create discord and instead allow your father a moment to breathe. Zhong Tao paused, realizing, could it be that the woman was orchestrated by my uncle and third uncle? People will go to great lengths for money. It is certainly within the realm of possibility. Zhong Tao sighed deeply. Flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. If my father is unwilling, who could compel him? Qiao Wei concurred with this sentiment. One can only advise the ant to adopt a more lenient perspective. However, feelings cultivated over 2 or 3 decades are not easily dismissed. Interestingly, that woman, younger than me, shares the same surname, Qiao. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wei's heart skipped a beat. Zhong Tao is of his age, and indeed younger. Reflecting on Xiaoling and Xiaoli, he clung to a sliver of hope and inquired, "What is her name?" Qiao Wei thought to himself. Thankfully, he had not taken a sip of water, for he would have undoubtedly sprayed Zhong Tao. His emotions were tumultuous. He wished to sever ties with the Qiao family. Yet it appeared that fate would not grant him such a wish. No, he recalled that Xiao Zhi had mentioned Xiaoling was to marry after the new year. Yet Zhong Tao's father did not seem inclined to divorce. Is your father truly not considering a divorce from your mother? Qiao Wei, driven by a semblance of hope tied to mere coincidence, asked. Zhong Tao scoffed. Who knows? As men, we understand the mindset of men better than women ever could. Even the most delectable dish can become tiresome after 2 decades. My mother is over 40, and though she was not particularly striking in her youth, how could she compete with a delicate beauty in her early 20s? Perhaps my father merely feigns deep affection for my mother while secretly contemplating how to divorce her and bring the enchanting young woman into his life. Zhong Tao's words echoed the sentiments of many men, yet Qiao Wei defended his own stance. Not necessarily, I would not. He envisioned Su Jing aged with gray hair, her skin sagging and marked with age spots, yet he was certain he would still wish to hold her hand as they strolled beneath the setting sun. Zhong Tao rolled his eyes almost to the ceiling. Enough of that. Until facing death, none can assert how they will truly feel. A few months ago, when I returned home, my parents' affection for one another evoked a sense of envy within me. What you say holds some truth, yet it is not absolute. Qiao Wei contemplated and then asked, Your father's mistress must be quite beautiful, I presume? Indeed, she is quite stunning and possesses considerable charm. Knowing precisely how to captivate a man's heart. Intrigued by your words, I wish to see this for myself. Allow me to accompany you. Perhaps your handsome visage could utterly captivate her, enabling me to demonstrate to my father that his little paramour is not enamored with him, but rather with his wealth. In Chapter 66, Zhong Tao, resolute in his determination, mounts his motorcycle and takes Qiao Wei to the residence of his father's mistress. The newly constructed community boasts an excellent location and environment, with property prices soaring above 7,000 per square meter. It appears your father treats her quite well in this locality. Zhong Tao smirks, remarking that a married man seeking to woo a young and beautiful woman must part with some wealth. Otherwise, who would wish to be with him? Fortunately, my father's actions are not excessively outrageous. He has not outright purchased a home for her, as she is merely renting. That is somewhat acceptable. But simply knocking on the door seems inappropriate. Zhong Tao glances at his watch and asserts that there is no need for that. She descends every afternoon at 5 to walk her dog, and it is nearly that time now. Your investigative skills are impressive. I only discovered this yesterday. It is my mother who employed someone to conduct the inquiry. This woman is rather formidable, hailing from a small mountain village in the south. Having worked in nightclubs and encountered numerous men, her beauty is enchanting, yet her past is marred by scandal, leading to her and her sister's tarnished reputations, which ultimately forced their family to relocate. In this life, Xiao Yin has not engaged in such activities and has returned home to marry, while Xiao Ling has embraced a more liberated existence. Indeed, that is her, a figure not particularly remarkable, yet undeniably beautiful, which explains her ability to ensnare an older man. Having spent several years as a mistress, Xiao Ling places great importance on her appearance. Even when merely walking her dog, she is adorned with meticulous makeup. Dressed in a loose-fitting dress and a down jacket, her pregnancy is not overly conspicuous, suggesting she is about 4 or 5 months along. 5 months likely aligns with the summer break when she and the older man began their liaison. I recall how he lavished gifts upon my mother during that period, an insincere display of affection, typical of a duplicitous man. Zhong Tao grumbles through clenched teeth. Oh, why is my cousin here? Has he purchased a residence in this community? Or could it be that he is also keeping a mistress here? Zhong Tao mutters. Following his gaze, Qiao Wei observes a young man entering Qiao Ling's building. Moments later, Qiao Ling, still with her dog, also enters the building. Qiao Wei's imagination ignites, leading him to a bold conjecture. Could it be that your cousin's mistress is indeed Qiao Ling? Zhong Tao is taken aback. Surely not. Does the older man possess such a particular taste? Qiao Wei suggests, might it be possible that your father is unaware? Prompted by Qiao Wei's insight, Zhong Tao falls into deep contemplation, and a minute later, he dashes toward the building, with Qiao Wei hastening to follow suit. The residences within this community are modestly elevated buildings, devoid of elevators. Xiao Ling resides on the 3rd floor, with 2 households per staircase. Zhong Tao seeks an answer, waiting at the corner of the 2nd floor. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Hai emerges from Qiao Ling's abode, yet Qiao Ling remains absent. Qiao Wei restrains Zhong Tao, who is eager to confront Zhang Hai, swiftly guiding him to a secluded spot in the garden. I must inquire with Zhang Hai whether he has orchestrated a scheme against my father, Zhang Tao exclaims, his eyes ablaze with fury. Remain composed. Your mother has yet to uncover any connection between him and Xiao Ling. Until everything is thoroughly investigated, do not act rashly. If the child in Xiao Ling's womb is not your father's, a moment of impulsiveness could lead to greater complications. Qiao Wei, having witnessed countless melodramatic tales, allows his imagination to weave various narratives, arriving at this conjecture. Not all men desire to have multiple partners. I have encountered honorable men who, despite possessing numerous advantages, remain steadfastly loyal to their wives. Zhang Tao's face flushes with indignation, and he takes a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Qiao Wei, I cannot join you for lunch this afternoon. Have you signed the contract? When will you return? Qiao Wei comprehends his intention. I've signed it and will return tomorrow morning. You attend to your affairs. There will be ample opportunities for you to treat me in the future. Very well, then I shall escort you back to the hotel. No need. I rarely visit and wish to explore a bit. Your matters are of utmost importance, so please go ahead. After bidding farewell to Zhang Tao, Qiao Wei purchases some fruit and returns to Qiao Ling's residence, knocking gently on the door. Qiao Ling initially assumes it is Zhang Hai returning to convey further thoughts, but is pleasantly surprised to find Qiao Wei instead. Xiao Ling, what brings you to Shenzhen? She exclaims, inviting him in with delight. Yang Zhi wrote to inform me that Xiao Mo is in trouble, so I came to check on her, Qiao Wei replies, still embodying his naive and unassuming demeanor. The 3-bedroom apartment is well furnished, equipped with all necessary appliances, and showcases a simple yet warm decor. Have some water. Xiao Ling offers, pouring a cup of cool tea from the table for Qiao Wei. Sister Sen has an excessively fiery temperament, given our status. We have no right to challenge the rightful wife. Had she exhibited a modicum of humility, such events might not have transpired, Xiao Ling reflects with a sigh. Since Qiao Wei is aware of Qiao Mo's predicament, it is unnecessary to conceal their professional endeavors. After a moment of silence, Qiao Wei states, you are well aware of her temperament. It is unlikely to change in this lifetime. Xiao Ling adjusts her outer garment to conceal her belly and chuckles. Brother Wei, you are nearing graduation, are you not? Will you be assigned to a county? Qiao Wei pretends not to notice her subtle gesture, responding gently, not necessarily. There is a possibility of being assigned to a town school. When they were still in Qing Shan Village, Xiao Ling envied those with stable jobs. But after a few years in Shenzhen, she has long ceased to covet such positions. Qiao Wei worked diligently to gain admission to university, studying for several years, only to end up returning to his small town, earning a meager salary of $200 to $300 a month. The thought of it feels rather disheartening. University life is not all that splendid, she remarks with a feigned smile. That sounds quite good. Teaching is a profession deserving of respect, she adds. As they continue their conversation about their hometown, Qiao Wei inquired, I heard from George that you plan to marry after the new year. Will you return to your hometown for the ceremony, or will your uncle and aunt come here? I won't be going back. I prefer my parents remain unaware. In their eyes, I am but my brother's shadow. If they discover I am marrying in Shenzhen, the entire family will likely come, Xiao Ling replied. Qiao Wei nodded slightly. Following her lead, your uncle and aunt could indeed do something like that. George mentioned your boyfriend is local. What does he do? With a hint of pride. Xiao Ling responded, he is involved in the export business. I've heard that the export trade is quite lucrative. If I find myself struggling in the future, I might seek your assistance, Qiao Wei remarked. Xiao Ling's smile deepened. As a university student, securing a job for you would certainly pose no challenge. In Chapter 67, titled Creating Misfortune, Xiao Ling exercised caution, while Qiao Wei deftly skirted around the crucial points, avoiding any significant revelations. When Xiao Ling inquired about Qiao Yumei, Qiao Wei straightforwardly replied that he had no knowledge. He was all too familiar with the nature of the Qiao family. Should Xiao Ling discover her aunt's successful business, She would undoubtedly inform her parents and her uncle and aunt, prompting them to seek refuge with her aunt in the capital. In the village, Qiao Ling was considered a good girl. However, she now epitomized the disdain of the envious and the disdain for the affluent, harboring no need for interaction. Having gleaned no useful information, Qiao Wei eventually took his leave. You should stay for a meal first, Qiao Ling offered half-heartedly. Perhaps next time. Living expenses in Shenzhen are steep, and staying another day would incur significant costs. I plan to return tomorrow morning and must buy a ticket at the station, he replied. Very well, I shall not insist. Next time, I will treat you well, Qiao Ling conceded. Qiao Wei donned clothes that appeared to be only 70% new, complemented by cloth shoes. To Qiao Ling, his modest attire suggested poverty. Perhaps feeling her own circumstances were better than his, she impulsively offered him 500 yuan. Ah Wei, you have looked after me well in the village. I have little to offer you, so please take this. Qiao Wei glanced at the money and smiled. No need. I have sufficient funds. Farewell. As Qiao Ling watched him exit the neighborhood from her window, she scoffed. What good is being proud? It only brings suffering upon oneself. That evening, Qiao Wei received a call from Zhong Tao. Old Qiao, I had a calm conversation with my father. He claimed that he had been drinking during a social gathering and, upon waking, found himself in bed with Qiao Ling. He is uncertain whether he had any physical contact with her. Ever since that day, Qiao Ling has been pursuing him. But he assured me he has not been with her since, only giving her 10,000 yuan. He also firmly stated he has no intention of divorcing my mother to marry Qiao Ling. Zhong Tao expressed uncertainty regarding his father's honesty. He had hired a private investigator to look into Zhong Hai's relationship with Qiao Ling, which would take some time. However, the timeline of Qiao Ling's pregnancy seemed to align with the date of his father's drunkenness. Ultimately, only Qiao Ling could ascertain the truth. Otherwise, they would have to rely on paternity testing once the child was born. If the child were not his father's, that would be fortunate. If it were, complications would surely arise, as his mother would never accept it. Presently, his grandparents pressured his mother to divorce in order to make space for Qiao Ling. Zhong Tao concluded his account with a tone of resignation regarding his grandparents' insistence. How could your grandparents have considered having your father divorce his wife to marry a courtesan? Are they truly your father's biological parents? Personally, I believe that the desire for another grandchild is merely a pretext. The more Zhou Wei listened, the more incredulous he became. He could not fathom how Zhong Tao's grandparents could be unaware of Qiao Ling's actions over the past few years, regardless of the wealth of the Zhong family. Even an ordinary household would never allow their son to divorce and bring a courtesan home. Such partiality is not justified in this manner. By marrying a woman like Qiao Ling, they would also tarnish their own reputation, without a prenatal paternity test. If it cannot be determined whether the child in Qiao Ling's womb belongs to someone else, and given her reluctance to reveal the truth, the only way to ascertain the child's biological father is to wait for the birth and conduct a paternity test. Zhou Wei felt that regardless of whether the child was Zhong's, the excuses put forth by Zhong Tao's grandparents were utterly unconvincing. Affluent families like theirs, who were so open-minded, are fully aware that countless mistresses in the city are obsessively strategizing on how to elevate their status through childbearing. God knows. If my father were not my grandfather's biological son, I would surely light incense at the temple. Old Qiao, do you think I should discreetly arrange for a paternity test for my father and grandfather? That could be viable, and it wouldn't cost much. Zhong Tao, regardless of the circumstances, please think carefully before taking any action. Do not act impulsively. If anything arises, remember to call me. Perhaps I can offer you some advice. Qiao Ling was no longer the naive girl from Qing Shan Village. Her thoughts ran deep, and it would be futile to extract useful information from her. Directly questioning her would only alert her. It had to be left to Zhong Tao himself. Zhong Tao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old Qiao, for your advice. No need for such formality. I have done little. Zhou Wei smiled wryly. If Zhong Tao were to discover that it was his cousin who had disrupted his family, he likely would not be so courteous. After hanging up, Zhou Wei looked skyward in bewilderment. What sin had he committed to be burdened with such relatives? Upon returning to the capital near the year's end, the festive atmosphere grew palpable in the streets. After just a few days apart, Su Ming's gaze averted from him, as if he had committed some grievous offense. After exchanging a few words, he abruptly grabbed his briefcase and fled, faster than a runaway horse. Zhou Wei remarked, "Thank you. Grandfather, what is wrong with him?" Xie Yiqing was equally puzzled. "I have no idea, ever since you left. He returns home either in a daze or lost in thought. He won't say a word, and I cannot fathom what he is thinking." Zhou Wei shook his head. One cannot escape the first day of the new year, nor the 15th. He will eventually have to explain himself. How much is the publishing fee? 5,000. Oh, that is quite substantial, equivalent to my annual pension. Qiao Wei chuckled modestly. It's acceptable. I bought you 2 sets of clothing. Let us see if they fit. Xia Yicheng held them up in front of himself and, feeling pleased, cheerfully proclaimed, no need to try. They will certainly fit. Zhong Tao had sent many seafood delicacies, and Qiao Wei set aside some to give to Qiao Wei. When he knocked, it was Su Ming who answered the door. They stared at each other in silence. Qiao Wei eyed him suspiciously. It is nearly 10 o'clock. Why are you here instead of at work? Su Ming awkwardly cleared his throat, his gaze darting around. Well, I have a matter to discuss with your aunt. What matter requires secret consultation with my aunt? Since when have we harbored secrets? Su Ming chuckled awkwardly, taking the items from his hands. Let us discuss this inside. After finishing her grooming, Qiao Wei emerged, her expression equally awkward upon seeing Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei silently pondered. What could these two be conspiring about? Su Ming cordially guided Qiao Wei to the sofa, poured him a cup of hot water, and then seated Qiao Wei across from him. Qiao Wei glanced at the pair, took a sip of water, and set down the cup. We are not strangers. Feel free to speak plainly. I have a strong capacity for acceptance. Su Ming clasped Qiao Wei's hand, their fingers intertwined. Qiao Wei's eyes widened in shock. You too? At that moment, Su Ming felt no hesitation or embarrassment. Locking eyes with the blushing Qiao Wei. I am in a relationship with your aunt, and we intend to marry. Qiao Wei, feeling bashful, added, away. We did not intend to keep this from you. Qiao Wei was left dumbfounded. He had merely been away for a short trip. And now his brother of 3 years was announcing he would become his uncle. It inexplicably elevated him in the family hierarchy. He couldn't fathom how Qiao Wei and Su Ming had come together, let alone consider marriage. Qiao Wei gritted his teeth. You've been quite secretive. When did this start? Su Ming hesitated, stammering. Well, just in the past few days. Chapter 68. Living in the moment. Qiao Wei spoke candidly. Away. Your aunt understands your concerns. Regardless of what the future holds, I do not regret my choice. She had once been married, 7 years older than Su Ming. And even now that she possesses wealth, many believe she is unworthy of him. Perhaps one day, Su Ming may fancy someone younger and more beautiful. So what? Live in the moment. There is no need to torment oneself over events that have yet to unfold. Even if Su Ming were to stray, she would still thrive. Su Ming, with utmost seriousness, assured, Qiao Wei, rest easy, I will treat your aunt well. My heart is steadfast, and I will not be fickle. My mother is quite open-minded and will not interfere excessively in my marriage. My father cannot control my choices. Having said all this, what could Qiao Wei respond? How could a good friend suddenly become his aunt's partner, transforming into his uncle? Qiao Wei felt a twinge of heartache. After 3 to 4 years of close companionship, Su Ming's character was beyond reproach, affectionate, responsible, and emotionally stable. He would undoubtedly be a good husband and father. Living apart from his parents and devoid of a chaotic web of relatives meant that marrying his aunt would not bring excessive troubles. Qiao Wei refrained from probing too deeply into whether their relationship was born of genuine affection or merely a moment of impulsive warmth. The tenderness in Su Ming's gaze towards Qiao Wei, coupled with her smiling eyes, sufficed. Qiao Wei had endured considerable hardship in her past, and Qiao Wei hoped for her happiness. His capacity for acceptance left Su Ming in awe. He had braced himself for a confrontation, yet Qiao Wei sincerely wished them well. Overcome with emotion, Su Ming embraced Qiao Wei. Away, I will undoubtedly cherish your aunt and strive to be a good uncle. Qiao Wei endured and restrained himself before swallowing back the words that were ready to spill forth. How could he harbor such doubts that Su Ming was envious and jealous of his close relationship with Su Jing, prompting him to desire to become his uncle by marriage? Never mind, considering Su Ming's repeated unrequited loves and his ability to bring happiness to his little aunt, he chose to forgive him. Su Ming's case would not be heard until after the new year, leaving him with ample leisure time, prompting him to hasten the wedding plans. Ever since Su Ming's father had sought to borrow money from him and was met with refusal, coupled with the influence of his young wife's whispers, his attitude towards Su Ming had soured significantly. Su Ming's choice of a spouse was of no concern to him. He bluntly stated that he had no spare funds to organize a wedding. Su Ming held no illusions about his father's support, merely informing him of his intentions. Although Su Ming's mother was not entirely pleased with Qiao Wei, her guilt towards her son prevented her from expressing any dissatisfaction. She offered a generous betrothal gift, consenting to their union. A spacious apartment exceeding 100 square meters was gifted to Su Ming as their marital home. Though her busy business schedule left her little time to arrange the wedding, she would cover all expenses related to it. The faded paternal affection from Su Ming's father paled in comparison to the nurturing love of his mother. After notifying his parents, Su Ming similarly informed other relatives, indifferent to their opinions and unwilling to hear their trivialities or lectures. He hurriedly obtained their marriage certificate with Qiao Wei before the new year, enabling them to cohabit openly. The swiftness of this union left Qiao Wei astounded. Having lived with Su Ming for 3 years, the abrupt separation and absence of his snoring felt somewhat disorienting. Observing the couple's daily outings filled him with joy for them. The first time he earned 5,000 from writing invigorated Qiao Wei, providing him with a sense of accomplishment far greater than any gains from the stock market. His enthusiasm for writing surged to unprecedented heights. Su Ming and Qiao Wei were reveling in their honeymoon phase, spending their time together in blissful intimacy, neglecting to seek out Qiao Wei. Su Jing was away in the southwest, not expected to return until shortly before the start of the new semester. With Su Jing absent from the capital, Han Xiaoya would not disturb him. Qiao Wei spent his days shopping for groceries, cooking, chatting with Xie Qing, and occasionally dining at Xinjiangrong's home, dedicating most of his time to writing. Life was both monotonous and fulfilling. Rong Bing remained unaware of Su Ming and Qiao Wei's marriage. Rong's mother was displeased with her son's prolonged pursuit of Qiao Wei, without success. She found it unacceptable, believing Qiao Wei to be too proud, and decided to personally visit her shop. Coincidentally, the store was bustling with customers that day, and while the staff attended to them, Qiao Wei, who was busy with accounts, took the opportunity to assist her. After a casual conversation, the elderly lady was quite pleased with Qiao Wei's appearance and demeanor. However, the fact that she was not a local resident and had been married before left her with lingering reservations. What right did such a woman have to reject her son? While harboring discontent, Rong's mother concealed her feelings, approaching Qiao Wei with a benevolent smile, saying, "Little Jiao, I am Rong Bing's mother." "Hello, Auntie," Qiao Wei responded, puzzled as to why Rong Bing's mother was present, seemingly not there to purchase clothing. Rong's mother warmly grasped Qiao Wei's hand, saying, "I am aware of your situation. It was wrong of me and his father in the past. I have come to understand that we shall no longer interfere in the affairs of you young people." Qiao Wei felt utterly bewildered. "Aunt, I am merely friends with Rong Bing. Have you perhaps misunderstood?" Rong's mother furrowed her brow momentarily, then smiled again. "Friends? Nonsense. Rong Bing has told both his father and me that he would marry no one but you. How could you possibly be just friends? Rest assured, we shall not oppose this. We will certainly welcome you into our family with great fanfare." Qiao Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the old lady's self-importance. Just because Rong Bing claimed he would marry her, did that mean she had to accept? "Aunt, I am already married." The smile on Rong's mother's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of skepticism as she scrutinized Qiao Wei. "Married? Impossible. If you were married, how could Rong Bing be unaware?" Growing increasingly impatient, Qiao Wei replied with a smile, "We obtained our marriage certificate. The wedding will be held in 2 months, and we will surely invite Mr. Rong to celebrate." Rong's mother remained unconvinced. Aside from being a bit older, her son had impeccable qualities, and surely Qiao Wei, being a divorcee, would not let such a catch slip away. "If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Anything within my power, I shall accommodate." Qiao Wei felt displeased by the condescending look in her eyes, and the other patrons in the store were curiously observing them. Were it not for the kindness Rong Bing had previously shown her, she would have delighted in ejecting this absurd old woman. Just as her patience was waning, a savior appeared. Yume. Her heart leapt with joy as she beamed and linked arms with Su Ming, introducing him. "Aunt, this is my husband, Su Ming, and this is Mr. Rong Bing's mother." Su Ming, quick-witted, immediately grasped the situation and greeted warmly, "Hello, Aunt." Rong's mother looked back and forth in disbelief. "You two are really married?" Su Ming held up Qiao Wei's hand adorned with a ring. "Absolutely." Chapter 69, Desperation in Times of Need. Later, Su Ming vented to Qiao Wei. "Rong Bing's mother is truly beyond comprehension. She treats her son like a king and herself as the queen mother, as if every girl he fancies must marry him. Not marrying is a grave sin. She not only disdains Yume, but also berates her for not recognizing her fortune, endlessly pestering her. It's quite mad." Qiao Wei shared his annoyance at such unreasonable individuals. "You can't reason with these obstinate old folks. Even the police find them a headache." "How did it all end?" "We called Rong Bing to come and take her away. He graciously offered us his blessings, yet his mother remained relentless. No, I must ensure that the wedding is grand. We shall invite everyone, so they know we are married. Qiao Wei nodded. My relatives are no less complicated. Be prepared for that. My aunt is just a worker. But since she opened her own shop and bought a house, inviting her will be a challenge. She has supported her 3 brothers in the past, sending clothes and gifts annually, and despite their outward gratitude, behind her back, they call her stingy. They're an ungrateful lot. Now that they know she is doing well, they will all flock to the capital to find her. In my past life, I was too honest, always putting family first. This time, I wish to live selfishly and enjoy my own life. Apart from those I cherish, I wish to concern myself with no one else. Opportunities for wealth may arise, yet one would not call upon relatives nor flaunt it before them. The true pleasure lies in quietly amassing riches. Su Ming found himself in a quandary. After all, it was his little aunt's elder brother, and not to extend an invitation would seem remiss. He consulted Yu Mei, who readily agreed to the invitation, and he decided to heed her advice. Yu Mei was still at home awaiting his return, so he took his leave. Su Ming, who prioritized romantic relationships over friendships, swiftly bid farewell to Xie Yicheng and departed. Upon returning home, Su Ming discussed the matter with Qiao Yu Mei. We must extend an invitation, he declared. However, my second sister-in-law is concerned that the chickens and pigs won't come. If she doesn't come, neither will my second brother. As for my third brother and sister-in-law, they will only come if we send the travel expenses. Qiao Yu Mei asserted confidently. She had little emotional connection with her brother and sister-in-law, having only exchanged a few letters since moving to the capital. Nonetheless, as he was indeed her brother, a semblance of propriety must be observed. Su Ming embraced her and placed a gentle peck on her lips, saying, I will follow your lead. You shall decide the significant matters for our family. With a playful smile, Qiao Yu Mei remarked, You're not worried I might abscond with your savings? Not at all, he replied with assurance. If you were to run away, I would simply seek out Qiao Wei. He was well aware of what kind of person Qiao Yu Mei was. If she were to abscond with his money, then there would be no woman in this world worthy of his trust. He would have only himself to blame for being deceived. Qiao Yu Mei burst into laughter. During the winter break, Su Jing and her colleague Chen Fanghua were invited by Amu to visit the Miao village for artistic inspiration. The enchanting Miao village, steeped in ancient culture, captivated the two with its songs and dances. Guided by Amu, they explored one village after another, gaining significant insights. Jing Jia, Fanghua Jia. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Please come to my home to celebrate, Amu warmly invited. The 17 or 18-year-old youth was sunny and cheerful, his Mandarin commendably fluent, and he was well-versed in the rich Miao culture. Whatever Su Jing and her companion wished to know, he could elucidate with great detail. After spending over 10 days together, the trio enjoyed a harmonious rapport. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. It would be rather inappropriate to intrude on your family during the new year. Su Jing replied, There is no need for any awkwardness. We Miao people are very hospitable. If you visit, my parents would be delighted, Amu insisted. Tall and slender with a bronzed complexion, Amu possessed a charming smile and neat, white teeth, while not strikingly handsome. He had a pleasing countenance that became all the more radiant when he smiled. Jing, spending the new year in a guest house can be quite lonely. You should stay at Amu's home, Chen Fanghua suggested. Her father had spent time in Qian province as a young student and maintained a close relationship with Amu's parents, frequently keeping in touch after returning to the city. On this occasion, Amu's parents had graciously offered their son as a free guide. Feeling reassured by Amu's family, Chen Fanghua encouraged Su Jing to acquiesce. All right, Amu, I appreciate your hospitality. It is no trouble at all, the young man replied with a bright smile. Every week, Su Jing would call Qiao Wei 2 or 3 times. However, after New Year's Eve, she did not contact him for 10 consecutive days. Concerned for her welfare, Qiao Wei grew anxious, unable to reach her. Restless, he decided to inquire at Han Xiaoya's dance school about her whereabouts. Han Xiaoya rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, If you can't reach her, how could I possibly do so? Observing the grave expression on Qiao Wei's face, she mischievously smirked. Perhaps Su Jing has been swept away by a brother even more charming than you. Someone is in dire straits, destined to become a castaway husband. Han Xiaoya chuckled heartily. Qiao Wei furrowed his brows at her for a moment before turning to leave, thinking that he must have been desperate to seek help from the erratic Han Xiaoya. Han Xiaoya pouted and scoffed. It was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously? She called out to Qiao Wei, I've contacted Chen Fanghua and will give you a call. Qiao Wei then reached out to Su Chonglong. During the holiday season, Su Changlong's workplace was particularly hectic. He had been on duty throughout the Spring Festival, and it was on New Year's Eve that Su Jing last contacted him. Qiao Wei had exhausted all avenues in his search for Su Jing, yet still couldn't reach her. 2 or 3 days later, Han Xiaoya called him. Su Jing is fine. She is on her way back to Beijing and will arrive in a few days, so stop worrying unnecessarily. Qiao Wei remained silent for a moment. All right, I understand, thank you. Yet he pondered why Su Jing hadn't called him in nearly half a month. Had something happened? Or was she upset that he hadn't accompanied her? Qiao Wei was filled with uncertainty. Even the day before the start of the new semester, he had not received any news from Su Jing. Starting this year, not all university students were assigned jobs by the state, though those in teacher training still fell under that category and had no worries about employment. Qiao Wei and several others in his class, second-generation students, opted out of job assignments and thus avoided internships. The upcoming semester promised to be light in coursework, and after enrollment, Qiao Wei planned to head directly to the dance academy to find Su Jing. Zhang Tao called out to him, Qiao Wei, let us discuss this tomorrow. Truth be told, Qiao Wei was not inclined to hear about Zhang Tao's melodramatic family matters when he had his own issues unresolved. Zhang Tao stretched out his arm to pull him back. No way, I can't keep this to myself. I must share it with you. Qiao Wei glanced at the time and begrudgingly replied, I'll give you half an hour. Half an hour is sufficient. Let me tell you, my father is actually not the biological child of my grandparents. Zhang Tao's revelation piqued Qiao Wei's interest. What a coincidence. Indeed, initially my father believed he was an orphan, and my grandparents, being kind-hearted, adopted him. After extensive investigation, it was revealed that my biological grandparents were military personnel who had left a sum of money to entrust to them, intending to reclaim my father once the revolution succeeded. However, they never returned, likely having perished. My so-called grandparents are truly ungrateful. That money was more than enough to raise my father. Yet they treated him like a free laborer. According to the elders in the village, while my uncles frolicked about, my father was burdened with endless chores, eating the scraps while they feasted. My father endured much hardship, and when he started his own business, he wished to distance himself from the lazy uncles. The old couple wailed and protested. Now they want to hand over the fruits of my father's labor to my uncles and even pressure him to divorce and marry a hostess. How utterly inhuman. Qiao Wei lamented. In such a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. How was this resolved? He severed ties and moved away from home. As for Zhongling, she was indeed sent by Zhonghai to tempt my father, and she had been supported by him before even meeting my father. Xiaoling firmly asserted that my father had been involved with her that night, claiming that the child she bore was his. My father urged her to terminate the pregnancy, yet she audaciously demanded a sum of 10 million. 10 million? Did your father acquiesce? Xiaoling's bravado was remarkable. She seemed unperturbed by the prospect of failing in her schemes. Zhong Tao's parents, known for their integrity, would never resort to underhanded tactics. In the case of another, seeking money could lead to dire consequences. Naturally, such a sum would never be provided. No one's wealth comes effortlessly. In a fit of anger, my mother insisted that she carry the child to term, asserting that if it were indeed my father's, then compensation would follow. Alas, my mother was clearly infuriated. Chapter 70. Regret. As the norm of life after listening to Zhong Tao's complaints, Qiao Wei offered him a few words of comfort. By the way, I met a beautiful girl on my recent trip home. Just as Zhong Tao appeared ready to engage in a lengthy discussion, Qiao Wei hastily interjected, stating, I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. Hey, where are you going? Take me with you. Qiao Wei coldly declined. I am meeting my girlfriend. It would be inconvenient to bring you along. Upon leaving the campus, Qiao Wei took a taxi to the dance academy. Unfortunately, he did not encounter Su Jing but did cross paths with Qin Fanghua, who had accompanied her to Qian province. Teacher Qin, I trust your trip to Qian province with Su Jing was fruitful? Qin Fanghua's eyes flickered momentarily before she smiled nonchalantly, replying, quite successful. Su Jing hasn't been in touch for some time. Has something happened? What could possibly be amiss? In the remote villages of Qian province, finding a telephone is no easy feat each time Su Jing calls you. She has to travel a considerable distance, and with the recent freezing rain, it has been troublesome. Please do not hold it against her. Qiao Wei pressed his lips together. I did not mean to imply blame. I am merely concerned for her. Qin Fanghua softened her tone. Su Jing has been quite busy these past few days. Once she navigates through her current obligations, she will reach out to you. I must go now. Class is about to commence. Watching Qin Fanghua retreat in haste, Qiao Wei felt a weight settle upon his heart. One thing was certain, Su Jing was avoiding him. But why? Their relationship had been strong, untouched by any third party's interference. What had transpired during her visit to Qian province that had altered her demeanor? Yet, no one was there to provide clarity for Qiao Wei. Time swiftly advanced to 1996. Following the successful contract and publication of his first realistic novel, Qiao Wei also secured a deal for its film adaptation. As Chung Yu had predicted, for his second novel, the publisher offered him a royalty-sharing agreement. Soon after, a renowned director expressed interest, acquiring the rights for adaptation. Within a year, he earned over 100,000 through his writing, a considerable sum by contemporary standards, and his reputation continued to grow. Xie Cheng, who had tragically passed away in 1995 in the previous timeline, had evaded death and was thriving. Su Ming was set to become a father in just 2 months. Qiao Yumei placed great importance on the child she was expecting, having relinquished her clothing store to focus on a peaceful pregnancy. Why not pursue a master's degree for further studies? Su Ming suggested while snacking on sunflower seeds. During school, I envisioned how I would navigate the world upon graduation, only to realize that academic life was the most effortless phase. Practicing law is not only physically demanding but mentally exhausting, and the risks involved are substantial. After 2 years of being battered by the realities of society, Su Ming found himself back in the classroom. On one hand, he seeks to enhance his professional knowledge. On the other, he yearns to spend more time with his pregnant wife. He decides not to take the exam as the Qiming festival approaches. He plans to return to his hometown to pay respects to his grandparents at their graves, conduct some business in the Shenzhen market, and then visit Su Jing in the harbor city. Su Ming furrows his brow. Su Jing is in the harbor city? Yes, he replies. Han Xiaoyao informed me. Regardless of its veracity, I wish to see for myself. Su Ming expresses his disappointment. What do you intend to find her for? She has already rejected you. Yet you still seek her out? Su Jing had painstakingly captured Qiao Wei's affections, only to resign from her job a year ago, leaving behind a breakup letter and vanishing without a trace. Su Jing is his friend, while Qiao Wei is his close brother and his wife's nephew. In Su Ming's heart, friendships pale in comparison to brotherhood, and thus his allegiances naturally lean towards Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei chuckles bitterly. I seek an answer. She was the first girl he cherished, and before he could confess his feelings, she had tragically passed away. Just as he was lost in the beautiful dreams woven by Su Jing, she suddenly withdrew from his life. He believed he could move on, much like with Muwanzhou. After a fleeting moment of heartache, he resumed his life with methodical composure. A man who has lived for decades cannot crumble solely due to romantic entanglements. However, a year has elapsed, and he realizes he cannot do so. He reflects deeply. On one hand, his feelings for Su Jing run deeper than those for Mu Wanzhou. On the other hand, Su Jing had sentenced him to despair without even providing a clear justification, merely stating in her letter that she had grown weary of him. He refuses to accept this. Chen Fenghua and Han Xiaoyao remain tight-lipped, revealing nothing to him. To this day, he remains oblivious to the true reasons behind Su Jing's departure. Life after his rebirth has seemingly unfolded effortlessly. Wealth, academic success, and the ability to earn have all come naturally. Yet, his romantic endeavors have repeatedly led to disappointment. Is regret the norm of existence? Su Ming sets aside his sunflower seed shells, placing his hands on Qiao Wei's shoulders, and speaks earnestly. The affairs of love are indeed a blend of pain and joy. My advice to you is this. A wise horse does not graze where it has previously fed. It is better to let go of the past. A promising young man should not linger on a single tree. Heed your uncle's counsel. Leave what has transpired behind. I appreciate your advice, but hurry and prepare dinner. My aunt will soon be hungry. Qiao Wei nudges him towards the door. Will you not go to the harbor city? Su Ming inquires further. I shall not. Qiao Wei replies dismissively. After marrying, Su Ming has become the epitome of a devoted husband, learning to cook and manage household chores, transforming into a middle-aged man, increasingly verbose. Should his wishes be disregarded, he can eloquently expound for hours, drawing on his exceptional skills as a lawyer. Qiao Wei rummages through his drawer to retrieve the diamond ring he bought with his first paycheck. It was meant for Su Jing. Regrettably, he never had the opportunity to present it to her, nor to witness her wearing it. He takes a deep breath, closes the box, and returns it to its place. Chapter 71. Domestic violence. Having practiced law for 2 years, Su Ming is no longer easily deceived. Upon arriving home, he prioritizes calling Han Xiaoyao before cooking. Teacher Han. What was the true reason behind Su Jing's abrupt breakup with Qiao Wei? Speak to me truthfully. Should you ever find yourself in need of legal representation, I shall gladly serve as your attorney, free of charge. For the sake of brotherhood, Su Ming is willing to go to great lengths. Who asked you to represent me? Han Xiaoya's lips pressed into a straight line, her fingers entwined with the phone cord, her voice steady. Why do you bring this up again? Qiao Wei intended to visit Gangxing to seek out Su Jing. Han Xiaoya furrowed her brows slightly, pondering for a moment before sighing. Su Jing has not divulged the specifics to me. Chen Fanghua is tight-lipped, and there is little I can glean from her. Perhaps Qiao Wei's trip to Gangxing will yield some answers, and he will find closure, Su Ming mused quietly. 3 days later, Qiao Wei stood upon the land of Feng County. The sky remained a brilliant blue, the mountains lush and the waters clear, the air refreshing. He did not rush back to Qing Shan Village. Having returned after a long absence, he wished to see how Lu Haixia, with whom he had no intersection in this lifetime, was faring. Was her life content, having not married him, a man deemed worthless? The emotional scars Lu Haixia had inflicted upon him in their previous life lingered unhealed to this day. He was neither a compassionate deity nor a sagacious leader with the wisdom to navigate such matters. Only by witnessing Lu Haixia's struggles could the pent-up frustrations within him begin to dissipate. After 4 or 5 years, apart from a few more businesses and an increase in hotels, not much had changed. Qiao Wei secured a room at the finest inn and casually sought a restaurant for a meal. Qiao Wei? Is that truly you? When did you return? Song Hongbing exclaimed with a beaming smile, pulling out a chair to sit opposite him. Qiao Wei nodded with a smile. Hongbing, it has been quite some time. Have you eaten? If not, let us share a meal. At just over 20, Song Hongbing had slightly filled out, sporting a burgeoning beer belly, and his attire had shifted to collared shirts, slacks, and leather shoes, indicating he was faring well. Not yet. I just finished some business and fortuitously ran into you, he replied. Qiao Wei signaled for the proprietress to bring another set of utensils and added a few more dishes to their order. You have been away for 4 years without a word. I have often worried about your well-being and whether you have sufficient funds, Song Hongbing remarked. A smile on his face, but a hint of complaint in his tone, underscored by genuine concern. Regardless of the truth behind his words, they resonated deeply. Qiao Wei lowered his gaze and smiled. I have been busy with my studies, working to earn a living during breaks. Life is not easy, and balancing both leaves little time for correspondence with friends. His high emotional intelligence and sharp perspective were evident. It was no wonder Song Hongbing had found success. Qiao Wei's words struck a chord with Song Hongbing, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, life is challenging for everyone. By the way, why haven't you returned to work after graduation? Having graduated from a prestigious university, Qiao Wei was expected to find a position at a local middle school or the education bureau. However, after a few years in the capital, he had grown accustomed to city life and chose to seek employment at a small firm in Beijing instead. I see. A person of your caliber can thrive anywhere. It is not necessary to cling to a secure position, Song Hongbing remarked. Since we have the chance to meet, let me treat you today. Proprietress, please bring forth a few of your signature dishes and 2 bottles of beer, he added. Certainly, the proprietress replied cheerfully. Song Hongbing felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped Qiao Wei's success would somehow aid his own endeavors, but it seemed that would not be the case. Nonetheless, he held no disdain for Qiao Wei. Having multiple friends opens many paths. Who knows when Qiao Wei might achieve prominence? Qiao Wei did not engage in any dispute, merely lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, Then I shall treat you next time. Sounds good, replied Song Hongbing as the proprietress placed the beer and glasses on the table. He poured a drink for Qiao Wei and filled his own cup to the brim. Curiously, Qiao Wei inquired, Are you still working with your uncle, or have you ventured out on your own? Since marrying 2 years ago, I've been on my own. Earnings aren't substantial, but life is manageable, Song Hongbing responded. Congratulations on your marriage, Qiao Wei remarked, noting how everything had changed. The previous incarnation of Song Hongbing had married much later in life. With a hearty laugh, Song Hongbing replied, Marriage was inevitable. One must establish a family before a career. Marrying early has its advantages. What about you? Any romantic interests? Qiao Wei lowered his gaze, offering a faint smile. None. Originally, he and Su Jing had planned to wed after his graduation last year, but things had not unfolded as anticipated. Song Hongbing chuckled, With your commendable qualities, why not find a local girl in the capital and settle there? I'll leave it to fate. Has anything significant happened in the village these past few years? Nothing major. The village remains impoverished, and the number of young people seeking work outside increases each year. They seldom wish to return, and more girls are marrying into other provinces. However, Wan Shou'er returned last year to marry. She used to say she wanted to wed in a big city, yet ultimately chose to marry locally. I wonder what she thinks now. A cold scoff arose in Qiao Wei's mind. Wang Shou'er had undoubtedly returned seeking a partner to support her child. Everyone has their own thoughts. It's quite normal, Song Hongbing remarked hesitantly. Are you aware of Qiao Yan's situation? What happened to her? Over the years, he had exchanged several letters with Qiao Yan. She seldom responded, and her replies were always brief, never indicating she was unhappy. Her husband beats her when he is displeased. Just days ago, she was hospitalized from a beating. It's truly pitiful married to such an unattractive man. She might as well have worked in the city. Song Hongbing shook his head in sympathy. Do my uncle and aunt not intervene? Qiao Wei frowned. While he abuses her, he also sends gifts to your uncle's home and has arranged jobs for Qiao Liang and his wife at the pig farm. Your uncle and aunt dare not offend him. They just turn a blind eye. I hear Qiao Yan hasn't returned to her family in a year. At this moment, Qiao Wei found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He clinked his beer with Song Hongbing's and took a light sip. After their meal, Qiao Wei visited the county hospital to see Qiao Yan. She had borne 3 daughters and suffered at the hands of her in-laws. At merely 23, she appeared far older than her years. With a bruised and battered visage, she lay on the hospital bed, resembling a ragged doll. A kick from her husband had fractured 2 of her ribs, and she lay there without anyone to care for her. Instant marriages are truly unwise. One must never assume that a man who appears unattractive and honest will genuinely be caring. Before marriage, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate the character of both the partner and their family. Qiao Yan, having relied solely on the matchmaker's words and the man's financial potential, married without foresight, only to find herself wed to a domestic abuser. Awei gu, Qiao Yan exclaimed, tears streaming down her face upon seeing him. Do not cry. Xiao Yan, I have heard from Song Hongbing. Will you continue to endure such a life? Qiao Yan shook her head vehemently, expressing her reluctance. Yet she felt compelled to care for her 3 daughters. He claimed that if she bore him a son, he would cease to inflict violence upon her. The man's brutality escalated, primarily because she had given birth to daughters. The penalties for exceeding the birth limit had already incurred significant financial strain, and his pride was deeply wounded. Her in-laws exhibited a strong preference for sons, never showing kindness to the children. If she were to leave, what would become of her daughters? Chapter 72. Relying solely on oneself, Qiao Wei felt a profound sorrow for Qiao Yan. After a year of working in Shenzhen, how could her mindset remain so rigid? Domestic violence exists in 2 forms. Either it is absent or it is relentless. He would strike her with increasing ferocity. Even if she bore a son, he would still vent his frustrations upon her. Consider the case of Uncle San and Aunt San after their divorce. Uncle San begged for reconciliation, and shortly after remarrying, their relationship deteriorated again. Can you truly trust your husband's words? This time, he broke your rib. What will happen next? Will he take half your life? How many lives do you have for him to shatter? If you perish, your children will be left in dire straits. Qiao Yan froze momentarily, then succumbed to tears. Grasping Qiao Wei's hand as though it were a lifeline, she pleaded helplessly. What should I do? My parents and brother have abandoned me. They only tell me to endure. Brother Wei, you are my only hope. Qiao Wei gently advised. Xiao Yan, deep down, you know what you must do. You simply hesitate to take that step. You are still young, and life stretches ahead of you. If your sister-in-law can start anew, why can't you? Despite his reassurances, Qiao Yan felt incapable of rising above her circumstances, destined to live a life of compromise in the mire. She bowed her head and wept. Qiao Wei sighed. Do not expect assistance from anyone else. The only one who can truly help you is yourself. In less severe cases of domestic violence, calling the police often results in mere mediation, yielding little effect. With her family indifferent to her plight, what could he do? Hiring someone to confront Qiao Yan's husband would only address the symptoms, not the root of the problem. Once that individual departed, Qiao Yan would only face harsher treatment. Such men are impervious to gentle persuasion. He could provide financial support, but beyond that, he felt utterly powerless. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to fetch you some food. At that hour, the hospital cafeteria had already closed, so Qiao Wei went to a nearby restaurant to procure light, nutritious meals for her. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, he spotted Song Hongbing with a woman he had just parted from. Upon recognizing the woman beside him, Qiao Wei was taken aback. It was Lu Haixia. Qiao Wei, what a coincidence. Allow me to introduce my wife, Lu Haixia. This is my childhood friend, Qiao Wei. Hello, sister-in-law. Qiao Wei replied. Song Hongbing had indeed married Lu Haixia. Qiao Wei was uncertain whether to feel sympathy for him or for Lu Haixia. In his previous life, Song Hongbing had amassed a horde of lovers and illegitimate children after achieving success, and now he was wed to the formidable Lu Haixia. The future promised to be a grand spectacle. Who would emerge victorious, Song Hongbing or Lu Haixia? Qiao Wei felt a hint of anticipation. Lu Haixia smiled brightly at Qiao Wei. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. She thought to herself how handsome he looked. Song Hongbing interjected, we are from the same county. It is only natural that you have crossed paths. Qiao Wei, please deliver the meal to Qiao Yin first. I will catch up with you shortly. Very well. After Qiao Yin was hospitalized, her husband did not neglect to bring her meals, though he often delayed until late. Lunch could be repurposed as dinner, and dinner became a midnight snack. Now, feeling hungry, she refrained from tears, embracing her bowl and eating heartily. Before she had finished her meal, Song Hongbing arrived. It turned out that Lu Haixia was pregnant with her second child and was undergoing an abortion. In this era, family planning policies were strictly enforced. In some regions, a 4-year interval was required before having a second child, and Feng County maintained a zero-tolerance policy on this matter. Even paying fines would not permit another birth unless the first child had intellectual or physical disabilities. Many had to hide to give birth to sons, with some pregnant women being forcibly taken for induced labor late at night. Qiao Yin had also endured considerable hardship for having 2 children. Song Hongbing and Lu Hongxia's first child was a boy, and they wished to avoid complications. Upon discovering the pregnancy, they went directly to the hospital. Had fines allowed for childbirth, they would have kept the baby, as sons can be quite unruly, and daughters are preferable. Song Hongbing felt a tinge of regret. Qiao Wei remarked, perhaps in a few years, policies will relax, and your wish will be fulfilled. In a past life, the 2-child policy had not yet been lifted, and the children born to Song Hongbing's lovers exceeded a handful. In this life, Lu Haixia had successfully married the affluent Song Hongbing, living the life of a wealthy wife she had always desired. It remained to be seen if she could tolerate Song Hongbing's infidelities. Listening to their conversation, Qiao Yin kept her head down, quietly eating. She envied those women who had birthed sons on their first try. Growing up in a family that favored boys, she, despite being the younger sister, was always required to yield to her older brother. She had once vowed never to become like her parents. If she had a daughter, she would cherish her as a treasure. Yet, after her daughter was born, due to her husband and in-laws' desires for a son, she found herself increasingly longing for a boy. Though she loved her daughter, she did not devote herself wholeheartedly. Reflecting now, she realized that had she born a son, she would likely have allowed him to overshadow her daughter, just as she had once resented her own parents. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed into the very person she had looked down upon. By evening, Qiao Wei had still not seen Qiao Yin's family come to bring her food. He refrained from urging her further. Too many words can be insipid, and it was better to let her come to her own conclusions. After spending a night in a hotel, he rose early the next morning. Qiao Yin would require several more days in the hospital, and Qiao Wei, without time to care for her himself, purchased breakfast and some snacks to bring her. Before departing, he left her 200 yuan, saying, if you're hungry, ask someone to help you get meals from the cafeteria. Love yourself a little more. After I visit your grandparents' graves, I will come back to see you. Qiao Yin, clutching the money, nodded tearfully, okay. Qiao Wei went to the town to buy incense, paper money, sweets, and alcohol. Qing Shan Village remained impoverished. Yet the second and third branches of the Qiao family had built 2-story houses, their walls painted bright white and striking. As Qiao Wei approached the village, he spotted the charming new house standing at the foot of the mountain. Qiao Er's wife was adept at accumulating wealth, and the diligent daughter-in-law had managed to construct the house without sending money back home. In contrast, Qiao San's family had relied on their son-in-law to build their home, with the cost being Qiao Yin enduring beatings every few days. Wei has returned after many years, coming back to pay respects at his grandparents' graves. The villagers working in the fields recognized him. How have you been, Grandpolly? He inquired. Not well. I'm old now. Just a few shovelfuls, and I'm out of breath, the elderly man replied with a cheerful smile. Wei offered cigarettes and sweets to everyone, exchanged a few words, then made his way to the graveyard on the back mountain. The gravesite and surrounding weeds had been tidied up, clearly indicating that his second and third uncles had visited. When his grandparents were alive, those uncles were hardly dutiful sons, not even bringing a bowl of soup or medicine. Yet, in death, they seemed to have become dutiful. They never missed the Qingming festival for tomb sweeping, the July half festival for sacrifices, or the cold food festival for burning paper money. Wei was puzzled by the significance of their actions. After paying his respects, he headed to his second uncle's home. Regardless of how distant their relationship had become, they were still family, and it was necessary to visit upon his return. Perhaps life was not as harsh as in previous years. Or perhaps it was because Wei was now a university student, but his second uncle and aunt welcomed him warmly. The frugal and even allowed her daughter-in-law to prepare a bowl of sweet soup with eggs for him and asked Qiao Dong to invite the third uncle's family over for dinner. Chapter 73. What kind of people are they? Qiao Dong and Qiao Liang were both married with daughters. The cousins had grown up under their parents' indulgence, lacking in academic prowess and agricultural skills but excelling in obedience. Qiao Dong had a capable mother who arranged for him to marry a plain yet industrious wife, and together, the family worked harmoniously, living a prosperous life. Qiao Liang and his wife worked at his brother-in-law's pig farm. It was less labor-intensive than farming and more lucrative, allowing them to live comfortably, albeit not extravagantly. The third uncle remained the same drunken man who abused his wife when intoxicated. Now that his wife had become a grandmother, she had no intention of leaving him. They had endured a tumultuous life together and continued to make do. Wei gifted each of his two nieces 50 yuan in red envelopes and presented the second and third uncles with a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, along with sweets, pastries, and biscuits. In her delight, the aunt generously slaughtered a chicken and a duck, even purchasing a fish, making for a sumptuous lunch comparable to a festive feast. She served Wei a chicken leg, saying, "Eat more, Wei. Your aunt's husband is a lawyer. Could he help Liang and your sister-in-law find jobs in the capital?" She was satisfied with her daughter-in-law in most respects, but her inability to provide a grandson for the Qiao family left her discontent. In the village, having a second child was challenging, so she pondered sending her son and daughter-in-law to work outside the province to fulfill her wish for a grandson. Wei smiled. Finding a job isn't difficult, but Liang and his wife lack the education and skills, so your brother-in-law can't secure them high-paying, leisurely positions. The cost of living in the capital is high. Even a glass of water costs money. If they cannot endure hardship, making money will be challenging. It might be better to engage in small business ventures in the county or provincial capital, such as selling vegetables, which could yield more than working for someone else. And it's closer to home for easier returns. The aunt cherished Liang like a precious gem. Even at over 20 years old, she worried he might go hungry, be cold, or be overworked. She believed any job she suggested would lead to her son's suffering, ultimately blaming them for his hardships. Not only was it a thankless task, but Wei also wished to avoid any disruption to the lives of the second and third families in the capital. It was perhaps better for Qiao Liang to remain at home, relying on his parents and wife. To spare each other the trouble, greetings exchanged among all were cordial. Upon hearing this, Aunt Air hesitated slightly, acknowledging the reasonableness of the statement, and decided to ponder it further. The pursuit of wealth was not the primary intention. Rather, the desire to bear a child remained paramount. Naturally, the ideal scenario would involve the ability to conceive while also earning a livelihood. The family did not possess the means of a bank. Having built a house, their savings were scant. In the county or provincial city, they could at least bring food from home, thereby saving some expenses. Observing Aunt Air's wavering resolve, Qiao Liang felt a quiet sense of relief. He had no desire to seek work. Life in the countryside, self-sufficient and tranquil, suited him well. Conversely, his wife yearned to earn extra money through labor. Yet she understood her husband's nature and chose not to press the matter, remaining silent. Qiao Wei glanced at his relatives, who were absorbed in their meals, and remarked, "Aunt San, Xiaoyan has suffered 2 broken ribs due to an assault by Zhao Xiaojiang. She is currently hospitalized with no one to care for her." He could not fathom why Qiaoyan, not an abandoned child, would face such cruelty from her in-laws. If only her maternal family had been more assertive, her situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. It was often said that daughters should not marry far from home, as it left them vulnerable to mistreatment. Yet, Qiaoyan had married in a town merely a few kilometers from her family, yet she endured such harsh treatment, with her family not only failing to confront her in-laws but advising her to endure. Aunt San, herself a victim of domestic violence, should have empathized with Qiaoyan's suffering. However, prioritizing her son's interests, she ultimately chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her daughter to endure humiliation. While money was undoubtedly important, it should not come at the cost of a daughter's happiness and well-being. Qiao Wei's words startled Uncle Air and Aunt Air. Aunt Air exclaimed, "Zhao Xiaojiang is truly a beast. How could he inflict such harm?" After a brief moment of shock, Uncle San and Aunt San returned to their usual demeanor. Uncle San dismissively waved his hand, stating, "Surely, She must have done something wrong to deserve such treatment. It's always like this. Women comply after a beating. Such were the words one would expect from a father. Qiao Wei's gaze darkened as he cast a subtle glance at Uncle San and the downcast Aunt San. Were he Qiao Yin, he would sever ties with them for life. Uncle Air could not tolerate such remarks and kicked Uncle San lightly, saying, "Old San, what is this nonsense? Regardless of her faults, one should never resort to violence." He pondered the gravity of 2 broken ribs now and what might happen next. Yet, no matter how Uncle Air and Aunt Air protested, Uncle San and Aunt San appeared unfazed, treating the matter as trivial. Ultimately, they were not their own children. After a few futile words of advice, Uncle Air and Aunt Air lost interest and resumed their meal, reflecting on Qiao Yin, who lay alone in bed. Qiao Wei felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. His grandparents were industrious and kind-hearted people, yet of their 3 sons, only Uncle Air showed any reliability, while the other 2 were increasingly difficult to comprehend. What sort of individuals were they? Faced with a table laden with delectable dishes, Qiao Wei found no pleasure in eating. At that moment, a voice called from the drying yard, "Qiao Lauer, is away there? Someone is looking for him." "Yes, yes, yes," Uncle Air quickly responded. And he and Qiao Wei made their way outside. "What brings you here?" Qiao Wei was taken aback, looking at Han Xiaoya, who appeared disheveled and covered in dust. In Feng County, 3 crops are sown each year, and at this time, the spring rice had just been planted. Han Xiaoya inadvertently tripped on the ridge and fell directly into the rice field, her body covered in mud, and her suitcase also met a similar fate. She resembled a swan that had rolled in a wetland, with a few seedlings entangled in her hair, a sight that was quite pitiful. Qiao Wei, upon witnessing her condition, nearly burst into laughter. The once proud Han Xiaoya, akin to a princess, now had tears of grievance welling in her large eyes, threatening to overflow. Qiao Wei struggled to suppress his amusement and took a few steps forward to retrieve the suitcase from her grasp, suggesting she wash up first. The strong-willed Han Xiaoya had always been one to swallow her pride, believing that crying was a sign of weakness. Her tearful demeanor was utterly unexpected. "It's all right. It's all right. The ridge is narrow. We've walked it for decades, and it's only natural to stumble," An Air kindly reassured her. Qiao Liang's wife guided Han Xiaoya to the bathing area beside the drying platform for her to freshen up. Qiao Wei turned to Aunt Huang, who had accompanied them, saying, "Aunt Huang, this is my friend. I apologize for the damage to the seedlings. I will compensate." Aunt Huang laughed heartily and waved her hand dismissively. "No need. No need. It's not a large area, and besides, they were just planted a few days ago. We can simply replant. Wei, come inside and sit for a while." "All right, Aunt Huang." The houses built in the countryside during the 1990s appear quite charming from the outside. Yet their interiors are poorly arranged, with numerous small, dim rooms. The walls lack even a coat of lime, and dust and dirt come tumbling down with the slightest touch. The toilet situated next to the pig pen was a considerable ordeal for a delicate lady like Han Xiaoya. Qiao Wei initially intended to stay the night and converse with familiar faces in the village, but with Han Xiaoya's arrival, he had to abandon that thought. Chapter 74. She got married. The bathing area lacked a water heater, necessitating the boiling of water in basins. Qiao Liang's wife prepared 2 pots of hot water and brought them inside. With guests present, Aunt Air and Aunt San reheated the dishes and cooked bamboo shoots with cured meat and stir-fried eggs with prickly ash. Uncle Qiao glanced towards the bathing area and quietly inquired of Qiao Wei, "Is she your girlfriend?" "No, she's just a friend." Uncle Qiao regarded him with an expression that suggested disbelief. "Just a friend? Why would someone come such a long way for a mere friend?" Qiao Wei found himself at a loss for words. He had no idea why Han Xiaoya had inexplicably come to Qing Shan Village. After a moment's thought, he replied, "She's a dance teacher. She must have come to seek inspiration." Uncle Qiao and Uncle San exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. "You're not young anymore. If you meet a good girl, you should consider marriage. Your parents can't be relied upon, and your marriage is something your uncle and I can't assist with. You must decide for yourself," Uncle Qiao advised. Qiao Wei was the most promising among the Qiao family, and although he wished to help his nephew with matrimonial arrangements, the second household was not under his control. His wife had the final say, rendering his opinions inconsequential. The money he could access was still under 10 yuan, well-intentioned but powerless. Uncle Sen added, "Wei, your uncle is right. Your grandfather worries most about you. If you settle down soon, he can rest easy in the afterlife." Qiao Wei felt speechless, caught in a moment of silence. "I understand," he finally replied. Han Xiaoya's suitcase was dirty on the outside, but the clothes inside remained unaffected. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, she emerged, no longer embodying that frail and pitiable demeanor, but instead greeted everyone with poise and grace. Her delicate, fair-skinned oval face framed by cascading waist-length hair, paired with sparkling, expressive eyes, a finely sculpted nose, and luscious lips, made her appearance surpass even that of movie stars. The Qiao family was blessed with fine genes, their features strikingly beautiful. However, in the sun-soaked, labor-intensive environment of Feng County, where the harsh rays of UV light and the elements took their toll, the skin of those over 20 often became increasingly dark and coarse. Poor skin detracted from one's allure, yet Han Xiaoya's radiant complexion was a source of envy. Auntie, and sister-in-law, your dishes are absolutely delectable. I have never tasted chicken so flavorful, and these vegetables are delightful as well. Han Xiaoya exclaimed, her praise overflowing. Auntie, your restaurant must be thriving, though merely homestyle cooking. Auntie Qiao had perfected her craft over decades and rarely deemed her dishes exceptional. Yet, through Han Xiaoya's sweet words, she felt as though her culinary skills surpassed those of chefs in high-end city restaurants, causing her pride to swell. Really? If it's delicious, eat more? Auntie Qiao beamed, her heart warmed by Han Xiaoya's compliments. As she savored the food, Han Xiaoya's allure and flattery had even the notoriously frugal Auntie Qiao smiling widely, promising to prepare a chicken for her the following day with a different recipe. The frugal reputation of Auntie Qiao is well known even in neighboring villages. Qiao Wei, having grown up, could count on one hand the number of times he had eaten chicken from the second household, and all those occasions were courtesy of his grandfather. To his surprise, Han Xiaoya's few words had coaxed Auntie Qiao into willingly offering her chicken. He discovered for the first time that the once irritating Han Xiaoya possessed a talent for persuasion. Having grown up in the city, except for the occasional inconvenience when using the restroom, Han Xiaoya found the countryside brimming with charm. She relished foraging for wild vegetables and collecting river clams and snails, enjoying the playful company of the local children. After dinner at the second household, Auntie Qiao invited them to stay the night. No, Auntie, we'll stay in town, Qiao Wei replied. He had a house gifted by Xie Cheng, though the bedding had not been used for years. He didn't mind, but had to consider Han Xiaoya's comfort. Auntie Qiao acquiesced, saying, all right then, Xiaoya, come to the house early tomorrow. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Okay, Auntie, Han Xiaoya replied with a radiant smile, bidding farewell to everyone before taking Qiao Wei's hand. Hold on to me. I do not wish to fall into the rice paddy again. That would be so embarrassing. Qiao Wei could only shake his head in exasperation, one hand managing the suitcase while the other held Han Xiaoya's hand. Once they reached a slightly wider path, he released her grip. Glancing at her, he queried, what exactly are you doing here? It's quite an achievement to find your way to the village. Aren't you afraid of being abducted by traffickers en route to the mountains? I'm here to accompany you in searching for Su Jing, Han Xiaoya replied, her tone matter of fact. No need. I can go by myself, Qiao Wei rejected firmly. For a period, Han Xiaoya had been relatively subdued, but recently, she had resumed her flirtations with increasing boldness and overt suggestiveness. Though he had no particular feelings for her, he was a normal man. And sometimes his body did not align with his mind, leading him to fear that if Han Xiaoya continued her advances, he might lose control. Han Xiaoya boldly asserted, that's unacceptable. You are the man I have set my sights on, and I have yet to share a night with you. There are numerous beauties in the harbor city. If I do not stay with you, who will I turn to if someone else captures your heart? Qiao Wei halted in his tracks, gazing at her. Han Xiaoya, can you please stop this nonsense? No, not unless you allow me to sleep with you, she retorted. With a dismissive air, Qiao Wei disregarded her, striding quickly towards the town, illuminated by the fading sunlight. Han Xiaoya, accustomed to his distant demeanor, followed him like an indomitable cockroach, her smile unwavering. You are a man. You won't suffer any loss. Besides, Su Jing is already married. Do you intend to remain loyal to her for a lifetime? After speaking, Han Xiaoya regrettably clapped her hand over her mouth. Qiao Wei abruptly stopped, his dark eyes fixated on her, yet his tone remained remarkably calm. She is married? When did this happen? Han Xiaoya bit her lip, pausing momentarily before replying. Last month. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept this from you. Qiao Wei recalled that Han Xiaoya had spent a week in the harbor city last month, claiming to attend a friend's wedding. Have you been in contact with her all along? Yes, she went to the harbor city after resigning. I promised her I wouldn't disclose her whereabouts to you. A sharp pain suddenly seized Qiao Wei's heart, and it felt as if sand had entered his eyes, causing him discomfort. Over the past year, he had sought out everyone who had interacted with Su Jing, yet no one had revealed her whereabouts, including Han Xiaoya. He loved Su Jing and believed she loved him in return. With no means to find her, all he could do was wait for her return. But now she was married, and he had been foolishly waiting for someone who would never come back. Stubbornly, he sought an answer from her. At that moment, he no longer wished to know anything. What difference did it make? She was married. Even if he had made mistakes, he had no opportunity for redemption. In his rebirth, he harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to repay the kindness shown to him by Xie Qing in his past life, to extricate himself from the Qiao family, and to help Qiao Wei escape the tragedies of their previous lives. He had achieved much, attending university, forming a close-knit circle of friends, pursuing a freelance career, and creating a warm home with a beloved partner. He envisioned a life filled with simple joys and warmth. Yet, the final piece remained elusive. What he had not attained in his past life seemed a luxury in this one. Chapter 75. My man, the first girl to stir his heart. A beauty doomed to misfortune. When he loved Su Jing the most, she cast him aside. In a lifetime, how many can one genuinely fall for? And how many can one love deeply? Qiao Wei closed his eyes, remaining still for a considerable time before opening them again, silently moving forward. His heart felt as though it were being slowly sliced by a dull knife, causing him such pain that he did not wish to speak nor see Han Xiaoya. Han Xiaoya grasped his wrist. Please don't be angry. In that moment, even Qiao Wei's usual composure evaporated, leaving him vulnerable to the frustration of being toyed with. His gaze turned icy as he violently shook off her hand, abandoning his suitcase and hastening away. With tears welling in her eyes, Han Xiaoya's voice trembled. Su Jing is already married. Can't you at least consider looking at someone else? The only response came from the chorus of frogs croaking in the fields. As Qiao Wei's figure gradually faded from view, Han Xiaoya stood her ground, unwavering. To be loved by the one you cherish is a profound happiness. To fall for someone who does not reciprocate your affections is a calamity. She had known Qiao Wei for nearly 5 years. Initially, she dismissed this impoverished lad from the countryside, deeming the seemingly high-minded Mu Wanzhou and Su Jing to be somewhat misguided. In her eyes, aside from his handsome visage, Qiao Wei was utterly lacking. Without wealth or connections, what merit could such a man possess? Yet, inexplicably, Mu Wanzhou and Su Jing were utterly devoted to him. Out of curiosity, she often clung to Su Jing, shamelessly inserting herself into their moments together. When Su Jing departed for the bustling city of Hong Kong, she found herself intrigued by how long Qiao Wei could wait for her. She would often seek him out, and in the process, her heart unwittingly became entangled with his. Alas, this man did not share her sentiments. Little sister, your brother cherishes you, a lascivious voice whispered in Han Xiaoya's ear. Just as a lecherous hand reached for her shoulder, the startled cries of a heron foraging in the fields took flight. Wu Shun watched in horror as his arm contorted at an unnatural angle, the pain threatening to sever his very soul, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he gazed incredulously at the stunning woman before him, her expression icy and filled with malice. I was wrong, spare me, he pleaded. With a stoic countenance, Han Xiaoya delivered a swift kick to his shin, while simultaneously releasing her grip on Wu Shun. His anguished screams echoed once more as he crumpled to the ground in disarray, paralyzed by fear and gasping for breath, engulfed in overwhelming terror. This woman possessed the strength of a bull and a heart as ruthless as ice, her gaze as unyielding as death itself. His arm was dislocated, and his leg was likely fractured. He had merely sought to take advantage, only to provoke a vengeful goddess. Do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Wu Shun trembled uncontrollably, his expression one of sheer terror as he stumbled backward. Just then, the weary birds returned to their nests, and the diligent farmers gradually made their way home for supper. The path leading out of the village was flanked by rice paddies brimming with seedlings, flooded with water, typically. No one would venture here unless for the purposes of fertilization or pest control. Even if he wished to cry for help, he would find no one. Han Xiaoya cracked her knuckles ominously and stepped forward with a frigid glare, just as hurried footsteps approached from the distance. Recognizing the familiar sound, her heart ached with bittersweet anticipation. She had known he would not abandon her. No matter the reason, he had returned. He had come back for her. The hostility in her eyes softened momentarily as she warned Wu Shun, if you wish to live, leave. Wu Shun felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Painfully rising to his feet, limping away at the fastest pace his injured body would allow. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Qiao Wei arrived. Wu Shun cast a glance back, and Qiao Wei's gaze met his. Wu Shun, Qiao Wei questioned with concern as he turned to Han Xiaoya. Hasn't he harmed you? Has he? Wu Shun was not a local of Qing Shan Village. He was akin to a pest alongside Zhang Fugui, a nuisance to the community. Notorious for his petty thievery and predatory behavior towards young women, as loathsome as the wild dogs of the mountains. Han Xiaoya cast a fleeting glance at Wu Shun. Wu Shun trembled all over, not daring to glance at Han Xiaoya. He was somewhat clever, repeatedly insisting, no. Han Xiaoya, with her eyes wide open, feigned innocence, no. Regardless of whether Qiao Wei would push her away, she reached out to embrace him, pouting and sweetly saying, Qiao Wei, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Wu Shun trembled again, seizing the opportunity while Han Xiaoya was fawning over Qiao Wei to slip away, dragging his injured leg behind him. Indeed, Qiao Wei was reluctant to concern himself with Han Xiaoya. He was engulfed in his own heartache, wishing only to find a solitary place to nurse his wounds, lacking the inclination to tend to someone unrelated. Yet, he could not bear the thought of leaving Han Xiaoya, a stranger in an unfamiliar place, on the roadside. He would forever be haunted by his conscience should something happen to her. He cast another glance at Wu Shun, who was fleeing towards Qing Shan Village at nearly the speed of desperation, sensing that something was amiss. Since Han Xiaoya was not being mistreated, he refrained from further inquiry. He pushed aside Han Xiaoya, who clung to him like an octopus, saying, Stop pulling at me. He picked up his suitcase and stated, Let us go. It's getting dark. All right, Han Xiaoya replied, understanding when to relent, walking by his side and chattering about returning to the village the next day, as if the earlier unpleasantness with Qiao Wei had never occurred. At this moment, Qiao Wei's mood had calmed considerably. Ultimately, with his psychological maturity, he possessed greater rationality and control over his temper than in his youth. All right, I shall depart for the provincial city the day after tomorrow, he announced. Han Xiaoya, beaming with joy, replied, I will accompany you. If you are going to Shenzhen, I will follow you to the port city as well. The dance school was now running smoothly, able to function without her. Her sole desire was to secure Qiao Wei for herself. Qiao Wei paused and said, Han Xiaoya, please don't be like this. It wasn't he that he doubted her words, but he wished to see for himself whether Su Jing was truly married. Qiao Wei, I have said it before, you are my man, and I must stay close to you. No one can take you from me, Han Xiaoya declared assertively. Qiao Wei looked up at the sky and sighed. I'm not interested in discussing this with you. Han Xiaoya, usually frivolous, gazed at him with gentle eyes and a serious tone. Qiao Wei, I know many who are more accomplished, more handsome, with better family backgrounds and temperaments. They all bow to me. Yet, I desire no one but you. I understand you still love Su Jing. I can wait, no matter how long it takes. Please, don't push me away. So proud was Han Xiaoya, yet she spoke such humble words to him. Qiao Wei stared at her for a long while before slowly shaking his head and saying, Han Xiaoya, I do not wish to love anymore. In the years since Su Jing left, only he knew how he had endured. Love, he found, was exhausting. Han Xiaoya leaned against his chest, softly murmuring, It's fine if you don't love me. Just let me love you, all right? Chapter 76. To escape from me, only death will suffice. The inn in town was rudimentary, far inferior to the hotels in the county. The small room contained only a bed, with linens that had likely not been changed for ages, exuding an odd odor. With a shared bathroom on the floor and lacking a shower, it was hardly acceptable. Not only Han Xiaoya found it unbearable, but Qiao Wei did as well. He attended middle school in the town for several years and had never lived outside, unaware of how dire the conditions could be. In this era, unlike the stringent moral standards of the 60s and 70s, there are many who openly engage in romantic liaisons. He found the bed repulsive. If we could move, we should go to the county seat. At this hour, there are no vehicles from the town to the county, and walking would take over an hour. Han Xiaoya nodded vigorously. I can walk. April in Feng County is already quite warm, and even after the sun sets, the temperature remains high. After such a long walk, they were both sweaty and parched. Qiao Wei stopped at a small shop by the roadside to buy 2 bottles of soda, prying open the cap and handing one to her. Drink some water. The shopkeeper was a young man in his 20s who, while giving Qiao Wei his change, glanced at Han Xiaoya and said with a smile, Qiao Wei, you truly are a forgetful person. Even I had slipped your mind. Only then did Qiao Wei take a closer look at the shopkeeper, whose face seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Who are you? You forgot? We were classmates when you repeated a year. I am Huang Heming. That year, the Qiao family fell into disgrace, becoming notorious throughout the town and even the entire county. Qiao Wei faced ostracism from his peers. He focused solely on his studies and had little interest in friendships, thus only recalling the top and bottom of the class. As those students were frequently mentioned by the teachers, Huang Heming had average grades, neither good nor bad, and had he not introduced himself, Qiao Wei would have had no memory of him. Qiao Wei nodded indifferently. Hello? Huang Heming chuckled. No wonder you spent a few years in the big city. Your speech is indeed more pleasant than ours, so polite. Huang Heming's sarcastic tone caused Han Xiaoya to furrow her brow. Engaging with people of high caliber and those lacking refinement is indeed different. One must read more. Stung by the veiled mockery of the beautiful woman, Huang Heming's smile faltered, and he awkwardly chuckled. And who might this be? Han Xiaoya, with an icy demeanor, sweetly leaned against Qiao Wei's shoulder, a smile gracing her lips. I am Qiao Wei's wife. Qiao Wei cast a glance at Han Xiaoya, but remained silent. In the presence of unrelated individuals, he found no need to elaborate. Jealousy pierced Huang Heming's heart like a dagger, his discontented life twisting his psyche further. Why should the son of a murderer attend a prestigious university, live a glamorous life, and marry a stunning wife, while he could only manage a small shop in the town? He looked at Qiao Wei, resting his elbow on the counter, feigning concern. Qiao Wei, have your father and brother been released from prison yet? They've been locked up for several years, right? Qiao Wei shot him a glance, feeling a cold amusement within. Those afflicted by envy are truly omnipresent. He wanted Han Xiaoya to realize that he was not as admirable as she believed, ideally scaring her off with tales of his family's reputation, and thus refrained from interrupting Huang Heming. Han Xiaoya slammed the half-empty soda bottle onto the glass counter with a resounding bang, startling Huang Heming, who stepped back. Mind your own business. What are you? A dog meddling in matters that do not concern you. How true the old saying is, that ugly people often cause trouble. Han Xiaoya's gaze was as frigid as ice, coldly fixated on Huang Heming, her aura commanding. Before arriving in Qing Shan Village, she learned from Su Ming about the circumstances surrounding Qiao Wei's family and his upbringing. Rather than looking down upon him, she felt a profound compassion for Qiao Wei. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed so far to ensure his well-being. She could not fathom how such a wonderful person could be treated so poorly by his parents and siblings. At the same time, she sincerely admired his resilience and indomitable spirit, which deepened her affection for him. She was fiercely protective. Only she had the right to tease him, and she would not tolerate others daring to do so. This despicable individual had the audacity to mock Qiao Wei in her presence, disregarding her entirely. Han Xiaoya, having been raised in a military family with her grandfather and brother serving, and her parents working in government, exuded an air of unattainable grace. Huang Heming was rendered speechless by her piercing gaze, his mouth opening in vain as no words escaped his lips. With a disdainful scoff and her chin held high, she remarked, "What are you, to even be considered a classmate of Qiao Wei? Just knowing you diminishes his stature." Turning to Qiao Wei, she said, "Let us go." As they walked into the night, Huang Heming fumed and muttered curses under his breath. Qiao Wei was the envy and disdain of his classmates, a figure they both resented and admired. Despite having 4 murderers in his family, he managed to secure admission to a prestigious university, thus breaking free from the shackles of his rural origins, and now he was married to such a beautiful woman. His jealousy fueled his malice. He deliberately brought up Qiao Wei's family's scandalous past to provoke him, not anticipating that his wife would be so fiercely protective. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, slamming his palm against the glass cabinet. The glass shattered into shards, cutting his hand and causing blood to flow. Huang Heming winced in pain, feeling a suffocating frustration, having intended to vex Qiao Wei but only succeeded in injuring himself. After walking a considerable distance, Han Xiaoya broke the silence. "You were quite formidable in your insults. Why do you remain silent when someone bullies you?" Qiao Wei replied calmly, "What he said is true. My father, 2 brothers, and a younger sibling are all in prison for murder. Han Xiaoya, I am the son of a murderer. You must not speak of yourself in such a manner. Their crimes do not define you. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You wish to distance yourself from me. Unless I die, that will not happen." Qiao Wei ceased his attempts to persuade her. Han Xiaoya was easily appeased. Even when angry, a few kind words would suffice to soothe her, yet she was remarkably stubborn. She was not afraid of a rogue unless he possessed intellect. This rogue, Han Xiaoya, had resolutely decided to stay by his side, making it no small feat to rid herself of him. Time would be the ultimate testament. Upon reaching the only hotel in the county, Qiao Wei inquired with the front desk clerk, "Are there any standard rooms available?" "Yes, but there is only one left." The clerk taken aback by the sight of such a handsome couple, displayed exceptional courtesy. I will take it. Han Xiaya secretly chuckled to herself, feeling as though even fate was conspiring in her favor. Qiao Wei said little, since he had not cancelled the room he booked yesterday. Securing another was fortuitous. After paying for the room and the deposit, he escorted Han Xiaya to her quarters. Get some rest. I'm on the 3rd floor. I will come to wake you in the morning. Han Xiaya pouted in annoyance, wrapping her arms around Qiao Wei's neck, her eyes sparkling with allure. Will you keep me company? Qiao Wei felt a sense of disorientation, as Su Jing had once uttered the same words to him. Lock the door. Good night. Calmly, he gently withdrew his hand from Han Xiaoya's grasp, turned, and exited, closing the door behind him as he ascended the stairs. Chapter 77. Living on one's knees. Han Xiaya stared at the closed door in frustration. Repeatedly rejected, she found her confidence shaken by Qiao Wei. Did men not typically approach matters with their lower halves? Why could Qiao Wei not emulate those insufferable men? Yet, upon reflection, if Qiao Wei were akin to those men, how could she ever have fallen for him? Having reassured herself, Han Xiaya took a shower and retired for the night. The following morning, Qiao Wei called for Han Xiaya to rise. She cracked the door open a sliver. Come in and wait for me. I'll be ready shortly. Having been deceived by her on numerous occasions, Qiao Wei, knowing full well that entering would lead to trouble, replied, I'll wait for you downstairs. Dressed in a revealing outfit, Han Xiaya rolled her eyes and shut the door. Alone together, she was resolute that he could not escape her grasp. Undeterred by setbacks, she prepared herself and descended the stairs. Qiao Wei took her out for breakfast, bringing a portion for Qiao Yan as well. This time, it was a rare occasion to encounter Zhao Xiaojiang, Qiao Yan's husband. After several years apart, Zhao Xiaojiang had expanded horizontally. His already modest height made him appear spherical. His face was a canvas of excess flesh, and his small eyes were nearly obscured by the surrounding fat. Zhao Xiaojiang treated Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya with exaggerated politeness. Ah Wei, come visit us at home. It's been so many years since we last met. Let us have a drink and catch up. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, showing no sign of remorse for having harmed Qiao Yan. With no regard for his in-laws or the respectable younger brother-in-law, Qiao Wei felt no obligation to intervene. He had never held the Qiao family in high regard. His in-laws favored sons over daughters, and his elder brother-in-law was spineless. Knowing full well that Qiao Yan had been beaten, he remained silent, still treating Qiao Wei with undue courtesy. Qiao Wei held the Qiao family's main residence in contempt. Yet he recognized that Qiao Wei, as a relatively rare university graduate, held some value. The young woman accompanying him exuded a distinguished air, clearly not someone from an ordinary background. Remaining in the capital, Qiao Wei, given his education and appearance, could easily secure a capable father-in-law, perhaps leading to significant fortune in the future. Cultivating a good relationship with him might yield future benefits. Qiao Wei regarded Zhao Xiaojiang with a frosty demeanor. Zhao Xiaojiang, what has Xiao Yan done to deserve such treatment? Han Xiaoya, shocked, openly criticized, with such an unappealing appearance. How can you not cherish a wife as beautiful as a flower, yet resort to violence? The two patients and their family members in the hospital room turned their disdainful gazes towards Zhao Xiaojiang. His chubby face quivered in response. Meanwhile, Qiao Yan looked at Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya with pleading eyes, shaking her head through tears. Observing the cowering Qiao Yan and the unsightly visage of Zhao Xiaojiang, Qiao Wei sighed softly. It appeared that Qiao Yan wished to endure a life of compromise, much like her mother. At least the uneducated third aunt had mustered the courage to divorce once, despite having completed middle school and experienced life in a big city. Qiao Yan seemed bereft of the courage to seek divorce. Each path is chosen by oneself. If Qiao Yan was content to live this way, there was little he could do to assist her. Han Xiaya was filled with disbelief. Xiao Yan, with your looks, even if you divorced and casually married another man, he would be better than this pig. What are you afraid of? Be bold and leave. I will help you find a good match in the capital. Qiao Yan was taken aback by Han Xiaya's blunt words, momentarily stunned. Zhao Xiaojiang's anger surged within him. Qiao Yan belonged to him now, and even in death, she would be a ghost of the Zhao family. Although he wished to maintain a good relationship with Qiao Wei, he could not tolerate Qiao Wei and his accomplices inciting Qiao Yan to divorce him. Not fully understanding Han Xiaya's background, he dared not go too far. Zhao Xiaojiang suppressed his fury, forcing a smile as he said, Yes, it was my fault this time. It won't happen again. After a brief moment of distraction, Qiao Yan returned to reality, interrupting Qiao Wei as he was about to speak. Away, Sister Xiaya, thank you for coming to see me. If you have other matters, please go ahead. I'm fine. Once again, she reminded herself that she was not alone. She had 3 daughters. After the divorce, her family could not support her. And as a single mother, she could hardly provide for 3 children. Qiao Wei and Han Shaya might help her for a moment, but they could not sustain her for a lifetime. They could not assist in raising her children. No matter how difficult life was in the Zhao household, at least her children would not suffer from hunger or cold. She hoped to have a son. Perhaps such a change would improve her circumstances. Forget it, Wei. Aunt Air is still waiting for us to have lunch. Let us go, Han Shaya urged, pulling Qiao Wei along. Her fierce defense of Qiao Yin was not solely due to their familial ties. Rather, it stemmed from her deep disdain for men who abused their wives. She had countless ways to subdue trash like Zhao Xiaojing. However, Qiao Yin was like a hopeless case. Helping her would only lead to accusations of meddling. If she chose to live on her knees, no one could lift her up. The person she cared about most was Qiao Wei. As long as Zhao Xiaojing did not speak harshly to Qiao Wei, she was indifferent to whether Qiao Yin would endure further abuse. Qiao Wei had initially considered helping Qiao Yin out of loyalty to their grandfather and their past connection. After the divorce, he could provide her with funds to start a small business, ensuring her life would not be worse than it currently was. Since she was willing to live this way, he had nothing more to say. He gazed deeply at Qiao Yin and said, "Take care of yourself. Fate is shaped by character." He was unaware of how Qiao Yin and Qiao Ling fared in their previous lives, but he assumed it was likely similar to this life. As Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya exited the hospital room, Zhao Xiaojing spat, casting a sinister glance at Qiao Yin. Terrified, Qiao Yin shrank back, instinctively pleading for mercy. "I want to dare again." She was sure what she dared or did not dare. At first, Zhao Xiaojing would find reasons and excuses to hit her, even apologizing afterward. Gradually, he no longer required a reason to strike her. It could be due to the arrangement of objects not meeting his approval, the sound of a child crying disturbing him, or a single word from his mother prompting him to resort to violence. She wished to muster the courage to stand up to Zhao Xiaojing, but she was too weak and could not defeat him, with her family being unreliable. Thus, she had no choice but to endure. Upon leaving the hospital, they found a bustling vegetable market at the bottom of the slope. Wang Xiu'er, accompanied by a simple-looking man holding a 3-year-old boy, was out shopping for groceries with her family. Having shed her ostentatious attire, she now donned modest clothing, devoid of makeup, presenting herself as a woman of practicality. The situation concerning Qiao Yin weighed heavily on Qiao Wei's mind, prompting him to refrain from greeting Wang Xiu'er. Yet she insisted on approaching him. After their introductions, like everyone in the village, she inquired about his current endeavors and whether he had any lucrative opportunities to offer her husband. Qiao Wei felt somewhat irritable. Wang Xiu'er's husband, Qin, was a diligent and decent man, yet he found himself in the unfortunate position of being a stepfather, having raised another's child for 20 years, with his hard-earned money ultimately taken by Wang Xiu'er. Upon nearing 50, he remarried a woman who had been previously wed, and though they managed to live relatively well, he remained childless. Observing the little boy in Wang Xiu'er's arms, Qiao Wei chuckled, stating, "I make my living with a pin, confined to an office. How would I know what leads to wealth?" The child was undeniably charming, with double eyelids, large round eyes, a high nose bridge, and fair skin, traits that set him apart from his parents. Both Wang Xiu'er and Qin had single eyelids, a flat nose, and darker complexions, making the resemblance quite conspicuous. Yet Qin remained oblivious. Qiao Wei's comment caused Wang Xiu'er's smile to falter momentarily. She discreetly glanced at Qin before forcing a casual laugh. "He resembles my mother. She had double eyelids in her youth." She then added, "Oh, we have guests coming over soon. Let us continue this conversation later." Qiao Wei merely smirked in response. In Chapter 78, a ripple effect ensued from Qiao Wei's words, akin to a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, sizzling within Qin heart. Though Qin was an honest man, it did not imply he lacked discernment. Otherwise, he would not have moved from the town to the county to pursue business. Wang Xiu'er married him less than a month after their initial meeting, and after a fall during her 7th month of pregnancy at her mother's home, she gave birth prematurely. The child was born at her mother's house, and when they later took the infant to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor remarked that the child did not appear to be a premature birth, leading Qin to harbor no doubts about Wang Xiu'er's fidelity. As the child grew, his features became more defined, resembling Wang Xiu'er to some extent, yet Qin remained untroubled. However, Wang Xiu'er's nervous demeanor sparked suspicion in him. Maintaining a composed exterior, Qin nodded subtly at Qiao Wei, continuing to shop for groceries with Wang Xiu'er and their child. Qiao Wei remained uncertain whether Ping had begun to doubt. It would be for the best, to avoid future financial and emotional ruin. If he had not, it was not his concern. It could only be said that Ping was destined to raise another man's child. The previous day, Han Xiaya had trampled a field belonging to Aunt Huang, necessitating the purchase of some items, including gifts for Zhao Shinshu and others in the village who had previously assisted him. Han Xiaya procured several outfits and snacks for Chao Dong and Chao Liang's daughters, as well as some toys. After completing her shopping, she returned to town on a small three-wheeled vehicle. The route from the town to the village remained a narrow mountain path, still unfit for vehicles. One could either ride a bicycle or walk. Qiao Wei, I can't walk anymore, Han Xiao pouted, tapping her legs. She had planned well. Having not worn high heels or fancy dresses, instead opting for simple flat sandals and casual short-sleeve trousers. Due to her grandfather's military background, she and her brother have practiced military boxing since childhood, resulting in excellent physical fitness. For her, traversing several hours along mountain paths is merely a trifling endeavor. However, in the presence of her beloved man, she must feign fragility and dependence. Qiao Wei, lacking any tender sentiments towards her, shook the items he carried in his hands and remarked, I shall teach you a method. He inwardly mused about her troublesome nature, reflecting on how she insisted on accompanying him despite her struggles, unable to continue after only half the journey. How had she managed to walk yesterday? What method? Han Xiaoya inquired curiously. Just carry the items, and you will be able to walk. Here, take this, he said, offering her the burden. Han Xiaoya felt a pang of bitterness within her. While Su Jing could rely on Qiao Wei to carry her when she grew weary, he instead insisted that she bear the load. This infuriated her. Qiao Wei couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor as she marched ahead in a huff. Upon their arrival, the meal was freshly prepared. Today, Aunt Xiao had indeed slaughtered a chicken to honor Han Xiaoya, while Aunt Xiao San contributed homemade cured meat and sausages. The Qiao couple resided at the pig farm, returning only for a day each month, while Uncle Qiao San and Aunt Qiao San were at home with their 2-year-old granddaughter. Observing Aunt Qiao San with a sausage and a ring of sausages, Aunt Qiao Er suggested that the three of them dine together at home. After lunch, Han Xiaoya accompanied Qiao Wei to deliver gifts, and by the end of their rounds, the entire village was aware that Han Xiaoya was Qiao Wei's partner. Qiao Wei's explanations proved futile. No one believed his words, and even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his reputation. Han Xiaoya smiled mischievously, akin to a cunning little fox. What Qiao Wei did not anticipate was the arrival of Li Ping's entire family in Qing Shan Village just before dinner time. Uncle Qiao San rushed to Uncle Qiao Er's house, a look of gossip lighting his face as he announced, the Wang family is in trouble. When Wang Zhishu was in office, he was quite self-serving, earning the enmity of many, and now that he was no longer in power, everyone simply referred to him as Old Wang. Uncle Qiao Er, puzzled, asked, what could possibly happen to his family? Did Old Wang finally perish? No. It is said that Wang Xiuer's child is not Li Ping's. Blood tests have confirmed it, and the Qin family has come to settle scores with them. Qiao Wei was taken aback by how swiftly Qin Ping acted. Really? Is that true? Uncle Qiao Er was equally exhilarated. Come on, let us go see the commotion. In a village with scant entertainment options, such live drama was irresistibly captivating. Almost the entire village hastily abandoned their meals, flocking to the Wang household, creating a scene more bustling than the New Year celebrations. Along the way, people exchanged speculations about the true parentage of Wang Xiuer's child and expressed sympathy for Li Ping, who had unwittingly raised another man's son for years. The excitement was palpable, with villagers more animated than the parties involved. Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya followed suit, leisurely trailing behind the crowd. Han Xiaoya leaned in and whispered to Qiao Wei, you wouldn't happen to know something, would you? Did you purposely say that this morning? Qiao Wei replied in a similarly hushed tone, how would I know? I merely spoke at random. Han Xiaoya regarded him with a look of suspicion. The Li family had summoned every relative they could muster, 20 or 30 individuals, their faces etched with fury, demanding compensation from the Wang family for the years of loss. Wang Xiuer's face was bruised and swollen, bearing several bloody cuts, as she wept, cradling her wailing child. Qin Ping, who had always been gentle and accommodating towards her, now wore a countenance as dark as stormy waters, casting not a single glance at the pitiable Wang Xiuer and her child. The elder Wang couple and their son and daughter-in-law were well aware of the situation, and though their hearts trembled with unease, they maintained a facade of calm. The elder Wang, with a forced smile, implored, in-laws, let us discuss this matter with civility. Discuss civility? Your Wang family possesses no shame. Wang Shou'er carries an illegitimate child yet dares to marry into the Qin family. What a scandalous act! Are you not afraid of your lineage being extinguished? Qin Ping was a man of integrity, as were his parents, but he had a particularly sharp-tongued aunt and a cousin who worked in the prosecutor's office. In any debate concerning morality or legality, the Wang family stood no chance against them, rendered speechless by the onslaught of accusations. During his tenure as a party secretary, Elder Wang had amassed many enemies, and now they all rallied to Qin's side, adding fuel to the flames. Wang Shou'er's sisters-in-law were blushing with embarrassment. In the Chun household, she was met with the fury of her mother-in-law, who struck her in a fit of rage, leaving her to weep, concealing her face in despair. The last time she experienced such humiliation was in Shenzhen, when the wife of her benefactor publicly stripped her of her clothes. Shenzhen was not her hometown. In the anonymity there allowed her to flee her shame, but here, in Qing Shan Village, the ancestral home of the Wang family, many who had watched her grow up were now witnesses to her disgrace. She too possessed a sense of pride. At this moment, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qiao Wei. Had he not spoken out, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. In Chapter 79, the Chun family was relentless, leaving Elder Wang with no choice but to place his hopes on the amiable Qin Ping. Son-in-law, he began, you and Shou'er share a bond. She has indeed erred, but who among us is without fault? Let us consider this. My wife and I will raise the child, and you can have another. Qiao Wei found humor in Elder Wang's words, realizing how such a shameless daughter could emerge from his lineage. Qin Shaogu, infuriated, spat at Elder Wang. Pa, that fallen flower, Wang Shou'er, thinks she can remain in the Qin family? Return her. Qin Ping could find a partner 100 times better. I shall see if anyone else would want her. Elder Wang's face twitched as he wiped away the spittle, turning to the cold-faced Qin Ping and asking, son-in-law, what are your thoughts? Qin Ping, having just learned that the child was not his own, felt a surge of fury, yet as he walked, his emotion steadied. He saw no reason to harm himself for the sake of a worthless woman, but to forgive Wang Shou'er? That was as likely as the sun rising from the west. With deliberate clarity, he stated, divorce. Return all the dowry and gifts. Every penny spent by Wang Shou'er and her mother must be repaid. The Wang family stared in disbelief at the usually honest Qin Ping, astonished by his cold-heartedness. Qin Ping's cousin added, and don't forget the interest and compensation for emotional distress. Elder Wang, you have truly acted without honor by marrying off a girl with a child. This is tantamount to ensuring the extinction of the Qin lineage. The demands from the Qin family are entirely reasonable. Amidst the crowd, someone seized the opportune moment to fan the flames further. The family planning policy mandates that only one child may be born. Yet Wang Shou'er has given birth to an illegitimate child, which inevitably spells doom for Qin Ping's lineage. The expressions of the Wang family fluctuated between hues of pale and dark, and the countenance of the Chun family grew increasingly grim. The elder Wang was too intimidated to negotiate further with the Qins, who could predict what other calamities might arise from continued discourse. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to their demands. They agreed to return a dowry of 1,100, with portions of the bride price designated for both the Qin and Wang families, where the Wang family's share would be reimbursed at its original value. After nearly 4 years of marriage, including the expenses related to raising a child, the total amounted to 15,000. When all was said and done, the sum reached 20,000. Upon hearing this figure, the elder Wang's wife fainted, and the sisters-in-law of Wang Shou'er began to weep. In 1996, for rural families reliant on agriculture, it was a rarity to find even 2,000, let alone 20,000. Qin Ping, after spending a night together as husband and wife, after serving you for several years, are you truly so heartless? Wang Shou'er, having been a mistress for many years, could certainly procure 20,000, yet refused to part with it. If one must pay for a liaison, what had her years amounted to? Was she worth less than a mere courtesan? Qin Ping's expression turned vicious. Heartless? Did you consider your own heartlessness when you asked me to support your illegitimate child? Compensation is required, or I will ensure your entire family meets their end. A mild-mannered individual may refrain from anger, but when provoked, can unleash chaos. The elder Wang trembled at the ferocity in Qin Ping's gaze. We will compensate. The elder Wang and Wang Shou'er scribbled a promissory note to repay the following day, thus dismissing the Qin family. Qin Ping noticed Qiao Wei in the crowd and offered him a subtle nod of gratitude. As the Qin family departed and the villagers began to disperse, Wang Shou'er suddenly erupted into a manic laughter, as though she had suffered a grave psychological shock. Was she truly mad? Or was it merely a reflection of her own actions? The Qin family was unfortunate to have wed such a capricious woman. The adage a poor foundation leads to a crooked beam rang true. One could hardly expect virtue from the elder Wang. The villagers murmured among themselves. The elder Wang, his face ashen, shouted, "Leave at once." Wang Shou'er suddenly pointed at several individuals, declaring, "Indeed, I am capricious, and you, and you. Your daughters are just as frivolous as I am. Do you think the money they send home is earned as waitresses? Let me tell you the truth. That money is earned by entertaining men. If I am capricious, what does that make them?" The clamorous crowd fell silent, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Someone shouted in anger, "Nonsense! You bear filth beneath you and attempt to smear others with it. Speak further, and I shall tear you apart." The elder Wang, wishing to shield the Wang family from becoming the target of scorn, quickly reprimanded Wang Shou'er. "Silence. Do not speak recklessly here. You too, take her inside. Speak recklessly. Don't you possess any sense?" Wang Shou'er broke free from her sister-in-law's grasp, pointing at several men. "And you, who ply your wives into prostitution, how virtuous are you? You are even worse than I." Qiao Wei stood in shock. "Qiao Wei, what does it matter that you are a university student? Your father, along with 2 brothers and a younger sibling, are all murderers. Your sisters and cousins lead disreputable lives. You shall never find a virtuous woman in your lifetime." Wang Shou'er has lost all dignity and respect. Her own suffering does not deter her from wishing misery upon others, leading her to abandon all restraint and speak recklessly without regard for the consequences. She harbors deep resentment towards Qiao Wei, believing that had it not been for his words, she and her child could have lived comfortably within the Qin household. Although Qin Ping may not possess great looks or remarkable abilities, he still manages to earn a modest income each month, taking care of household chores and treating her and her child with utmost kindness. She had envisioned a future where Qin Ping would help raise her son, with hopes of reconnecting with the boy's biological father when he grew older, returning to the prosperous life in Hong City. However, all of these aspirations were shattered by Qiao Wei, plunging her into despair. Her reputation ruined. She owes a substantial amount to Qin Ping and is left to fend for her child alone. Her family harbors deep resentment towards her. She cannot expect their assistance. Qiao Wei is the architect of her misfortune, and he should not expect to marry any woman by his side. "Old Wang, your daughter Shou'er has lost her senses. You must take her to a hospital immediately, for she is spewing nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that she was cast out by the Qin family, I would have torn her to shreds. Let us leave. There is no point in arguing with a madwoman." The villagers, angered by Wang Shou'er's words, departed in a huff, leaving only a few who still wished to witness the spectacle. The impact of Wang Shou'er's words was felt most deeply, not by Qiao Wei or the already informed Han Xiaya, but by Zhao's uncle Tu and aunt Tu, who felt they had gained little and were anxious about these words reaching the Zhao family. Aunt Tu appeared on the verge of collapse. She is greedy but also highly concerned with her reputation. It is simply unfathomable to her that Zhao Ling would engage in such disreputable dealings. They should have simply married her off years ago to spare the family from such disgraceful conduct. The second and third households wished to avoid any confrontation with Wang Shou'er and sought to leave this place of strife as quickly as possible. The crowd gradually dispersed, the Wang family members appearing ashen-faced. Han Xiaya, with an air of pride, gazed at the deranged Wang Shou'er, clasped Qiao Wei's arm, and smiled sweetly, saying, "Qiao Wei, I will hold on to you for the rest of my life. Let us go." Wang Shou'er stared in disbelief at the two. She had spoken at length to separate them. Yet this woman seemed utterly unfazed. Chapter 80. Every family has its troubles aside from the 2 naive young girls. The members of the second and third households bore expressions of despair. In such a situation, no one had the heart to prepare a meal. Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya merely exchanged greetings before preparing to return to the county. Aunt Tu, with reddened eyes and a pale face, coldly inquired, "Wei, have you seen Xiaoling in the past 2 years?" Qiao Wei nodded. "I saw her once in Shenzhen 2 years ago. Is what Wang Shou has said true?" Aunt Tu's voice trembled as she asked cautiously. "She is not mistaken." Uncle Tu, furious, struck his leg in frustration, exclaiming, "That wretched girl has brought shame upon us." Aunt Tu nearly choked in her grief, weeping as she scolded. It would have been better had she been smothered at birth. Years later, the second household still suffered the consequences of Zhao Ling's actions, unable to hold their heads high in the village. Qiao Wei felt no sympathy for them. Growing up in a family that exhibits a preference for sons, and in an environment devoid of affection, Qiao Ling finds herself yearning to escape her home. At an age when one's worldview and temperament are still in formation, it is all too easy to be swayed by those around her, leading her down a misguided path. Ultimately, the root cause of Qiao Ling's predicament can be traced back to her family of origin. Aunt San, with a furrowed brow, inquires anxiously, "What about Qiao Yan? Did she engage in any disgraceful acts during her year in Shenzhen?" "No, Xiao Yan did not," Qiao Wei responds candidly. Aunt San breathes a sigh of relief. But then a thought crosses her mind. Suspicious Zhao Xiaojiang would certainly not believe any favorable rumors. Should the situation devolve like that of the Qin family, it would be troublesome. Her son and daughter-in-law would have no choice but to return to farming, and the household would no longer enjoy free meat. Contemplating this, Uncle San and Aunt San wear somber expressions. Wang Xiu'er is indeed a source of calamity. Aunt Air, weeping softly for quite some time, finally says, "Away. Please call her on my behalf, and tell her that there's something important at home that requires her presence." Qiao Wei shakes his head. "Aunt Air, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but I cannot reach her. I am also unaware of the whereabouts or activities of Qiao Zhi, Qiao Mo, and Qiao Li, Qiao Ling, in collusion with her cousin Zhong Hai, has maliciously conspired against Zhong Tao's father. It has yet to be determined whether the child she carries is indeed Zhong Tao's father's. But it has been established that Zhong Tao's father is not a son of the Zhong family. Zhong Fu severed ties with his adoptive parents, relocating with his wife and children from the Zhong household. He also ensured that the brothers of the Zhong family, who misappropriated public funds, were imprisoned, thus securing a different kind of stable employment for himself. He aggressively acquired the brothers' shares, firmly establishing control over the company, rendering the Zhong family powerless to interfere. Unfortunately, Qiao Ling's child did not survive. In a desperate attempt, Zhong Hai devised a nefarious scheme to frame Zhong Fu, administering an excessive amount of abortifacients to Qiao Ling in hopes of implicating him in a death. However, Zhong Fu was not deceived and did not visit Qiao Ling's residence. Fortunately, Qiao Ling was astute enough to seek help from a neighboring resident at the first sign of abdominal pain, resulting in the loss of the child but, thankfully, preserving her own life. Subsequently, Qiao Ling filed a lawsuit against Zhong Hai, leading to his imprisonment, while she vanished from Shenzhen, her whereabouts unknown to anyone. And Heir, incensed, wept and scolded. Meanwhile, the previously silent daughter-in-law of Qiao Dong spoke up. "Mom and Dad, I wish to go work with a Dong." This time, Qiao Dong, who only desires to be a treasure of his hometown, did not oppose her. Feeling utterly humiliated, he reasoned that it would be better to seek work than endure the pointed fingers of the villagers. Uncle Qiao Heir, seizing the rare opportunity to assert his authority, decisively declared, "Go, all of you. I and your mother will also go." Uncle San, alarmed, exclaimed, "What will happen to us if you leave? What could possibly happen?" "No one is preventing you from going," Aunt Heir retorted sharply. The intentions of the third household were suspect. They expected the second household to remain in the village as a shield for them. The temporary harmony between the second and third households crumbled once again over this issue, leading to a heated argument between the two families. Qiao Wei intervened. "Aunt Heir, your culinary skills are excellent. You could open a small restaurant, which would be more advantageous than working for someone else. But doesn't opening a restaurant require a significant investment?" Aunt Heir hesitated, though she had gained some confidence in her cooking after recent compliments from Han Xiaya, trusting Qiao Wei, who possessed more experience from his years in the big city. She pondered the initial expenses of rent and acquiring tables, chairs, and kitchenware. "Our house has been built for less than a year, and our finances have nearly dwindled. Selling the grain, pigs, and chickens might not suffice for starting a shop. I have some savings, and if it falls short, I can lend you some." Qiao Wei genuinely did not anticipate that Wang Xiu'er would unleash her fury like a rabid dog, exposing everyone. The disgrace of the second and third branches is directly linked to his meddling. Initially, he wished to avoid entanglements with them, but his indiscretion inadvertently implicated them. And it seemed unreasonable not to extend a helping hand. "Truly, that would be splendid. Away." Aunt Qiao expresses her gratitude in advance. Although Aunt Qiao is somewhat frugal and calculative, she possesses more courage and resolve than Uncle Qiao. "You should find a suitable store first. Let me know how much more you need, and I will send it to you." Aside from farming, Uncle Qiao and Aunt Qiao lack skills at this moment. They are still contemplating how to navigate this situation while continuing to rely on the Zhao family for sustenance. Qiao Wei left a phone number and departed for the county town with Han Xiaya. The fiery clouds floated in the sky, layered and exquisite. A gentle breeze carried the heat towards him. Qiao Wei turned back to gaze at the village, pondering when he would return next. "Han Xiaya, we are not from the same world. You should return," he said. "No, we all live under the same blue sky. How can we not be from the same world? Do not think you can dismiss me with such reasoning, she retorted. Walking alongside Qiao Wei, Han Xiaoya took a moment before speaking. Qiao Wei, every family has its troubles. You see me thriving, and I see you well. Yet who knows the burdens we carry? My family is no different. My grandfather held a high position before retirement, and my parents are not inferior to Su Jing's adoptive parents. But since childhood, I have always compared myself to her, striving to excel. Su Jing's family is truly enviable. Her parents and brother dote on her, and their family of 4 shares a simple yet loving bond. My family, however, appears harmonious to outsiders. Yet our relationships are intricate and fraught with conflict behind closed doors. My grandfather had a wife and children back in his hometown, but after joining the military, he met my grandmother, a nurse, while recovering from injuries in battle. He deceived her into believing he was unmarried. Over time, their companionship blossomed into love, and they became partners. It was not until the 1970s that my grandfather's first wife and several of their children arrived, revealing the truth to my grandmother, who had been deceived for decades. She stood by my grandfather through his most challenging times, and it is no exaggeration to say that her support contributed significantly to his achievements. For the sake of her descendants, she could never relinquish her position. Despite any grievances she harbored, my grandfather felt guilty towards his first wife. The entire family remained in the house, publicly referring to her as his widowed sister-in-law and her children as his nieces and nephews. My grandfather adored my brother and me. But everything changed with the arrival of the first family. They claimed to have endured much suffering and demanded that we show them respect, yielding to their every wish. Anything my brother and I possessed that caught the eye of the first family's grandchildren was taken without a word of inquiry, and we were forbidden from expressing any discontent, lest we be deemed petty. Throughout the conflicts between the 2 families, my grandfather consistently favored the first branch. My parents entered into a marriage of convenience, devoid of affection, and the tensions instigated by the first family exacerbated their already strained relationship. They paid little attention to my brother and me, while my grandmother busied herself with outsmarting the first family, leaving her little energy for us. Upon graduating from high school, my elder brother enlisted in the military. Those years were truly stifling for me, and it was only after gaining admission to university and moving out of my family home that I could finally breathe. Chapter 81. The coward Qiao Wei was taken aback. Even Han Xiaoya, who came from a prestigious family and appeared to sail smoothly through life in the eyes of others, had her share of misfortunes. Han Xiaoya curved her lips into a smile, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes upon him. Qiao Wei, what I cherish is you as a person, entirely independent of your family's background. Do not use that as an excuse to evade me, it is futile. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qiao Wei replied, we shall see. A significant part of the reason he was with Su Jing was that her adoptive parents were not sycophantic individuals. Upon discovering she was not the daughter of the Su family, her parents would not excessively interfere in her choice of partner. Han Xiaoya's situation was different. Her grandparents and parents would never consent to her marrying someone of his less-than-ideal lineage. Eventually, Han Xiaoya would surely relent. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Han Xiaoya declared, I am no longer a child. I can earn my own living. No one can force me into doing something I am unwilling to do. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the corner of his lips, her smile radiant. Perhaps if you allow me to rest a while, I might just give up. Qiao Wei cast a cursory glance at her. Huh, you're so slender, hardly weighing more than a feather. I couldn't possibly indulge. With that, he turned to leave. Han Xiaoya's lips twitched as she clenched her fists, inhaling deeply and straightening her back defiantly. Where am I slender? I have curves in all the right places. Just try to see for yourself my dimensions. It will undoubtedly leave you wanting more. The standards for a dancer's physique are quite stringent. A larger bosom would hinder dance practice and performance. To accommodate this, she had even requested a friend to procure a binding undergarment from abroad. Han Xiaoya was rather confident in her figure. Qiao Wei instinctively glanced at her chest, but quickly diverted his gaze, clearing his throat. No need for that. This girl maintained a serious demeanor with other men, yet her words to him were increasingly brazen. Coward. Han Xiaoya pouted. To turn down a gift so readily, foolish. After some contemplation, Qiao Wei decided to visit the hospital to inform Qiao Yan about the events that transpired in the village that day. Qiao Yan's face turned ashen with fear. Before marrying Zhao Xiaojiang, she was innocent and had never been involved with anyone. The villagers had publicly accused her of being a prostitute, and there was no way to absolve herself, not even by jumping into the Yellow River. Zhao Xiaojiang would not spare her. Xiaoyan, the Zhao family will soon find out. If you wish to divorce Zhao Xiaojiang, whether through work or business, I can assist you. To Qiao Wei's surprise, even at this juncture, Qiao Yan showed no intention of divorcing Zhao Xiaojiang. Away, I do not wish to divorce. Qiao Wei was at a loss regarding what was going through Qiao Yan's mind. Since she was unwilling to part ways, his desire to help was futile. Han Xiaoya also tried to persuade her, but Qiao Yan remained resolute. In resignation, Qiao Wei counted out 500 yuan for her and wrote down a phone number. Take this money. Here is my number. Call me if you need anything. Were it not for his own indiscretion causing trouble, Qiao Wei would not have cared at all. Perhaps due to the distress, that night Han Xiaoya was relatively well-behaved, returning to the hotel without making any inappropriate advances towards Qiao Wei. The following morning, the two individuals proceeded to the station to catch a train. Han Xiaoya inquired, "Will you not visit your cousin?" "There is no point in going," he replied. "Unless she comes to her senses on her own, any further discussion would be futile. Her parents and brother neglect her, and she is incapable of standing on her own. A fair judge cannot resolve family matters." He wished to assist Qiao Yan in reprimanding Zhao Xiaojiang. Yet she would not only fail to express gratitude, but would likely blame them for meddling. Why engage in a thankless endeavor? Should Qiao Yan persist in her relationship with Zhao Xiaojiang, he could extend financial support, but the rest must be left to her own devices. The turmoil instigated by Wang Shou'er quickly spread throughout the region the following day. Not all the young women who had accompanied Wang Shou'er to the city succumbed to the temptations that compromised their principles. Some, like Qiao Yan, had worked for 2 to 3 years and returned home to marry and start families when the time was right. This incident indiscriminately affected all involved, tarnishing the reputations of those who had once traveled with Wang Shou'er. It severely strained marital relationships, prompting the families of those young women to storm the Wang household in anger and violence. Among those misled by Wang Shou'er to the city were her two cousins. Wang Shou'er and had only recently come to realize the extent of the despicable nature of Wang Shou'er and her mother, who had accepted a referral fee while leading her daughter into a life of debauchery. Enraged, she gathered a group to confront Wang Shou'er and her parents, resulting in a brutal beating. The Wang family became the pariahs of the community. This news also reached Zhao's mother. Qiao Yan, possessing beauty, a pleasant temperament, and a diligent work ethic, was regrettably burdened with a family that was insatiably greedy. Zhao's mother increasingly disapproved of her, believing her son, being capable, could easily find a more suitable wife. Upon hearing rumors of Qiao Yan's past in the city, she was nearly apoplectic. She immediately summoned Zhao Xiaojiang, who was selling pork at the market, and, embellishing the tale, relayed the gossip to him. She pounded the table and shouted, "Divorce. It is imperative that you divorce her. She infuriates me. After countless considerations, you brought home a broken shoe. What a disgrace." Zhao's mother, her face flushed with anger, fanned herself vigorously. Zhao Xiaojiang, a man of considerable pride, felt the weight of despair wash over him, his face darkening with rage as his fist clenched tightly. Zhao's father sighed, smoking a cigarette, and said, "If you wish to divorce, then do so, but do not resort to violence. If someone dies, you will find yourself imprisoned." Zhao's mother smirked. That broken shoe deserved to be beaten. Frankly, I believe the punishment was too lenient. Suddenly recalling something, she called out to her granddaughter, who was playing with a puppy in the yard, "Come here, dear." The 3-year-old girl bounced over, her voice sweetly chiming, "Grandma." Zhao's mother roughly grasped her face, scrutinizing her features, which appeared increasingly delicate and uncharacteristic of their family. As she calculated the timing of the child's birth, her expression darkened. Wang Shou'er had married Chen Ping with a child out of wedlock, and since Qiao Yan returned from the city and gave birth to this granddaughter 9 months later, one could not help but wonder, could this child also not belong to their family? Zhao's father, upon witnessing the anguish of the little girl in Zhao's mother's grasp, swiftly took her into his arms, frowning as he rebuked Zhao's mother, "Do not utter such nonsense. The girl bears a striking resemblance to Qiao Yan. Moreover, are you not aware of how this child came to be born prematurely?" Since marrying into the Zhao family, Zhao's mother had never lifted a finger to assist. Even during her pregnancy, Qiao Yan had shouldered all household duties and occasionally helped at the pig farm. The excessive strain had led to the premature birth at merely 8 months, resulting in a fragile infant weighing just over 4 pounds, nearly unable to survive. Zhao's father remained oblivious to the specifics of Qiao Yan's endeavors in the city, yet he firmly believed the granddaughter belonged to their family. Although he harbored a desire for a grandson and held some reservations about Qiao Yan as a daughter-in-law, he was somewhat more lenient than Zhao's mother. He cherished any grandchild, regardless of gender. After all, they could afford to raise more children, as a larger family would bring prosperity. Upon hearing Zhao's father defend Qiao Yan, Zhao's mother was further incensed. With a fierce glare and sharp tongue, she retorted, "You say that as if it were gospel. You have always favored Qiao Yan. Could it be that you have an affair with her?" The little girl, terrified by her mother's ferocity, burst into tears. Zhao's father, enraged by Zhao's mother's unreasonable accusations, felt his chest heaving with frustration. Cradling the child with one arm, he struck Zhao's mother across the face with a resounding slap. "I think you have been spared too lightly. Speak further nonsense, and I shall ensure you find yourself in a hospital bed as well." After decades of marriage, it was the first time Zhao's mother had been struck, leaving her to collapse to the ground, wailing in a fit of rage. "I wish to end it all." Zhao's father, overwhelmed by her baseless allegations of an affair with Qiao Yan, barked back, "If you wish to die, then go ahead." Zhao Xiaojiang, veins bulging on his forehead, chose to ignore the tumult between his parents and rolled up his sleeves, stepping outside. Chapter 82. A child unexpectedly arrives. Zhao Xiaojiang went directly to the hospital to facilitate Qiao Yan's discharge. It was inappropriate to cause a scene in the hospital. Any retribution would be more fitting at home. Concerned that Qiao Yan might face trouble, Qiao Wei advised Zhao's third uncle and aunt to accompany her in the hospital, cautioning them against any further aggression from Zhao Xiaojiang. Prior to Qiao Yan's departure to the city for work, Zhao's third uncle had defended her. However, after a year of sending no money home, her standing in their eyes had diminished drastically. Now, the couple hardly regarded her as a daughter. They readily agreed to Qiao Wei's counsel but dismissed it as soon as he departed. Qiao Yan cautiously glanced at the sullen Zhao Xiaojiang, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, genuine fear engulfed her, and she regretted not heeding Qiao Wei's warning. "Xiaojiang, I assure you, I have never wronged you." "Silence." Zhao Xiaojiang's sharp command rendered Qiao Yan mute. Upon returning home, he shut the door and unleashed a fierce slap across Qiao Yan's face. "Wretched woman!" "Ah!" Qiao Yan fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her ears ringing in shock as she gazed at the furious Zhao Xiaojiang. The three children cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. Enraged by the slap she had received, Zhao's mother harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Qiao Yan, disregarding her recovery, and incited further violence. Strike her hard." Fearing for their safety, Zhao's father hastily restrained Zhao Xiaojiang, exclaiming, "If you kill her, you will answer for it." Zhao Xiaojiang, breathing heavily, pushed past Zhao's father and delivered another brutal slap to Qiao Yan, watching as she clutched her chest in pain from the blood trickling down her lips before finally relenting. Zhao's father had only one son, Zhao Xiaojiang, who was meant to support him in his old age. He genuinely feared that Zhao Xiaojiang might bring harm to Qiao Yan. With a deep sigh, he solemnly declared, "End this marriage." After a long argument with Zhao's father, Zhao's mother finally heard a sentiment that resonated with her and immediately concurred. "Listen to your father, divorce her. Our Zhao family has been utterly humiliated. We must act swiftly." A few young girls were summoned to take Qiao Liang and his wife away, asserting that their family would not harbor illegitimate offspring. Zhao Xiaojiang initially hesitated to sever ties, for Qiao Yan was undeniably attractive. However, upon arriving in town, he was subjected to pointed stares and whispers, and he could no longer endure the pressure. Should he choose not to divorce, no matter how much money Zhao Xiaojiang earned, he would forever be ridiculed for having a wife of questionable reputation. Qiao Yan sat numbly on the ground, observing their lips moving in agitation. In the 1990s, flights were scarce, and not every day offered a schedule of departures. Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya found themselves unable to secure plane tickets to the provincial capital, and train tickets were also in high demand. With no sleeper cars or seats available, they could only obtain standing tickets for the next 3 days. The prices for both seats and standing tickets were the same, but the experiences were vastly different. One offered a seat, while the other only allowed standing in the aisle or next to the restroom. Short distances were manageable, but enduring a long journey standing for 2 or 3 days was truly a test of physical limits. The restroom in the waiting area was overcrowded, with a long line of people waiting. Qiao Wei turned to Han Xiaya, who was waiting in line, and said, "You stay here in the waiting area. I'll go outside to see if I can find a ticket broker to buy 2 tickets. If I absolutely cannot find any, we can just enjoy a few days before returning," she replied eagerly, hoping for more opportunities to be alone with Qiao Wei. She was determined to win his heart. Qiao Wei nodded, "Understood. Just don't wander off. If we lose each other, you must return to Beijing." "That is not happening," Han Xiaya pouted. She felt slightly unwell. Otherwise, she would never allow Qiao Wei to leave her sight. Not wanting to argue further, Qiao Wei said. Fine, I'll be back as soon as possible. When Han Xiaoya emerged from the restroom, a young woman holding a child approached her with a pained expression and asked, "Could you please hold my baby for a moment? It's quite inconvenient for me to go to the restroom with him." "Sure, but please be quick," Han Xiaoya replied. "Thank you," the woman responded with a smile, handing the child to Han Xiaoya while placing a small bag at her feet. Han Xiaoya stood outside the restroom, cradling the child. In the 1990s, train tickets heading south were exceedingly scarce, with popular routes mostly purchased by ticket scalpers. Travelers had to either take a bus or pay exorbitant prices to these brokers. Just as Qiao Wei exited the waiting area, a ticket scalper approached him, inquiring if he needed tickets. "We have sleeper tickets to Shenzhen today. The sleeper tickets are sold out. Do you have any seats available?" After some haggling, he ultimately purchased 2 tickets at a price 50% above the face value. This was still the off-peak season. During peak times and around the Spring Festival, prices could easily double. The lucrative nature of this trade led to ticket scalpers forming organized groups, with some buying tickets, others seeking buyers, and some responsible for safeguarding the tickets, all working collaboratively. With luck, one might secure genuine tickets. Otherwise, purchasing counterfeit ones could lead to significant losses. Qiao Wei purchased tickets and asked the staff at the station to verify their authenticity before proceeding to the waiting area. Upon seeing Han Xiaoya, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Han Xiaoya was extraordinarily beautiful, appearing delicate and unable to fend for herself, which made him anxious while she was out in the world. The train stations of the 1980s and 1990s were chaotic and frightening. He genuinely feared that she might fall victim to human traffickers. "Have you secured the tickets?" he inquired. "Yes, I managed to get 2 seats." "Then why are you holding a child?" "A lady needed to use the restroom and asked me to hold her child for a moment. It's been nearly 20 minutes, and she still hasn't returned." The infant, swaddled in a small blanket, appeared to be merely 2 or 3 months old, thin, and with an unhealthy yellowish complexion. Its lips were slightly purplish, and it gazed vacantly with large, lifeless eyes, exhibiting a listless demeanor. Qiao Wei glanced at the queue outside the restroom and remarked, "Surely she has abandoned the child?" Han Xiaoya frowned. "Surely not. How could a mother bear to relinquish her own child to a stranger?" "It's hard to say. This child clearly isn't well. Perhaps the mother thought you were in a position to care for it. How could anyone just give their child away for no reason?" Han Xiaoya retorted, left speechless. "Let us wait a little longer. If she doesn't return, we'll have to hand the child over to the duty office." Han Xiaoya nodded. That seems to be the only option. Chapter 83. The heroine rescues the beautiful. Half an hour later, the child's mother still had not appeared. "Let us take the child to the duty office," Qiao Wei suggested, unwilling to be overly sympathetic. If he could raise a child that turned out to be ungrateful, he certainly wouldn't take on the burden of someone else's. Although Han Xiaoya felt pity for the child, who appeared to be abandoned by its parents, the thought of raising it was utterly out of the question. The two of them delivered the child and their luggage to the passenger duty office, explained the situation, and left the child with the staff, no longer concerned. Unbeknownst to them, the child's parents had been observing from behind the crowd. Upon seeing Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya hand over the child to the staff, the mother, Xin Xiao, expressed her worry. What if they send him to an orphanage? Li Taijun sighed. Perhaps sending him to an orphanage might allow the child to receive proper medical care. Let it be. It's our fault for lacking the means to help him. Xin Xiao glared at Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya with indignation. How could those two be so heartless? The child suffered from congenital heart disease and had a weak digestive system. Treating him would require substantial funds, and they simply couldn't afford to raise him. Reluctant to see her child perish, she contemplated giving him away, intending to retrieve him once he had recovered. Despite being a boy, he was a sickly child, and no one was willing to adopt him. After much contemplation, she devised another plan. After observing the station for 2 days, she finally found someone she deemed suitable. At first glance, Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya struck her as affluent and kind-hearted individuals. Little did she know that she had misjudged. The young couple had handed the child over to the station staff and walked away without a second thought, a display of remarkable callousness. Li Taijun was affected by her emotions, his eyes reflecting anger. Xin Xiao gazed at Han Xiaoya's face, a malicious thought taking root. "Taijun, I've considered it. Entrusting our son to anyone else would be less secure than raising him ourselves." Although it was their first child, and Li Taijun was reluctant to part with him, he sighed in resignation. "But we lack the means to provide medical treatment for him." Xin Xiao's eyes were filled with malice as she remarked, "That woman is exceptionally beautiful. She could fetch several thousand yuan." Li Taijun turned to Han Xiaoya and inquired, What do you mean by that? Such a stunning daughter would undoubtedly attract the attention of Lin Laonyo. Providing him the information would warrant a few hundred yuan, wouldn't it? Li Taijun squinted. Be cautious. I will approach Lin Laonyo. You keep an eye on her. Hurry, hurry, he Xin Xiao urged. If she dared to abandon her son in the duty room, even without any profit, she was determined to ensure that woman lived a life of perpetual suffering. Unbeknownst to Han Xiaoya, she was already being watched. When it was time to check tickets, she queued with Qiao Wei. He carried their luggage, allowing Han Xiaoya to walk ahead, doing his utmost to shield her from the throng. By the time Li Taijun and Lin Laonyo arrived, Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya had already completed their ticket checks and were ready to board the train. He Xin Xiao, having purchased platform tickets, handed them to the pair, exclaiming, "Oh, why are you only just arriving? Everyone has already gone to the platform." Initially, He Xin Xiao had wished to prevent Li Taijun from accompanying Lin Laonyo, but now she feared he might mistake the person, urging, "Taijun, go with Lin urge. If you find her, come back down." The number of passengers heading south exceeded those traveling north, many of whom were either migrant workers or merchants. The presence of thieves and pickpockets was notable. The queuing etiquette was severely lacking, with some individuals climbing through the windows to board. After a strenuous struggle to reach their designated seats, they found two men occupying them. "This is our seat. Would you kindly make way?" Qiao Wei politely stated, brandishing their tickets. The taller man, wiping his thumb across his nose, responded arrogantly, not moving. "What will you do about it?" Scram. The man by the window remained silent, watching the scene unfold, anticipating that the man beside him would force Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya away, thus allowing him to seize the opportunity. Having returned to life, Qiao Wei had ridden several trains, yet this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Those who occupy seats in this manner typically prey on the weak. The more one shows fear, the more they are bullied. Seeking assistance from the train police or attendants proved futile. He had to resolve the matter himself. After toiling in the fields for over a decade, he possessed considerable strength, and during his university years, Xie Yicheng introduced him to a skilled martial artist. Having endured the hardships of being labeled an ineffectual scholar in his youth, Xie insisted he train with the elder. After 5 years of practice, while he could not claim to defeat 10 opponents single-handedly, handling 2 lackeys was well within his capabilities. Qiao Wei ceased speaking and placed their luggage on the rack. "Can you even understand human language? I told you to scram." The man, mistaking Qiao Wei's silence for fear, grew increasingly brazen. Before Qiao Wei could act, Han Xiaoya let out a cold laugh, swinging her handbag directly into the man's face. "Who is scramming? Who is the boss here? Clean up your mouth, you scoundrel." As she berated and struck him, the bag contained a folding umbrella and cosmetics, making the blows quite painful. Caught off guard, the man was soon bleeding profusely from his nose. Han Xiaoya showed no signs of relenting. Her hands were in constant motion, and she forcefully kicked him several times. Qiao Wei was hers, and it was more unbearable for her to witness him being bullied than to endure it herself. Having reached her limit, she no longer felt the need to feign weakness. She had fought with the boys in the courtyard since childhood and had also received professional training, effortlessly inflicting pain without leaving any marks. "Ah, it hurts. Please, do not strike. Just let me be." The man gasped in pain, unsure whether to shield his face or withdraw his legs. He never imagined that this delicate and beautiful woman possessed such formidable strength, nearly breaking his leg with her kicks. Qiao Wei thought, is this truly the same Han Xiaoya who would drape herself over him like a rag doll? The same Han Xiaoya who would tear up at the slightest injury? "What do you mean by let? This is our seat. She should be thrown out of the window." Han Xiaoya was even more audacious than the man. Dazed from the beating, he dared not resist, grabbing his bag and stepping on the leg of the man beside him. Tumbling out of the window, the man by the window gaped in astonishment at Han Xiaoya. Her enchanting eyes seemed colder than the harsh winters of the north. With her arms crossed, Han Xiaoya fixed him with a chilling gaze. "Will I kick you out, or will you jump?" Fearing further punishment, the man stammered, I will leave on my own." He stumbled and crawled out, only to re-enter another carriage moments later. With a bright smile, the valiant Han Xiaoya turned to Qiao Wei and said, "You sit inside to avoid being bullied by those who lack discernment." Qiao Wei wondered if, in Han Xiaoya's eyes, he too appeared as a feeble scholar, powerless to defend himself. Han Xiaoya guided him to a window seat, taking the aisle seat herself, and with a playful blink, she said softly, "I am a very gentle girl, truly. It's just that I cannot allow them to mistreat you." Su Jing is genuinely gentle, possessing a good temper and an accommodating nature, tolerating much as long as her boundaries are not crossed. This starkly contrasted with Han Xiaoya, whose gentleness and patience were reserved solely for Qiao Wei. She did not wish for him to perceive her as a rough and violent girl. Observing the tension in her eyes, Qiao Wei suddenly smiled and reached out to stroke her hair. "Thank you. You are truly wonderful just as you are. A girl should be like you. At the very least, no one would dare to bully her." After knowing each other for several years, Qiao Wei had never complimented Han Xiaya before, and her face lit up with joy as she leaned against his shoulder. Chapter 84. A deep yet fleeting connection. Li Taijun was unaware of which carriage Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya had boarded. So he accompanied Lin Lauer and a kindly old lady, Yu Shamei, searching each carriage one by one. Upon locating the carriage where Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya were, they immediately spotted the pair. Indeed, she is beautiful. The moment Lin Lauer and Yu Shanmei laid eyes on Han Xiaya, their eyes gleamed with desire. Akin to famished wolves spotting their prey, she was undeniably more stunning than a movie star. Li Taijun extended his hand. "You owe me 300 yuan. Lin Lauer licked his lips and smacked his mouth. "She is indeed beautiful, but until the money is in hand, it is premature to celebrate. However, I, Lin Lauer, am a man of my word. With a spit and a promise, I shall honor my agreement." Lin Lauer exchanged a glance with Yu Shanmei, who reluctantly handed the money to Li Taijun. Having secured 300 yuan effortlessly, Li Taijun felt as though he had discovered a lucrative opportunity. "I shall seek you out again for good fortune." With a cheerful demeanor, Li Taijun took the money and exited the train. As Han Xiaya was accompanied by Qiao Wei, Lin Lauer and Yu Shanmei dared not act recklessly, patiently waiting by the restroom. The train departed with a resounding blast of its horn, accompanied by the clattering of wheels as it journeyed towards its destination. The carriages were filled to capacity, with people standing in the aisles and at the junctions of the compartments. The sweltering heat melded various odors within the carriage into an indescribable melange. Han Xiaya, who had never endured hardship, was unfazed by the unpleasant scents. As long as she could be with Qiao Wei, even discomfort felt sweet. Were Qiao Wei aware of Han Xiaya's sentiments, he would undoubtedly label her as infatuated. Suddenly, Han Xiaya comprehended why Su Jing had forsaken her lucrative overseas position and her aspirations to return to China for Qiao Wei, even depleting her savings to secure a marital home. Silently, she had meticulously planned everything. Regrettably, the bond between Su Jing and Qiao Wei was fleeting, and they drifted apart, ultimately becoming parallel lines with no intersection. While she felt sympathy for Su Jing, her gratitude was more profound. If Su Jing had not exited Qiao Wei's life, she would have never had the opportunity to step in. Thus, she resolved to keep a vigilant watch over Qiao Wei. This man was far too captivating, effortlessly drawing the admiration of young women who would secretly harbor affections for him, yet he remained blissfully unaware of his own allure. Seated across from them were two girls, around 16 or 17 years old. Everyone possesses a sense of beauty, and the girls would occasionally glance at Qiao Wei and Han Xiaya, quickly averting their gaze upon making eye contact. After 2 to 3 hours of travel, the outgoing Zhou Lulu curiously inquired, "Are you two married?" Han Xiaya leaned against Qiao Wei and smiled. "Indeed, don't we make a lovely couple?" Qiao Wei could only helplessly accept her spontaneous fabrication. He had already encountered Han Xiaya's talent for twisting truths back in their village. His explanations, to others, merely appeared as excuses, subtly accusing him of being a scoundrel. Exhausted, he refrained from further clarifications. He had been abandoned by Su Jing and was single, with no girlfriend. Let Han Xiaya say whatever she wished. If she was unbothered, what was there for him to worry about? Qiao Wei retrieved a novel from his backpack. Writers often oscillate between reading and writing. Zhou Lulu nodded vigorously. "Yes, you two have the look of a married couple. I knew it. My sister insisted otherwise." Embarrassed by her younger sister's remarks, Zhou Nana tugged at Zhou Lulu's sleeve, signaling her to speak less. "You have a keen eye. Are you both working in Shenzhen?" Zhou Lulu's words greatly pleased Han Xiaya. She adored those who were perceptive and articulate. "Indeed, we work in a toy factory. Are you two here for leisure?" Although dressed modestly, their scholarly demeanor sharply contrasted with that of the working girls. Sort of, Han Xiaya engaged in light conversation with Zhou Lulu. During dinner, the two girls hesitated to purchase boxed meals, prompting Han Xiaya to buy 2 extra portions, even adding a chicken leg for each person. After years of family planning, parents increasingly emphasized their children's education and talent development. Han Xiaya, once a teacher at a dance academy, had invited accomplished instructors, drawing the attention of both parents and students alike. The dance school, though modest in size, thrives remarkably well, with income multiplying by several dozen times compared to when one was a mere instructor. The earnings rival those of Qiao Wei's writing endeavors. Naturally, with wealth comes generosity. A single meal has fortified the bond between the two young ladies. When Han Xiaoya heads to the restroom, either Zhou Lulu or Zhou Nana accompanies her. Moreover, the bus is crowded, and with nightfall approaching, Lin Lao and Yushame find no opportunity to strike. If someone alights midway, it is possible to upgrade to a sleeper ticket for an additional fee. In the evening, one may inquire at the dining car for availability. Accompany me to check for sleeper tickets. Han Xiaoya is indeed formidable. However, the syndicate of human traffickers and robbers is even more daunting, prompting Qiao Wei to refrain from leaving her alone in her seat. Lin Lao watches the two depart, seething with frustration. Should he fail, he would incur a loss of 300 yuan. Yushame squats in a corner, yawning nonchalantly. What's the rush? Why lose one's composure over significant matters? There are still 2 days until we reach the deep market, and ample opportunities await to sell at a favorable price. When Yushame began this line of work, Lin Lao had yet to enter the fray. Her experience surpasses his and is infused with cunning. Anyone she sets her sights on cannot escape her grasp. In her eyes, children and women are merely commodities awaiting the right price, a venture with no capital at stake. Upon hearing her words, Lin Lao's restless spirit calmed slightly. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Yushame surveys the crowded carriage, her mind calculating. Her previous remarks were merely a ruse to placate Lin Lao. It is prudent to secure their targets swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya approached the steward in the 9th carriage, only to learn that passengers for the sleeper compartment would not disembark until the following day. Han Xiaoya's heart rejoiced, her face betraying no secrets, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. The lack of sleeper tickets works in her favor, allowing her to take advantage of Qiao Wei once more. Seeing her expression, Qiao Wei fathomed her thoughts. You should sit by the window. It can get chaotic at night, so exercise caution. Han Xiaoya felt warmth at his concern. When I was young, my parents worked in Beijing, and every year my brother and I would take the train to visit them. It was manageable, but it was different then. Travel required an introduction letter, and the movement of people was minimal. Now, however, individuals from all corners of the country converge on a single train, and one might very well be seated beside a fugitive. Chapter 85. The demon in human skin in the dead of night. Excited travelers succumbed to slumber. The only sounds accompanying the clatter of the train were the snores of passengers. As dawn approached, the temperature gradually dropped. Qiao Wei retrieved a coat from his backpack and draped it over the sleeping Han Xiaoya. She stirred slightly, like a kitten, nuzzling her face against his shoulder, mumbling indistinctly. Her delicate, heart-shaped face, a complexion of porcelain with a hint of rosy hue, closed those captivating eyes, lending her an aura of purity. With such a stunning beauty pursuing him across vast distances, any man would surely fall at her feet. The train swayed gently, and drowsiness enveloped Qiao Wei as he tucked away his book and leaned back to sleep. In the middle of the night, they arrived at a major station, where some passengers disembarked while others boarded. Qiao Wei was awakened to find that Zhou Lulu, who had been sitting opposite him, had vanished, while Zhou Nana's head rested against the glass, soundly asleep. In Lulu's place sat an elderly woman with graying hair, peacefully dozing with her head on the table. A subtle crease formed on Qiao Wei's brow as an ominous premonition stirred within him. He gently nudged Zhou Nana. Wake up, Nana. Zhou Nana opened her bleary eyes, bewildered, and asked, What's wrong, Brother Jiao? Where has your sister gone? At that moment, Nana realized that an old woman occupied the seat beside her. The woman was softly snoring, suggesting she had been seated for quite some time. Standing up, Nana scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Lulu, and her heart leapt into her throat. They were en route to Shenzhen, a journey of 2 or 3 days, and less than a day had passed. Lulu could not have simply given her seat to someone else. I don't know. I'll go check the restroom, Nana said, pushing the elderly woman gently. Excuse me, ma'am. Yushame lifted her head, bleary-eyed, and glanced at her, then shifted to allow Nana through before returning to her previous position, eyes closed, resuming her slumber. Han Xiaoya was roused by the conversation and opened her eyes to inquire of Qiao Wei. What happened? Lulu is missing. Han Xiaoya was instantly alert. How could she be missing? Is she in the restroom? It's possible. Nana went to look. Let's wait and see. The train had already departed the station, and if Lulu was not on board, it would be dark and daunting to search for her outside. Currently, the train's restrooms were of the vacuum type, locked by the attendants a few minutes before each stop. Nana found the restroom door locked and searched 2 more carriages without finding Lulu. tears streaming down her face in desperation. Pushing through the crowd to return to her seat, Han Xiaoya quickly asked, "Did you find her?" Nana, crying, replied, "No. I searched 2 carriages and couldn't find her. Could she have been taken by human traffickers?" "Excuse me, everyone." Qiao Wei stood and addressed the surrounding passengers. "Has anyone seen a young girl with this lady?" People shook their heads in response. "Yes, I saw her go to the restroom, but I don't know if she returned," said a passenger seated in the aisle. "Approximately when was that?" "I didn't check the time. I can't remember." "Ma'am, when did you sit down here?" Han Xiaoya shook Yushame awake. Yushame rubbed her eyes, pondering for a moment before replying, "How would I know? I just saw an empty seat and sat down. I've taken 2 naps, so it must have been a while." Asking was in vain. Qiao Wei turned to the panic-stricken Zhou Nana, her face pale with fear. "You should find the train police and attendants to help search for her. I will check every carriage. If they couldn't find her on the train, it would mean that Zhou Lulu had undoubtedly been abducted." "All right, I'll go now." Hearing Qiao Wei's words, Yushame's lips curled slightly in a smile. She had been waiting for Han Xiaoya to be alone. The disappearance of Lulu made Qiao Wei more reluctant to leave Han Xiaoya unattended in her seat. "Xiaoya, come with me." Yushame's smile instantly faded, her plans thwarted, and she inwardly cursed in frustration. What is wrong with these 2? They don't fear their seats being taken while they all leave. Han Xiaoya had this intention. Qiao Wei was exceptionally handsome, and she feared that someone might abduct her man. "Don't let go of my hand. There are many people around. What if I'm captured?" Han Xiaoya firmly grasped Qiao Wei's hand, intertwining her fingers with his. At that moment, Qiao Wei had no time to argue. Finding someone was of utmost importance, whether in this life or the last. He believed that human traffickers deserved to be caught and executed. "You look left, and I'll look right." "Understood." This train consisted of 18 carriages, and they were currently in the 13th one. Qiao Wei led her towards the 14th carriage. Yushame's expression grew serious once again. Logically, given the positions of Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya, they should have been heading towards the 12th carriage, yet they were inexplicably moving toward the 14th. Lin Lair and the drug Zhou Lulu were in the 18th carriage. If they were discovered, it would spell trouble. Yu Shanmei felt a surge of anxiety. Unable to remain seated, and hurried to catch up with the 2. Feigning concern, she said, "You both should search the 12th carriage. I'll look in the back. There are many people. We need to be quick." This elderly woman appeared kind-hearted, yet for some reason, Qiao Wei was struck by an unsettling notion that she was a demon in human guise. Since his rebirth, his 6th sense had become extraordinarily acute. He held no fondness for her, and, defying her suggestion to head to the 12th carriage, he calmly replied, "If you genuinely wish to help, you should seek the train police." Yushame was momentarily taken aback, stepping in front of them to block their path, irate. "How can you be so ungrateful? Do you consider seeking the train police an act of ingratitude? Elderly lady, I suspect you are in cahoots with the traffickers." Qiao Wei's gaze was like a still, deep well, seemingly capable of perceiving all truths. Having engaged in the despicable trade of human trafficking for over a decade without failure, Yushame felt an ominous premonition wash over her upon meeting Qiao Wei's eyes, as if she were destined to fail this time. Panic surged within her, though her face bore an expression of anger. "Are you out of your mind?" Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, Han Xiaoya struck her with 2 swift slaps, leaving her dazed and disoriented, causing several teeth to loosen in her mouth. "How dare you insult my man?" Han Xiaoya exclaimed, furious. "You dare to hit me? Is there no justice in this world for someone trying to help?" Yu Shanmei's face swelled like a bun, her speech slurred as she threw a tantrum. Han Xiaoya, unafraid to take action, had even struck a man for occupying a seat, her fierce demeanor leaving a lasting impression. The passengers on the train adopted a detached attitude. Wishing to avoid any trouble, everyone tacitly closed their eyes, pretending to sleep. "If you want to die, I shall oblige." With that, another series of slaps landed on Yu Shanmei, knocking her down onto another passenger, rendering her unconscious. Originally, Han Xiaoya perceived the elderly woman as benevolent, someone who might assist in locating the missing person. However, after listening to Qiao Wei's words and observing the woman's subsequent actions, she discerned that this old woman harbored ill intentions. Qiao Wei found Han Xiaoya's voice, while she was in a fit of rage, more melodious than her usual speech. He glanced at the elderly woman, who had merely fainted, and decided to prioritize the search for the missing individual. They combed through each carriage, inspecting passengers who were either covering their heads or cloaked in garments, even checking beneath the seats where some were slumbering. Although the passengers were displeased with the disturbance, they nonetheless expressed understanding. Upon reaching the 18th carriage, they encountered a man who was disgruntled at being roused from his rest. His head and body concealed beneath a large coat. He refused to listen to explanations or accept apologies, brazenly demanding compensation. At that moment, a group of young men, clearly a gang, approached, threatening that monetary submission was the only way to avoid violence. Worried about Zhou Lulu possibly being abducted by human traffickers, Han Xiaoya's protective instincts surged anew upon encountering this audacious threat. With a fierce glare and an assertive tone, she retorted, "Compensate your mother." As soon as the words left her lips, she swiftly incapacitated two of the men with precise strikes. Just then, Qiao Wei spotted Zhou Lulu and Lin Lauer amidst the crowd. "Han Xiaoya there?" he called out, reaching to seize the arm of a man attempting to ambush her. With a sharp crack, the man's arm was dislocated, eliciting cries of pain. Han Xiaoya, unperturbed, dispatched two more assailants who charged at her. Witnessing their prowess, the remaining onlookers instinctively retreated. Qiao Wei, having no time to waste, apprehended Lin Lauer, who was now terrified by the unfolding events. "Let me go. Why are you detaining me?" Lin Lauer stammered, his heart racing with fear and regret. Had he known the woman possessed such formidable strength, he would not have dared to confront her, even with 100 lives. Han Xiaoya delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen, causing him to collapse in silence. "Human trafficking. If you do not confess, I shall ensure your demise," she threatened ominously, delivering several more kicks that left him trembling in fear. The man with the dislocated arm was sweating profusely from the pain, and he groaned, "I was blind to not recognize your might. Please, help me reattach my arm, and I shall pay you." Shaking, he pulled money from his pocket. A middle-aged woman noticed a folded red handkerchief among the bills, her eyebrows knitting in anger. "That is my money. You vile thief, daring to steal even from my grandmother," she exclaimed, snatching the handkerchief and hurriedly counting the cash. Sighing in relief upon confirming it was intact. Enraged, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the man, who, already battered, nearly fell to his knees in supplication. The other passengers, now alert to the situation, began to check for their belongings. The realization struck like wildfire, igniting chaos within the carriage as cries erupted. "My money is gone. Mine too." The passengers surged forward, determined to uncover the thieves among them. Someone, filled with indignation, threw the discarded garments out of the window, leaving only a pair of undergarments for a few individuals. Zhou Lulu had consumed a significant amount of a narcotic, and Han Xiaoya pinched her philtrum. She briefly opened her eyes before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. At that moment, Zhou Nana and two railway police officers arrived. Billionaire, caught red-handed, found himself unable to deny his actions, and, under Han Xiaoya's relentless questioning, was led to a crisis of self-doubt. Not only did he clarify the sequence of events, but he also implicated his accomplice, Yu Shanmei. In turn, Yu Shanmei revealed the names of fellow villagers Li Taijun and He Xinxiao, shifting the blame onto them. Their initial target had always been Han Xiaoya. Capturing Zhou Nana was merely a ploy to ensnare Han Xiaoya. Zhou Nana, while using the restroom, had been ambushed by Yu Shanmei, who suffocated her with a cloth soaked in the drug, rendering her an unwitting victim. Once Han Xiaoya deciphered the chain of events, her fury nearly shattered her silver teeth. How could such malevolence exist in the world? The notion that if she could not raise her child, she would sell her was appalling. It was no wonder she bore no healthy offspring. Even though these individuals could not evade the clutches of justice, Han Xiaoya remained deeply incensed. In her 25 years of life, it was the first time someone dared to target her. "Let me not lay eyes upon them, otherwise I shall strike them each time I see them." Ironically, Han Xiaoya had never anticipated that the mastermind behind this turmoil would be the very woman who had abandoned her child with her. Having perused countless novels and films, Qiao Wei was equally taken aback. Sometimes, one must concede that human nature is inherently malevolent. The Zhou sisters, shaken and listless, resembled startled birds, reluctant even to venture to the restroom. They harbored some resentment towards Han Xiaoya, choosing to limit their interactions with her lest they become embroiled in further trouble. Zhou Lulu, suffering from her own misfortune, weighed heavily on Han Xiaoya's conscience. She attempted to treat the sisters to a meal, but they declined. Not wishing to impose, she understood that, though they were connected through her, they were innocent in this matter. Who could fathom encountering such madness? She and Qiao Wei had endeavored to help Zhou Lulu recover. Yet their relationship was merely a fleeting acquaintance, hardly more than a nodding acquaintance. Their disfavor towards her would not hinder their lives. They continued to eat and drink as usual, discussing novels with Qiao Wei. That evening, they exchanged their tickets for 2 sleeper berths and relocated to the sleeper compartment. On the third night, they arrived in Shenzhen, where Zhong Tao came to pick them up, accompanied by his fiancée, Qin Anna. Aspiring to be a teacher, Zhong Tao ultimately joined his family's company, working his way up from the bottom, after a year of arduous effort. He had finally ascended to a junior leadership position in his department. Qiao Wei's primary purpose for visiting Shenzhen was to attend the wedding of Zhong Tao and Qin Anna. Qiao Wei, Han Laosher, this is my girlfriend, Qin Anna. Hello. Qin Anna greeted them with a cheerful wave. Petite and sweet in appearance, her charming personality matched her looks. Making her quite likable, she was a vocal instructor at a university in Shenzhen. Zhong Tao harbored an obsession with the teaching profession, unable to pursue it himself. He sought a wife who was a teacher. Qiao Wei nodded at Qin Anna. Hello. You both are welcome. Please, do not call me teacher as it feels too formal. Just call me by my name. Han Xiaoya smiled. All right, let us find a place to eat and chat while we dine. In a manner unseen by Han Xiaoya, Zhong Tao exchanged knowing glances and gave Qiao Wei a thumbs up. During their 4 years of university, Qiao Wei had been Zhong Tao's closest friend. The intricate emotional entanglement between Qiao Wei and Su Jing fills him with a sense of melancholy. What a sweet couple they were. Yet they parted ways so abruptly that it made him question the very existence of love in this world. He hopes his friend will soon let go and embark on a new romantic journey. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoya and Qin Anna engage in delightful conversation. One is a dance instructor and the other a vocal coach. Although their specialties differ, they are both artists and have an abundance of topics to discuss. Chapter 87. The reluctant advance. Zhong Tao remarked. Su Luan and Xia Yunshuang will arrive tomorrow. Qiao Wei looked at him, puzzled. When did you become so close with Su Luan? Oh, we had our share of disputes during our 4 years at university. How could I possibly invite him? Our classmates hail from various corners of the country, and after graduation, we've all gone our separate ways. Aside from you and a few close teachers, I haven't informed anyone. Who knows how they found out about my wedding? I was wondering if you might have told them. Qiao Wei shot him a sidelong glance. Why would I sabotage myself? His university reputation was quite good. He got along well with most classmates, with the exceptions of Su Luan and Xia Yunshuang. Su Luan, a devoted admirer of Xia Yunshuang, treated Qiao Wei as a rival, and it seemed he couldn't resist exchanging barbs whenever they met. Xia Yunshuang, with her peculiar mindset, often cast a mournful gaze in Qiao Wei's direction while being close to Su Luan, leading the confused Su Luan to hold Qiao Wei accountable for this perceived slight. Those two peculiar individuals were indeed a match made in heaven, and it was best to keep them together to prevent them from causing harm to the innocent. Zhong Tao pondered this and raised an eyebrow. Perhaps one of the teachers mentioned it to him. Guests are guests. They've traveled a long way to attend my wedding with Anna, so I cannot refuse them. I suspect their primary motivation for coming is to witness your misfortune. Zhong Tao cast a discreet glance at Han Xiaoya and whispered, they are bound to be disappointed. Qiao Wei understood Zhong Tao's implication but remained indifferent. His life was his own, and the opinions of others held no sway over him. Zhong Tao leaned closer and confided in a hushed tone. There is something I've been contemplating for quite some time. After much deliberation, I've decided to share it with you. Last month, I encountered Su Jing in Hong Kong. Qiao Wei's pupils dilated in surprise. Zhong Tao continued. She is married now, to a man of considerable wealth, who has been divorced for many years and has no children. It is a case of an older man with a younger woman, and he treats Su Jing exceptionally well, supporting her dance career. It seems she has made a fortunate match. Zhong Tao felt a sense of injustice. The relationship between Qiao Wei and Su Jing had begun with her ending things. How had she come to regard him? He truly did not wish to relay Su Jing's news to Qiao Wei. But the one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. Only by informing Qiao Wei of Su Jing's marriage could he finally find closure. Even though he had already heard it from Han Xiaoya, Qiao Wei felt as if a small hole had been punctured in his heart, with a cold breeze seeping in. Upon returning to his guest room, Qiao Wei extracted a cigarette, lit it, and gazed out at the neon lights, silently smoking until the end. He reminded himself that it was inconsequential. After all, she was merely a woman. Qiao Wei was not someone who clung to unworthy affections. He was not devoid of admirers. Why should he pine for a heartless woman? Taking a deep breath, he headed to the bathroom. After showering, he washed his clothes as well. While rummaging through his jacket pocket, he felt a hard object and pulled out a sizable ring, resembling a pigeon egg. Approximately an 8-carat diamond, which, according to current market prices, is valued at no less than $1 million. Qiao Wei pondered, is this a stroke of good fortune? He scrutinized the resplendent and luxurious ring, confirming it to be genuine platinum and diamond, not some trinket from a street vendor. and fell into deep contemplation. He strived to recall the individuals and events he encountered while wearing this attire. He was certain that prior to boarding the plane, he had no such ring in his pocket. The weather in Feng County was sweltering. Even wearing short sleeves felt uncomfortable, and his outer garment had been stowed in his bag. He had only worn it on the plane and train, where he had minimal interaction with others. On the plane, his neighbors were a man and a woman, both dressed well and adorned with fine watches, indicating a comfortable financial status. The middle-aged woman, in particular, exuded an air of affluence. However, there was no reason for her to secretly slip a diamond of such worth into his possession. Where could one find a person of such goodwill? As for the train, who would dare to flaunt a diamond of such magnitude? That would be akin to broadcasting an invitation for theft. The group of thieves apprehended by the train police would have no reason to steal such a valuable item only to relinquish it for trifles. After contemplating for a while without arriving at any conclusion, Qiao Wei carefully stored the ring and resumed washing his clothes. He had no desire to covet what did not belong to him. Sometimes, a windfall can be as perilous as a calamity. Yet, he could not hand the ring over to the police. What if someone had intentionally placed it in his pocket and later came to reclaim it? Who could have placed the precious ring there? The thought of a nefarious individual lurking in the shadows sent a chill down his spine. With such a dynamic of light and dark, one could never be too cautious. Lost in these thoughts, Qiao Wei furrowed his brow. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door interrupted his musings. He wiped his hands dry and opened the door. Through the peephole, he discerned that it was Han Xiaya. Qiao Wei felt overwhelmed. Just as women fear persistent suitors, men too share this sentiment. Resigned, he opened the door and stood there, gazing at her. Why are you still awake at this hour? Without uttering a word, Han Xiaya, dressed in a form-fitting dress, launched herself into his arms, catching him off guard and nearly toppling over. Sensing the scent of alcohol on her breath, Qiao Wei sighed. Have you been drinking again? Let me take you back to your room. Han Xiaya draped her arms around his neck, biting gently at his Adam's apple, her voice muffled. No. I want to sleep with you. Her alluring figure writhed in his embrace. Qiao Wei felt every muscle tense, his throat constricting, as a rush of blood surged to one place. With all his strength, he pushed Han Xiaya away. Calm down, he urged. I am calm, Qiao Wei. Please don't push me away. Let me love you. Looking down into her tear-filled eyes, Qiao Wei felt a pang of bitterness. After a year of heartache, he was torn. Han Xiaya pushed him into the room, kicked the door shut, and her delicate hands climbed around his neck, offering her crimson lips. Though Qiao Wei had spent years toiling in the fields and training in martial arts, he was astonished to discover that he could not free himself from the seemingly frail Han Xiaya. He had no opportunity to resist as she guided him to the bed. Han Xiaya straddled him, and with a firm grip, tore his shirt in half, her hands descending to remove his belt. Qiao Wei, you are mine. Dare to run, and I shall bring you back to break your legs. Han Xiaya's laughter was both charming and seductive, her gaze brimming with determination, hardly resembling that of someone inebriated. Qiao Wei stared in astonishment at Han Xiaya, who was forcefully taking charge. One thought consumed him. Tonight, he was doomed. After a night of chaos, Han Xiaya finally fell into a satisfied slumber. Turning his head, he observed her, even in sleep, entwined around him like an octopus. Although he too had experienced pleasure, Qiao Wei covered his face in despair. In his past life, he had found it unfathomable that a woman could overpower a man. What sort of cowardice led a man to be dominated by a woman? After last night, he understood. Compared to Han Xiaya, he too was merely a feeble creature. Chapter 88. Resignation. Qiao Wei grasped a profound truth. Unless Han Xiaya grew weary of him like Su Jing and discarded him as if he were worthless, he would never escape her grasp in this lifetime. Truth be told, being adored by Han Xiaya, with her angelic face and devilish figure, greatly satisfied his masculine vanity. Having reached this juncture, Qiao Wei resolved to surrender and allow things to unfold naturally. He was curious to see how long Han Xiaoya's affection for him would endure. After a brief respite, he cautiously removed her arm that was draped around his neck and her lovely leg resting upon him. Lifting the covers and quietly descending from the bed, a plum blossom stained the white sheets. Qiao Wei's gaze deepened as he pursed his lips, covering her with the blanket. Han Xiaoya's forcefulness had rendered their clothes unwearable. He retrieved a fresh outfit from his bag and dressed before heading downstairs. After inquiring with the front desk staff, he procured emergency contraceptive from the nearest hospital. Having taken no precautions the previous night, he was unprepared for fatherhood and was not married to Han Xiaya. He did not wish for his child to be born out of wedlock, nor did he want Han Xiaya to endure the same fate as Meng Xiaoxiao. After acquiring the medication, he also purchased some food. As he opened the door, Han Xiaoya rushed over and embraced his waist. "I thought you had abandoned me," she said. Her voice tinged with grievance and helplessness. Qiao Wei's heart softened. He raised a hand to stroke her hair gently and replied, "I went out to buy some things." Where could he possibly run? Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Han Xiaoya would find him. He was confident in her abilities. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked. Han Xiaoya's tears turned to laughter as she replied sweetly, "Yes, it hurts. Also, my legs are weak. I want a hug." Qiao Wei silently scoffed. It was he whose legs felt weak. Not only was Han Xiaoya strong as an ox, but her stamina and endurance were enviable to any man. Had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a general. However, his male pride forbade him from uttering such humiliating words. He wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her in a princess carry, placing her gently in the bathroom. Qiao Wei discreetly twisted his waist. Relieved that Han Xiaoya was a dancer, weighing only a little over 40 kilograms, otherwise, his back would have suffered. After freshening up, they sat down to eat. Once she was done, Qiao Wei handed her a tube of ointment. "I asked the doctor. Applying this can alleviate the pain." Han Xiaoya tilted her head, smiling seductively. "You should apply it for me." The commendable deeds of Qiao Wei were impossible for him to refuse. He gently applied the medicine to her wounds before swiftly taking a shower. He opened the meal box, snapped the disposable chopsticks apart, and handed them to her. "Just have a little to eat. I will take you out for a proper meal in the afternoon." Han Xiaoya accepted the chopsticks, her smile radiant and sweet. Her man was not only handsome, but also the most tender-hearted of individuals. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Despite being merely a simple rice noodle roll, Han Xiaoya found greater joy in it than she would have with delicacies from the sea or mountains. "Return my room. Let us save some money," she suggested, her relationship with him finally advancing. Han Xiaoya pressed on, determined. Qiao Wei paused momentarily before conceding. "All right." Han Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with delight. Had she known this tactic would be effective, she wouldn't have waited so foolishly until now. After enjoying their meal, Qiao Wei poured himself a glass of water to cool while he prepared the medicine. "Take this, and I will be more careful next time." Han Xiaoya glanced at the medicine box, feeling as though she had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Her once fervent heart now felt cold and desolate. With a quivering voice, she asked, "You don't want me to bear your child?" The one who fell in love first ultimately became the loser. Proud as she was, Han Xiaoya found herself humbled before Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei felt a pang of compassion and softened his tone to explain, "No, it's not that. We are not married. And I am not yet prepared to be a father. I do not wish to hurt you." Without Su Jing, he would not face a lonely life. Having once born a son who turned out to be ungrateful did not deter him from desiring children. Rather, it simply wasn't the right time yet. Han Xiaoya was easily soothed. Qiao Wei's words rang true. After a moment of contemplation, she reached for the medicine and earnestly said, "Qiao Wei, I am 25 this year. I am not young anymore, and I wish to become a mother sooner rather than later. Having a child will change my figure, but I am willing. Let us get married." Qiao Wei was neither a frivolous man nor an irresponsible one. Since they had already established a marital bond, regardless of how he felt, he would shoulder the necessary responsibilities. Perhaps, given time, he would come to genuinely love Han Xiaoya. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she leaned closer, resting her forehead against his. "I have waited a long time for you to say that, Qiao Wei. I know your heart still belongs to Su Jing. That's all right. I will dedicate my life to making you love me." Qiao Wei embraced her. "You are so foolish. You clearly have better options." Throughout the past year, Han Xiaoya's persistence had often annoyed him, yet at times, her gestures would inevitably touch his heart. The men pursuing Han Xiaoya were accomplished individuals, including politicians, military officers, and successful businessmen, elites from all walks of life, far beyond his standing. All of them had been ruthlessly rejected by her. As for him, even Xie Qing was unaware of his financial standing. When Su Jing was with him, she had no idea of his property or substantial savings. Han Xiaoya was oblivious as well. She loved him for who he was, independent of his wealth or troublesome relatives. For a whole year, she had foolishly chased after him. Such a naive woman was a rarity, even with a lantern in hand. "What others think of us is irrelevant. I only need you. Let us visit Su Jing in Hong Kong, and then we will return to Beijing and get married. My grandparents and parents need not worry. I will handle everything." Han Xiaoya seized the moment. No one shall disrupt her marital fate, not even her kin. In the afternoon, Qiao Wei met with Chang Yu to discuss the direction of his next novel. Having one's work adapted for the screen brings a sense of accomplishment that surpasses mere financial gain. Naturally, Novels that can be transformed into scripts tend to yield substantial profits. Qiao Wei's writing focus leans towards realism, particularly in the realms of marriage, family, and the workplace. However, to earn more, he might consider delving into the currently popular genres of martial arts and romance. Cheng Yu encouraged him to explore the romantic genre. Yet Qiao Wei is a man easily contented. The definition of substantial earnings varies from person to person. He owns 2 Sihiyuan, 3 apartments, and possesses a considerable sum in the bank, which will amount to over 33 million in 2.5 years. With monthly rental income and investments in the stock market totaling 400,000 to 500,000, he can also earn from his writing, qualifying him as a winner in life. A failed romance makes the idea of writing romance painfully ironic for him. He simply wishes to live life on his own terms. In the bustling market of the deep city, clothing is significantly more affordable than in the capital, and its proximity to the port city lends itself to more fashionable styles. Over 90% of women possess a desire to shop, often indulging in high heels from dawn till dusk. Qiao Wei and Han Shaya are merely ordinary friends. He would never squander his time accompanying her on shopping excursions. Their relationship has shifted, and he is acutely aware of his role as a boyfriend. Should Han Xiaoya wish to shop, he will accompany her. Chapter 89. A protective partner upon reaching the department store. Han Xiaoya did not purchase anything for herself, but eagerly led Qiao Wei to the men's section on the 3rd floor, buying him 5 sets of clothing in one go. She selected only the finest quality garments, spending nearly 10,000. When Qiao Wei insisted on paying, Han Xiaoya shot him a playful glare. What do we have to divide? She is willing to lavish any amount on her man. Such extravagance drew envious gazes from other patrons in the men's clothing store. If time permitted, she would have preferred to have custom-tailored outfits made for him. After selecting the clothes, Han Xiaoya meticulously chose a few pairs of shoes for him. Qiao Wei is no heartless individual. Throughout his life, aside from Qiao Yumei and Su Jing, Han Xiaoya has been the most caring woman towards him. His relationship with Su Jing lasted 2 years, yet they spent less time together than he has with Han Xiaoya. Initially, it was a long-distance relationship, relying solely on letters for communication. Once Su Jing returned to the country, he had not yet graduated, and she was employed, leaving only weekends for their time together. In the throes of young love, couples often wish to be inseparable, indulging in movies and meals together. Su Jing had gifted him clothing, and he had reciprocated with gifts for her, yet they had never shopped together. Watching Han Xiaoya patiently select clothes and shoes for him, Qiao Wei was suddenly enveloped in a tranquil sense of time, as if they were an established couple of many years. In simplicity lies happiness. He has never sought a grandiose romance, but rather a relationship that flows gently over time. Qiao Wei thought that living a simple life with Han Xiaoya would be quite splendid. After acquiring the men's wear, they proceeded to the women's store on the 2nd floor. This time, when Qiao Wei offered to pay, Han Xiaoya did not refuse. To save him money, she selected a dress priced just over 100. Qiao Wei gently ruffled her hair. I have money, no need to save for me. If you like it, buy it. Enough, I have plenty of clothes. I shall refrain from purchasing more for now. Han Xiaoya possesses a complexion as fair as snow, and her figure is exquisitely proportioned. She can effortlessly carry any color or style. Qiao Wei meandered through the store, selecting 3 long skirts and 2 sets of suits. Please wrap these styles according to the size of that skirt. Do not buy so many, you want to be able to wear them all. Although Han Xiaoya verbally protested, the blissful smile on her face could not be concealed, and her eyes sparkled as if adorned with stars. The salesgirl smiled and remarked, Miss, your boyfriend has excellent taste. The clothes he has chosen are perfectly suited for you. Han Xiaoya's smile radiated even more brightly as she linked her arm with Qiao Wei's, proclaiming, We are about to be married. The salesgirl enthusiastically congratulated the couple on their impending happiness and lifelong companionship. Qiao Wei did not refute, merely nodding with a smile. Thank you. Han Xiaoya felt as if she had just tasted honey, sending him a radiant smile in return. The 4th and 5th floors were filled with jewelry and watches. And having already purchased an abundance of items, she could carry no more, thus she reluctantly decided to cease further acquisitions. Upon returning to the hotel, they encountered the unlikeliest of foes, Su Luan and Xia Yunshuang, who were just about to exit. Qiao Wei was left speechless. In such a vast city with numerous hotels, it was quite the coincidence that these two were staying right across from him. What a twisted fate. Xia Yunshuang's face illuminated with delight. Qiao Wei, however, upon noticing Han Xiaoya beside him, their intimate demeanor caused her smile to falter abruptly. Su Luan, casually chewing betel nut, cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Wei and queried, What brings you to this hotel? Han Xiaoya's eyes hardened as she retorted, such arrogance. Did you purchase or reserve this hotel? Su Luan scoffed. Self-proclaimed romantic Qiao Wei is nothing special. Yun Shuang, you were wise to disregard him. With his fickle heart, how could he ever be worthy of you? Qiao Wei found himself utterly bemused by Su Luan's blind arrogance. A wealthy second-generation coal tycoon reduced to a sycophant, lavishing time and resources only to remain a mere fish in Xia Yunshuang's pond. How amusing. Han Xiaoya placed her bag on the ground, stepped forward, and with a dangerous glint in her eyes, seized Su Luan's chin. Before he could react, she had adeptly dislodged his jaw. Qiao Wei chuckled softly. The sensation of being protected was quite delightful. Han Xiaoya enunciated clearly, if you cannot speak wisely, it is best to say less, lest you invite disaster. Su Luan, rendered speechless, gaped in pain and fury, gesturing frantically at Qiao Wei. Xia Yunshuang, taken aback, exclaimed, how can you resort to violence? Quickly, put Su Luan's jaw back. Qiao Wei, can't you intervene? Qiao Wei inserted the room card, casting a casual glance at both her and Su Luan, and replied nonchalantly, Xiaoya is correct. If you cannot articulate yourself properly, it is wise to remain silent. Han Xiaoya raised her chin defiantly. This time, I merely dislocated his jaw. Should you dare to speak ill of Qiao Wei again, I shall rearrange all your bones. With that, she closed the door before their astonished faces. Xia Yunshuang was on the verge of exasperation. How could such an audacious tigress exist? Initially, she had been drawn to Qiao Wei, but Su Jing had threatened her parents, forcing her to relinquish her affections. It has come to my attention that Qiao Wei and Su Jing have parted ways, and she is so elated that she could celebrate for 3 days and nights with firecrackers. Su Luan persuaded her to come to the city with the intention of pursuing Qiao Wei once more. Little did she know, Qiao Wei has already found a new love. A rather fierce woman at that, which infuriated her. Indeed, as Su Luan had remarked, Qiao Wei seems to fall for every woman he encounters. Glancing at Su Luan beside her, Xia Yunshuang suddenly felt that Su Luan was superior to Qiao Wei. At least Su Luan was affluent and devoted to her. It must hurt terribly. It's all my fault. If you hadn't been seeking vengeance for me, how could she have knocked you down? Xia Yunshuang lamented. Su Luan shook his head sympathetically, wishing to convey that it was not her fault, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. The purpose of Su Luan's visit to the city was to mock Qiao Wei, but his efforts backfired, leaving him with the urgent task of returning to the hospital to reattach his jaw. Han Xiaoya clung to Qiao Wei. Shopping is truly exhausting. I don't want to move anymore. Before today, had she acted in such a manner, Qiao Wei would have undoubtedly ignored her. But now, he wanted to treat Han Xiaoya with kindness. The two embraced quietly. After a brief moment, Han Xiaoya's hands roamed over Qiao Wei's abs, her face nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Qiao Wei felt a tickle in his throat and restrained her mischievous hands, his voice husky. Shall I help you wash up? Sure, a couple's bath sounds delightful. An hour later, they emerged from the bathroom. Han Xiaoya, finally exhausted to the point of fatigue, lay on Qiao Wei's lap as he helped her dry her hair. How blissful. It feels almost surreal. Am I dreaming? Han Xiaoya murmured with her eyes closed. If this is a dream, I hope I never awaken. Even someone as exceptional as Han Xiaoya can experience insecurity in love, which softened Qiao Wei's heart. Leaning down, he pecked her lips, asking, is this real? I'm not quite sure. Let me savor it a little longer. Han Xiaoya cradled his face and deepened the kiss. On the following day, the sun rose as usual. The passionate young couple had spent 2 days and nights in the hotel. Su Luan, having faced embarrassment, dared not show his face again for the next couple of days. The Western-style wedding of Zhong Tao and Qin Anna was set to take place in 3 days, with a professional wedding planning company hired from the harbor city, relieving Qiao Wei of any obligation to assist. Zhong Tao wished for him to be the best man, but considering how pitifully he had been discarded by Su Jing, he could not bear the thought of taking on that role. The Zhong family was affluent, as was the Qin family to a lesser extent, making for a grand wedding. Qin Anna's wedding gown was designed by a foreign designer, and her 5-carat diamond ring was quite the spectacle. The entire affair cost over $2 million, which was a considerable sum in the 1990s. With vows exchanged and rings swapped, the ceremony concluded after the groom kissed the bride. During the bouquet toss, Qin Anna threw her bouquet to Han Xiaoya, who caught it effortlessly, smiling brightly at Qiao Wei. Xia Yunshuang, who failed to catch the bouquet, pouted, prompting Su Luan to comfort her. Do not be disheartened. Catching the bouquet does not necessarily mean you will be the next to marry. Xia Yunshuang cast a resentful glance at Qiao Wei, who was gazing at Han Xiaoya, nearly experiencing a heartache. and turned to Su Luan with a serious question. Will you marry me? At 23, her parents were urging her to marry soon. In terms of appearance and talent, Su Luan could not compete with Qiao Wei, nor with her other suitors. However, the wealthy Su family possesses coal mines, generating immense wealth daily. Marrying Su Luan would grant her a life of luxury and comfort. After years of adoration, Su Luan was ecstatically thrilled when his beloved goddess agreed to marry him, his hands trembling with excitement. I will marry you. After graduation, Su Luan abandoned his assigned job, dedicating himself entirely to wooing Xia Yunshuang, relying financially on his affluent coal magnate father. Su's father had but one condition: he could lead his life as he pleased. But the marriage must align with the family's arrangements. When faced with Xia Yunshuang, Su Luan's mind became muddled, yet remained lucid in front of his parents. With 3 sisters and being the only son, the family fortune would not be bestowed upon him, leaving it for his already married sisters. Thus, Su Luan disregarded his father's warnings. When his father cut off his financial support, he sought funds from his indulgent mother. He was resolute in his decision to marry no one but Xia Yunshuang. Xia Yunshuang smiled with satisfaction. Nearby, Qiao Wei, overhearing their conversation, smirked, inwardly scoffing at how someone would willingly don the cap of a cuckold. Xia Yunshuang, with her innocent appearance, had subtly expressed her affection over the years while simultaneously treating the entire school as her fishing ground. The foolish Su Luan had invested the most, only to find himself relegated to a mere financial supporter for Xia Yunshuang, unworthy even of holding her hand, completely ensnared by her. He dared to propose marriage, vowing that Xia Yunshuang would not betray him, or he would reverse his name. After the banquet, having imbibed a bit, Su Luan felt slightly inebriated. Exiting the car before Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya, he pulled out his mobile phone, slurring as he called his parents. Mom, I want to marry Yunshuang. Whatever was said on the other end caused Su Luan to shudder, his eyes gradually clearing. My father has been arrested. What on earth happened? His words made Xia Yunshuang frown. Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya, having overheard, ascended the stairs. Patiently waiting for Su Luan to finish his call, Xia Yunshuang gently inquired. What happened? Su Luan gazed blankly at her. There was a major mining disaster. My father has been arrested. The coal mine has been shut down. My mother says we must pay a substantial amount, along with fines, and the house and car must be sold. Xia Yunshuang's frown deepened. Her willingness to marry Su Luan hinged on his ability to provide her with a high standard of living. If the Su family fell, what purpose would there be in marrying an ineffectual man? Was she to support him? Su Luan grasped Xia Yunshuang's hands. Yunshuang, I must return to Jincheng. Will you come home with me? We shall marry soon, and I promise to treat you well. The earnest Su Luan spoke his vows. Xia Yunshuang's expression turned cold as she withdrew her hands. Su Luan, I cannot go with you. Why? We promised to marry and be together forever. Xia Yunshuang, now somewhat agitated, replied, Wake up, will you? Your coal mine is shut down. You have nothing left. How will you support me? Why would I endure a life of hardship with you? Su Luan, retreating in disbelief, exclaimed, You claimed you were not a superficial woman, that you would not marry me for money. Ha! Xia Yunshuang let out a cold laugh. You are neither as handsome as Qiao Wei, nor do you possess any talent for making money. Without the support of your parents, you are nothing. Why should I marry you? Do not contact me again. After finishing her words, Xia Yunshuang turned on her heel and left, not even sparing a glance for Su Luan. The night breeze was cool, and Su Luan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body freezing with pain. Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya were lounging against the headboard, watching television. Upon hearing the commotion between Su Luan and Xia Yunshuang in the hallway, their eyes flickered with intrigue. I'll go take a look, Qiao Wei said as he opened the door, only to find that Xia Yunshuang had already retreated to her own room. The unfortunate Su Luan, seeing him, offered a self-deprecating smile. You've come to enjoy my misfortune? Haven to you? Just 3 days prior, he had mercilessly mocked Qiao Wei, and now he was faced with swift retribution. Qiao Wei shook his head. What kind of joke do you think I would find in your situation? Since the day you became Xia Yunshuang's devoted admirer, it was inevitable that you would meet with such an outcome. It's getting late. Please do not disturb our rest. Su Luan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly choking on his own bitterness. Qiao Wei, are you even human? We were classmates. Can't you offer me a word of comfort? His family was in turmoil, and the goddess he had loved for years had scorned him as a worthless individual who could not even support himself. Qiao Wei sneered. When you insulted me for Xia Yunshuang, did you ever consider that we were classmates? It was only then that Su Luan realized how foolish he had been over the years. In loving Xia Yunshuang, he had lost his ability to think clearly, offending many of his peers in the process. Now that he found himself in such a predicament, he could only blame himself. Su Lun turned to Qiao Wei and muttered an apology before trudging towards the adjacent room, his spirit utterly crushed. Hearing the apology from him surprised Qiao Wei. Had the devoted admirer finally begun to think and show some decorum? After pondering for a moment, Qiao Wei closed the door and took a seat in his own room. Calmly observing him, Su Lun lay on the bed like a defeated dog, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling. Su Lun, you have escaped the fate of marrying Xia Yunshuang, a woman who is materialistic, vain, and fickle. That is indeed your greatest fortune. Su Lun stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a considerable time, his gaze shifted to Qiao Wei's face. You are truly insufferable, yet I must admit you are more intelligent than I. Just a tad better than you, Qiao Wei replied. Get some sleep. After a night's rest, the sun will rise again. The following morning, Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya checked out of the hotel and headed towards the port city. As they drew closer, it was Han Xiaoya who felt the pangs of anxiety, not Qiao Wei. He gently patted her hand, offering her a reassuring look. Chapter 91. Acceptance in the port city. Su Jing hung up the phone, her eyes reflecting torment. The bright sunlight could not penetrate the frost that enveloped her heart. It had been 1 year, 2 months, and 22 days since their separation, and at this moment, she was unsure how to face Qiao Wei. She both feared and longed to see him, constantly yearning for their reunion. Madam, shall I prepare lunch? The maid inquired from behind her. Su Jing closed her eyes, raising her hand to catch the tears that slipped from the corners of her eyes. No need. I will cook when Sir returns in the evening. Very well, madam, the maid replied before leaving. After a simple touch-up, Su Jing stepped outside. Upon arriving at the CAF where she had arranged to meet Su Jing, Qiao Wei paused, standing across the street, gazing at her seated by the window. The memories of their time together stirred within him, like a film fast-forwarding in his mind. In this moment, upon seeing Su Jing, he felt a sense of relief. All the love and hate dissipated in an instant. Han Xiaoya urged him, come on, don't keep her waiting too long. Qiao Wei's gaze darkened slightly as he shook his head, saying, I won't go. What significance did it hold to know the reason? She was married, and he had another beauty by his side. Ultimately, they were fated to be apart. Her husband was aware of her meeting with her ex, which would only bring her trouble. Su Jing was a good girl, and regardless of the reasons for their separation, he wished her happiness for the rest of her life. Han Xiaoya instantly grasped his thoughts, her heart sinking momentarily. Even if she had been deeply hurt, Su Jing would forever remain hidden in this man's heart. Perhaps, throughout her life, she could never replace Su Jing's position in Qiao Wei's heart. Han Xiaoya smiled gently. All right, you wait for me here at this dessert shop. I will meet her, and if you wish to know anything, I will ask her for you. Qiao Wei remained silent for a moment. No need to ask. Just wish her happiness for me. All right. As Han Xiaoya entered the CAF, Su Jing waved at her with a smile, Xiaoya, instinctively glancing behind Han Xiaoya. Upon not seeing the person she yearned for, Su Jing felt an indescribable bitterness and disappointment. Han Xiaoya sat down opposite her, observing, you look much better than before. It seems your husband treats you well. Su Jing had changed significantly since marrying, becoming beautiful, elegant, and composed, exuding the aura of a refined lady. Su Jing smiled. Would you like to drink? Like you, I have always enjoyed competing with you. Over time, our tastes and perspectives on men have aligned, Han Xiaoya hinted. Su Jing paused in realization, then smiled softly, understanding her meaning. She called the waiter and ordered a caramel coffee and a strawberry mousse cake. After the waiter left, she added 3 sugar cubes to her coffee cup, gently stirring before taking a sip. With you by his side, I feel at ease. Han Xiaoya gazed at the beaming Su Jing, momentarily at a loss for words. They had competed since childhood, yet they could read each other's thoughts with a glance. Soft music played in the CAF, and they sat in silence for a while. When the coffee and dessert arrived, Han Xiaoya took a sip, her brow furrowing slightly. The coffee was exceedingly sweet, penetrating to the heart. Su Jing had never liked sweet foods, preferring espresso and only dark chocolate. This coffee is too sweet. And you added sugar. Your taste has changed. Su Jing smiled. Yes, sometimes it's good to indulge in a little sweetness. Life has been too bitter, without some sweetness. I fear I won't endure. Han Xiaoya fixed her gaze on her for a long moment before asking, do you regret it? Su Jing's husband was 25 years her senior. A talented government official from a prominent family with distinguished individuals across various sectors. The Fong family held considerable influence in both political and business realms in the port city. Su Jing had married into high society. Her husband had been divorced with no children, and both her in-laws had passed away, with no obligations to elderly parents or stepchildren. She had become the mistress of the Fong household. Her biological parents, prominent businessmen in the bustling city, had only her as their sole daughter. Should Su Jing choose to let go, she could lead a fulfilling life. Turning her gaze towards the bustling traffic outside, she softly declared, "I have no regrets. If given the chance to choose again, I would make the same decision." He was curious about her reasoning. Su Jing lowered her eyes and whispered, "I grew up in a cocoon of comfort, only to discover that my parents and brother bore no relation to me. At first, I was indifferent to wealth, fame, and status. However, as time passed, I realized I am, in fact, a rather materialistic woman. I could endure hardship for a short while, but perpetually suffering is beyond my tolerance. Qiao Wei is a wonderful man, yet he can never provide me with what I truly desire. My husband offers me everything I seek. The life I have now is what I aspire to." Han Xiaoya sighed. "We have known each other for over 20 years. Su Jing, your words may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Not even Qiao Wei would believe them. Never mind, if you wish not to speak. I shall not pry." He refrains from seeing you to avoid interrupting your life. Deep down, she hoped Qiao Wei could completely erase Su Jing from his heart. But not in this manner. "I didn't have the chance to ask you last time. How is he? Qin Fangwa must have informed you. He searched for everyone connected to you, and even traveled to Qin province. How could he be well? It is I who stubbornly cling to him. And I do not fear your mockery. Truthfully, I have always been the only one invested in this relationship. Our rapport has only recently improved." Su Jing bitter-lipped, suppressing tears that threatened to spill, and nodded, "That is good. I believe you both will find happiness. He is a good man, and you must cherish him. Of course. He is waiting for me. I shall visit you again when I have the chance. All right, farewell." Han Xiaoya rose and added, "Su Jing, Qiao Wei asked me to convey that he no longer blames you and wishes you happiness." Tears fell unexpectedly from Su Jing's eyes as her voice trembled. "Yes. I wish you both happiness as well." After parting from Su Jing, Han Xiaoya found Qiao Wei listening to street performers. With a smile gracing her lips, she approached him lightly, intertwining her fingers with his. "Would you like to spend a few days here before returning?" Qiao Wei inquired. Coming to the city without meeting Su Jing or confronting her about her reasons, he felt a sense of relief. Their connection was destined to be transient. Why linger on it? Life requires one to look forward and cherish those present. Since this opportunity was rare, they might as well enjoy a few days together. A black car glided past them. Su Jing watched intently as Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya held hands, exchanging smiles, fingers digging into her palms. The ache in her heart incessantly reminded her that she and Qiao Wei had become a thing of the past. The once beautiful moments had turned to mere wisps of memory. She had her life, and he had his. From now on, they would lead separate lives. Su Jing turned her gaze forward, her eyes cold and detached. Releasing her fingers, she placed her hands on her knees, maintaining a dignified posture and an upright demeanor. Chapter 92. The fortune god possessed. As they passed by a betting station, a long queue stretched outside onto the street. The citizens of Hong Kong had become fervently obsessed with horse racing, with 2/3 of them being avid bettors. With a mere $10 per bet and a variety of betting options, the allure was undeniable. There were tales of individuals who transformed $10 into nearly $1 million overnight, igniting a frenzy among the masses. Han Xiaoya, in high spirits and intrigued by everything around her, suggested, "Let us try our luck at the races." "Why not?" replied Qiao Wei, standing at the end of the line. He withdrew 200 Hong Kong dollars, handing 100 to Han Xiaoya. "Keep your money, you place your bets, and I'll place mine. Let us see who comes out ahead." Qiao Wei smirked. "You want to win as much as I will." Her competitive spirit ignited. Han Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she proposed, "If I win, you must promise me one thing. If you lose, you must also promise me something. What do you say?" "What is the significance of such a wager?" "Of course it matters. Are you in or not?" If she won, Qiao Wei would marry her. If he lost, he would still marry her. It was foolproof. With a mischievous smile, Han Xiaoya sought advice from seasoned bettors, adopting a mindset of assured victory. She didn't need to win big, merely surpassing Qiao Wei by $1 would suffice. Qiao Wei, having dabbled in lottery tickets a few times in his previous life without ever winning even $5, didn't he anticipate victory? He viewed his $200 as merely a price for amusement. Without calculating the odds or studying the horses, he placed a bet on an underdog, going for a straight win. After much deliberation, Han Xiaoya ultimately heeded the enthusiastic bettor's suggestions, opting for horse number 5, which had won 3 consecutive races. "What number did you choose?" she inquired. Feigning secrecy, Qiao Wei replied, "That is confidential." After placing their bets, the two found a hotel to rest, and by evening, Han Xiaoya eagerly positioned herself in front of the television for the live broadcast. Qiao Wei, casually pouring cold water on her enthusiasm, remarked, "The greater the hope, the larger the disappointment." "I am certain I will win," Han Xiaoya retorted. Unconvinced, Qiao Wei shook his head, retreating to the bathroom with a garment in hand. 15 minutes later, upon seeing Han Xiaoya's despondent demeanor, he surmised she must have lost. "Did you lose?" he asked. With a downcast nod, she replied, "Yes. Not a single win. I didn't even come close." "What kind of luck is this?" 9 out of 10 bets lose. It's quite normal. Why not try again on Saturday?" Qiao Wei consoled her. Encouraged by his words, Han Xiaoya reignited her fighting spirit, confidently declaring, "I will definitely win on Saturday. By the way, what number did you pick? I want to see if you won." "Number 9. "Number 9? You actually picked number 9? Oh my goodness, Qiao Wei. Your luck is incredible," Han Xiaoya exclaimed, her already large eyes widening in disbelief. After studying for hours without a single win, she was astounded to learn that Qiao Wei had casually chosen a number that yielded millions. What kind of extraordinary luck is this? My underdog won. 3 days later, the indefatigable Han Xiaoya spent 3 days in seclusion calculating her next move, this time placing a hefty bid of $1,000. Qiao Wei, having spent 3 days writing his novel, also placed a spontaneous bet of $1,000. In the end, Han Xiaoya once again found herself outdone by Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei approached horse racing with a casual demeanor on 2 occasions, placing bets solely on underdog horses. With an investment of 1,200 yuan, after deducting taxes, he emerged victorious with a staggering profit of 39,870,000. He completely drained the prize pool. Han Xiaoya felt a mix of joy for Qiao Wei and existential doubt. It seemed that effort and success were not necessarily proportional. Qiao Wei suppressed a smile. In his previous life, luck had eluded him. Whether it was lotteries, scratch cards, or shopping raffles, he had only managed to win consolation prizes, such as a pack of tissues or a bottle of mineral water. He was almost destined to lose every gamble. Little did he know that this time around, it felt as though the god of wealth had taken residence within him. The ease with which money flowed in was astonishing. After claiming his winnings, Qiao Wei once again became a millionaire. In the mid-1990s, 30 million was far more valuable than $1 billion 30 years later. This time, Han Xiaoya no longer hesitated to let Qiao Wei spend. She took him to a jewelry store to purchase wedding rings. After a thoughtful selection, she settled on a pair of wedding bands. This one, simple yet elegant, she decided. The men's ring was a platinum band without diamonds, while the women's featured a 1-carat diamond. "Do you have any larger diamonds?" Qiao Wei inquired of the sales assistant. "Yes, sir. Please hold on." Han Xiaoya gently restrained Qiao Wei's hand. "This one is just perfect. Anything larger would be too ostentatious." They also selected a diamond necklace and earrings that caught Han Xiaoya's fancy, along with a 5-carat diamond. After discounts, the total came to 1,160,000. "This is far too extravagant. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford it." The passion women have for jewelry is comparable to men's fervor for cars. Possessing such exquisite adornments left Han Xiaoya feeling as though she were in a dream, somewhat dazed. Qiao Wei chuckled softly. "Do not belittle yourself. These items are merely material possessions, incomparable to you. Besides, my substantial winnings are largely due to your encouragement to gamble. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to wager even 10 yuan, let alone amass such a fortune." Han Xiaoya sweetly clung to his arm. "How could you be so wonderful? They say that a man who is willing to spend on his woman is a good man." Qiao Wei, who prioritized comfort and simplicity in his attire, was deeply moved by the fact that he could lavish her with such extravagant gifts. Xiao Li was in the harbor city, but Qiao Wei had no intention of seeking her out. The sibling bond had long been depleted in their past lives, and even if they could reconnect, he had no desire to. It was best for them to coexist without interference, each living their own life. However, the more one wishes to see someone, the more elusive they become, while those one wishes to avoid can appear at the most unexpected moments. As Qiao Wei was making his payment, the cashier turned out to be Qiao Li. After 5 years apart, 20-year-old Qiao Li had changed significantly, and so had Qiao Wei. Their gazes met, and they instantly recognized one another. Qiao Li regarded Qiao Wei with a distant glance, thinking to herself how foolish he was to come to the harbor city. The store was not solely filled with expensive jewelry. There were also platinum rings priced under 1,000 yuan. Given Qiao Wei's plain attire, how much could he possibly have? Qiao Li lowered her head to mask the disdain in her eyes, having no desire to acknowledge Qiao Wei, until the saleswoman handed the receipt to Qiao Li. She was left utterly astonished. Her gaze swept across Qiao Wei, and with a hint of skepticism, she inquired of her colleague, "Are you certain it is 1,160,000? Upon receiving a confirming reply, Qiao Li's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression akin to that of someone struck by lightning. It was almost unfathomable to her that the seemingly foolish Qiao Wei, whom her siblings looked down upon, could afford such extravagant jewelry. Surely, it could not be his money. Perhaps he had attached himself to a wealthy woman. Or maybe he was purchasing on behalf of someone else. It had to be something like that, she silently reassured herself. Even after Qiao Wei departed from the cash register, she refrained from casting another glance in his direction. Such a handsome couple, aren't they? Yes, the charming young man treated his girlfriend with such generosity. Initially, she had only intended to buy a pair of ordinary wedding rings, but he insisted on acquiring the finest pieces in the store. How enviable. Listening to her colleagues whispering softly, Qiao Li could not resist interjecting, "Perhaps it is her money." "No, I distinctly heard that it was the man who paid," her colleague asserted with unwavering certainty, shattering the illusions that lingered in Qiao Li's mind. She hurried outside, but amidst the throngs of people, there was no sign of Qiao Wei and Han Xiaoya. Despondently, Qiao Li returned to the store, fearful that Qiao Wei might take advantage of her, and thus pretended not to recognize him. To her surprise, Qiao Wei preferred to avoid her as well. When she learned of his acceptance into university, she was thriving and had little regard for his modest earnings, dismissing him entirely. Little did she know that in the eyes of their family, the most foolish and naive Qiao Wei had become the most successful among them. The thought of him generously purchasing jewelry worth over 1 million left her incredulous regarding the extent of his earnings. Did they leave a contact number or address? Qiao Li asked with a glimmer of hope. No, but from their accent, they seemed to be from the mainland. Overwhelmed, Qiao Li sank onto the stool behind the cash register. Encountering her by chance, Qiao Wei remained unperturbed. "The cashier at the store was my sister, Qiao Li." He did not wish to keep this from Han Xiaoya, fearing that Qiao Li might one day approach her with deceitful intentions. Based on his understanding of Qiao Li, unless her circumstances were better than his, she would behave like a leech, drawn to the scent of blood and unwilling to let go. He had an obligation to support his parents, but none to his siblings. In this life or the next, he owed them nothing. No one would take